Su Taodao, not only scolding and yelling, but even her gentle words could be infuriating. She glanced at the other two children standing by the wall, who looked no better than Fu Yuanhang, stubborn and fiercely glaring at her, and asked Director Chen, where are the parents of the other two troublemakers? Director Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, saying, Su, Comrade Su, they can't come because of some small disagreements among children. They should apologize and make amends, and if there's any compensation needed. Su Taodao said, since the parents aren't here, who should I ask for compensation? Or are all disputes between children handled by the school? Director Chen replied, that's not what I meant. We should be forgiving. Su Taotao interrupted him. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Are you just sweeping it under the rug again and again? Don't these children have parents? Director Chen said.
I didn't mean it that way.
Male colleagues like you and worker Fu are usually very busy, doing important work for the country and people. These small matters. Su Taodao cut him off. Small matters? Sorry, in our family, children's issues are very important. Children are the future of the country, the future of our nation. Director Chen, how can you say this is a small matter? Director Chen's sweat was pouring, but he couldn't wipe it away. I really didn't mean it that way. The organization had told him similar words before. The base emphasizes education, providing 9 years of free compulsory education, and repeatedly reminded them to teach these children well. How could he say children are unimportant? How could he say their issues are small?
And he didn't mean it that way.
Director Chen felt deceived by Su Taotao's appearance. She was quick-witted and sharp-tongued. How did he ever think she was gentle and easy to fool? Director Chen, please write down the names of the parents of these 3 children. If you can't handle it, I will. Su Taodao paused and emphasized the male parent. One of the parents present, hearing that she wanted to involve her husband, became a bit nervous. Why do you need to know my husband's name? Why should I tell you his name? Su Taodao said, I'm not interested in your husband's name. I'm only interested in the name of the father of the child who hit our kid. The parent asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Su Taotao replied, apologize, make amends, and promise it won't happen again. One parent and 2 mischievous children standing by the wall spoke together. Why should we? One chubby kid looked fiercely at Fu Yuanhang and said, he's just a weird little pretty boy. Why is he so white? What's wrong with me? Darkening his face. And he dared to hit me. Another skinny kid nodded in agreement. Yeah, we didn't do anything wrong. Su Taotao sneered. Director Chen, is this what you call apology, understanding, mutual help, and harmony? I am a person who takes things seriously and never makes excuses. Our child faced this situation on his first day of school. I believe that besides physical injuries, it has also caused psychological harm and trauma. This matter must be explained to us today. 2 mischievous children actually wanted to come over and hit Su Taotao after hearing this. The 2 teachers nearby quickly held them back. If they dare to lay a hand on her, this will be a serious problem. Among the onlookers, a slightly fair-skinned boy stepped forward and timidly said, Xiao Pang and Xiao Ho also used coal to scratch my face last time, and they stepped on my school bag. Another female classmate also spoke up. They pulled my braids last time, put a gecko in my pencil case, and tore my book cover. The teachers didn't do anything. She spoke very softly. A small, thin boy said, they deliberately pulled my chair away last time. I fell and hit my head, and they didn't apologize. When I was urinating, they even intentionally splashed water on my feet. More classmates came forward, all accusing these mischievous children of bad behavior. Not only Su Taodao, but Aunt Zhong also became angrier and asked Mo Jialin Mumu, have they ever bullied you? Mo Jialin picked up his clothes and whispered, just now, when I tried to stop the fight, Xiao Pang kicked me. He didn't plan to say much. Fu Yuanhang is a new friend of his, and when he saw someone hitting him, he naturally went to break up the fight. When he couldn't, he ran to call the teachers. By the time they returned, everyone was already fighting. He actually blocked a kick meant for Fu Yuanhang. Aunt Zhong saw that Mo Jialin's waist was bruised and angrily stepped forward. reaching out to slap Xiaopeng. Su Taotao stopped her. Reason is on our side. Even if they hit someone, it doesn't mean they are right. No need to rush. Someone will handle them naturally. Su Taotao hugged Chen Chen and said, "What do you think, Director Chen and all the teachers? Do you still want to keep making excuses? Is this how you usually educate children? When kids are bullied at school, you let them suffer in silence." Director Chen was overwhelmed and could only give her the names of the parents of the children involved. "Can I borrow your phone?" Su Taotao made a call in front of them to Fu Zhentu. "Fu Zhentu, I'm at school now. Your brother is being beaten by Cheng Zhengwo, Su Weidong, and Li Dongqing's son. Their clothes and school bag are damaged. I don't know his injuries yet, but I'll take him to the hospital for a checkup later. I want you to find a time for your busy colleagues to teach their good son in front of me. If they don't have time, I will find a time to help teach him. I won't keep track if I go too easy or too hard. Also, Mo Gong's son was hit too. Please tell him." Fu Jingta said something I didn't catch. Su Taotao nodded twice and then hung up. The entire medical room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Su Taotao didn't say a word loudly, and she was not aggressive. She didn't bother to look at the children much, not even to scold or hit them. Her calm way of handling things and her confident presence made everyone there afraid to breathe loudly. No one dared to say anything, only following her lead. Su Taotao put down the phone and said to Director Chen, "Director Chen, maybe it's time for our school to think about changing how we teach." Before leaving, she smiled and gently pinched the face of her little treasure, softly saying, "Let's go. We'll take Uncle to the hospital first. Mom will make you delicious shrimp and winter melon soup tonight." Okay. Dust struggled to get down and held Uncle's hand. Mo Jolin followed and walked to Fu Yuanhong's other side, looking guilty. "I wish I hadn't gone to find the teacher. If I stayed, I could have helped block a few hits for you." Mo Jolin was the first friend Fu Yuanhong made after coming to the island. If he hadn't helped hold back Little Fat, Fu might not have beaten them so quickly. If the teacher hadn't arrived in time later, Little Fat might have grabbed a chair to hit someone. Fu Yuanhong shook his head. "Thanks, but I also got you into trouble." Mo Jolin waved his hand. "That's nothing. But you look so thin, yet you're so strong. You don't know, I've never seen them get beaten so badly. It's 1 against 3. You're amazing." Boys naturally admire fighters. If he were older than Fu Yuanhong, he would want to make Fu the boss. In the past, Fu Yuanhong probably wouldn't have fought like this. Maybe he was protecting a vital part and took a beating. After it was over, he looked at Su Taotao and whispered, "My sister-in-law is good at teaching." Mo Jolin was surprised and looked back. "Your sister-in-law can fight too?"
Fu Yuanhong nodded.
"She can do everything. She's very strong." Thinking about what just happened, Mo Jolin felt scared and nodded. "Yes, she's very strong." Aunt Zhong also looked at Su Taotao with different eyes. She always thought she was quite tough, but compared to Su Taotao, who is very brave and fearless, she felt she was not as strong. She was worried that Su Taotao might get hurt, so she was ready to jump into the fight at any time. But her worries turned out to be unnecessary. Before she knew it, Aunt Zhong also saw Su Taotao as a main pillar. "Little Su, we really need to take the kids to the hospital to check their injuries. The kids were just playing and got some bruises which look worse than they are. The injuries aren't serious." She has some experience with her 2 mischievous boys. Su Taotao said, "Let's go. Someone is paying for the medical expenses, so why not?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhong understood immediately. Yes, we should go and get a thorough check." The 2 moms took the children for a checkup. The doctor quickly saw that the bruises on the children were caused by fighting. At first, he was a bit unfriendly. Su Taotao explained a reason for the visit. Aunt Zhong spoke eloquently, emphasizing that her children were unfairly beaten by children from Cheng Zhengwo, Su Weidong, and Li Dongqing's families. She wanted to get justice for her kids. The doctor was surprised to hear about bullies at school. His own children are also in elementary school. So, the checkup was very detailed. The injury report was carefully written, stressing that the injuries were serious. It was recommended that the children rest at home before going back to school. The report also discussed possible psychological effects after the injuries. The doctor prescribed many supplements and common household medicines and suggested regular follow-up visits. The medical bill was quite expensive. Su Taotao was very satisfied with the amount on the bill. Since they are colleagues, it wouldn't be right to claim that the injuries were caused intentionally, but the medical expenses should be reimbursed, right? With the information from the hospital and Aunt Zhong's connections, this incident spread quickly. Rumors even said the children were carried out of the hospital on stretchers. The students, Fu Yuanhang and Mo Jialin, who only had minor cuts and bruises, were surprised. The leaders at the base soon heard about this. They ordered the scientists to focus on their work for the country, but also to pay attention to their families, especially in educating children because they are the future of the base and the country. The leaders emphasized that scientific research might take 2 or even 3 generations. If the children are ruined, it would be like destroying the future of scientific work. Everyone should learn from Fu Fujing too. Look at how well Fu Haotzin teaches his children. They should balance work and family, doing both well. Engineer Fu felt ashamed because the children's education was mainly handled by Su Taotao. The leader specially praised Su Taotao, saying that only when the home front is stable can scientists at the front line focus on their research. If the family isn't peaceful, how can the country be peaceful? So, the apology came faster than Su Taotao expected. On the third noon, 3 exhausted scientists, with a few new white hairs after a sleepless night, brought their children and various nutritious foods to apologize and offer comfort. The 3 children looked terrified, clearly beaten multiple times by their fathers. Seeing Su Taotao, they looked like mice seeing a tiger, very scared. The children didn't expect this fairy-like woman to be so fierce. Just a phone call was enough to make their often absent fathers come home early to scold them. They sincerely apologized to Fu Yuanhang and promised it wouldn't happen again. Fu Yuanhang forgave them because they seemed sincere, but warned that if it happened again, he wouldn't be so gentle. The children promised it wouldn't. Finally, Su Taotao collected the medical fees and nutritional supplements, and the matter was settled. After leaving Su Taotao's house, the fathers took the children to apologize to Mo Gong's family. Aunt Zhong was not easy to please. She scolded the children for half an hour straight before letting them go. The children didn't dare fight back, afraid of being beaten by their fathers, nearly causing psychological trauma. These 2 scientists, who had dedicated their lives to research, had never felt so embarrassed. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. They vowed to take time to educate their children properly, as such shameful events only happen once in a lifetime. After leaving Aunt Zhong's house, the fathers went door to door to apologize to other classmates bullied by the children. They heard that they even took half a day off just to finish these apologies. Research work had never been so exhausting. The school also reflected on itself, correcting shortcomings in education, responding to leadership's call, and emphasizing both cultural and moral education. They aimed to raise children who would be useful pillars of society. Su Taotao thus became famous overnight. Almost everyone in the base knew that the family of Engineer Fu's wife, more beautiful than a fairy, was not to be messed with. No wonder they could tame such a formidable engineer. These 2 are truly a perfect match, both tough to handle. Classmate Fu Yuanhang and Mo Jialin also became famous. Fu Yuanhang is famous for 2 reasons. First, because he is fair-skinned and good-looking. Second, because he is tough. Everyone who has seen Fu Yuanhang fight knows how fierce he is. Even when fighting 3 people at once, he never falls behind, and those 3 kids are actually hurt just as much as he is. But those 3 kids are tough and can't be easily seen through. Mo Jialin is also well known because he is Fu Yuanhang's close follower. Although he is much bigger than others, he always follows Fu Yuanhang like a little shadow, doing whatever Fu Yuanhang says. In short, the students at school are now divided into 2 groups. One is afraid to provoke them and quickly walks away when they see them. The other is happy to be friends and enjoys playing with them. Fu Yuanhang doesn't make friends with everyone. Su Taotao once said, he only wants to be friends with like-minded people. He keeps his distance from classmates who have bad behavior and don't like studying. The first weekend on the island came quickly, and before long, it was Saturday. These days, there is no two-day weekend. Only Sunday is a day off. Fu Jintua has been leaving early and returning late these days. Su Taotao doesn't know what he's busy with and thinks he probably won't have free time on weekends either. Recently, she asked Fu Jintua to exchange some cloth coupons with colleagues. He promised to take Fu Yuanhang to the city to buy new clothes on the weekend and maybe visit Mr. Tang if he has time. Unexpectedly, Fu Jintua came back early Saturday evening, bringing with him a strange contraption that looked like a mix between a four-wheeled shopping cart and a baby stroller, used by middle-aged women to buy vegetables at the market, along with a small bunch of daisies. Su Taotao took the daisies from Fu Jintua and was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Fu Gong always seemed like a romantic person, yet he thought of giving her flowers? When Fu Jintua picked up Dust and placed him into the strange cart, pushed a few steps, and looked at Su Taotao with that bossy woman, "Are you satisfied with what you see?" gaze, she was still stunned. She didn't react until Dust happily clapped his tiny hands and shouted "Mama," and she finally realized, could this strange contraption really be a baby stroller? Yes, this strange contraption is indeed a baby stroller. Dust sat on a small stool inside, with tiny arms grabbing the armrest in front, swinging his little short legs, looking adorable. Su Taotao squatted down to examine it carefully. Surprisingly, it wasn't heavy at all. Fu Jingtu found 4 wheels somewhere. They are much easier to push than wooden wheels because most of the important bearings are metal, and the rest of the materials are smooth, polished old bamboo, making the cart lighter than wooden ones. The design is simple: a handle, a small stool, a basket under the stool, a support point holding the guardrail as a handle, and 2 short legs hanging outside. The 4 wheels complete the cart. Su Taotao pushed it gently and found it very light, not worse than modern baby strollers. "Fu Jingtu, you're amazing. How did you come up with this?" When Chen said, "Mom is tired holding me," Fu Jingtu thought about making a stroller like this so she could push the baby easily without getting tired. Making this cart is not hard for a skilled carpenter, but gathering the materials took some time. He drew the plans, handed them to a carpenter, and checked the progress after work every day, helping a little. Soon it was finished, and the result was even better than he expected. Before he brought it home, a leader saw it and asked if it could be mass-produced. If it hits the market, it would be snapped up quickly. It's obvious the leader is eager for research funding. Chen sit on it. Vegetables go underneath. I'll buy heavier stuff after the weekend when I have time off. If it's urgent, I'll get up early and buy it now. You should try not to buy it yourself. Su Taotao said, "I can carry that much myself, and I only know what I want to eat when I get to the market. This cart is handmade so well. Fu Jingtu, you're a genius." Even Fu Jingtu blushed from her praise. Su Taotao thought, the modern baby strollers have gone through many generations of improvements to reach that level. Fu Jingtu's design, aside from hardware limitations, already has top-quality ideas and craftsmanship. Suddenly, she asked, "Can the cart be mass-produced?" Fu Jingtu hesitated, feeling like the leader who was eager for research funds. He shook his head. "No, I only got the wheels occasionally. This problem can't be solved for now. Wooden or bamboo wheels could be used as toys at home, but pushing it around is too heavy and not suitable." In times when basic needs are not fully met, luxury items are just a nice thought. Su Taotao then thought of canned coconut juice. The cost of sealed cans is too high nowadays, as they are mostly used for making meat and fruit cans. Although these are considered luxuries, canned coconut juice has the lowest cost-performance ratio. After all, a bottle of soda costs only a few cents, so ordinary people wouldn't want to spend a few dimes or dollars to buy canned coconut juice. However, no matter what kind of can, the target consumers are not ordinary people. Perhaps some state banquets or foreign guests might need such products. These issues can be considered later. By the way, Fu Jintua, can you help me buy 10 young coconuts tomorrow?
Fu Zhentuo, sure.
The baby stroller really won Su Taotao's heart. She pushed Dustin around the yard a few times before stopping. Dustin was naturally very happy with his new toy. Fu Yuanning also pushed him around a few times, and the whole yard was filled with his laughter. Su Taotao thought of a problem. It's not very convenient to carry it up and down the stairs every day. Fu Shintua clearly had already thought of this and took out a chain. No need to carry it up. After using it, just lock it in the bike shed downstairs. Bicycles on the island are used quite often. Fu Shintua also has one. Sometimes, he misses the bus and rides his bicycle to work. Su Taotao could also ride a bike with Dustin, but the two-wheeled bicycle is too big for her and not very convenient. Su Taotao smiled and said, "You even thought of this?" In front of the child, she tiptoed and kissed Fu Shintua on his smooth jawline. "Fu Shintua, you're really amazing." Fu Shintua's narrow eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. His usually cold and indifferent expression softened and warmed because of the blush under his ears. Dustin exclaimed, "Ew," covering his eyes with his small hands, only peeking through a slit, and mumbled. Kiss. Su Taotao turned around, pressed a kiss on Dustin's chubby little face, and said, "Kiss." The little guy giggled happily, kicking his short legs. That evening, Su Taotao finally paid a heavy price for an irresistible kiss at sunset, pleading with various land concessions and apologies. She had already used the third contraceptive device, but Fu Shintua still showed no sign of stopping. Su Taotao's eyes reddened with anger. She pushed Fu Shintua's shoulders and hit him repeatedly, then finally turned around and rode him like a horse, even biting his Adam's apple until it turned red. Fu Zhen carried his head high, holding her neck with one hand, pressing her firmly against himself. His thin lips gently bit her earlobe as a playful punishment, and his deep voice seemed to come from his chest. "Do you dare to kiss me recklessly again?" Su Taotao was so overwhelmed by his kiss, she almost cried. Her voice was hoarse and shy. "I won't dare anymore." In the next moment, her lips were covered by his, until she felt breathless and her soul seemed to float. Fu Zheng finally let her go. The next day, Su Taotao's biological clock was a bit off, and she woke up half an hour later than usual. When she got up, she saw the yard full of cheerful laughter and noise. Fu Yuanhang was pushing the baby in the yard, playing happily. The baby stroller was definitely Dichen's favorite new toy. Su Taotao went downstairs and immediately saw piles of young coconuts on both sides of the stairs. More than 10, she guessed. Fu Zheng carried on setting the dining table. In the middle was a small bouquet of daisies he brought back last night, along with 2 opened coconuts. The morning sun at 7:30 lazily shone on him. Perhaps sensing Su Taotao's gaze, he paused his work and turned his head to look at her. His uniform button hid the mark she left on his Adam's apple last night, but it couldn't hide the gentle smile in his eyes. "Go wash up and come for breakfast." What an incredible man! Su Taotao sighed happily about her good luck, but also once again felt she was not a good enough housewife. When she finished washing up, breakfast was already ready. She casually grabbed a bun. She didn't see soy milk today and asked Fu Zheng, "Why did you buy so many coconuts? Are you planning to drink coconut water for breakfast?" Fu Zheng handed a bun to the little one, letting him hold and eat it. "Don't you all like to drink it?" Su Taotao said, "Dichen can only drink half a bowl, and not every day. 10 coconuts are enough for us to enjoy for several days. Plus, they won't be fresh if they sit too long." Fu Zheng nodded. "Got it." Su Taotao added, "Fu Zheng, pour the coconut water into a bowl, scoop out the pulp. Dichen and Xiaoheng both like to eat it."
Fu Zheng nodded again, "Okay."
Su Taotao looked at him while biting her bun, once again feeling how lucky she was to meet such a wonderful man. Besides using family planning products, he almost always obeyed her completely. She thought to herself, what a good life she had. The bus leaving the island departed promptly at 8 o'clock downstairs. To make things easier, Su Taotao wore a white shirt and black pants today. The weather was very hot, so she simply tied her long hair into a bun, with no bangs left. In an era when everyone wore braids or kept their bangs thick, Su Taotao's style was unique. Her features are already very beautiful, and she has a striking face with a strong bone structure and clear skin. Now that her bangs are, showing her perfect forehead and features, and after spending so many days on the island under the sun, she remains so white that she seems to glow. Standing in the sunlight, she is so dazzling that others dare not look directly at her. Dust, a boy with a keen eye for beauty, held his mother's leg, lifted his small face, and cheerfully shouted, "Mom. So pretty! So pretty!" Su Taotao bent down to pinch his soft little belly and imitated his sweet voice. "Son. Handsome. Handsome." The mother and son laughed happily together. Fu Jingtu picked up a straw hat and placed it on Su Taotao's head, saying, "The sun is too strong." Shu Taotao. The rough, old-fashioned straw hat on her head did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a different kind of charm. Fu Jingtu was silent. That strange feeling of wanting to hide her at home and keep her away from others suddenly came over him. He knew such thoughts were wrong, so he quickly suppressed them. The family of four, except for Su Taotao in her white shirt and black pants, all wore matching green military uniforms, representing 3 different age groups of men in the Fu family. The eldest, tall and serious, was holding a cute little doll named Yushue with one arm and carrying a large bag in the other. Fu Yuanheng carried a school bag and followed behind them. Next to him was the relaxed Su Taotao, who held her hat with both hands, carefully preventing the sea breeze from blowing it away. The sight of this family walking down the street was quite striking. People who knew Su Taotao and those who didn't both admired her greatly. The driver naturally recognized Fu Jingtu and respectfully called out, "Engineer Fu." He took his pass and looked at the registration list, glancing at his family members a few more times. He was stunned. Fu Jingtu's family was truly eye-catching. Everyone in the car looked in their direction, but no one dared to approach them. Dust loved listening to his mother tell him about what she saw on the road while riding in the car. When he was happy, he clapped his small hands, and sometimes he asked questions. Mother and son quietly chatted all the way. Today, the water bottle was filled with coconut water. When they got excited talking about it, Fu Jingtu handed them the bottle to drink a few sips. After they finished, he took it back and on the lid. About half an hour later, the car stopped at the central square. The return to the island is scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Missing the bus means no waiting for others, so they have to find their own way back. Actually, no matter the era, a family of 4 walking on the street always attracts attention. Fortunately, they don't care much about what others think. When visiting someone, you should bring a gift. Their first stop is the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. During the planned economy and times of scarce goods, the cooperative was always crowded, and today, on the weekend, it's even busier. Su Taotao had already made a shopping list, so Fu Jingtu just needed to pick items from it. Outside, she saw some local specialties and asked Fu Jingtu, "By the way, did you tell Mom you're safe?" He nodded. "I called the commune on my first day at work." Su Taotao pointed at some dried shrimp and dried kelp, saying, "We can't buy these where we are. Let's buy some to send to Mom." Fu Jingtu felt very guilty. He had never thought about these before. He used to spend weekends in the lab. This was his first weekend off in many years. But now, things are different. The base is settled, everything is on track, and it's not like before. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bring everyone here. He nodded. "Just do what you think is best." Su Taotao said, "Let's split up. You take Xiaoheng inside to complete the shopping list, and I'll stay outside with Chen to see what we can send to Mom." Fu Yuanning shook his head. "Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. I can help carry things." Fu Jingtu also thought this was a better plan. He patted his brother's head. "Take good care of them. If anything comes up, come find me inside." After saying that, Fu Jingtu disappeared into the crowd. Su Taotao was speechless. She thought, "It's impressive that a kid can take care of me. Fu Jingtu, you're really something." She wasn't new to shopping with 2 kids, so she was quite experienced. The city residents didn't recognize their family and even dared to strike up friendly conversations. Su Taotao responded with a smile and a few words, but didn't say much. An older woman holding a baby kept staring at Chen. "Wow, comrade, your kid is really handsome." Su Taotao nodded politely, but didn't want to chat much, glancing at the baby she was holding. "Thanks. She wasn't planning to talk more. By the way, comrade, your accent doesn't sound local. Where are you from? Su Taotao smiled, not from here. She continued choosing dried goods. She then asked Chun, should we buy this for Grandma? It's the small shrimp we add to seaweed soup and winter melon soup. Chun thought for a moment, smiling and nodding. Okay, so good for Grandma. The older woman kept getting closer, approaching to chat. So your name is Chun? How old are you? Why are there only the two of you? Don't you live with Grandma? As she spoke, she took out a crumpled piece of wrapping paper from her pocket, like a candy that had been opened and repackaged. Chun, would you like some candy from Andy? Chun shook her head and hid, fluttering her long eyelashes, and snuggled into her mother's arms. Su Taotao took Chun and moved to the side, away from the woman, signaling Fu Yuanhang to follow. The older woman silently followed behind. Wherever Su Taotao went, the woman stayed close, whispering something to another woman nearby. This time, she didn't speak to Su Taotao and her daughter, but quietly trailed behind them. The woman's gaze on Su Taotao and Chun made Fu Yuanhang, who had been silently watching over Su Taotao, feel cold inside. Noticing something was wrong, Su Taotao gently lifted Chun and quietly said to Fu Yuanhang behind her, "Go call your brother." Fu Yuanhang just turned to look inside for Fu Jingtu. As Su Taotao held Chun, she was suddenly blocked by a burly man with strong arms and a dark face. "Hey, woman, did you steal money from home again to buy things at the supply store and send it to your family? Didn't you just send seafood home last week? Why did you sneak out again? There's not that much money at home. Stop buying and come back with me." He reached out to pull Su Taotao. She stepped back and avoided him, looking coldly at him. The woman who had just been holding the child now appeared dramatically. "Yes, Chun's mom. Chun said last night that the shrimp and purple seaweed soup was delicious. Today, you just had to buy it for his grandma. Even if Chun's family is rich, it's not enough to spoil him like this. Stop buying and go back quickly." A chilling sensation ran from the soles of Su Taotao's feet to the top of her head. Suddenly, a crowd gathered around Su Taotao. A big, rough man's words might not seem very believable, but whatever Su Taotao said, he could easily pretend to be an uneducated man from the countryside who married a beautiful woman from another place. Even if Su Taotao pointed out inconsistencies in his story, the crowd might ignore it. However, if an older woman holding a child, who could call out the name Chun, testified that she was this man's wife, the credibility would be at least 90%. At this point, Su Taotao couldn't explain clearly anymore. As long as the man firmly insisted she was his wife, and the crowd believed him first, shouting for help wouldn't matter. Everyone would think it was a family matter, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. If it were other women or children from out of town, they might already be taken away. This is a common trick used by human traffickers. Su Taotao had only heard about it before, but never experienced it. She didn't expect to encounter it in the 1970s. She wasn't afraid of them alone. She was ready to fight. She also had other ways to escape, like damaging public or personal property, taking the older woman hostage, or trying to run to the police station. She would do anything to delay and not go with them until the police arrived. But now, with Chun, hurting or frightening him would be too costly. So, Su Taotao decided not to act rashly. Luckily, both Su Taotao and Chun had memorable looks. The older woman, who arrived late, hadn't seen Fu Jingtu, and she hadn't even noticed Fu Yuanhang. However, some people who had arrived earlier and seen the whole family together now raised questions. "Are you saying she's your wife?" But the man who came with her earlier was clearly another man. "Yes, I saw that too. That man was very handsome. And there was a boy around 10 years old. Could those two be her brothers?" Su Taotao hadn't spoken yet. The big, rough man, hearing that Su Taotao was with others, quickly decided to act jealous. "You shameless woman. Using my stuff and flirting outside? Today I'll beat you to death." Before he could lay a hand on Su Taotao, a strong, clear voice stopped him. "Who do you want to beat to death?" Fu Jingtu's voice was cold, like icy winter. The man let out a loud cry of pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Stop, let me go. Fu Jingtu immediately looked at Su Taotao to make sure she was okay, then kicked the man in the knee. The man screamed and knelt on one knee. He still acted as if he was acting. Are you that villainous husband? Fu Jingtu loosened his grip and kicked him on the back. The man fell flat on his face. Ignoring his loud protests, Fu Jingtu pressed down on his back and looked down at him. Say one more word, and I'll knock your chin off. Fu Yuanhang had already gone to stand beside Su Taotao. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, the aunt tried to run away, but Fu Yuanhang grabbed her sleeve. Brother, and her too. She's been following my wife and Dusty all along. The aunt struggled. What's wrong with you kids? Dusty's mom is just messing around. What does that have to do with me? Let go of me. Fu Yuanhang was not a helpless child. He held onto the aunt tightly. He looked at her coldly and said, Shut up. Everyone listened to the aunt's words and, upon seeing Su Taotao's striking appearance, their focus started to shift. What's really going on? Who's the real villain here? Are your eyes blind? Can you tell who the child looks like? When the topic turned to Dusty, the situation changed again. Oh, I see now. How could that fool marry such a beautiful wife and have such a lovely child? I thought the child took after the mother, but it turns out he takes after the father. Why is he claiming the woman as his wife? Look at her. She's so beautiful. Of course, she's messing around. At this point, no one even considered the possibility of human trafficking. It was strange. Either the people in this town were simple and kind, or their sense of law was weak. Su Taotao had to say, they are human traffickers. Quickly, help me take them to the police station. The crowd was stunned. The aunt still argued. Dusty's mom? What are you talking about? How can you say such things? You look like a troublemaker yourself. I don't know who Dusty's father is. How can you falsely accuse good people? If this had been another era, with a pure woman falsely accused like this, she might have been willing to die to prove her innocence. But unfortunately, Su Taotao was not that kind of person. She didn't respond to her accusations. Instead, she handed Dusty over to Fu Jingtu and turned around with a bright smile to face the aunt. The aunt had no idea what she was planning. Suddenly, Su Taotao reached out and snatched the child from her hands. The aunt was stunned. The people around were also confused. The aunt suddenly panicked. Why are you stealing my child? Give the child back to me. At the same time, she reached out to scratch Fu Yuanhang. Seeing Fu Yuanhang about to be scratched, Su Taotao kicked her away. She shouted, Everyone look carefully, whose child is missing? The child in Su Taotao's arms was a little boy about the same size as Chin Chin. She had noticed from the start that he hadn't moved at all since he appeared. Even now, during all this commotion, he showed no signs of waking. If he weren't still breathing, Su Taotao would have doubted whether he was alive. The only explanation was that he had been drugged. Normal people wouldn't drug their own children, so the only possibility was that this child was also stolen. At this moment, the police finally arrived. Along with them was a woman with short hair, carrying many bags, crying loudly. Su Taotao thought she looked just like herself on her first day taking the train. She guessed that her child was probably lost at the train station. When the woman saw the child in Su Taotao's arms, she immediately rushed over, trembling all over. Dong dong? She dropped her bags and almost dropped the child when she took him. Police officer, this is my child, my child.
Wow.
The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Is this really a traffic child?
Wow.
That's so cruel, stealing children? The aunt still tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape.
But there was no way out now.
The crowd kept hitting her with punches and kicks, almost beating her to death. He must have been drugged. You should take him to the hospital to get checked, Su Taotao said. Only then did the woman remember she hadn't thanked the person who saved her child. She was about to kneel before Su Taotao, but Su Taotao quickly helped her up. No. The child's safety is the most important. You should take him to the hospital first. Jiqiu? A man's voice came from outside the crowd. The child's mother was still stunned. The man looked at Fu Zhentu in shock. Engineer Fu? Why are you here too? Xia Jiqiu was crying so hard, she was heartbroken. She didn't care about modesty and rushed into Zhang Chunqing's arms with her child, stumbling and crying. Chunqing, our son almost got lost.
Boo-hoo.
Zhang Chunqing didn't know what was happening. He had left the island earlier than Fujin too, and went to the train station early in the morning to pick someone up, but he didn't find anyone. It's not a good idea to just wait around. I asked the staff, and they said that the train was a little earlier than scheduled. Everyone who was supposed to get off has already left. He told Xia Jiqiu that if he had an emergency and couldn't pick her up, he would arrange someone else. If she missed the bus, she could go straight to the central square and take the shuttle to the island. He had already informed them in advance. Both husband and wife grew up in big cities. Although Zhang Jiqiu hadn't traveled far before, she wouldn't get lost. Still, he was worried about her bringing the child alone with luggage, leaving work early in the morning to pick her up. But he didn't find her. He went to the central square first to check the situation. If he still couldn't find her, they planned to report it to the police. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. Su Taotao said, "Don't waste time. You should take the child to the hospital first. We can deal with everything else later." The couple thanked everyone and hurried to the hospital. Officer Gong and asked Fu Qingtu, "Fu, are you good at fighting? Have you trained before?" Fu Qingtu replied, "A little when I was young." Officer Gong nodded. "That's good." He already knew Fu was a great scientist, but it was a pity such a talented person couldn't join the team. The next steps were simple. Helpful neighbors took the two people to the police station. Su Taotao's family went to give a statement, and Fu Qingtu also carried Xia Jiqiu's bag back to the police station. Su Taotao explained what she knew about the incident, ending with, "They used candy to lure the children. They might have wanted to steal the child when the adults weren't paying attention, or gain their trust by letting them hold the child before taking him away. The wrappers on the candies were crumpled, looking like they had been used twice. It's likely they put sedatives inside the candies, so the child ate them and fell into a deep sleep, unable to resist. Also, they probably have accomplices." I saw the older woman whispering with another younger woman. Officer Gong and carefully recorded what Su Taotao said and asked, "Do you remember what her accomplice looked like?" Su Taotao shook her head. "I only took a quick look. I vaguely remember she was about 40, with short hair that reached her ears, wearing a blue fabric dress." Next to Su Taotao, Fu Yuanheng shyly raised his hand and said, "I remember." Su Taotao reacted, "My brother can draw. Do you have paper and a pen? Maybe my brother can try to sketch her." Officer Gong and looked surprised at Fu Yuanheng. Seeing he was a shy young boy, he felt a little disappointed but still found paper and a pen for him. No one knows how, after Fu Yuanheng started drawing, he didn't pause for even a second. In just a few minutes, he created a vivid portrait of a middle-aged woman with short hair. Every detail, from the patterns on her clothes and the style of her shoes' laces to the beauty mark below her eye, was clearly depicted. After finishing, Fu Yuanheng also wrote on the paper, "Missing right upper canine." When he handed it to Officer Gongan, he said, "I saw her speak, and her right canine was missing, but I haven't seen her smile, so I didn't draw that part." Everyone was shocked.
Who are these people?
Are their abilities proportional to their looks? Why is everyone so impressive? Officer Gong and gave Fu Yuanheng a thumbs up. "You're so talented at such a young age. You have a bright future. When you grow up, you could join our criminal investigation team. We really need talented people like you." Fu Yuanheng shyly smiled and didn't respond. Su Taotao patted Fu Yuanheng's head. "It's good that we could help. Feel free to contact us if you need anything." Officer Gong and smiled warmly. "Absolutely. You've really helped us a lot. Thank you so much." He was already planning to make a silk banner and write a commendation letter to Fu Jingtu's unit. Su Taotao added, "I think people aren't very alert about human traffickers. If possible, you could use this incident as a legal awareness campaign to help more people stay vigilant and protect women and children." Officer Gong looked at Su Taotao with a different expression and stood up to shake her hand. "Comrade Su, your suggestion is excellent. We also think it's very necessary. Thank you again." When leaving the police station, Zhang Chunqing and Xia Jiqiu just returned from the hospital. The two families met at the door. Su Taotao couldn't help but think that either the world was too small or their families were very connected. By chance, they saved Fu Jingtu's colleague's son. The boy had already woken up. He looked healthy, with bright eyes and fair skin, rare for island children, clearly untouched by the island's harsh UV rays. Su Taotao asked proactively, "Is the child okay?" "Yes, he's fine. Thank you so much." "Daodu, thank Auntie and Uncle. Without them, your parents might not have seen you again," Xia Jicho said, her voice choking with emotion. Daodu was not shy. He smiled at Su Taotao and said, "Thank you," then kept staring at Dust, who was being held by Fu Jingtu. Dust is biting his little hand and, rarely tilting his head with curiosity, looks back at him. Su Taotao gently pinches her son's small hand and says, "It's a small favor. No need to be so polite. This is my son Dust, probably about the same age as your Dong. We'll talk more when we get back to the island." The police station entrance is clearly not a place for greetings. Zhang Chunqing knows Fu Jingtu's personality, so he doesn't bother with formalities. One family goes inside, the other goes outside, and they part ways. After walking a bit farther, Su Taotao takes the chance to explain to Dust, "Today, you did very well. You didn't eat the candy given by strangers. In the future, even when Mom and Dad are not around, you can't eat things from strangers. You shouldn't talk to strangers or go with them. Do you understand? Those scammers are like that bad auntie just now. They give you candy, ask about your family, try to get close, and then try to take you away. They might have other tricks too. If they trick you and take you, you might never see Dad, Mom, or Uncle again." Dust shakes his head, hugs his dad's neck, and puffing out his cheeks, says, "They can't take me, I will come back." Su Taotao laughs happily. "How will you come back? Do you know the way? Do you know how to find Mom and Dad?" Dust points to the police station behind him with his little finger. "Fine police. Uncle policeman." Su Taotao laughs out loud, tiptoes to pat his head. Dust is great. If you ever get lost, you must go to the police station and ask the police uncle for help. She gently pats Fu Yuanheng on the back of his head. "Xiaoheng, do you remember too?" Fu Yuanheng also smiles. "Sister-in-law, I'm so big now. They wouldn't dare to steal me, and if they try, I'll run away." Fu Jingtu hugs the little one tightly. He still feels scared. If he hadn't been there today, things might not have been so easily resolved. In the future, they shouldn't let the three of them go out alone on the island. The family talks and laughs. Suddenly, an old voice with a hint of surprise comes from behind. "Xiaoheng, Dust? Is that really you?" Su Taotao turns around, thinking to herself, this world is really very small. When Su Taotao's family was sitting at Tang Buyong's house, they still felt that today's coincidences were a bit too many. Tang Buyong's house is located in a quiet alley not far from the central square. It is a standalone courtyard with a classical charm. From the decor to the furnishings, everything is simple, but reveals the unique taste of an artist. Nowadays, intellectuals and artists tend to keep a low profile. Tang Buyong's home doesn't display any antiques or old paintings. From the couplets at the door to the landscape paintings in the main hall, everything is his own work. Su Taotao studied design in her past life and has a basic knowledge of painting, but she doesn't know much about calligraphy or paintings. At most, she can tell the difference between good and bad. Tang Buyong is definitely an expert in this area. In Tang Buyong's house, there is also a mute servant, who is said to be a distant relative from his hometown. During a famine, he fled and found Tang Buyong, and has been with him ever since. He looks to be quite old, with a kind face, a slight hunchback, and he smiles as he serves tea. He pushes a box of dried fruit towards Chun Chun and Fu Yuanheng, making a pleased gesture, then smiles and looks at Chun Chun a few more times before leaving. Su Taotao thanks him. Chun Chun doesn't eat randomly. Su Taotao gives him and Fu Yuanheng a hawthorn cake each, and they sit aside to eat. Tang Buyong takes a sip of tea, strokes his goatee, and becomes more satisfied as he looks at Fu Yuanheng. "I haven't slept well this week. Always hoping you'd come. Finally, I've been waiting for you." He takes another sip of tea. "You coming here probably means you understand my situation. Are you planning to let Xiao Heng learn painting from me? Su Taotao doesn't hide it. Yes, we understand. We only have Sundays free, but we can't guarantee to come every Sunday. Tang Boyong narrows his eyes and strokes his beard. What if I come to teach you? Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu exchange glances, both surprised to see the other's reaction. Neither expected Tang Boyong to go this far just to take on a student. Su Taotao says, Old Tang, we don't live in the town, so it's not very convenient for us to come and go. Tang Boyong's cloudy old eyes flash with a hint of cleverness. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the island across the water, right? There's no need to hide this. Su Taotao nods. Yes, that's right. We can only go in and out on weekends, and we have to be back by 4:30 in the afternoon. Tang Boyong says, I remember there's a shuttle bus on your island? It stops at the central square, right? Su Taotao nods. Yes, only on weekends. We took the shuttle today. Tang Boyong says, You don't need to come here. Just send Xiao Heng to the bus. I'll go to the central square to pick up the person and make sure he gets back on time at 4 p.m. Actually, Fu Yuanheng isn't very young, and Tang Boyong's place isn't far from the central square. This could be a good solution. Today, something happened that made Su Taotao feel a bit uneasy. Fu Yuanheng looked at Su Taotao anxiously. He wanted to say that it was okay if he didn't go to pick up or send her, he could do it alone. But he also thought about what happened today and knew that his sister-in-law wouldn't allow him to go alone. Su Taotao didn't insist on her point right away. She said, Old Tang, our main reason for visiting today is to see you and understand the situation. After we discuss and make a plan, we will give you an answer next week. Is that okay? Since Su Taotao had already spoken so clearly, Tang Boyong couldn't refuse anymore. He said, If there are any difficulties, just tell me. We can work through them together. Xiao Heng is a good kid. Please don't waste his talent. Su Taotao shook her head. No, don't worry. I actually have a bold idea. What if, just what if, we invite you to teach on the island? Not just Xiao Heng, but also to help little kids like Chun Chun get started. Su Taotao spoke so quickly that Tang Boyong couldn't keep up. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a while. Not only Tang Boyong, but even Fu Jingtu couldn't follow her thoughts. Su Taotao felt a bit embarrassed after she finished. I know I'm being very sudden. It's just a spontaneous idea. My husband doesn't know about it either. I was planning to set up a special class for talented children, but I haven't even started yet. I haven't come up with a detailed plan, just this idea. I don't know if it's possible. Tang Boyong was silent for a moment. He was used to being independent and doing things his own way. But helping little kids get started, he looked at Chun Chun, who was munching on food with a chubby, pink little mouth, cheeks puffed out like a cute squirrel. If he were to teach children like her, he found he wasn't resistant at all, even somewhat looking forward to it. But such talented little kids, like Fu Yuanheng, were rare. You might travel across mountains and rivers and still not find another one. Thinking about it, he decided it was better not to dwell on it. Finally, both sides ended the meeting with some thoughts to ponder. After leaving Tang Boyong's courtyard, Su Taotao said to Fu Jingtu, Sorry, I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. Fu Jingtu replied, The base doesn't allow outsiders to come and go. Even if we want to invite teachers, only staff family members are allowed. Su Taotao asked, If there's no suitable person among the staff's family, would we still hire externally? Wouldn't someone like Old Tang be worth making an exception for? Fu Jingtu had no answer to that. Su Taotao said, Most researchers need a basic knowledge of drawing, especially in mechanical fields, guns, planes, tanks, ships. Isn't it all about learning design and construction first? For any other product, isn't it about designing it first, making sure it works in theory, then trying it out in practice? Our base values education. If we start teaching children from a young age, even from when they are tiny like dust, it will lay a good foundation. Whether they use it later or not, at least the basics will be there, making future learning easier. Su Taotao can teach, but that's not where her passion lies. Old Tang is retired. If he agrees, the base could invite him to come, which would be a good solution for everyone. Fu Jingtu looked down slightly and calmly said, You make a good point. If Old Tang agrees, you can try to apply. His background check is fine. By chance, when checking on Tang Boyong last time, they also looked into him. Su Taotao said, "It would be wonderful if we could invite someone like old Tang to be a mentor for the children at the base. Dust could go to school too, but if he doesn't want to, that's okay." Fu Zhengtu reminded her, "Our son is only 2 years old." Su Taotao pinched Fu Haochen's chubby little hand and kissed it. 2 years old? So what? My son can fold paper planes and tanks, play military chess, and memorize things easily. Why can't he go to school? Right, Dust? Little Fu Haochen, unaware of his inhuman future, happily replied, "Mommy says," just as Su Taotao hugged his little hand and said sweetly, "Such a good boy." They didn't manage to buy what they wanted in the morning, so the whole family ate dumplings at a state-run restaurant at noon, then continued shopping. Old Tang offered to let them stay and eat, but Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu both politely declined. Nowadays, every household has a fixed ration, so they try not to eat at others' homes. Even when visiting, people usually bring ration tickets. The gifts sent to Zhou Linglan weren't many. Some dried shrimp, dried scallops, and dried kelp. Su Taotao included a letter, updating her recent news and explaining how to eat the dried goods. She also asked Fu Jingtu and Dust to say hello to her mother and grandmother. Fu Yuanheng's letter was prepared early. There's a post office on the island. He now has a monthly allowance of 1 yuan and can buy stamps to write to Zhou Linglan anytime. This time, his letter was sent along with Su Taotao's family letter. Both children at home are used to taking naps. Fu Yuanheng can manage, but Chun is so sleepy, she has fallen asleep on Dad's shoulder. Su Taotao promised to buy clothes for Fu Yuanheng, so the whole family went to the state-run store again. Nowadays, everyone prefers to shop in the morning when it's less crowded, and the crowds are smaller in the afternoon. Fu Yuanheng and Zhou Linglan are used to being frugal. Seeing the prices of clothes, they feel a bit upset. "Sister-in-law, maybe we shouldn't buy anything? I can wear my older brother's old clothes after some alterations." Su Taotao deliberately sighed. "Xiao Heng, are you blaming your sister-in-law for not being able to alter clothes?" Fu Yuanheng shook his head quickly. "Of course not. Su Taotao patted his head. "All right, you're still young and have many worries. Be careful not to get gray hair early. How the family's money is spent is something your brother and I are aware of. It's not your turn to worry yet." Su Taotao stood in front of a white men's shirt, picked the largest size, and held it up against Fu Jingtu to compare. "It's a shame not to wear a white shirt with this man's figure." "I'll buy one for you too," Su Taotao said with a smile. Fu Jingtu wanted to say that white shirts get dirty easily in the lab, and their workplace has a uniform, but seeing her smiling eyes, he hesitated, and the words turned into a soft okay. While speaking, his slender hand moved from Chen's back to her ear, then gently withdrew after finishing. This man's tenderness and patience are hidden in small details that are hard to notice unless you look carefully. In the end, Su Taotao bought a white shirt for each of the 3 men in the family. She also bought a set of short-sleeved green military uniform, a pair of sandals for Fu Yuanheng, and a pair of small sandals for Chen. "What about you?" Fu Jingtu gently covered Chen's ears with his hand and asked Su Taotao softly. Su Taotao shook her head. "No fabric coupons left. I don't need clothes for now. I'll wait a few months until I save enough coupons." Fu Yuanheng tightened his grip on the clothes he was holding, secretly vowing that when he grew up, he would buy lots and lots of clothes for his sister-in-law.
Fu Zhentu frowned.
His gentlemanly manners were deeply ingrained, and he would never let his wife and children take the lead. "I'll exchange my shirt for yours. I'll buy a new one next time." Actually, Fu Jingtu didn't lack clothes because his unit provided uniform workwear. "But I want to see you in a white shirt," Su Taotao said seriously. Fu Jingtu suddenly stopped, lowered his eyes, looked at her quietly for a moment, and then, hiding the emotion in his eyes, his throat moved.
"Okay."
The family then went to the second floor to buy a fan. Chen slowly woke up and was ready to get down and walk on her own. Su Taotao was holding his hand, and the 2 brothers carried big and small bags, like bodyguards following behind them. When passing by a photo studio, Su Taotao suddenly remembered she and Fu Jingtu hadn't taken their wedding photos yet. She looked at the photo studio with some regret and said, "It's a pity we don't have enough time today. Otherwise, we could take a few photos." Fu Jingtu replied, "Zhou has a camera and can develop the photos himself. When he returns, I will take some for you." Su Taotao was surprised and asked, "Really?" Fu Jingtu nodded and said, "Really. Zhou Zheng's family is well off and doesn't worry about anything. He enjoys various hobbies in his free time and knows many things." Su Taotao smiled happily and said, "That's really great. The scenery on the island is so beautiful. The photos will turn out very pretty." Fu Jingtu already imagined her in a long white dress, smiling happily under the blue sky and white clouds, with the endless blue sea behind her. He nodded and said, "It is very beautiful." It was already 4 o'clock when they left the state-run store, just in time for the second-to-last bus back to the island, ending a tiring but fulfilling day. Fate truly is a wonderful thing. Su Taotao and her family unexpectedly met Zhang Chunqing's family again on the bus. There were many people on the bus, so they didn't talk much. Su Taotao nodded and greeted them briefly before finding a seat. However, Chunqing sat in her father's arms and turned to look at Dong Dong. Su Taotao asked Chunqing, "Do you want to play with Dong Dong?" Chunqing shook her head and said, "No, I want to play with Mom." She said she wanted to play with her mom, but the little girl, who hadn't slept enough at noon, soon fell asleep. Fu Yuanhang, who also didn't take a nap, started to doze off as well. Su Taotao also leaned to the side and soon rested her head on Fu Jingtu's shoulder. Suddenly, the weight on his shoulder increased. Fu Jingtu was momentarily surprised, tilted his head to look at Su Taotao's sleeping face, then glanced at his son in his arms and softened his heart. The car started moving. Fu Jingtu protected his son with one hand and his wife with the other. During the 40-minute ride, his hand grew numb and tired. The first stop was right outside Su Taotao's house. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chunqing's family also got off there. Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu looked at each other and smiled. Su Taotao said, "Our family's fate is really deep." Zhang Chunqing said, "I just got the keys yesterday. I haven't moved anything in yet." He pointed to the house above and said, "We are in the second row, the first house. What about you?" He used to live in the same courtyard with single young people, but after confirming his family was coming, they moved apart. Su Taotao replied, "We are in the first row, the first house." Aunt Zhong was in the second row, second house. Xia's Qiu paused for a moment and said almost in unison with Su Taotao, "Our two families live so close to each other." They exchanged a smile again. Zhang Chunqing is actually several years older than Fu Jingtu. The couple rarely sees each other because of their busy schedules. They only had their son, Dong Dong, after several years of marriage. Xia's Kia is a formal worker in the city, meaning she is settled in the base and has her own yard. She decided to come with Zhang Chunqing only because of this stability. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to give up her good job for a place with uncertain prospects. The two men each carried their belongings home. The dormitory is nice everywhere, but the stairs are not friendly to women. Xia's Kia also wanted to thank Su Taotao again for today's help. Su Taotao said, "You've already thanked me many times. No need to keep thanking. By the way, how old is Dong Dong?" Xia's Kia replied, "He's 2.5 years old." "What about Chun Chun?" Su Taotao said, "Tomorrow, Chun Chun will turn 2 years old." Su Taotao originally planned to celebrate Chun Chun's birthday tomorrow and invited Xia's Kia to bring Dong Dong to play, but since they weren't very close, she hesitated to invite her. Unexpectedly, Xia's Kia said proactively, "Can I bring Dong Dong to give Chun Chun a small gift tomorrow?" Su Taotao smiled and said, "No need for gifts. I plan to make a cake for Chun Chun in the morning. You can bring Dong Dong to play then." Xia's Kia was surprised and asked, "You can make that Western-style stuff? I've only seen it at the Friendship Mall's foreign guest apartment." Su Taotao said, "I've never made it before. I'll try. It might not turn out perfect." Xia's Kia said, "All right, I'll bring Dong Dong to see and learn." Dong Dong is an outgoing little boy. He likes Chun very much and doesn't know when he walked over to him. He's only about half a year older than Chun and isn't very articulate. What's your name?
How old are you?
Chun is shy in front of strangers. When he was in the village, he didn't play much with other children. Maybe because he's seen more of the outside world now, he's become a bit more outgoing, or perhaps he just likes Dong. Kids have their own way of talking, and these two little children, who aren't very fluent, surprisingly communicate without barriers. Chun stretched out two chubby fingers and said softly, Chun, 2 years old. Dong leaned closer and looked at him seriously with big eyes. Chun, so pretty. Girl? Dusty shook his head, suddenly getting a little upset. He puffed out his little cheeks and said, No, I am not. I am with Daddy, little Uncle Shorthair, and Little Chicken. This was probably the longest sentence Dusty had ever spoken since he was born. Usually, very young children can't tell gender apart, but Su Tao and Dusty talked about gender. She told him he is a boy and Dusty is a girl, so he should take baths with his little uncle or dad. As for Little Chicken, Fu Yuanhang explained to him that only boys have it and girls don't, so he shouldn't play too close with girls. Dusty's logic was that his mom and grandma both have long hair and are girls. He and his dad and little uncle all have short hair and have a little chicken, so they are boys. Dong had never seen such a handsome boy like Dusty. He was also a very logical little boy, with his own ideas. He disagreed and shook his head. My mom is short hair, and she is pretty. Only girls are pretty. After hearing this, Su Tao and Xia Zhiqiu couldn't continue talking. Dong's language skills developed faster than Dusty's. Kids need to spend more time with other kids to improve their language skills. Dong was the only friend, besides family, who had talked with Dusty so far. But if they kept talking, their newly forming friendship might fall apart. Su Tao crouched down, hugged Dusty, and smiled at Dong. Our Dusty is very handsome, but he is a boy just like Dong. Since the word boy might not be very common now, Su Tao told her family he is a boy, but she was more careful when talking outside, calling him a little boy. Dong looked at Su Tao with confusion, then at his mom, and then at Fu Yuanhang. He saw that this obviously older brother-looking person was also very handsome, with big eyes full of big questions. Could it really be that only girls are pretty? Xia Zhiqiu also crouched down, hugging Dong like Su Tao did. Dong apologized to Dusty. Dusty looks very nice, but he is a boy just like you. You can't say he's a girl anymore. Dusty's mom and his own mom said the same thing. Even if Dong had doubts, he believed it. He reached out and took Dusty's hand. Sorry, Dusty. It won't happen again. Su Tao said to Dusty. Dong didn't mean it. Can you forgive him? Dusty puffed out her little cheeks and nodded, saying, Really, you Su Tao then said, Dusty, if someone asks you nicely if you're a girl, you don't need to get angry. Just tell them you're a boy. If someone deliberately tries to upset you by saying you look like a girl, you don't need to get mad either. If you really get angry, they win. So, people who say things like that, Dusty, just ignore them and don't play with them, okay? After Su Tao finished speaking, Dong got anxious. Dusty's mom, I didn't mean to. Su Tao smiled and patted Dong's head. I know, Dong, you're a good kid. You didn't mean to. Dong knew Su Tao had helped him before and liked her very much. Hearing her say that made him feel better. He stepped forward and took Dusty's hand. Dusty, let's play together. Dusty rarely let others hold her hand, and she squinted her big eyes. Let's play together. The two kids held hands and walked forward, with Fu Yuanhang closely following behind. Their two mothers exchanged smiles. The two great fathers had already carried some things upstairs and come back down, sweating heavily. Zhang Chunqing, who didn't usually exercise much, was even more exhausted and panting. He gave a thumbs up to the calm Fu Zhentu. Engineer Fu, you're really impressive. Fu Zhentu didn't say anything. He picked up a fan from the ground and looked at Su Tao. Su Tao looked back at him, couldn't help but take a cloth and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Go upstairs first. Dusty finally made a friend. Let him play for a while before you go. Fu Zhentu gently pinched her hand and took the cloth back. Let Dusty walk by himself later. Don't carry him.
Su Tao nariz.
Got it. You go upstairs first. After Fu Zhengtu left, Xia Zhiqiu came over and said, Engineer Fu treats you very well. Su Taotao was momentarily surprised but then smiled. He's pretty good. Engineer Zhang is also nice to you. Maybe they were both straightforward science and engineering men who didn't understand romance, but they were really good to their family and kids. Xia Zhiqiu looked at Zhang Chunqing's back and smiled gently, but he said he's a rough guy. Su Taotao quickly remembered and said, almost forgot. You've been in the car all day. You should rest early. Let's go upstairs. When they parted, the two children clearly didn't want to say goodbye. But Su Taotao said she would make a birthday cake for Dusty tomorrow and invite Dong Dong to her house for a visit. The two kids happily parted ways, looking forward to tomorrow. Su Taotao was very happy that both children had made good friends, especially since they were neighbors. During bath time, little Dustin asked his dad, Dad, am I more handsome or Mommy is more handsome? Fu Zhengtu looked at his son with mixed feelings. Why do you compare yourself to Mommy? Dustin lowered his eyes, looking troubled, and shook his head. Ding Dong said I look like a girl, and Mommy said some people will say that. Dustin is smarter and more sensitive than other children his age. From his mom's words, he thinks others might say this about him in the future. He doesn't like being told he looks like a girl. Fu Zhengtu, with his bright red lips and teeth, helped the adorable little guy dry off and put on his clothes, thinking about how to help him feel better mentally. Mommy is pretty, Fu Zhengtu suddenly said. Dustin's eyes sparkled like gems after his bath, and he looked up at his dad with fluttering eyelashes. Fu Zhengtu added, then just tell them you're a boy and not as pretty as Mommy. Just then, Su Taotao, holding a coconut green fan, passed by and said, Fu, are you teaching your son all these strange things during bath time? Tonight, both children's rooms had fans, and Dustin was very excited, spinning around the fan. Su Taotao repeatedly told them not to put their hands into the fan or move it. Luckily, both kids listened and didn't touch it. Su Taotao adjusted the fan so it wouldn't directly on their heads. After Dustin fell asleep, she went back to her room to rest. Fu Zhengtu was lying on the bed reading a book. Su Taotao leaned over, holding an original English book with many technical terms she couldn't understand. She closed her eyes, resting her head on Fu Zhengtu's chest, her hands loosely around his waist, unconsciously rubbing. Fu Zhengtu put down his book and gently stroked her chin with his slender fingers. Are you sleepy? He asked. Su Taotao nodded, half asleep. We walked too much today, I'm tired. He pulled her legs onto his lap and massaged her calves. Su Taotao felt very comfortable, humming softly. Fu Zhengtu leaned down and kissed her lips. Don't call me like that. It will only make you more tired later, he warned. Su Taotao silenced herself and slowly opened her eyes. The handsome man's features were close to her, with long, narrow eyes, deep and gentle. Her dreamy eyes looked into his, and suddenly she reached up with one hand to touch his jaw, leaning in and lightly pecking his lips, whispering almost like a murmur, Then let me be a little more tired. This sentence almost cost Fu Zhengtu his life. Fu Zhengtu turned over and pressed her down. His normally calm eyes now flickered with emotion. One hand slowly unbuttoned her clothes, while the other supported her face. His long fingers gently touched her ear as he kissed her, saying, Tonight, no more biting the Adam's apple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face people at work tomorrow. Although she was used to biting a little lower, if she went a bit higher, the decorative clasp wouldn't hide it. Su Taotao lazily smiled, reached out to pull the light cord, and the room was plunged into darkness. The distant lighthouse flickered, and with the faint glow from the street lamp, she could vaguely see the handsome, patient face of the man. The sound of clothes hitting the ground was especially clear. Su Taotao closed her eyes, pressed close to his ear, and intertwined with him. The silent, long night was filled only with the friction of sheets and the soft sounds of their closeness, along with her gentle, distant murmurs. The next morning, her biological clock was still not quite right. Su Taotao still didn't know exactly when she fell asleep last night. When she woke up in the morning, she was still clean and refreshed. The more time she spent with Fu Zhengtu, the more she enjoyed this married life. She and Fu Jingtu became more in sync, experiencing a deep sense of harmony and comfort. "Oh, you're so indulgent," Su Taotao. In the morning, the yard was filled with carefree laughter. Without asking, she knew he was probably pestering Fu Yuanhang to push his stroller again. Sure enough, the little boy wobbled on his short legs, raising his chubby fists and shouting, "Charge!
Charge.
Charge!" On the dining table were breakfast from the cafeteria that Fu Jingtu had bought early in the morning, along with a small bouquet of dewy daisies. "Good morning, gentlemen." Perhaps because of family ties, the three men in the family all had the qualities of a gentleman. Two little gentlemen. "Good morning, Mom/mother-in-law." Fu Jingtu looked over, his narrow, deep eyes filled with gentle affection. He simply said, "Wash up and come eat breakfast." Su Taotao smiled at him. Fu Jingtu slightly raised the corner of his mouth and returned a faint smile. After breakfast, Aunt Zhong's son, Mo Jolin, came to find Fu Yuanhang to go to school together. Having a companion made Su Taotao feel more at ease. When Fu Jingtu left the house, Su Taotao reached out to tidy his collar and softly said, "Today is Qinchin's second birthday. I'm going to make him a small cake later. Remember to come back on time for lunch." Fu Jingtu paused, looking at his son who was focused on studying the wheels, with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I don't think I've asked when Qinchin was born. Maybe I should take him to work?" Su Taotao, just remember today. If you can bring him a small gift when you come back, he will be even happier. Let him play at home today. Dong dong, and the others will come over soon. In fact, Qinchin didn't really understand what a birthday was, since he had never celebrated one. Fu Jingtu lowered his gaze, the sunlight shining directly on his side profile, so bright it was hard to look at. "I know. I will come back on time." Su Taotao gently touched his cheek, then turned around to find Qinchin. Fu Jingtu watched her walk away, then looked at her squatting in front of his son. "Qinchin, Dad has to go to work now. Say goodbye to Dad." The little boy looked up and waved his chubby hand toward Fu Jingtu. "Bye-bye, Papa." Su Taotao was surprised to find that the little kid could say 5 words in a row. Fu Jingtu smiled slightly and waved to his son. "Bye-bye, Qinchin. And grow happily." Xia Zhiqiu and Dong Dong seemed to have timed their arrival perfectly. Thinking about it, Zhang Chuncheng and Fu Jingtu had the same working hours. When he left for work, it was like Fu Jingtu was leaving too. Xia Zhiqiu handed Su Taotao a local specialty. "This is peanut brittle I brought from my hometown. My mother made it herself. I brought some for you to try." Su Taotao accepted it with a smile, saying, "Annie made this herself? Such good stuff. Dong Dong and I will enjoy it." Xia Zhiqiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was new here, and something had happened yesterday. She hadn't thought about buying a thank you gift for Su Taotao at that time. Last night, she mentioned it to Zhang Chuncheng. Zhang Chuncheng said that giving a gift just to thank someone felt too formal. Engineer Fu didn't like superficial things. Being sincere to their family was better than anything. After interacting with Su Taotao, Xia Zhiqiu realized she wasn't a materialistic person. But when she brought the peanut brittle, she still felt a little nervous. Seeing Su Taotao's happy face, she finally relaxed. "Qinchin, happy birthday. This is for you," Dong Dong said as he entered, giving Qinchin his favorite top. Little Fu Haochen received his first birthday gift from a friend. He was unsure whether to accept it, looking at his mom with a confused expression. Su Taotao told Dong Dong, "Dong Dong, if you really like this top and there's only one, you can keep it for yourself. No need to give it to Qinchin. You can play together." Qinchin could also take out his favorite slingshot and chess set to play with Dong Dong. Dong Dong shook his head, determined to give it to Qinchin. Su Taotao said, "Thank you, Dong Dong, for sharing the spinning top. We can play together again in the future." Qinchin had never seen a spinning top before and found it very interesting. It was also the first time someone outside his family gave him a gift. He squinted his eyes and said, "Thank you." Qinchin took Dong Dong's hand and went upstairs to get his small backpack. He also shared his toys with his friends. Su Taotao started making a cake. Due to limited resources, she made a simple version. She mixed a lot of eggs with a small amount of flour, added sugar and baking powder, stirred until thick and smooth, then let it sit to rise. At this temperature, it takes about 1 or 2 hours to ferment. Xia Zhiqiu found this hard to believe. Is it really that simple? I saw cakes in the friendship shop selling for a lot of money. Su Taotao smiled and said, the cakes that are sold in display windows are definitely more complicated. Those need egg whites separated and whipped, then mixed, topped with whipped cream and decorated with fruits and candies. We have limited conditions, so we just make it for a special feeling. Special feeling. Xia Zhiqiu repeated the phrase and nodded. Little Su, you're really amazing. You understand everything. When winter solstice comes, I will make one for Dongdong too. Su Taotao asked, is Dongdong born on the winter solstice? Xia Zhiqiu nodded and said, yes, his full name is Zhang Dongji.
Su Taotao smiled.
Your family's names are very interesting, representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 seasons of the year. Xia Zhiqiu also smiled after hearing this. I hadn't noticed before, but now that you say it, it's really true. The 2 children played for a while. Su Taotao asked them to wash their hands and rest. After washing, she had them sit in a row. Each received a peanut brittle and a small bowl of coconut water. The 2 children wobbled their short legs, like 2 little squirrels holding pine cones and nibbling. They occasionally exchanged opinions about the taste, which was very cute. Chuncheng also knew how to greet his friends. Coconut water sweet and cool. Dongdong nodded constantly. So good to drink. Xia Zhiqiu also liked the refreshing coconut water. The more she watched Chuncheng, the more she liked him. You teach Chuncheng so well. Dongdong wouldn't wash his hands or sit still at home, but now he's learned everything with Chuncheng. Regarding Chuncheng being an angel baby, Su Taotao never denied it. Instead, she worried he might be too well-behaved, and if he went to school, he wouldn't always be watched closely. She wondered what would happen if he were bullied. Now, with the addition of little Dongdong, she feels a bit more at ease. Waiting for the cake to ferment still takes some time. Su Taotao suggests going to the supply and marketing cooperative to get familiar with the area. Our island has most of the daily necessities, and fish, meat, eggs, fruits, and vegetables are all supplied normally. You can cook your own meals or eat at the cafeteria. Chuncheng and the others prefer the food I cook. When I have time, I usually cook myself. Su Taotao feels a little guilty saying this. Since arriving on the island, she hasn't cooked breakfast. Fu Jingtu usually brings it back from the cafeteria. Sometimes, if it's too hot, she doesn't want to cook dinner, so Fu Jingtu just brings it back after work. Old Zhang told me about this, but we haven't finished setting up everything at home. This morning, he went to the cafeteria to get breakfast and said he'd bring lunch later. I happen to be going to the supply and marketing cooperative with you. Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu are both very considerate people. Su Taotao, Fu Jingtu, even Fu Yuanhang, and Chen Chen prefer quiet. Their whole family isn't the type to invite friends over often, especially Fu Jingtu, who is very territorial and prefers to stay with family, disliking outside disturbances. So, Su Taotao didn't invite Xia Zhiqiu's family to stay for lunch. She knows that even if she suggests it, Xia Zhiqiu would politely decline. Su Taotao believes in sincerity. Sometimes, being emotionally intelligent means saying one thing, but feeling another. Even if she doesn't want to, she might say nice words to save face. She doesn't want to be that kind of person. She hopes others are genuinely invited, and if not, she simply won't bring it up. Xia Zhiqiu saw the mount of Chen Chen early on, thinking it was a toy at home. When she saw Su Taotao easily push it aside, she asked, "Where did you buy this stroller?
Can you take it out?"
It looks lightweight. Su Taotao replied it wasn't bought. Fu Jingtu made it himself. It's mainly for convenience when taking Chen Chen out. I haven't used it yet. He said it's not hard to make, but the wheels are hard to find. Xia Zhiqiu agreed and immediately gave up the idea of asking Zhang Chuncheng to make one for Dongdong. Dongdong was also very envious, but didn't fuss about wanting one. Su Taotao was even more sure he was a well-mannered little boy. Xia Zhiqiu's family was also very nice. Instead of pushing a stroller, Su Taotao chose to let the two children hold hands and walk slowly. Dongdong was seeing the sea for the first time. He had just arrived yesterday and was probably still a bit dazed. Today, upon seeing the sea, he kept exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow." Chun explained things like seagulls, coconut trees, and lighthouses to him. All the things he knew. Dust pointed at the coconut tree and said that the green water they just drank came from this tree. Dong listened and found it very interesting. The two children looked up with their small heads, searching for coconuts. Seeing Dong about to approach the railing, Dust quickly stopped him, saying in a gentle, childish voice, "Dangerous," and used her own way of explaining, like Su Taotao, to teach Dong. Dong may not have understood completely, but he didn't go near the railing again. Xia Zhiqiu found it more and more amazing. She couldn't understand why a 2-year-old who still spoke unclearly would know and remember so many things. Dust is really very smart, Xia Zhiqiu said with admiration. She thought Dong was already quite clever among children his age, but seeing Dust made her realize there are always smarter people. Su Taotao had never seen a child smarter than Dust. She just smiled and said, Dust is a bit ahead of her peers in intelligence, but she speaks a little later than others her age. Xia Zhiqiu said, "My mom says that the smarter a child is, the later they start talking, but I don't think Dust is like that. In half a year, she'll definitely be more quick-witted than Dong." The short 10-minute walk took half an hour because they had two curious children with them. Su Taotao isn't the kind of person who chats with everyone like Aunt Zhong. She prefers quick shopping and leaves right after buying what she needs. Maybe because of her previous fame and Fu Gong's reputation for being strict, almost no one dared to chat casually with Su Taotao, though some were curious about who she brought today. Aunt Zhong, who arrived about an hour earlier than Su Taotao, seemed to be talking with Mrs. Huang about melon seedling seeds. Seeing Su Taotao smiling so broadly, she came over and said, "Little Su, our crops are settled. Mrs. Huang will send me melon seedlings and sweet potato vines." She then looked at Xia Zhiqiu and asked, "Is this the new neighbor who moved into Lane 2, number 1 courtyard? She's from the Zhang family, right?" Su Taotao introduced her. "Yes, this is Xia Zhiqiu, Zhang Gong's wife, and Zhang Gong's son, Dong. This is Aunt Zhong, who lives next door in Lane 2, number 2 courtyard. She's Mo Gong's wife." Aunt Zhong heard the noise yesterday and knew someone moved into number 1 courtyard. She asked Mo Gong and found out it was Zhang Chuncheng, but she didn't go to visit suddenly. Xia Zhiqiu's personality is quite compatible with Su Taotao. She's not overly familiar and friendly, but she greeted them politely and continued shopping with Su Taotao at the supply store. Xia Zhiqiu loved coconut water the first time she drank it and wanted to buy a few to take home. Su Taotao said, "This is heavy. You should wait for Zhang Gong to come and help carry it." On the way home, the two little legs were completely tired, so the two mothers had to carry the vegetables on their backs and hold the small children in their arms. They walked slowly, taking about half an hour to reach the stairs. The two great mothers were already sweating heavily and could only hold the children's hands as they climbed the stairs. Summer Zhiqiu's hometown is in the northern part of the country. She has never experienced such a hot summer. Su Taotao was a bit worried she might get heat stroke. Summer Zhiqiu wiped her sweat and said, "Luckily, I listened to you and didn't buy a green coconut. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to carry it. It's only early summer and it's already so hot. What will it be like in a month or 2? Su Taotao replied, "You'll get used to it. When you go back, you can make some mung bean soup to drink. Add some kelp if you have it. If not, you can take some from me or bring a green coconut to help cool down." Summer Zhiqiu smiled and said, "It's not that serious. I drank coconut water this morning before leaving your place and I felt fine." When they arrived home, Su Taotao insisted she take some mung beans and kelp to boil water, and she also gave her 2 green coconuts. Summer Zhiqiu didn't refuse. These days, resources are scarce and borrowing things from neighbors is normal. She would return what she borrowed next time. At home, Su Taotao immediately helped dust off Dust's sweat and changed her into clean clothes. "Yesterday, I bought a white shirt. Fu Jingtu washed it last night and hung it out to dry.
It was already completely dry.
A cute little kid with bright red lips, white teeth, and chubby cheeks changed into a white shirt and short pants. His bangs were neatly combed to one side. Instantly, he looked like a refined little gentleman. Su Taotao kissed his rosy little face and said, "Chun-Chun looks so good." Chun-Chun smiled happily and said, "Daddy said Mommy is prettier." Chun-Chun is handsome. Su Taotao paused, remembering what Fu Jingtu said while bathing the little boy yesterday evening. She smiled and said, "Yes, Mommy is pretty, Chun-Chun is handsome, and we all look good together." The little boy's eyes curved into a big smile. Su Taotao made a small bowl of salt and sugar water for the kid, adding just a little salt and a bit more sugar. She sat him on a small stool to drink while she started preparing lunch. The cake batter had already fermented. Instead of steaming it, Su Taotao preferred to bake it. She wondered if it was possible for Fu Jingtu to make her a simple outdoor oven. She imagined building one in the corner with bricks, with charcoal underneath. When heated, she could put things inside to bake. Whether it was cake, seafood, chicken, or sweet potatoes, such an oven would be very practical. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Anyway, Fu Jingtu wouldn't oppose her idea. No matter big or small, she was the one making decisions. For now, she could only steam the food. Since she was going to use the steamer anyway, Su Taotao cut open 2 young coconuts and steamed them with a cake. She placed the coconut and cake together in the steamer. When the cake was ready, she cracked 2 eggs into the coconut water and stirred well, then steamed for another 4 or 5 minutes. A simple coconut dessert was done. Chun-Chun sat beside the cake, his big eyes never leaving it. "Mommy, the cake is so pretty." Su Taotao was cutting mangoes. There was a very large mango orchard on the island, and the most common fruit in the residential area was mango. She was thinking about planting 2 mango trees at the entrance. Yes, this is called a birthday cake. It's a gift from Mommy for Chun-Chun's 2nd birthday. Chun-Chun was surprised that the ugly dough could turn into a golden yellow cake and was very happy. These days, without cream, Su Taotao just placed sliced mangoes on top of the cake to make a flower shape. It looked quite pretty. "Wow," Chun-Chun clapped his hands. "Mommy's so pretty." Su Taotao put the remaining mangoes and some leftover scraps into the coconut water with eggs, so nothing was wasted. "If Chun-Chun likes it, we can wait for Daddy and Uncle to come back and eat together. We can also give some to Dong Dong and Moo Moo to try, okay?" Dusty nodded with big eyes. Okay, Su Taotao checked the time and started making seafood noodles. Today's shrimp were especially large. One jean, about 500 grams, didn't have many. Su Taotao peeled the shrimp heads and shells. She first fried the heads in oil to extract shrimp oil, then added slices and green onions. Next, she put in the shells to fry until they turned red, then added boiling water to make a seafood broth. When it was almost ready, she filtered out the residue, then added seaweed, scallops, and tofu. The nutritious and tasty seafood soup was then set aside. Soon, Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanhang arrived home on time. Su Taotao then put the noodles and vegetables into boiling water to cook. Fu Jingtu washed his hands and came to help. Su Taotao asked him to divide the noodles into bowls for everyone. Just make a small bowl for Dusty, like his. "I want to eat more coconut custard eggs later. Today's shrimp are big, so give Dusty 2 pieces, and 2 scallops for him too. I'll just have 1 of each. Please serve me more vegetables." 1 jean of scallops actually only has about 5, split into 2 halves, so in the pot, there should be about 10. Fu Jingtu frowned and looked at her. "Why are you eating less than Dusty? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Taotao shook her head. "No, I still have coconut custard eggs and cake. I need to save room for those." Fu Jingtu said, "Did you go out in the hot sun to buy groceries? Don't cook tomorrow. I'll bring lunch back." Su Taotao looked at him helplessly. She was very sensitive to heat and liked air conditioning, but she wasn't that delicate. How can you be so delicate? Getting some sun in the morning is good for detoxing. It's too hot in the afternoon. I worry about Xiaoheng walking such a long way to school and getting heat stroke. Oh, I need to make mung bean soup for you all to drink later. Fu Jingtu stopped her. "You're not that delicate. Stop fussing and eat first." The golden seafood broth, with bright red large shrimp and snowy scallops, paired with green vegetables and seaweed, was so tempting that even Fu Jingtu, who isn't very food-driven, was drawn in by the aroma and appearance of the seafood noodles. Not to mention the two kids. When Fu Yuanhang came in to help serve the noodles, he couldn't help but salivate. In the center of the table, there was mango cake and coconut custard eggs. With this seafood dinner, it was a special birthday feast for little Fu Haochun's second birthday. This is the birthday dinner Mom prepared for Haochun. Mom hopes little Haochun is happy every day and grows up quickly, Su Taodao said, giving Haochun a quick kiss on his face. Dust happily tilted her eyes and kept shaking her short legs. Thank you, Mommy. Fu Yuanning gave Dust a painting. It shows her sitting on her ride, being pushed by him, smiling so happily that you can't see her eyes, and she is holding up her little chubby hand saying, "Charge, charge." Dust loves it and can't put it down. While little uncle is amazing, Su Taodao also said, Xiao Heng drew it very well. We'll take it to town someday and get it laminated and framed. Then Su Taotao looked at Fu Jintua with a clear meaning. Where is your gift? Fu Jintua took out a small tank model, about the size of his palm, and placed it in front of Dust. Grandpa gave this to Dad, and now Dad is giving it to you. To be precise, it's a tank model made from tiny bullet casings. The surface is very smooth, probably because the owner often held and rubbed it. Dust blinked her big eyes, opened her pink, chubby mouth, and looked at the tank. It felt a bit heavy, so she didn't pick it up, but gently touched it. Daddy, it's not origami paper. Fu Jintua shook his head. No, Grandpa made it from tiny bullet casings. Dust looked at the tank in her hand, tilted her little head, and asked Fu Jintua, Daddy, where's Grandpa? This was the first time Dust asked about Grandpa. The question made Fu Yuanhang, who had never seen his father, fall silent. Fu Jintua also remained silent, unsure how to explain the heavy topics of life and death to the just 2-year-old little one. Su Taotao said, Dust, do you remember the lighthouse shining brightly at night at sea? Dust nodded. I remember. Su Taodao said, there are many such lighthouses in the sea. Grandpa has become one of them, because he stays there to guard the sea and guide ships. So he can't come home. Maybe he's the closest lighthouse to us, or maybe he's far away, watching over Dust. Mom says this. Do you understand? Dust elongated her tone, nodded, and gave a big thumb up. I understand. Grandpa is great. Su Taotao gently patted her head. Yes, Grandpa is great, and Dad is great too. So Dust should also become a wonderful person in the future. Fu Jintua looked deeply at Su Taotao. Dust nodded heavily. Dust is also great. Su Taotao patted her little head again. Eat your noodles now. They're not hot anymore. This bowl of longevity noodles is undoubtedly the tastiest meal the whole family has ever had. Su Taotao's cooking skills once again surprised Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanhang. The bottom scraper brothers didn't leave a single drop of soup, eating very happily. The tender and smooth coconut steamed egg paired with sweet and sticky mango bits is perfect to eat when cooled, making it one of the family's favorite desserts. Even Fu Jingtu, who usually doesn't eat much dessert, asked, Is there enough coconut left at home? If not, I'll go buy more tomorrow. Su Taotao looked at him annoyed and said, Don't buy more. From now on, we can only eat it once a week. It's because you bought too many coconuts that I came up with this idea to use them up. Fu Jingtu felt a bit disappointed. He had seen and eaten egg cakes before, but he had never seen such a delicate one with fruit decorations on top. The two children couldn't take their eyes off it. Su Taotao took out a knife and handed it to Fu Jingtu. He took the knife and was about to cut from the middle of the cake. The two children looked at him eagerly. Dad/big brother.
Fu Jingtu hesitated.
Su Taotao said, Food is meant to be eaten. It's so hot today, if we don't eat it now, it will spoil. In the future, when someone has a birthday at home, I'll make one. Isn't Xiao Heng's birthday next month? Chen asked his dad to make a traditional oven for Mom, so she could make a more fragrant and delicious cake then. Chen exclaimed, Wow, It must be much more delicious than this. The children blinked at Fu Jingtu. Daddy, yes, I'll make an oven. Fu Jingtu didn't know what a traditional oven was, probably something like the Northwest's baked bread oven. Setting one up shouldn't be difficult. Even if it's hard, he would do it. Finally, the cake was divided into 4 parts. Su Taotao divided it into 2 portions first, planning to give one to Dong Dong and one to Mo Jolin. Fu Yuanhang and Chen Chen shared 1 portion, and she and Fu Jingtu shared the other. Chen Chen had just eaten seafood noodles and steamed eggs, so he couldn't eat much, just enough to be happy. Su Taotao was the same, but the appetites of Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanhang brothers were endless. No matter what she made or how much, they always said it was delicious and finished everything. This made Su Taotao, as the cook, feel very accomplished. After they finished eating, Su Taotao said, Xiaoheng, can you send 1 portion to Dong Dong and Mumu? Fu Yuanheng, who was now much more cheerful, especially since he was studying here and had made some friends like Mo Jolin, felt more confident. But Su Taotao still asked for his opinion. Fu Yuanheng nodded. Sure, sister-in-law, I will go deliver it. Compared to going out with his younger brother, Dust prefers to stick close to his mom. He changed into new clothes, and if he sweats, his mom will change them for him. Smart little Dust would rather lie on the bed, enjoy the breeze from the fan, and listen to his mom's stories. Of course, he falls asleep after just a few words. Su Taotao came out of Dust's room, and Fu Jingtu was surprisingly wandering in the yard under the hot sun. Su Taotao walked over to him. What are you doing here? In the sunlight, Su Taotao's face looked very pale. Fu Jingtu tilted his chin towards the shaded area. It's too hot here. You go over there. Su Taotao moved to the shade. Fu Jingtu asked, How do you want to make the oven? Where should I put it? Su Taotao pointed to the corner near the wall, closest to the kitchen. Right there. Fu Jingtu asked, How big does it need to be?
Su Taotao jeszcze rashice.
I don't know how to make it, but it should be big enough to bake a large cake, or hold a whole chicken and a whole fish.
Fu Jingtu understood.
Are you going to heat it with charcoal and then cook the food with residual heat, or keep it burning underneath? Su Taotao thought for a moment and asked, Can it have both functions?
Fu Jingtu nodded. Yes.
Su Taotao smiled and walked over to kiss his cheek. Fu Jingtu, you're so great. Fu Jingtu didn't say anything. He reached out and held her waist, then lowered his head to kiss her lips. Under the sunlight, their kiss was especially warm and intense. After the kiss, Su Taotao, looking as lovely as a peach blossom, relaxed in his arms. Outside, they heard Fu Yuanheng's footsteps. Fu Jingtu quickly picked up Su Taotao and carried her upstairs. Su Taotao was so scared she almost shouted, but Fu Jingtu lowered his head and muffled her voice. She felt even softer in his arms. Once inside the room, she was breathing harder than Fu Jingtu, who was carrying her upstairs. She hit him lightly. You scared me to death. Her eyes looked charming and sweet, and her voice was soft and tempting. Fu Jingtu didn't explain. He didn't want anyone to see her in that kind of mood, not even his younger brother or son. His eyes darkened slightly as he looked at her, slowly unbuttoning her shirt. That captivating look made Su Taotao feel like he was her with his eyes. Fu Yuanheng returned after delivering the things, thinking everyone was napping, and heard footsteps going upstairs. Su Taotao glared at Fu Jingtu and whispered, What are you doing in the middle of the day? Fu Jingtu silently smiled and went to the wardrobe to pick out the white shirt Su Taotao chose yesterday. He looked at her intently and slowly put it on. Didn't you like how I look in a white shirt?
Su Taotao.
She thought, he's so flirtatious. Did Fu Gong get pranked when he left home this morning? Fu Jingtu doesn't realize how tempting and he looks right now. His white shirt makes him look exactly like what Su Taotao imagined. Su Taotao watched him closely, biting her lip, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, Fu Jingtu leaned down, pinched her chin, and kissed her lips softly. He huskily said, Stop biting, I'll make it up to you tonight. In the next moment, he let go and said, Seriously, I mentioned the Yuhong class to the higher-ups. When you have time, write a detailed plan. I haven't brought up old Tang's matter yet, so include it in the plan. When I submit it, I'll mention it then.
Shu Tao Tao.
How does Fu Gong switch between work modes so seamlessly? With his high work efficiency, Su Taotao almost wanted to grab his throat. But since Fu Gong isn't teasing her now, she held back her urge. This afternoon, Su Taotao took the chance to write the plan. The base offers free education from elementary to middle school, but Su Taotao plans to charge for the Yuhong class, 5 yuan per semester. Compulsory education has only been implemented since the mid-1980s, and outside the island, education is also charged. Elementary school costs about 6 yuan per semester, middle school about 12 yuan. Many rural families can't afford to send their children to school, especially girls, most of whom never attend school. Su Taotao thought of Xiamizi from the village, who is orphaned but has a kind grandmother who saves up and sends her to school. Most girls like her in the village stay home to take care of younger siblings and don't get the chance to go to school. Compared to that, the base encourages and provides free education for children, which feels like a utopia. Regarding the Yuhong class, Su Taotao tries not to use too many base resources. Families with elderly helping to care for children should take care of them themselves. But capable young adults should have a job. With a salary, they'll naturally be willing to pay these few yuan. Currently, Su Taotao faces two big problems. 1. How to solve the employment issue for family members. Without jobs, there's no reason for children to attend the Yuhong class. Work and the class are linked. 2. The location of the Yuhong class. The base's elementary and middle schools were planned and built in advance, with designated areas and residential zones for families. The base also has facilities like a hospital, post office, large dining hall, auditorium, and supply cooperative. Unlike other state-owned factories, where workers and their families can easily start work, the factory jobs have few requirements and workers can be hired with minimal training. However, the base is different. Even support staff are highly trained professionals who must go through strict screening and political review to work at the research center. Teachers at the base school are required to have a high school diploma, and there are only a few positions available. Most accompanying family members, especially experienced older workers' families like Aunt Jom, are around her age, with little formal education or special skills, so they can only find basic jobs. But the few basic jobs available, such as at the supply cooperative or cafeteria, are already full. After discussion, the base decided it was unnecessary to spend resources on free childcare classes for children under 6, as families could care for their children at home. There was no need to reserve spots for such classes. Combining factory work and childcare into one plan seemed more feasible, increasing the chances of approval. Su Taotao's idea was to set up a small workshop on the island to help some families find work. Along with the workshop, she proposed establishing a childcare center similar to a nursery for children of factory workers. She suggested hiring 2 responsible, patient family members to care for the children and 1 or 2 educated teachers to teach and guide the kids. Initially, the childcare center would be small, just enough to start. After some thought, Su Taotao decided to abandon her earlier plan of a large, costly canned food production line. She realized her earlier unrealistic ideas about big investments were not practical, especially since it was the 1970s with many real problems that money alone couldn't solve. She didn't have the funds and felt that jumping straight into canned coconut juice production was too ambitious. Her main concern now was whether her plan was realistic and likely to be approved by leaders, rather than dreaming about impossible projects. After careful consideration, she decided to start with a small workshop with about 10 to 20 people. Private factories were not allowed at this time, so her workshop would be affiliated with the base, with initial costs covered by the base. Su Taotao was confident it could be profitable. Her initial goal was to balance income and expenses and to help some family members find jobs. Later, she hoped to grow stronger and bigger so that they could provide funding for scientific research. Naturally, Su Taotao would also present this plan to the leaders. As for what to do, she has already thought it through. The initial investment isn't large, and the plan is very feasible. It all depends on the leaders' opinions. Regarding Tang Lao, Su Taotao hasn't brought it up yet. She plans to wait and see how the red growth class enrolls students. This week, she will take Fu Yuanheng to class as everyone needs time to get used to each other. All afternoon, Su Taotao was busy writing, filling several pages with her notes. Baby Dust couldn't sit still anymore. She played with all her favorite toys once, then came to see her mom several times. Seeing that her mom didn't notice her or disturb her, she obediently went outside to play with the spinning top that Dong Dong gave her. Dust doesn't know how to pull the string yet. She only uses her little hands to hold the top and spin it on the ground. Even so, she plays happily. Her dad gave her a small tank toy, which she also loves. She has touched it countless times and has played with it on the table, making tun-tun sounds and pretending to drive it several times. Dust moved her small stool to the window on the second floor, where she could see the lighthouse. She climbed onto the stool to look out, trying to see her grandpa who watches over the lighthouse. But it was too far away. She tried several times but couldn't see him. Dust leaned against the window, resting her chin on her little hand, looking very disappointed. Su Taotao came out of the room and saw her little one gazing sadly at the sea. She gently pinched her eyebrows, feeling guilty. She, as an unfit mother, had completely forgotten about her son. Worried that her sudden voice or approaching to hug him might scare Dust, she softly knocked on the door. Dust tilted her head to look over. When she saw her mom, her sad big eyes immediately sparkled with stars, and she smiled beautifully. "Mom, you finished writing yet?" Su Taotao went over, picked her up, and hugged her. She kissed her on the forehead. "Sorry, baby. Mom was so focused on writing just now. Next time, you can remind me." Dust hugged her mom's neck and rubbed her face against it. "Mom, busy." Dust plays. Su Taotao's heart softened like a spring river. She pressed her forehead against her little one's and gently touched her forehead together. "Come on, Mom will make seaweed and mung bean soup for you, with extra sugar. For dinner, I'll cook your favorite tomato scrambled eggs, okay?" Dust smiled with her eyes closed and nodded repeatedly. Okay. After drinking the mung bean soup with Dust, Su Taotao went to prepare dinner. Dinner was simple for Su Taotao: multi-grain rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dried scallop winter melon soup. Today, Fu Yuanheng came home earlier than Fu Jingtu. When he returned, he was holding a small, fluffy creature. Chen Chen's eyes lit up immediately. He put down his paper airplane quickly and ran over. "Mom is a puppy." Earlier, when Su Taotao didn't have time to play with Chen Chen, she was thinking about whether she should get a pet for him, so he would have company when she was busy. At the base, they could raise chickens as long as they didn't exceed the allowed number. Aunt Zhong's family kept 3 chickens, and she went to the supply and marketing store every day to pick some vegetables to feed them. Su Taotao felt the yard was too small and didn't plan to raise any pets. This way, Chunchen would lose some fun because when they lived in the village, Fu Yuanheng took him to dig earthworms to feed the chickens, something very interesting for children. At first, Su Taotao wanted to raise 2 rabbits. Like Aunt Zhong, she could go to the supply store to pick some leftover vegetable leaves to feed them, so no food would be wasted. Rabbits breed quickly, and when they grow up, they can be eaten. They could raise several batches a year. But she was worried that the 2 kids would develop feelings for the rabbits and be reluctant to kill them. Now, unexpectedly, Fu Yuanheng had somehow brought home a tiny puppy. It was very small, and she wasn't sure if it had been weaned. The little black puppy had big, round, black eyes, and when it looked at people with wet eyes, her heart almost melted. "Xiaoheng, where did this puppy come from?" Fu Yuanheng didn't ask his sister-in-law and took it upon himself to bring it home. He scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. Kongzi's big dog had 5 puppies. Kongzi's mom said they couldn't keep so many. He asked me and Mumu if we wanted one. After we saw them, we thought they were very cute, so each of us took one. Su Taotao patted the puppy's head. "Good choice. Starting today, our family has a new member." Seeing that his sister-in-law and Chen Chen liked it, Fu Yuanheng felt relieved. As for the eldest brother, everything at home was decided by his sister-in-law. His opinion seemed unimportant. Chen Chen squatted on the ground, staring intently at the puppy. He wanted to reach out and touch it but was afraid. Su Taotao gently touched the puppy's head with Chen Chen's hand. Chun was so happy he laughed out loud. After Su Tao let go, he dared to touch it himself and even reached out to hug it. Chun, don't hold it too high. Be careful not to drop it. Mother dog licked her newborn puppies clean. They are domesticated, with shiny fur, showing that the mother has plenty of milk and cares well for them. Chun is very obedient. When asked for a hug, she immediately puts it down. This little puppy is well-behaved and not afraid of strangers. It droops its ears and looks at you with wet, slightly cautious eyes, making you feel very fond of it. Su Tao said, "You can give it a name first. I'll go make some soup." Fuanhang squatted down and gently petted the puppy's head. Chun, help it pick a name. Chun raised her small, white face. Woof woof, it's woof woof. When Chun was in the village, she saw all dogs bark woof woof. Fuanhang stroked Chun's head. Since you say all dogs bark woof woof, we should give this puppy a special name to tell it apart from others, like Little Black. Chun shook her head. That doesn't sound nice. Call me Chun. That sounds good, Fuanhang. Now, when I call you Chun, is it because you promised or because it promised? Chun tilted her head and thought for a moment. It seemed not very good, so she quickly thought of another. Call it White Fuanhang. But it's a black dog. It's not very black now, but when it grows up, it will be as black as a pot lid. Fuanhang remembered the dark mother dog, probably even darker than a pot lid. Chun was very firm. Call it White Fuanhang asked. Why? Chun pointed to the sky, and then to Su Tao. Cloud mama, all white, pretty, Fuanhang. He had no words to argue. White equals pretty. That's how a 2-year-old sees the world. In the end, the little black puppy was named White. When Fuanhang told Su Tao, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She asked the same question he did. But it's a black dog. Why call it White? Fuanhang. Chun said the clouds in the sky are white and very pretty. He left out the part where Chun said Su Tao was white and pretty, saying it was not appropriate. Su Tao. Chun named it? Okay, then let's call it White. Fazengta came home from work and immediately learned that there was a new family member called White. Seeing that White was actually a black puppy, even the usually reserved person asked the same question. It's a black dog. Why is it called White? Fuanhang gave him and Su Tao the same answer. Fazengtu only has the right to ask questions, not to vote, and could only silently accept that a black dog was called White. He can already imagine that in the future, whenever someone sees this black dog, they will have to explain why it is called. It might be better to call it Little Black. But the whole family loves Dust, and as long as he likes it, that's enough. A little trouble is okay. Su Tao gave Dust some milk powder and let the 2 children feed. Might also be hungry. He is quite smart and knows to lick little by little with his tongue to eat. Otherwise, without a bottle, he wouldn't know how to drink. He drank just a little milk, and by the time the family finished their meal, still hadn't finished eating. Dust kept staring at him. Even the favorite tomato scrambled eggs couldn't distract him. During dinner, Dust wanted to feed his tomato scrambled eggs. Su Tao said Dust is still small and can't eat these things yet. For now, he can only drink milk and eat some plain porridge. No other food, or he might get sick and have serious problems. You want to be healthy, so remember what Mom says, okay? Dust quickly put away the scrambled eggs and nodded seriously. Okay, Mom, I understand. No more feeding. Actually, stray dogs are easy to care for. They eat everything and aren't so delicate. But just stopped breastfeeding and need some time to get used to it. It's better to be cautious. Dust loves him so much. If something went wrong, he would be very sad. When it was bath time, Dust asked Mom if could bathe with him. Su Tao said not tonight. Is too small, and after a bath, he might catch a cold if he gets a breeze. Tomorrow at noon, when the sun is out, I'll help you bathe him, and after that, he can sunbathe to stay warm. Dust understood and didn't insist on bathing with him. Right now, is very fragile in Dust's eyes. Eating the wrong thing could cause diarrhea, and a bath could make him sick. Su Tao made a simple dog bed out of old clothes. When sleeps, Dust insists he sleep in his room. Su Taotao moved S little bed into Dust's room. They could only train him to go outside during the day. She was busy until after 10 p.m., then finally lay down in bed, exhausted. She didn't understand why just having a small dog made her so tired. If she had a second child. She stopped herself from thinking further, knowing she couldn't stop using contraception. Fu Jingtu asked her to lie on her stomach so he could massage her shoulders and back. Even though he worked all day, his back and waist still hurt more. Su Taotao, feeling sleepy, mumbled, "It'll be my turn to give you a massage later." Fu Jingtu said nothing. Soon, she wouldn't have the strength to speak, let alone help him with a massage. By the way, Su Taotao said again, "I've already written the plan. It's on the table. You can look it over and see if any changes are needed. As for old Tang, let's not mention him for now. Let him and Xiaoheng get used to each other first. Unless he brings it up himself, don't bring it up again." Fu Jingtu stopped his hand and reached for the paper on the table. "You finished it so quickly?" Su Taotao replied, "It's just a rough draft. I think it's very feasible. It depends on what the leadership team thinks." Su Taotao's handwriting was elegant, neat, and flowing. The pages were filled with simple, clear language. Her writing was smooth and continuous, without a single typo or correction. Once again, Fu Jingtu's view of Su Taotao improved. He sighed and said if there was still a college entrance exam, you would definitely be a university student. Su Taotao closed her eyes and casually said, "I think so too. If the college entrance exam were restored, I would sign up immediately." Fu Jingtu didn't hesitate. "Okay." Su Taotao opened her eyes and turned to look at him. "You don't oppose it? You think the college entrance exam can really come back?" Fu Jingtu's tone was calm and natural. "It's only a matter of time." Su Taotao initially wondered if this man thought she was dreaming, but she didn't expect him to say that. She didn't continue on this topic and instead asked, "What do you think of my plan? Will the leaders approve it?" Fu Jingtu put the plan aside. His slender fingers gently pinched Su Taotao's chin and leaned down to give her a deep kiss. "If you were born in the wrong era, you could achieve great things." After reviewing her plan, Fu Jingtu thought this way. Many men didn't have her grand ambitions, nor her meticulous mind. People like her, regardless of industry or job, would surely stand out as top performers. If someone else had done this, he might have hesitated, but since it was Su Taotao, failure was almost impossible. He would support her. On the other hand, if not for this era, she might have been forced to go to the countryside. As Zhou Linglan often said, even this golden phoenix wouldn't settle in our poor rural area. He was grateful she went to the countryside and grateful for her brave, unwavering love that made her choose him. Su Taotao, dazed by his kiss, asked, "What do you mean? Is there still any part that needs changing?" Fu Jingtu pushed her hair behind her ear and gently pinched her earlobe, softly massaging it. "No, if they can't pass, the leader should replace them." After speaking, Fu Jingtu lowered his head and leaned in, using his lips and tongue to gently swallow. Su Taotao quickly gave in, her wet eyes clouded with a mist, gentle and dreamy, and she couldn't help but call out, "Fu Jingtu." Fu Jingtu released his hold and kissed her lips again, fulfilling the promise he made to her at noon. "Yes, for you." The morning in the yard was still filled with Qin Chen's cheerful laughter. Today, he was even happier than yesterday because a new family member had joined their play. "Bye-bye, you're so silly, you can't catch me." The poor little puppy, less than a month old, was forced to play, wagging its small tail and running around the yard chasing a cute 2-year-old. Probably because of the law of attraction, the adorable ones liked to play with each other. Chun Chun and Bai Bai were drawn to each other, their eyes only for each other. Fu Yuanheng watched with a bit of jealousy, feeling like his little nephew no longer loved him. He bent down, picked the child up, and patted his back. "You'll sweat and need to change clothes later. Do you want to go to school with your little uncle today?" Back in the village, he used to carry Chun Chun to school almost every day. Since coming to the base, Chun Chun hadn't gone to school with him even once. Chun Chun shook his head, glaring at his short legs. "No, I want Mom and Bye-bye. Little uncle put me down." Fu Yuanheng helplessly released him and ruffled his head. You little ungrateful one. Chun Chun giggled and ran after Bai again. Fu Jingtu finished buying breakfast and went out again, this time bringing back some bricks. His clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the sea. Brother, why are you moving bricks? Do you need help? Fu Jingtu looked at his brother. At the stairs, be careful. Move fewer bricks at a time. Fu Yuanheng responded with a okay and went downstairs to help his brother move bricks. Chun Chun thought he was also a man of the house and decided to go help move bricks too. Fu Jingtu reached out and pulled up his little short legs. Go upstairs and see if Mom is woken up. He couldn't walk steadily, so what bricks could he move? Chun Chun received his new task but didn't complain about going to move bricks. He hugged Bai and waddled upstairs to find his mom. That shaky little figure, stumbling step by step, made Fu Jingtu's heart go up and down. Several times, he wanted to go and carry him upstairs. Thinking about how many trips he needed to make in a day, he run and kept going. The little guy is so smart. After climbing a few steps, he stops, puts the puppy aside to rest, and sits on the stairs, gently patting the puppy's head while softly saying, Mommy said walk slowly, can't fall. Fu Jingtu smiles, his delicate face hidden in the morning light, warm and gentle. After resting several times on the stairs, Dust finally reaches his mom's room. He first puts down the puppy, gives it a hush, and then tiptoes to his mom's bed. Feeling something, Su Taotao, facing outward, stirs and opens her sleepy, fox-like eyes. She accurately reaches out and hugs the little guy, giving him a kiss on his rosy face, saying, Good morning, baby. Dust laughs and kisses his mom's white, tender face, saying, Mommy, good morning. Su Taotao hugs the little one and kisses him a few more times, asking, How did you come up here? Where's Dad? Dust smiles and says, Lifting bricks.
Shu Taotao.
Early in the morning, lifting bricks? Is that what she thinks it means? Su Taotao holds Dust, and when Dust is in her arms, the brothers have already moved bricks twice more, finally bringing all the bricks upstairs. Fu Jingtu, where did you get so many bricks? What are you going to do with them? Today, Su Taotao is wearing a blue long dress. When she smiles charmingly, her eyes sparkle with spring, and her brows are playful. Fu Jingtu's mischievous desire to hide her flares up again. He clears his throat and says, Isn't it to make an oven? Su Taotao finally remembers this matter. This man is usually very efficient and proactive, but she still hasn't gotten used to it. She scolds him lightly, no rush, and you're still sweating with Xiaohang. Fu Yuanning laughs, sister-in-law, I'm fine. Just exercising. Fu Jingtu says, not so fast. We still need to prepare some materials. Su Taotao ignores her brothers. Mo Jolin comes again, waiting for Fu Yuanning to go to class together. When he sees Su Taotao, he immediately says, Sister-in-law Su, your cake is really delicious. Thank you. Su Taotao likes polite children and smiles. No need to thank me. Next month, for Xiaohang's birthday, I will make an even better one.
You can try it then.
Mo Jolin smiles generously and thanks her. He then squats beside Dust, who is playing with a puppy, and says, Dust, this dog was brought back by Uncle Moo Moo and your little uncle. Do you like it? Mo Jolin, following Fu Yuanheng, calls Su Taotao's sister-in-law and also calls Dust's uncle. Dust nodded with bright eyes and said, I like it, thank you, Moo Moo. Uncle, the little kid was so cute that Mo Jolin couldn't help but tease him. Did your family name your dog? Our dog is called. Your dog wouldn't be called Little Black, right? Dust looked serious, tilting his head to look at him. Bye, Mo Jolin thought he heard wrong. What? Dust patted the puppy's head. Woof woof. The name by Mo Jolin looked at the black dog in disbelief, then at Dust. Seeing Dust's big, wet eyes filled with hope, he hesitated. He wanted to say, Dust, don't you know the color? But swallowed the words and gave a thumbs up. Nice name. Dust beamed, nice. Mo Jolin and Fu Yuanheng went downstairs to the ground floor before asking him, Dust, do you not know the color? Has no one told you that the puppy is black? Here comes the first person who needs an explanation. Fu Yuanheng could only say, he can tell the difference. He likes white.
Montag Yalin.
Your family is full of white-looking people, and you even call a black dog bye-bye. That's really enough. Mo Jolin then asked Fu Yuanheng, "Is your birthday next month?" "What day?" Fu Yuanheng didn't tell him but said instead, "Don't think about giving me a gift. When my birthday comes, I also have to think about what to say. It's too troublesome. We buy ourselves what we like." Montak Yalin. You're so independent that you probably have no friends, do you? But actually, Mo Jolin liked Fu Yuanheng's personality. Simple, direct, not shy, saying what he thought. It was very comfortable to get along with him. He suddenly grabbed Fu Yuanheng's neck. "I won't give you a gift, but when my birthday comes, can you give me a painting?" Mo Jolin had seen Fu Yuanheng's paintings. They were very good. He really wanted one, but had no excuse. Fu Yuanheng nodded. "Sure." Mo Jolin was happy. "Then start observing me now. Remember my most handsome look. I want the best one." Fu Yuanheng. "Isn't that a bit much? Who has time to stare at him all day?" Mo Jolin asked, "Do you agree?" Fu Yuanheng could only say, "You always look good." Mo Jolin chuckled. "Really? Better looking than you?" Fu Yuanheng. Mo Jolin tightened his arms. "You're really a liar." Under the morning light, two playful boys walked toward their most beautiful youthful days, facing the most beautiful sunrise. This morning, Fu Jingtu left home carrying Su Taotao's plan. Su Taotao said, "Fu Jingtu, you can submit the plan a bit later. I plan to make a pot of coconut sugar first. When you present the product, it will be more convincing if you ask around." Fu Jingtu slightly lowered his eyes to look at her. Su Taotao nodded her head and said, "Remember to tell the leaders that I have many sales ideas for all the fruits on the island. The plan only includes a small part." "I know," Fu Jingtu replied, smiling as he looked at her lively eyes. "Is there enough young coconut at home? If not, I can buy more after work." Su Taotao shook her head. "There are many ways to make coconut sugar. The method I plan to use this time requires mature coconuts, not young ones." Fu Jingtu thought for a moment and said, "The water inside the mature coconuts on the island isn't sweet anymore, and the meat doesn't taste good either. Not many people eat it. Most of it is cracked open to feed pigs." Su Taotao said, "Exactly. I want to turn waste into treasure using the simplest method. That's how I can show my value." Su Taotao indeed knows several ways to make coconut sugar. Some require a lot of effort and resources, some need modern machines. The simplest and least technical method is using mature coconut meat. Young coconut water is sweet and refreshing, and the meat is slightly sweet and tender, very popular. Even Chun loves to eat it. The water in mature coconuts has no taste anymore and sometimes turns sour and unpleasant. Drinking it is worse than plain boiled water. But the meat of mature coconuts is valuable. When conditions permit, it can be used to make canned coconut milk to sell elsewhere. For now, Su Taotao plans to use it to make the simplest coconut sugar or coconut meat candy. Su Taotao held Chen, while Fu Jingtu carried Chen on his ride. The family of three went out together. Chen wanted to bring Bai along, but Su Taotao kindly persuaded him to give up the idea. Today, the little boy wore a small straw hat. Su Taotao was worried he might get sunburned, so she dressed him in long sleeves and pants, leaving only his tiny white feet exposed to the sun. The little guy sat on the ride his dad made for him for the first time. His mom pushed him out, showing off proudly. He smiled happily at everyone he saw. This was the most attention Su Taotao received since arriving on the island. She hadn't been the center of attention for a long time. If it weren't for her cold and unapproachable reputation being well known, many families with children around Chen's age would have come over to ask about baby strollers. However, little Fu Haichen, whether because he is already adapted or is too happy, is not afraid of strangers at all. Whoever looks at him, he smiles back warmly, making others feel very fond of him. Su Taotao wandered around for a long time before finding a few old coconuts. The coconut seller refused to take her money, saying these coconuts are usually not sold but used to feed animals. Times are different, and Su Taotao didn't argue. She thanked the seller and placed the old coconuts in the basket under her car. The seller's family has a girl about 4 or 5 years old. Su Taotao gave her a piece of candy. The girl thanked her happily, took the candy, and shyly looked at Dust with big, round eyes, smiling bashfully. Dust smiled at her, and she shyly hid behind her father but couldn't resist peeking out secretly. Dust deliberately widened his eyes and tilted his head to look back at her. She hid again. Dust thought they were playing hide-and-seek, and he was so happy that he kept laughing. The two children didn't say a word but played very happily. It was very interesting. Su Taotao was seeing Dust interact so happily with strangers for the first time. The children were becoming more outgoing, and she was feeling more at ease. She pushed Dust to buy 2 jin of white sugar. For lunch, they bought 2 jin of shrimp and half a jin of seaweed. For dinner, they bought a pig's trotter and some vegetables. Everything was ready. Fu Yuanhang was in a peak growth period, and recently, Su Taotao's dinners were very light. He often felt hungry at night but was too shy to say so. Su Taotao saw him drinking water quickly and asked several times before he finally told the truth. He would cook a sweet potato himself when hungry back home, but here, he only drinks water. Before bed, Dust also drinks milk. This silly little boy doesn't even bother to make malted milk and won't tell her. Nutritional science from the 21st century doesn't quite fit into the 1970s. There are no high-salt, high-sugar, or high-fat snacks and drinks. All nutrition comes from 3 meals a day. Although their family isn't wealthy, they aren't so poor that the children go hungry. So, Su Taotao decided not to worry too much. Whatever she wants to eat, she will buy. She just needs to eat less herself. Children still need to go out and play. After Dust finished his walk, he was much happier. The only thing that made the children unhappy was that Su Taotao locked his ride under the rain shelter downstairs. Her little uncle couldn't push him to play in the morning anymore. Even with the lock, Su Taotao was still worried about theft. Although punishments for thieves are strict these days, some people are not afraid of death. Even children have had their bikes stolen. With a nervous heart, Su Taotao began making coconut candies. The main ingredients for traditional coconut sugar are simple, coconut shreds and white sugar. However, peeling and shredding the coconuts are very labor-intensive. Su Taotao doesn't have much strength, so it takes a long time to turn 4 old coconuts into thin coconut shreds, about the thickness of paper. Next, she makes the syrup. She tastes some coconut water, keeps the fresh water, and adds it to the white sugar to cook the syrup. This method, using natural coconut water, results in a richer flavor compared to just boiling with water. When the coconut water completely dissolves the sugar and turns into a sticky, coffee-colored syrup, she adds the shredded coconut and keeps stirring. She makes sure each shred is coated with the syrup. Then, she pours the mixture into a flat dish, like those used for steaming rice rolls. Using a rolling pin, she presses the mixture firmly and evenly while it's still hot, shaping it into a finger-thick coconut cake. After cooling, she cuts it into evenly sized blocks with a knife. This is how authentic handmade coconut sugar is made. You can also improve the recipe by adding peanuts or sesame seeds for more flavor, but that will increase the cost and the selling price. Aside from labor costs, the basic coconut sugar is similar in cost to regular candies, making it competitive in the market. Since it's a local specialty, only the southern coastal city has it. Locals might not find it special, and they could even make it themselves. But if it's sold in central and northern cities, the market potential is huge. Nowadays, transportation and delivery are not very advanced, so fresh fruits from the south are hard to transport north. Processed products don't have this problem. For the mid to high-end market, they could also introduce a version with peanuts and sesame seeds in the future. Once cooled, the sugar cake becomes very hard. It needs to be cut carefully, sometimes tapping the back of a knife with a hammer to break it apart. Next is packaging. Good products need attractive packaging to leave a good impression and fetch a better price. But in this era of limited resources, flashy packaging isn't necessary. Su Taotao uses 2 craft paper bags, drawing a picture of a blue sea and sky with coconuts and coconut trees. The side says Base Handmade Workshop, and the center features the largest font reading traditional handmade coconut sugar. This simple, clear cover design is complete. Little Chun, the first taste tester, gave high praise to the coconut sugar. So good. Su Taotao took a bite, sweet, crispy, with a rich coconut milk aroma. The more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. The flavor was truly excellent. Fu Jingtu took this kind of product to test the waters, greatly increasing the chances of success. When Fu Jingtu came home from work, he saw many people gathered in the parking shed downstairs. He glanced over and realized everyone was visiting Dust's ride. He thought for a moment, took out a pen and walked over. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he found the most noticeable spot on Dust's ride and wrote the words Fu Jingtu. The onlookers. Zhang Chuncheng, who got out of the car with him. Fu Gong, do you really think your name can prevent theft? Someone suddenly understood. Oh, so this is Little Fairy's car? No wonder it looks so nice. Yes, I think I saw Fu Gong's wife pushing the kid to buy groceries, but she was too far away to see clearly. So this is what the car looks like. Someone else asked. Fu Gong, is this your family's car? Where did you buy it? Is it expensive? Fu Jingtu calmly put away his pen. It's not bought. I made it myself. There's only this one.
Wow.
Fu Gong rarely looked gentle and kind. But no one dared ask how he made it, whether it was difficult, or if he could help them make one too. Actually, even if he taught them, they wouldn't be able to make it. First, they had never seen wheels like these before. They just wanted to watch the fun. Zhang Chuncheng really didn't think too much. Fu Jingtu's action was just to add a double layer of security. He wanted to see who dared to steal his stuff. The little one at home loved this pushcart so much. Although everyone on the island was a researcher or family member, if someone careless stole it, Dust would be very sad. Zhang Chuncheng sighed. If I could find wheels like these, I'd make one for our Dong too. Dong is getting heavier, and I find it hard to carry him for long, especially since he's a girl. Fu Jingtu didn't respond to him, but felt the same. Su Taotao, with her thin arms and legs, wouldn't be able to carry Dust once he's bigger. Oh, I overheard you talking about the Red Education class with the deputy director this morning. What does that mean? Are we planning to start a Red Education class at our base? Actually, Fu Jingtu and Zhang Chuncheng weren't very close before. They only became familiar after saving Dong. He used to think Fu Jingtu was too cold and a bit distant. It was only after their family saved Dong and saw how he cared for his wife that he started to change his opinion. He even began to like Fu Jingtu's personality. A man who takes such good care of his wife and children can't be that bad, right? It's better to work hard than to talk a lot. Men who boast outside and then boss their wives and children at home are not good people. He doesn't talk much, but he's easy to get along with. Fu Jingtu said calmly, it's not a big deal. Don't speak carelessly. Zhang Chuncheng felt more confident and said, all right, I understand.
I won't say anything.
Our daughter Dong's mother just came back a few days ago and is worried about work. She keeps asking me if there are suitable jobs. He pointed out Aunt Zhong from Mo Gong's family, who has been busy traveling with Mo Gong for years, but still hasn't secured a proper job. He didn't know how to answer her. By the way, how about your wife? Is she worried too? Fu Jingtu was silent. Su Taotao had her own ideas. Without a job, she would create jobs for herself and others, even without asking if his base could help her find work. Is she worried? It seems not. Even when they were in Qinglian Commune, she found a job at a state-run restaurant using her own ability. Thinking of this, Fu Jingtu shook his head and said, no, she's not worried. Zhang Chuncheng, seeing no one around, leaned in and whispered to Fu Jingtu, Fu Gong, give me the real story. Do you need to find teachers for the Red Growth class? Our daughter Dong's mother is a high school graduate, always ranking in the top 3. If it weren't for cultural, cough, she could definitely go to university. If there's really a teaching position, you must tell me in advance. Our daughter Dong's mother is capable of teaching middle and high school students. Don't worry about the Red Growth class. Fu Jingtu looked at him calmly and said, she is close to Xiao Su. If she has ability, she won't be overlooked. Rest assured. After speaking, he strode home. Zhang Chuncheng was left standing there, puzzled. What does that mean? How is it related to Dongdong's mother and Chun Chen's mother being close? As soon as Fu Zhengtu entered, he smelled a rich coconut milk aroma with a hint of caramel. Fu Yuanheng had just come back. Chun Chen was feeding him something, smiling and asking, "Little uncle, how's it going?" Fu Yuanheng chewed and almost drooled, nodding, "Yes, delicious." "Did sister-in-law make it?" Chun Chen squinted happily and nodded. Yes, Chun Chen watched Mom made it tang-dang. Seeing how happy the little one was, anyone would think he made it himself. Chun Chen really wanted White to taste it too, but was worried it might make him sick. Suddenly, I heard the door open. I turned my head and saw Dad coming back, smiling and calling out, "Daddy." Little hands grabbed a piece of candy, and with short little legs, he trotted over to Dad. Fu Zhengtu pinched the little guy's armpit and lifted him high before bringing him back. "What did you eat? So messy." Before he finished saying messy, the little one shoved something into his mouth. The smell of caramel-flavored coconut milk. It was the coconut candy from Su Taotao's plan to turn waste into treasure. Fu Zhengtu carefully tasted it. Indeed, it left a sweet aftertaste and was very delicious. He took out a cloth to wipe the little guy's mouth. "It's tasty, but you can't eat too much. It's time to eat now." Dichin nodded obediently. "Mommy gives Dichin to eat. If not given, I won't eat." Seeing that Dad didn't respond quickly, the little one got a bit upset. Daddy promised.
Fu Zhengtu.
Mommy makes very tasty food. Dichin's big eyes curved into little crescent moons. Fu Zhengtu put the little one down and let him go play with the puppy. He washed his hands and went into the kitchen. Fu Yuanheng was helping to peel shrimp shells. "Yuanheng, you need to be careful. Don't cut your hand." Fu Yuanheng was a careful and capable boy. At 8 years old, he already helped with rice planting with Zhou Linglan. These small tasks were easy for him. He didn't turn around. "Okay, I'll be careful." Su Taotao had made salted prawn shells. After preparing them, she cut open both sides of the shells so that when they ate later, they could just peel back the saltwater-coated shells without needing to cut each one. Fu Zhengtu naturally took the spatula from Su Taotao. Coconut candy is very tasty. Su Taotao had brought a fan into the kitchen but was sweating heavily. Of course, it's delicious. The method is simple, but it takes some effort. If produced in large quantities, they would need to hire some male workers. Female workers handle peeling, slicing, and packaging, lighter tasks, while frying, sugar pressing, and cutting are better suited for male workers. Fu Zhengtu said, "There are fewer male family members coming over, but if jobs are available, some people might be willing to come."
Su Taotao nari.
"We'll first hire a few strong female workers. Someone like me isn't suitable. I can only do administrative work." Fu Zhengtu looked at her, thinking that many men lacked her quick thinking and capability. She was capable of doing 10 people's work, but she didn't realize it herself. Su Taotao took the pig's trotter, blanched it, then simmered it with some spices, fermented bean curd, and peanuts. After boiling, she kept only a little bit of charcoal fire. When the fire died out naturally, the pig's trotter was ready. She left it there untouched, and when evening came, she transferred it to a big pot to reduce the sauce until tender and flavorful. For dinner, she stir-fried some vegetables, cooked more mixed grain rice, and used the sauce to eat 2 bowls of rice. Su Taotao didn't believe her bottomless brothers could still be hungry. There was no seafood allergy in the family, and compared to meat, everyone preferred seafood. So lately, they had seafood every day. The mantis shrimp was fresh and tasty, with thick meat and rich roe. Little Chen ate 3 and still wanted more, but Su Taotao didn't let him eat so much. Chen's rule was that he ate whatever his mother gave him. He trusted her judgment. Su Taotao preferred cold seaweed salad, tangy, refreshing, and cool, especially comfortable to eat in summer. After lunch break, Su Taotao finally handed the coconut candies she prepared to Fu Zhengtu. Fu Zhengtu looked at the packaging and was surprised again. The writing was Su Taotao's, but the drawing didn't seem like it was done by Fu Yuanheng. He asked in amazement, "Did you draw this?" "Of course," Su Taotao answered confidently. Fortunately, Su Taotao was a young woman from a big city who had gone to the countryside as a knowledgeable youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to flatter the clever Fu Zhengtu with her skills. Coming from a first-tier city, she had more skills and experience, no problem, right? Anyway, Fu Jingta didn't know what she had learned or how well she did in school. His sharply knuckled hand suddenly rubbed her head, just like he did with Chen. Marrying me makes you feel wronged, he said, feeling guilty for her initial reluctance. Su Taotao wrapped her arms around his neck, tiptoed, and nudged her nose against his. No, I'm honored. That was what she truly felt inside. Their connection was full body and soul, completely in sync. If from the start, she had only aimed to be a legal partner and survive in this era with him, now she was sure Fu Jingta liked her. And she liked him too. Their bodies, souls, respect, admiration, and the family, Chun, Xiao Heng, Zhou Linglan, were enough to support them through many years ahead. As for love, even Su Taotao didn't know how to define that word. She decided to leave it to time. Maybe someday, she would be lucky enough to understand. Fu Jingtu hugged Su Taotao's waist and closed his eyes, gently pressing a kiss on her forehead, almost in a respectful manner. It made Su Taotao's heart race more than when he kissed her lips. I'm going to work now. I'll bring back good news. Su Taotao hugged his waist and rubbed against his chest. Remember to drink the mung bean soup. You've been a bit irritable lately.
Fu Jingtu nodded. Okay.
As Fu Jingta left the house, Dust woke up right after. The second floor at noon was hotter than the first floor. Su Taotao laid out a small mat on the ground on the first floor and turned on the fan to let Dust sleep. The little one slept very well. He sat up suddenly, rubbed his eyes, and started looking for Mom and Bye-Bye. Before he could turn around, Su Taotao picked him up. Dust is awake. Is it hot? Su Taotao patted his back. It was okay, just a little sweat on his neck. His back and clothes weren't wet. Dust hugged his mom's neck and rubbed against her. Mama wash Bye-Bye. The little one still remembered this. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he saw his mom busy. Su Taotao kissed him. Okay, I'll wash it later. Dust suddenly said 6 words, which was very impressive. Su Taotao watched the little one go from not talking at all, to saying 1 or 2 words, to now being able to say 5 or 6 words. From being dull at first, to slowly willing to talk to others, to being open to strangers, and now lively and cheerful, seeing his progress day by day, Su Taotao felt very proud. Raising a child is really fun. Dust looked confused. He didn't even realize he had said 6 words. Su Taotao asked Dust to sit on a small stool and drink the mung bean soup while she prepared tools to wash the puppy. Bye-Bye was still so small. Even in the summer, Su Taotao didn't dare to wash it with cold water. She mixed warm water in a basin, placed it under the sun, found a torn towel to set aside, and cut a bit of soap, then brought Bye-Bye over. After Dust finished his mung bean soup, he followed his mom like a little tail, then moved his own small stool over to help wash Bye-Bye. Dust, go put on your straw hat, and bring Mom's hat too. Dust ran with short legs, quickly completing the task. Bye-Bye was very obedient. It didn't move much during its first bath, only protesting a little when Dust accidentally hurt it. Dust patted its head, and it immediately calmed down again. It was just as obedient as Dust himself. The mother and son sat in the sun, washing Bye-Bye for nearly 10 minutes before it was clean. Su Taotao used the torn towel to gently dry Bye-Bye and handed it to Dust. Dusty held White and sniffed, squinting. Mom, White smells so good, Su Taotao. Yes, it smells nice. Su Taotao took White's dog bed down from upstairs, changed it into clean, worn-out clothes, and placed it under the scattered sunlight. Chun, bring White over here to sunbathe for a while. Let the fur dry completely before letting it back inside. Okay. Mom Chin carried White over, then moved her small stool to sit with White in the sun. The place with the scattered light was shaded by a tall tree outside the yard. When the house was built, many trees were cut down, but for some reason, this tall tree was kept. Maybe because it was made of precious wood, or because it was hard to grow such a big tree, so cutting it would be a pity. Su Taotao didn't know the details. But it was a good choice to keep it. Otherwise, there would be no shady place in the yard. Research Center. Leader's Office. Fu Jingtu, Vice Academician, Office Director, and Accounting Department Director were all there. They looked at the plan Fu Jingtu submitted and remained silent for a long time. The Vice Academician pinched the bridge of his heavy glasses and asked, "Is this plan really made by Xiao Su?"
Fu Jingtu nodded, absolutely.
The Vice Academician nodded appreciatively. Xiao Su is a rare talent, talented in writing and has a good sense of economics. Unfortunately, have you read it? It was well-reasoned, detailed, with prospects and worst-case plans. It wasn't just passionate space talk. Every word was unarguable, with no nonsense. But each word told you that if you didn't try, you'd be missing out. Only then did Fu Jingtu take out Su Taotao's probing plan and hand it over. "My wife personally made this sample in the morning. The manufacturing method is in the appendix on the last page. The raw materials only used discarded coconuts and a small amount of sugar, making it cheaper than regular candies." These details were all written very thoroughly in Su Taotao's plan, and Fu Jingtu only highlighted the key points. The Vice Academician initially didn't notice the bag and only saw the contents when he opened it. He looked at the others and said, "Look at this talent. Coming to our center to do design work is worthwhile." After reviewing, the others were very surprised. Office Director. "Did your wife design this herself?" Fu Jingtu nodded. "Yes, from raw material procurement, production, packaging design, to sales. She also planned everything, including workshop location, structure, regulations, staffing, and logistics." Fu Jingtu paused and said, "Workshops and red education classes complement each other. First, there are workshops, and considering that families are busy working and can't always take care of children, there are also red education classes." She prepared a detailed budget, which is attached. Her plan is flawless, in my opinion. While speaking, Fu Jingtu made a gesture asking everyone to try her handmade products. Everyone took some candies, took a bite, and were amazed. The vice president's hands trembled. "Is this really made by Xiao Su with old coconuts?" Fu Jingtu understood why they were so excited. Because every time he ate something made by Su Taotao, he felt the same way. Even simple home-cooked dishes. He wondered what she would make after the oven finished. Vice President Jingtu? During his first meeting, Fu Jingtu had been distracted. He cleared his throat strategically and said, "No need to doubt. I eat what she makes every day." The vice president thought to himself, yes, before, when Fu Jingtu wasn't out on business trips, he almost never left the lab. He didn't want to go home for meals, and even sleeping at home felt like a waste of time. Now he heard that Fu Jingtu goes home 3 times a day and sometimes brings back food to eat. The vice president and the head of the finance department exchanged looks and said, "If we don't set up a small workshop, why not open a food factory under the base's name? Does Comrade Su have the confidence to significantly increase the base's revenue?" After tasting the coconut candy, Su Taotao's title changed from Xiao Su to Comrade Su. No one would mind having more funds, but they are good at scientific research. They are not skilled in business. They've tried many projects, but most ended in failure. It's rare to find someone like Su Taotao who understands economics, products, and even design, a true all-round talent. It's like a person who has been thirsty in a desert for 3 days suddenly seeing a well. Fu Jingtu seemed to anticipate their comments and calmly said, "Comrade Su's idea is that you can't become rich overnight. First, learn to walk, then start running." Her strategic plan is very clear. The workshop is just the beginning. Future adjustments will follow development. Initially, trying to expand too quickly with too many resources would be unsustainable and lead to failure. Fu Jingtu changed his way of addressing her from "my wife" to Comrade Su. Su Taotao is not his subordinate. She is an independent individual. In the future, she might be called Director Su or Boss Su, but she is not just Fu Jingtu's wife. The vice president calmed down and understood that he had been too eager to get research funding and that rushing had backfired. He nodded and said, "That's right. Comrade Su has thought this through carefully. How about you ask her to come over in person sometime? We can discuss everything face to face." The vice president patted Fu Jingtu on the shoulder. "Jingtu, if Comrade Su can help us solve the funding problem, The base will be very grateful to her. Fu Jingta didn't want them to blame Tao Tao too much, so he calmly said her original intention was that the base couldn't solve her employment problem, so she decided to find her own way. She also wanted to help some family members find jobs. No matter what she does, she always puts in her best effort. But success depends on luck, timing, environment, and teamwork, not just her alone. I hope you won't be too harsh on her. Fu Jingtu usually didn't speak much at meetings, just highlighting key points. He rarely said extra words, so today was the most he had spoken in a long time. The vice president nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, we won't pressure her. Just ask her to come over as soon as possible." At this moment, Su Taotao was at home, teaching the children. The children liked to jump around when learning new words, so teaching them the three-character classic was perfect. She didn't use many words each day, just a few lines, so it would take 1 or 2 months to finish the 1,000+ characters. But most children learn quickly and forget just as fast. After one lesson, they might forget what they learned elsewhere. So today, Su Taotao started by teaching the first 8 lines. The little boy had an excellent memory. After 1 or 2 repetitions, he remembered everything. After finishing the first 8 lines, she let him go play with Bye Bye. An hour later, when he wasn't paying attention, she decided to test him. He didn't really understand the meaning. She hadn't explained it to him. Yet, he started reciting it aloud. Su Taotao was surprised. She then went back to the beginning of Mengmu and taught him 8 more lines. Once he learned them, he ran off to play with Bye Bye again. Su Taotao went to prepare dinner. When everything was almost ready, she came out to test him again. This time, he remembered everything. "Mom, do you remember what I learned earlier?" The little child nodded slowly, shaking his head and speaking in a sweet, childish voice. "At the beginning of human life, goodness is innate. Teaching my 5 children, their names all spread far and wide." After finishing, Chun Chin tilted his head and blinked his big, round eyes, looking at Su Taotao with an expression that said, "Mommy, praise me quickly."
Shu Taotao.
She patted the child's head and said, "Chun Chin is great. You didn't make a single mistake. Tonight, I'll reward you with an extra piece of pork hock." Su Taotao seriously doubts that after teaching him these hundreds of sentences in one day, he can remember them all. She feels unworthy. Her talent is so average that she doesn't deserve to teach such a smart child. However, she doesn't believe in strict, rote learning. She prefers happy education and plans to test him again before bed and tomorrow. But the chance that Chun Chin will forget everything after waking up is low. Once he remembers something, he usually keeps it, sometimes for a long time. Today, Granny Huang gave Aunt Zhong some seedlings. As the sun sets, she takes the opportunity to come to Songdi to plant vegetables. Summer here is good for growing melons, eggplants, pumpkins, tomatoes, and peppers. Granny Huang gave her a few of each. The land outside Su Taotao's yard isn't big, so that's enough for now. They'll plant some chives, scallions, and garlic around winter. Aunt Zhong works very quickly. In no time, she finishes planting, waters thoroughly, and carries her basket home. She didn't disturb Su Taotao at all. After spending some time together, she has come to understand Su Taotao a bit. She finds that Su Taotao doesn't like crowds, doesn't like visiting others, and isn't fond of gossip or family matters. In short, she's different from them. But she is honest, kind-hearted, and not stingy. She doesn't farm herself, but directly gives her land to plant on, and she always makes it clear that when elders come, the land will be returned to them. She even happily lets Fu Yuanhang give a big piece of cake made by their family to Mumu. Aunt Zhong is very clever and doesn't do annoying things. She also remembers Su Taotao's kindness. So she never actively troubles Su Taotao. Unless Su Taotao approaches her first, she is very happy to help. Fu Zhentua and Fu Yuanhang meet at the downstairs entrance, accompanied by Mo Jialin, who is inseparable from Fu Yuanhang. The brothers are surprised to see the empty lot in front of the house planted with things. Fu Yuanhang says, "My sister-in-law probably didn't plant those. She doesn't know how to farm." Mo Jialin says, "It was probably my mom. She said my sister-in-law is a good person, so she let her plant there. She was happy at home for days. Fu Yuanhang thinks to himself, that makes sense. When Fu Jintua hears Mo Jalan's words, his originally frowning brows relax. He can't imagine Su Taotao working under the sun, with her delicate skin, to farm the land. The aroma of peanut and fermented bean curd braised pig's trotters wafted outside the door. Mo Jalan sniffed, nearly drooling, and sighed, I'm so jealous of you. Your wife probably made something delicious again. It smells so good. Aunt Zhong's cooking has truly been consistently bad for 10 years. Mo Jalan started praying that his mother wouldn't cook today. Dinner would be brought back by his father from the cafeteria. Mo Jalan's prayer was unsuccessful. Aunt Zhong, who is good at managing the household, insisted on cooking herself. Aunt Zhong is frugal. She bought a fish that had just stopped swimming, added some tofu and leftover vegetables and fruits from home, and stewed everything together. It was a simple but hearty meal. To her, being able to eat enough and stay warm is already a great happiness. Tonight, it was another pot of mixed stew where the ingredients' original appearances couldn't be recognized. It was a bit salty. Mo Jalan, imagining the aroma of Fu Yuanhang's home-cooked dishes, forced himself to eat until he was full. He missed the egg cake Fu Yuanhang brought that day. What should he do? Mo Gong had already gotten used to it. No matter what Aunt Zhong cooked, he could eat it calmly, without showing any change in expression. How's your relationship with Fu Gong's wife? Mo Gong asked Aunt Zhong suddenly after finishing the last bite of his meal, using the sauce to wipe his mouth. Aunt Zhong didn't know why he was asking. It's good. She plants the land for me, and she even sends cake to Mumu. She's very kind. Mo Gong nodded and casually said, that's good. After decades of being a married couple, Mo Gong usually knew what he was about to do when he raised his tail. Today, he was caught off guard by his own words. No, what do you mean? Mo Gong shook his head. Nothing. I just think she's a good person. You should get along well with her and not offend anyone for no reason. Aunt Zhong got angry immediately and hit Mo Gong. You better clarify what you just said. When have I offended anyone? I always leave the house with a smile. Who do I not greet with a smile? I dare say, in the whole base, no one has better relationships than me. Mo Gong, with his good temper, chuckled and dodged his wife's slap, apologizing. Yes, I was wrong.
Can I say that?
By the way, how long has it been since we received a letter from Gigi? Mo Gong changed the subject. Whenever he mentioned their eldest son, Aunt Zhong would worry. She counted on her fingers and said, it's been 3 months. After graduating from high school, their eldest son, Mo Jiaja, went to work at a steel factory. He spent his days in front of the large furnace, feeling dull and hot. Life was harder than farming in the countryside. Several times, Aunt Zhong thought it might be better for him to go back to the countryside. Mo Jiaja always reports good news and never mentions worries. Every letter says he is doing well and enjoys working with his co-workers, asking them not to worry. Last year, he burned his thigh on a boiler and stayed in the hospital for nearly a month. Aunt Zhong called their workplace and found out about the injury. He is almost 22 now. He once went on a blind date, and Mo Jiaja liked the girl, but she disliked his job, so it didn't work out. After that, Mo Jiaja didn't want to go on any more dates. Of course, his family worries about him. Mo's wife didn't realize she had brought up old sadness. She told her younger son, Mumu, write a letter to your older brother. Say that your mother misses him and wants him to come home for a visit. Mumu quickly agreed, okay, I'll write it right away. Mumu also misses his older brother. His brother cooks much better than their mother. Fuzhong's family's meals are different and special. Fuzhengtu and Fuanhang, the brothers, truly feel very happy. One of Fuanhang's favorite dishes is braised pig's trotters with fermented bean paste and peanuts. When they lived in the village, Su Taotao made this dish often, and he would eat 3 big bowls of rice. Tonight was no different. Fuanhang ate many bowls of coarse grain rice, scraped the last piece of crispy rice from the pot, and finished the last drops of soup, feeling very full. Afterward, he eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, saying it was to help digestion. Chun Chun went to play with Bai Bai again. Su Taotao finished her bath and told Fazengtu about helping Chun Chun learn new things. After she finished, she looked worried. Fazengtu, Chun Chun is much smarter than most children. I don't know how to teach him properly, and I worry about his future schooling. It would be a shame if such a talented child wasn't taught well. Don't worry, Fazengtu said. Just teach him as you see fit. If he needs to skip grades, let him skip. He explained I was also smarter than my peers when I was young. I skipped 3 grades.
No wonder.
Su Taotao tilted her head and looked at him. Su Taotao isn't considered very smart, but Chun Chun's intelligence comes from Fazengtu. Fazengtu is the youngest researcher at his level. When others finished their bachelor's degrees, he had already completed his master's. In his 20s, others already called him Engineer Fu. His junior, Zhang Chuncheng, was over 30. His university classmate, Zhou Zheng, is still an ordinary officer. Genius always walks a lonely road, destined to go ahead of others. But Su Taotao hopes Chun Chun can have a happy childhood. Seeing Chun Chun's bright smile, she couldn't help but smile herself. Chun Chun, slow down a little. Dust hugged Bai Bai and nuzzled, then smiled like an angel at Su Taotao. Got it, Mom, she finally managed to make the little one happy. Does Dust have to skip grades? Su Taotao looked at Dust, while Fu Jingtu looked at Su Taotao. It's too early to say. We'll see his own wishes later. He knows everything but still sits in a lower grade class, and he won't be happy. Su Taotao tilted her head at him. Was it the same for you when you were young? Fu Jingtu nodded. Pretty much. The evening breeze lifted Su Taotao's beautiful hair. Fu Jingtu gently brushed her hair behind her ear with his long fingers. The leadership team has reviewed the plan, and their reaction was good. The vice dean wants to talk to you face to face. Su Taotao expected this and didn't ask for details. She nodded. Then I'll go to work with you tomorrow. Fu Jingtu said, no rush. If you want to sleep more, you can go in the afternoon. Su Taotao shook her head. Let's go in the morning. If there's no time to make lunch, we can eat at the cafeteria. It's been a while since I went there. Remember to tell Xiao Heng to wait for us at the cafeteria after school. Fu Jingtu agreed. Okay. Su Taotao added. By the way, we don't have much coarse grain at home. I'll make breakfast tomorrow morning, so you don't need to go to the cafeteria. Just buy 2 bags of coarse grain from the supply and marketing cooperative. Buy more taro. It's been a long time since I made preserved meat rice. Xiao Heng likes it. The grains on the grain book have fixed quantities. Extra fine grains are usually hard to buy outside the black market, but on the island, they have their own coarse grain planting base. Sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes are generally plentiful. Fu Yuanhong's household registration and grain supply haven't been transferred yet. Luckily, Su Taotao doesn't eat much staple food, or there wouldn't be enough fine grains. Fu Jingtu knew that Su Taotao and Dust like to eat fine grains, but recently they've been eating mixed grain rice, more coarse grains than fine grains. He guessed that the fine grains might be running out. I'll exchange some coarse grains for fine grains from others tomorrow. Su Taotao squinted lazily, blowing the sea breeze. Can you really exchange them? Fu Jingtu said, yes, just add some money. Today, Su Taotao was very sleepy. She started to doze off, murmuring, all right then, I'll be eating white rice tomorrow. Fu Jingtu hugged her onto his lap. Su Taotao yawned gracefully, found a comfortable spot to snuggle, and this time, she truly fell asleep. Dust carried Bai Bai over and was about to call Mom, but Fu Jingtu gently shook his head. He held Su Taotao and turned to go upstairs. Dust looked at his parents' backs with wide eyes, a bit worried. Fu Yuanheng came out of the bathroom, rubbing his little nephew's head. Let's go, time to sleep. Uncle will tell you a story. Chuncheng said, Mama, is it time to sleep? Fu Yuanheng hugged the white plush toy in Chuncheng's arms, holding his small hand and smiling as he shook his head. No, it's bedtime. Do you want Uncle to hold you? Chuncheng shook his head. No, I want to go. Fu Jingtu tiptoed and gently placed a kiss on Su Taotao's forehead. He then went downstairs, brought up the electric fan, turned it on towards her, and left her room to go to Chuncheng's room. Fu Zhengtu rarely came to see them at night. Usually, Su Taotao would come by sometimes to read stories to Chengcheng. Fu Yuanhang had already fallen asleep with Chengcheng, then got up again. "Brother, is there something?" Fu Zhengtu said, "We'll eat at the cafeteria tomorrow noon. You can go straight there after school."
Fu Yuanhang nodded.
"Okay, I understand." Fu Zhengtu sat next to his son, patted his little head, and asked, "Did Mom ask you to recite the three-character classic today?" Chengcheng nodded. "Yes." Fu Zhengtu asked again, "How many sentences did she teach you?" Chengcheng counted on his chubby fingers. He counted 10 fingers, but it wasn't enough, so he finally spread his hands and said, "More than just hands." Fu Zhengtu asked, "Do you remember them?" Chengcheng nodded. "At the beginning, it's people are good at birth." He kept reciting until teaching 5 sons, all renowned. Mom taught so many. Su Taotao had taught 16 sentences during the day, and he remembered every word. Fu Zhengtu rubbed his head again, imitating Su Taotao's tone. "Great job. Dad will teach you 8 more sentences. Tomorrow morning, recite them to Mom. Can you remember?" Chengcheng didn't really understand how many 8 sentences were, but he thought 3 words at a time was easy to remember. He puffed out his little chest. "Yes," Fu Zhengtu softly recited, "Nurture without teaching, the father's fault." He continued until if children do not learn young, what will they do when old? Chengcheng repeated after him twice and remembered all of them, along with the 16 sentences Su Taotao taught him that morning. He was indeed smarter than when he was a child, Fu Zhengtu thought. When you grow a little older, Dad will explain what it means. For now, I hope you can remember, if children do not learn young, what will they do when old? Is that okay? Chengcheng shook his head. "I remember everything." Fu Zhengtu smiled and patted his little head again.
Good job.
Then he turned to Fu Yuanhang and said, "Big brother, when you weren't at home before, your mother probably taught you the 3-character classic, the 100 family surnames, and the 1,000-character text, these basic books."
Fu Yuanhang nodded.
"Yes, she did." Fu Zhengtu said, "You can teach Chengcheng some basic knowledge when you have time. He'll remember it." Fu Yuanhang remembered that his mother had taught him when he was 4 or 5 years old. Watching his 2-year-old nephew, he thought, if he doesn't learn now, what will he do when he's older? But is Chengcheng too young? Chengcheng looked excited as he watched his little uncle. Fu Yuanhang thought, all right, Chengcheng is smarter than me. It's good to teach him more knowledge at this age. Okay, brother. After Fu Zhengtu left and turned off the light, Fu Yuanhang told Chengcheng, if you don't want to learn, just tell your little uncle. If you're tired, you should say so. Your sister-in-law won't force you. Chengcheng was sleepy and mumbled, I can remember. It's fun. Fu Yuanhang sighed. Go to sleep. The next morning, Su Taotao woke up very early, almost as soon as Fu Zhengtu left the house. It was the earliest she had gotten up since arriving on the island. The 2 children were still asleep. After washing up, Su Taotao started preparing breakfast. In the hot summer morning, she had little appetite. She made slightly sweet pumpkin steamed cake and boiled a pot of kelp and mung bean soup. The pumpkin steamed cake was made similarly to a cake. Steam the pumpkin until soft, mash it, then add the right amount of flour and baking powder in 2 eggs and mix well until the batter is sticky. After letting it ferment under a lid for about 10 to 20 minutes, she stirred out the bubbles, then brushed some oil on a steaming tray, poured in the batter, and steamed for 20 minutes. A few more minutes of rest, and it was ready. To make it look nice, she inserted a ring of red dates on top. The steamed cake looked just as good as Chengcheng's birthday cake that day. Since the weather was hot, Su Taotao usually soaked some mung beans after dinner, making it easy to cook mung bean soup the next day. When Fu Zhengtu returned carrying bags, the 2 children and White happened to come downstairs. Fu Yuanhang first prepared malted milk for White. Chengcheng's milk powder was running low, so White could only drink milk powder one day and malted milk the next. The rest of the time, he usually drank porridge. White was a Chinese rural dog, not delicate at all. He ate whatever was given and adapted well. Su Taotao brought out the pumpkin steamed cake, and the men in the house, especially the youngest, gathered around, exclaiming in wonder. Dust climbed onto a small stool to see clearly, puffing out her little chubby hand. Mama birthday cake, Mama's birthday. Su Taotao gently rubbed the clever little head. Dust is very smart, but it's not Mama's birthday. This is a pumpkin-steamed cake, made in a similar way to a birthday cake, just with pumpkin added, so the color looks nicer, right? Yes. Dust nodded, liking it more and more. So pretty, Su Taotao. There's no need to hesitate to eat it. Mama can make it anytime. The breakfast in the cafeteria always repeats the same few dishes. No matter how delicious, people get tired of it. But Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanhang were both surprised and happy when they saw the pumpkin-steamed cake. Su Taotao didn't add extra sugar. The slight sweetness came from the pumpkin itself. Paired with a bowl of mung bean soup, it was perfect for the hot summer day. Su Taotao put in 8 red dates. The steamed cake was cut into 8 pieces, each with 1 red date. Su Taotao and Dust ate 1/8 and felt full, while the rest was shared by the brothers. Dust usually drinks milk in the morning, not mung bean soup. She only drinks a little at noon or in the afternoon, as Su Taotao allows. Fu Yuanhang drinks soy milk, malted milk, and mung bean soup, whatever is available at home. Is making this complicated? Fu Jingtu silently ate the last bite and asked. Coincidentally, he brought home 3 large pumpkins today. Su Taotao shook her head. It's not complicated, just takes some time to ferment. Fu Jingtu, I bought 3 pumpkins today. Su Taotao chuckled, resisting the urge to pat his head in front of the kids. Engineer Fu, you want to eat it again tomorrow? Okay, I'll make it for you. Fu Jingtu looked at her and smiled. I'll help you. The oven needed to be faster. She said baked ones taste better. Today was rare for the whole family to go out at the same time. Even rarer was that everyone was wearing matching white shirts and black pants. Walking out looking so neat and uniform was really impressive. Sure enough, at the door, they ran into the Xia Zhiqiu family, who were also leaving for work or grocery shopping at the same time, and Aunt Zhong's family. The 3 women exchanged smiles and said in unison, "What a coincidence." Aunt Zhong couldn't help but sigh. Your family is so good-looking. The older ones are handsome, and the younger ones are also good-looking. Just looking at you makes people happy. Su Taotao politely smiled but didn't respond to that. Their family was good-looking, not out of pretense, and there was no reason to argue. Aunt Zhong nodded toward the vegetable garden and said, Xiao Su, I've planted all the vegetables. Did you see them? Su Taotao finally noticed that seedlings had been planted in the open space. Next to each seedling, there were taller branches inserted, which were hard to see without a close look. What's the purpose of the branches?
Su Taotao asked. Aunt Zhong pointed to the sky. To block the sun.
Without shade, the plants would wilt in half a day.
Su Taotao nodded.
Luckily, I planted them for you. I really couldn't do it myself. Mumu jumped happily to find his good friend, Fu Yuanhang. Aunt Zhong stopped him. Mumu, have you finished writing the letter for your brother? When you're done, give it to me to send.
Done.
Mumu handed the letter to his mother. Aunt Zhong took it without looking and put it in the vegetable basket. Have you told him to come back soon? Mumu nodded. Yes, I told him if he doesn't see you, he won't even want to eat. Aunt Zhong reached out and playfully scolded him. You kid. Mumu ran off happily. Aunt Zhong sighed and said to Su Taotao, my eldest son really worries me. Such a good kid, but he spends all day in front of the big boiler, and he doesn't even want to find a partner. I don't know what to do. With such a big base, why are even simple jobs like cleaning toilets so hard to get? Su Taotao looked thoughtful and glanced at Aunt Zhong. What does he do now? Aunt Zhong replied, he's a boiler worker at the steel factory. It's tough work. If I had known, I would have told him to go to the countryside when he finished high school. Su Taotao asked, does he complain about the hardship? Aunt Zhong shook her head. No, he's willing to endure hardships. He keeps his troubles to himself. Years ago, I was busy traveling with Lao and Mo and Mumu, so I couldn't take care of him. It made me sad. Su Taotao understood and said nothing more. Fu Zhen too was holding Chin Chin and Zhang Chuncheng was holding Dong Dong, walking along the road. The 2 children struggled to get down. Dong Dong happily reached out to hold Chun Chen's hand. Today, we're going shopping together again. Chun Chin shook his head. No, I'm not going. I'm going to work with Dad. Dong Dong blinked, and then looked at Zhang Chuncheng. Dad, can I go to work with you? Zhang Chuncheng looked confused at Fu Jin Tuesday. Why did he bring his son to work again? Wasn't the last visit enough? Before he could speak, Su Taotao had already gone onto the bus. Fu Zhan too bent down and picked up Chin Chen, also getting on the bus. Zhang Chuncheng looked on. What does this mean? Are they bringing the wife and kids to work today? Are they going to cause trouble in the lab again? Xia Zhiqiu came over, took Dong Dong's hand, and said, Dong Dong, your mom is going to the supply and marketing cooperative. You wanted to eat big prawns, right? We need to go early, or they'll be sold out. Dun Dun eagerly looked at the bus, but Dad took Dust to work. I want to go too. Zhang Chuncheng had a busy day today and looked at Xia Zhiqiu with some difficulty. Xia Zhiqiu understood and said, It's all Mom's fault for not booking seats in advance. See, there's no space on the bus. We'll go next time. Dun Dun was then carried away by his mother. Zhang Chuncheng got on the bus, feeling a bit upset while looking at the happy family of three. What are they doing? Mo Gong was thinking about the conversation between Su Taotao and her husband just now. He understood the subtle meaning behind the music. Aunt Zhong couldn't see the clues, but Mo Gong understood. If her matter can be resolved, they will need to hire workers. His wife casually chatted, and her honest opinion about their son might have accidentally caught Su Taotao's attention. Su Taotao and her family sat diagonally opposite him. How could someone who is always the center of attention not succeed? Mo Gong calmed himself down, realizing that a wave of trouble might soon rise at the base. But he planned to do nothing and leave it to fate. Dust had ridden the bus with his dad before, but this was the first time riding with his mom. He remembered everything clearly, noting all the sights along the way. This time, he was going to teach his mom something, chattering happily. Halfway through the trip, he suddenly remembered he hadn't finished something. Mom, recite your lessons. After saying this, Dust automatically recited from the beginning of humanity to what old he does. Su Taotao was stunned for a long time afterward, unable to recover. She thought she had only taught up to teaching 5 sons, all famous, which was 16 lines in total. Why were there 8 more lines? Did she remember incorrectly? Fu Jingta noticed her confusion and softly said, Last night, I taught him 8 more lines before bed. After saying this, he casually continued teaching, and Dust quickly memorized the additional lines. They kept going until they reached the research center. Fu Jingtu recited 8 lines at a time, repeating several times, until Dust had memorized the entire 3-character classic, over 1,000 characters. From the initial stumbling to now, ignoring pronunciation, it was smooth as silk. Not only Su Taotao was stunned, but everyone on the bus was amazed. In just half the trip, he had memorized a book of the 3-character classic. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? The mother, Su Taotao, was silent. What a brave teacher and a brave student. Compared to Fu Jingtu, her teaching was too conservative. Maybe genius minds are connected. She decided not to teach anymore, to avoid turning a genius into an ordinary person. From now on, Dust's learning will be a responsibility. I will only be here to play with him. Fu Jingtu said, he just remembers things quickly, but he still needs some time to review and reinforce his knowledge. Your way of teaching is fine too. Different methods lead to the same result. Su Taotao didn't believe a single punctuation mark. Fu Gong was just fooling her. Someone couldn't help but ask Fu Gong, is your son really only 2 years old? Fu Gong rubbed his son's head. The little guy still spoke unclearly, walked a bit shaky, and was only 2 years old. It's hard to tell just by looking. Just celebrated his 2nd birthday a few days ago, Fu Jingtu replied. The person asking fell silent. Why bother humiliating himself? His own son was already 5 and couldn't recite anything. No, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't taught his son at all. The more he thought, the more ashamed he felt. It's true, not teaching properly is the parent's fault. He, as a father, should be the one to teach the 3-character classic. The person who was the quietest was Zhang Chuncheng. Dongdong is more than half a year older than Chuncheng. Besides playing around, they haven't learned anything yet. Chuncheng had already recited an entire book of the three-character classic during the half-hour car ride. No, he must hurry home tonight and make Dongdong recite the three-character classic. Zhang Chuncheng then remembered the scene of Chuncheng folding paper in the office last time and sighed. He was no longer as clever, his efforts were lacking. How can he continue to survive like this? Other children at the base trembled. You geniuses can play by yourselves. Why come bother us ordinary folks? Chuncheng didn't realize that sitting in the cardboard, playing a game of reciting the three-character classic with his dad, would turn him into the enemy of all the kids at the base. Of course, that's a story for later. The vehicle stopped in front of a corridor lined with coconut trees. The guards checked their work IDs one by one, then matched faces before letting them pass. Su Taodao held a pass slip. The guards probably knew her and Chuncheng by name. Given Fu Gong's strong presence, they didn't dare look too long. After confirming, they let them through. But this family of three really couldn't help but attract some extra looks. The research center was deep inside the coconut tree corridor. Fu Jingtu wasn't shy. He confidently carried Chuncheng in one arm and held Su Taotao's hand with the other as they walked through the gate. If the news that Fu Gong was carrying his son to work before was a level 10 earthquake, then now, with him holding his son in one arm and his wife's hand in the other, it was like a combination of a level 10 earthquake and a level 10 tornado. The entire center shook 3 times. Zhou Zheng was returning to work today for the first time after a break, arriving early to clear his leave in the administrative department. Just now, the friendly and enthusiastic women comrades disappeared instantly upon hearing this news. Except for her cousin Zhou Weining, who was slumped on the table looking tired and unresponsive. Zhou Zheng cleared his throat. Ning, Fu Jingtu is very secretive. I only recently found out he has a wife and children. I really didn't know before. If I had known earlier, I would never have done such a crazy thing to match them. Zhou Weining replied impatiently, I know, I'm fine. I left early. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, if you weren't looking so half-dead, I might believe you. He kindly said, Fu Jingtu is a very good person, a great comrade, and a rare talent. But he is so focused on work that he ignores everything outside. His family might not be happy. Zhou Weining finally turned her head to look at him. Brother, have you seen the fairy lady and the little fairy boy? What? What are those? Zhou Weining sighed. Once you've seen them, you wouldn't say that. They're very happy. Zhou Zheng was very frightened and quickly reached out to touch his cousin's forehead. Are you sick? Do you need to see a doctor? Zhou Weining pushed his hand away. You're the one who's sick. You should go out and save a spot to watch the fairy lady and the little fairy boy. If you're late, there won't even be a place to stand. Zhou Zheng. Worried. Could the girl have been so shocked that she lost her mind? Are you really okay? Maybe take a few more days off and visit Grandpa? Zhou Weining shook her head. I'm really fine. I let go early. Zhou Weining mumbled. What can I compare to the fairy lady? Her eyes are bigger, her nose higher, her skin whiter, and she's taller. I can't even compare in chest. Zhou Weining puffed out her chest. Sigh. I can't compare in everything. Where can I find someone more handsome than Fu Jingtu? It's driving her crazy. Zhou Zheng rubbed his forehead. Oh no, the girl has really lost her mind. At this moment, Su Taodao, following Fu Jingtu, zigzagged through layers of onlookers and finally arrived at the leader's office. Just take dusting back to work first. I'll wait here, and then come find you all. Fu Jingtu wasn't worried about her. Do you know the way? Su Taodao touched her lips and smiled brightly. I have a mouth, I can ask.
Fu Jingtu.
Su Taotao patted Dusting's head. Dusting, be good, and listen to Dad. Mom will come find you later. Dustin nodded. Okay, Fu Jingtu, holding Dustin, had just turned around when the leadership team arrived. This time, even academician Zheng was here. He saw Fu Jingtu holding the child and looked at him for a while. Is that your son? Fu Jingtu replied, Yes, my son, Fu Haochen. Dustin tilted his head and smiled at academician Zheng. The over 60-year-old academician Zheng's heart melted. Good, good, good. He's handsome and smart. A good boy. In a little while, he can go to the Red Education class, so he won't have to come to work with his parents. Academician Zheng's words reassured Fu Jingtu, confirming the plan for Su Taotao. The next discussion would only involve details. Fu Jingtu had nothing to worry about. He nodded slightly to Su Taotao, then took Dustin and left, leaving the main stage to her. Su Taotao introduced herself confidently and calmly. All the leaders present were meeting Su Taotao in person for the first time. They all felt that she was very beautiful, more so than Fu Jingtu, who seemed like a cold, aloof person. They didn't seem to be from the same world, but their relationship looked good. Beauty was a bonus in the 21st century, but in the 1970s, it wasn't a disadvantage, though it didn't help much either. After introductions, they got straight to the point. Everyone present was straightforward and didn't like to waste words on superficial talk. They sat down and began discussing the details. Comrade Su, we have reviewed your plan and think it's good. Today, we want to clarify some details. Your plan is very detailed and we approve. Regarding the personnel structure, would it be better for us to manage it centrally? Su Taotao said, the leaders can recommend suitable candidates, and I welcome that. However, I want to form the core team myself. Building a tall building starts with a solid foundation. It's not necessary to have the best, but it must be suitable and compatible. Academician Zheng didn't expect her to say this, but she made a lot of sense. The director of the Human Resources Department and Dean Zheng exchanged glances and said, that's fine. We won't interfere with the workshop's personnel structure. But the staff of the workshop can only be family members of the base staff. Do you understand this? Su Taotao nodded. Understood. So, family members can be assigned positions? What about those not on the island now? The HR director's first reaction was, are you referring to relatives who need to be assigned positions? On that day, Fu Zheng's implied meaning was that Su Taotao's initial intention in doing this was to create jobs for herself and those in need. He naturally assumed that was her meaning. Su Taotao shook her head. No, I understand the rules of the base. My relatives are not considered employee family members. I'm just giving an example, like adult children or spouses of employees who work elsewhere and might need to transfer here. In fact, the base only accepts spouses and direct relatives. Strictly speaking, Fu Yuanheng isn't considered a direct relative, but his situation is special. He's underage, and his father sacrificed for the country, so he can only rely on his older brother. Therefore, Su Taotao's own direct relatives are not within the base's acceptance scope. Unless her family only has her and her parents are elderly and need to be brought here for care.
She is clear about this.
After hearing Su Taotao, everyone relaxed. If she had asked to bring her relatives here, they would need to consider whether to set that precedent. The HR director said, as long as the relatives are direct family members of the base employees and their background checks are clear, we will accept them. Su Taotao thought for a moment and asked, if the workshop grows bigger and stronger and there are no suitable candidates among employee relatives, or if we need some professional talent, how should we handle that? The HR director looked at academician Zheng. Zheng said, it depends on the specific situation. Currently, the size of the workshop is manageable with the base's family members. If there's a real need, we can consider special talent arrangements. Su Taotao understood that there are still quite a few surplus workers on the island. Although there aren't many adult men, it's still possible to find a few. They can see about recruitment later. Only by developing the workshop and achieving results can they gain more influence. Su Taotao gently tapped the table and said, regarding the location of the workshop, I remember there's an empty plot behind the cafeteria, about the size of a few basketball courts, with a metal shed on one side. If that land isn't used for anything else, can I apply to build a factory there? The office director hesitated for a moment. That land was originally reserved for building a factory, if the previous project hadn't fallen through. Honestly, that land hasn't been very lucky. Several attempts to build a factory there failed. Hopefully, this time will go smoothly. The several leaders exchanged glances silently, showing understanding without saying anything. The office director nodded. Yes, you can. Su Taotao said, Yuhong class doesn't need an extra building. In elementary school, there are several classes with only 10 students in the same grade. We could merge 2 of those classes into one and use the freed-up classroom for Yuhong class. Would that work? Why does Su Taotao know this? Because of Aunt Zhong, the all-knowing base expert. On the island, Aunt Zhong knows everything, big or small. Of course, Su Taotao doesn't believe one side of the story. She asked Fu Yuanhang to check the situation in person. Both first and second grades have about 20 students each, but they're split into 2 classes. Academician Zheng frowned and asked, Really? Why are 20 kids split into 2 classes? The office director explained, initially, each grade in elementary school was set up with 1 class, with a few extra classrooms kept as backups. We don't require children to be 6 years old to start school, so many parents send their 4 or 5-year-olds. A single teacher can't manage so many young children, so the kids are split into 2 classes by age. Currently, first and second grades each have about 10 students per class. The second grade can be merged into 1 class to free up a classroom for Yuhong class. What the office director didn't say is that because education is free, some parents even want to send their 3 or 4-year-olds. If there hadn't been an entrance exam to block some children, the first grade would be full of Yuhong class students. Some 4 or 5-year-olds can't keep up, and some students have repeated first grade twice. So, Su Taotao's plan to charge for Yuhong class is very forward-thinking. For working parents, paying this fee isn't a problem. Non-working parents can save money by not paying, but they won't envy those in Yuhong class because it's paid out of pocket. If Yuhong class were free, it would cause chaos. It's clear Su Taotao has thought of everything. Academician Zheng decisively said, then it's settled. Does anyone have anything to add? No one spoke. Zheng continued, if not, Lao Zhao, please prepare the agreement. He stood up and extended his hand towards Su Taotao. Su Taotao also stood, slightly bowed, extended her right hand, and placed her left hand on her wrist, giving a gentle shake before releasing it. Zheng said, Comrade Su, I won't say more. If you need the base's cooperation, just let us know. We will do our best to support you. Hope you can implement this successfully and achieve results that benefit the base. Su Taotao said, I will do my best. Before the public recruitment, I want to secretly select 2 candidates. The leaders probably won't oppose, right? Academician Zheng remembered that she had been at the base for less than a month. Was someone chosen so quickly? Zheng, it's up to you. We said we wouldn't interfere, but as far as I know, you've been on the island for less than a month. I'm just curious about which 2 people you have in mind. Su Taotao said, one is Comrade Zhong Xiumei, wife of Engineer Mo. The other is Comrade Xia Zhiqiu, wife of Zhang Chunqing. The leaders looked at each other. Zhang Chunqing's wife just applied to the base, and it hasn't even been a week. The details are not very clear yet. As for Engineer Mo's wife, Aunt Zhong is well known. Engineer Mo is famous for being very obedient to his wife. She is known for her cooking, which many say is not very good. How could she catch Su Taotao's eye? The HR director said, I don't mean to interfere, just curious. Zhang's wife is a high school student. Are you planning to have her teach the red class? As for Mo's wife, I understand she has been taking care of Mo's daily needs and has never participated in work. I wonder what position you plan to assign her to? Su Taotao chuckled softly, looking directly at the HR director. Did Fu Jingta tell you all that I took on this task because I wanted to? The HR director was momentarily stunned by her smile and forgot to reply. Su Taotao's question wasn't meant to get an answer. She continued, if I didn't take on this task, in a few years, I would probably be known as Fu Gong's wife who never participated in work. Aunt Zhong doesn't not want to work. She just hasn't been given a position. She and her husband are very close and don't want to be apart. So, she can only follow Mo around everywhere. The leaders might not understand Aunt Zhong. She hasn't read many books, but she is very good at understanding people and communicating. She always greets everyone with a smile, and people like to get along with her. She has never had a conflict with anyone. Such a person is a good mediator and intelligence gatherer wherever she goes. When I first met her, I thought it was a pity she didn't join the Women's Federation. If she wanted to come to my small workshop, I would think she was even more talented. The leaders were all amused by Su Taotao's words. At the same time, they felt a bit ashamed. They believed they had arranged the workers' families well, but because the base is special, they couldn't offer more jobs, which led to many talented people being overlooked. It seems that in the future, all personnel and logistics for the workshop will be managed by Comrade Zhong Xiumei. The director of the Human Resources Department said, "Comrade Su, when it comes to recognizing talent, I, an old comrade, am not as good as you." Academician Zheng laughed heartily. "Old Chen, you've been taught a lesson by Comrade Su, haven't you? You were worried that Su was too young to manage people, but now you're no longer worried, right?" The HR director nodded repeatedly. "And what about Zhang Gong's wife? Do you have any plans for her?" Before Su Taotao could answer this question for Aunt Zhong, they might have thought she would be assigned to the red growth class, but now they weren't so sure. Su Taotao said, "My secretary? I don't plan to do everything myself. I'll focus on the big picture." Comrade Xiaozi, who just graduated high school with excellent grades, is dignified, poised, knows when to come and go, and writes very well. Such a talented person would be wasted if she only served as my secretary. Academician Zheng gave Su Taotao a thumbs up. "Comrade Su, you're impressive. You're more suitable for leadership than I thought. I believe you can make the workshop bigger and stronger, eventually turning it into a large factory so that every worker's family can find a suitable job." Su Taotao waved her hand. "No, please don't flatter me. I can only do my best. I won't promise anything under pressure." Academician Zheng nodded from afar. "You're as smart and capable as your husband, Fu Gong." Fu Jingtu is quite lucky. Someone so unromantic managed to find a matching, charming, and versatile partner. This meeting was very pleasant. Everyone present was practical. The head of the finance department immediately approved her first budget based on Su Taotao's plan. Su Taotao left the meeting room with the official documents and funds. On her way out, she was still considering whether to mention Aunt Zhong's eldest son. She currently needed hardworking laborers. Aunt Zhong's son, also a high school graduate, was working in a much tougher job than the workshop, so Su Taotao wasn't sure if he was willing to transfer. After careful thought, she decided to let him participate in the open recruitment. First, she hadn't met him in person and didn't know if he was as hardworking as Aunt Zhong said. Second, the Mo family had already designated Aunt Zhong, and having two family members prearranged within one family might cause dissatisfaction. Although others' opinions wouldn't change Su Taotao's decision, if Zhong Yi's son is truly as good as she said, he would definitely be hired through a public recruitment process. Su Taotao couldn't enter Fu Jingtu's workplace and could only wait at the security guard station for updates. While lost in thought and pacing, Su Taotao almost bumped into someone coming toward her. "Sorry," she said, even though she didn't actually hit anyone. Zhou Weining pouted and muttered, "So polite, but still lost." Seeing her fussing and staring at her intently, Su Taotao glanced back at her. She felt she had seen her somewhere before. She looked familiar. "Family members aren't allowed here. Why are you able to come in?" That familiar tone. Su Taotao looked around, saw no one else, and pointed to herself. "Are you talking to me?" Zhou Weining took a step back, raised her hand to block, and hurriedly introduced herself. "Don't ask who I am. My name is Zhou Weining. I work in the logistics department here. I once had a crush on Fu Jingtu, but after I found out he has a wife and child, I didn't like him anymore. It wasn't intentional before." Zhou Weining was still affected by the couple's earlier question, "Who are you?" Now, she trembled whenever someone asked her that. Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh. It turned out she was Fu Jingtu's crush, the overly talkative Pacific police who had inexplicably cried loudly outside her door before. She hadn't looked closely at her earlier, but now she saw clearly. She was a very cute girl, with healthy, light wheat-colored skin, big, round, sparkling eyes, and a round face. She looked like a very innocent young girl. She didn't resemble Zhou at all. In this era, A woman daring enough to openly admit her crush on her husband's wife in front of her and shout it out wasn't naive, but probably a bit foolish. It was clear she had no hostility toward herself, and Su Taotao had even less toward her. With good timing, favorable conditions, and the right people, if Fu Jingtu and she had just looked at each other favorably, there wouldn't be any Su Taotao in the picture. Hello, my name is Su Taotao. I know you. Everyone here knows you're Fu Gong's wife, Su Taotao. Zhou Weining looked behind her and asked, "Where's your little fairy?"
Su Taotao.
Before she could speak, Fu Jingtu appeared behind Zhou Weining, carrying dust in one arm. The little child was very excited to see her mother, kicking her short legs. Mom Fu Jingtu gently patted the child's short leg. "Don't move around, it's dangerous." The child blinked her big eyes and obediently stayed still. Zhou Weining seemed to be struck by a sudden spell. Her limbs froze for a few seconds, then she suddenly reacted, turned around quickly, and ran away.
Su Taotao.
Weren't you supposed to see the little fairy? Why did you run away as soon as you arrived? Fu Jingtu briefly glanced at the fleeing figure and then looked away. Did it go smoothly? Su Taotao raised the leather bag in her hand. The approval and funds are all in here.
Fu Jingtu smiled slightly. Congratulations, Comrade Su Taotao.
Su Taotao waved her hand. It's a small workshop. When I become Director Su in the future, then I'll accept your congratulations. Fu Jingtu's smile grew wider. I'll be looking forward to it. Su Taotao looked at him with a small smile, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Su Taotao took a kiss from the child on her cheek and said, "I'll take Xinchin to the meeting room. We'll leave together after you get off work." Su Taotao wanted to go back early. The leader would send a car to take her home, but she didn't want to waste the base's resources. Anyway, Fu Jingtu would finish work in about an hour, and they could take the company's shuttle home together then. Fu Jingtu took Su Taotao's documents, put them into her bag, and handed it to her. "Chen hasn't eaten his rice snack yet. I'll finish my work and come find you." Su Taotao slung the bag over her shoulder. "Go ahead and work." Chen struggled to get down. "Mom, I'm leaving now." Su Taotao put Chen on the ground and held his hand as they headed back to the meeting room. "Chen, what did you do in Dad's office today?" Smiled. Chen made a small hand gesture like a smile, reciting Su Taotao. "Dad asked you to recite again? Comrade Fu must be a bit too strict, huh?" Chen shook his head. "Not Dad, Uncle Shu and Uncle Bo." Su Taotao. She rubbed the child's head. "If Chen doesn't want to recite, that's okay." Chen looked up with his little head. "I want to recite why? Uncle Shu and Uncle Bo are a bit silly." Su Taotao. "It must be Fu's genes acting up, nothing to do with her." Su Taotao probably understood what was happening. The story of Chen reciting the three-character classic in the car had spread, and everyone was teasing him. "Hush, hush, hush." Su Taotao heard a strange sound and looked around but couldn't find the source. Mom Dusty points at the bathroom door, peeking at the obedient auntie inside. Su Taotao looks in the direction Dusty is pointing. Not to mention, Zhou Weining's way of thinking is definitely a bit different from others. The bathroom is so smelly, the door is so dirty, yet she only sticks her head out, her clothes pressed against the door. Zhou Weining whispers softly, "Little fairy, you found me? Your mom didn't notice. You're so clever." Dusty tilts her head and blinks at Zhou Weining, looking confused. Zhou Weining is so adorable, she can't help but smile. She pushes open the bathroom door, jogs over, and holds a few big white rabbit candies in her pocket, offering them to Dusty. "Little fairy, here, have some." Dusty shakes her head. "I'm not a little fairy, I'm Dusty. I don't want candy. Mom said not to take things from strangers, and Mom hasn't said it's okay to take now." Zhou Weining smiles warmly and gently puts the candies into Dusty's pocket, daring not to pinch her face, just lightly touching her little hand, then happily runs away. A few meters away, she turns back and waves to Dusty, who is dressed in a white shirt and looks like a fairy in Zhou Weining's eyes. "Dusty, see you later." She has touched the little fairy's hand. Soft, smooth, and still wanting to touch more. Su Taotao says, "Dusty, thank you, Auntie." Dusty finally shows her tiny teeth and says, "Thank you, Auntie." Suddenly, Zhou Weining bumps into the door. Su Taotao and Dusty. Zhou Weining takes a deep breath, touches her head, and laughs foolishly. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. After she walks away, Dusty says, Mom, this auntie is also silly. Su Taotao gently pats the child's head. She's not silly. She just likes Dusty. And Dusty can't call others silly casually. That's impolite. Actually, this girl is quite adorable. Dusty remembers and nods slowly. Okay, she touches the big white rabbit candies in her pocket and asks her mom, Mom, can I eat some candy? Su Taotao replies, You can have one piece. Su Taotao and Dusty stay in the office for over an hour when Fu Jingtu comes looking for them. He is accompanied by Zhou Zheng. As the saying goes, after 3 days apart, one should look at each other with new eyes. The last time they met at the train station, this family looked tired but still quite eye-catching. Who would have thought that after a little tidy-up, they could look so outstanding? Brother-in-law, Dusty, we meet again. Zhou Zheng is just here to say hello. He's a silly uncle. Oh, Mom said not to call anyone silly or impolite. Dust put the caramel candy aside and obediently called out Uncle. After getting Su Taotao's permission, Dust ate another caramel. Now his mouth was puffed up, his eyes round, even cuter than a little squirrel.
Good boy, Dust.
Zhou Zheng felt ticklish and thought he was so adorable he wanted to take him home. Su Taotao exchanged a few words with him before rushing to catch her bus. Fu Jingtu was still holding Dust with his right arm and holding Su Taotao's hand with his left. Watching this family of 3 walk away, Zhou Zheng had to say they were a perfect match, even matching in their white shirts. If he looked for a partner based on this look, Fu Jingtu wouldn't mind missing Ning altogether. After spending another morning together, many people in Fu Jingtu's team became familiar with Dust. Several uncles and older men greeted him, and Dust responded with a big, smiling reply. Among them, Engineer Mo was the happiest. The little baby was no longer afraid of him, and even called him uncle. Su Taotao felt Dust had improved again. Before, when someone greeted him, he would hide in his parents' arms, but now he was doing much better. The news about her workshop had already spread. Most of the people on the bus had no family members working, and even if they knew it wasn't appropriate, some still asked boldly. An older colleague asked Comrade Su, Did the leaders approve your workshop to make food products? The colleague sitting next to him also said, Yes, I heard about it too. What kind of jobs are available? How does the hiring process work? Can you tell us more? Everyone on the bus was hardworking researchers and straightforward. No tricky schemes, just honest questions. They all held their breath waiting for Su Taotao's answer. Even Engineer Mo listened carefully. This matter would eventually be made public, so Su Taotao didn't hide it. She smiled and nodded. Yes, it was just a small workshop at first. Once everything is in order, we will post the official recruitment notices on the bulletin board. Qualified people can come to apply. The older colleague asked again, What kind of jobs are there? My son will graduate from high school in September. Can he apply? Su Taotao was taken aback. She was mainly focused on helping women find jobs and hadn't thought about the high school students at the base. Since the base was new, most children had just started elementary school, some were in middle school, but there weren't many in high school. Su Taotao thought for a moment and honestly replied, Currently, there are no external openings for clerical positions. They mainly need basic workers, preferably strong women, or young adults who are unemployed. If a high school graduate takes this job, it would be a waste of talent. An older colleague sighed and said, It's all for serving the people. If the unit accepts new staff, that's good. I wanted my child to go to the countryside for some experience, but my wife and I had only one child when we were 30. She absolutely refused. We can't just leave the child at home doing nothing, right? If that happens, the child might become useless. At that time, the policy allowed families with only one child not to go to the countryside regardless of whether the unit accepted them. But they worried the child would become lazy at home. The older colleague was very conscientious and wanted to send the child to the countryside for training, but his wife cried and threw a tantrum, refusing outright. The colleague had no choice. Su Taotao thought for a moment and said, if you don't mind, we can have the child come over to try. We will consider them based on needs. All right, thank you. Like the other dedicated and admirable researchers and worker Fu, these people never thought about taking shortcuts or being sneaky. The older colleague didn't even tell Su Taotao his son's name. Another colleague asked, will you handle logistics, administration, finance, sales, and clerical work all by yourself? Will you be able to manage? Su Taotao honestly replied, the leadership team has already been formed and there are no more external hires. Everyone naturally assumed it was assigned by the organization, so they didn't ask further. Zhang Chuncheng felt it was a pity. Xia Zhiqiu was not afraid of hard work, but she used to be an accountant at a food factory. Now, being sent to work on the island as a production worker in the heat, he was worried she might not handle it well, so he didn't ask more. He thought to himself that he had no hope for this recruitment. Worker Mo also had a feeling. His eldest son was not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. If they were hiring frontline workers and his son was willing to return, the chances of him being accepted were quite high. Workers on the front line of the food workshop would be somewhat easier than those at the steel factory. The key was being together as a family. He planned to call his son in the afternoon and ask him to come back as soon as possible. As for Aunt Zhong, worker Mo didn't even consider her working there. The others also felt confident and prepared to go home and notify their families to get ready. When they arrived at the large dining hall station, Fu Yuanhang was already in line ahead of time. The timing was just right. When Su Taotao and the others arrived, only 2 or 3 people were ahead of them. The 4-member family, dressed uniformly and looking very attractive, once again caused a stir. This time, neither Fu Yuanhang nor Qin Qin paid much attention. They just did what they needed to do. In front of Fu Yuanhang was his classmate, who, after fitting a small egg into his mouth, quietly asked him, are your older brother and sister-in-law usually very strict? Fu Yuanhang shook his head. Not really. The classmate said, they seem like people you shouldn't mess with. He thought that with such an older brother and sister-in-law watching over him, Fu Yuanhang must be living a tough life. Looking at Fu Yuanhang, the classmate's eyes were full of sympathy. Fu Yuanhang thought, what kind of strange look is that? He looked back and saw that his older brother was pursing his lips and not speaking, which could be a bit stern, but his sister-in-law was smiling. How could they be hard to get along with? The classmate sighed again. Your family is really good-looking. Your little nephew is so cute. Why doesn't he come to class with you? Sometimes he would also take his younger brother to class. Fu Yuanhang thought to himself, I wish he would come to class with me, but he doesn't want to. What can I do? During dinner, Fu Gong, who was busy peeling shrimp, was the busiest. Su Taotao and Chun Chen's shrimp were his responsibility. Although Su Taotao said he didn't need to peel hers, he did it his way, his son, her, and him. He didn't bother to argue. When they finished eating, he would put the leftovers back into his bowl. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned to see this. It seemed that fearing one's wife was contagious. Those living close to Mo Gong would eventually become afraid of their wives too. Even the cold and stern Fu Gong was no exception. Su Taotao was the first to finish eating. She asked Fu Yuanhang, Xiaoheng, does your school have a resting place?
Fu Yuanhang nodded.
Yes, some students eat in the cafeteria and rest in the classroom after eating. Su Taotao asked again, is it tiring to walk back and forth in the hot sun every day? Fu Yuanhang shook his head.
Just a little while, not tiring.
She had asked this question many times before, and every time Fu Yuanhang said it wasn't tiring. She continued, in the future, keep some meal tickets in your bag. If I'm busy and can't cook, you can bring Chin Chin to the cafeteria to eat. Okay. Fu Yuanhang agreed without suspicion, not asking why he was the one taking Chin Chin to eat. What about her and the older brother? Su Taotao was thinking that when she was busy, she might not be able to take care of the 2 little ones. Since Chun Chun would be going to the red education class at the same school as Fu Yuanhang, she could go to the factory behind the cafeteria, which was nearby, and eat there. She could also rest more at noon. Then you can eat at the small cafeteria yourself, Su Taotao told Fu Jintua.
Fu Zhentuo frowned slightly.
I'll come back and eat with you all. Su Taotao said, that's because you're not busy right now. When you get busy, it won't be certain. Just have dinner together. Lunch isn't necessary. Today, after taking a round trip by car, she realized how much time Fu Jingde spends wasted on the road. It would be better for him to rest more at the base during midday. Anyway, they have now adapted to life on the island. In the house, Su Taotao always makes the decisions. Fu Gong can only eat quietly and not argue with her. Su Taotao also told Fu Yuanhang, "I'll be very busy soon. Xiaoheng might need to take Dust to school. Once I get everything sorted out, it'll be fine." Fu Yuanhang was very happy and turned his head to look at the little kid busy eating. "Really? That's great. Yes. I will take Dust to school tomorrow." Su Taotao chuckled. "Not tomorrow, later." Dust sighed. His shrimp in the bowl no longer tasted good. He just wanted to stay with his mom. After dinner, the couple first sent Fu Yuanhang and Dust back to school to rest. They went to check out the open space behind the cafeteria under the hot sun. This land was originally meant for building a fish processing factory, so it's close to the dock, Fu Jingde explained. Su Taotao nodded. "No wonder. I thought such a good location was just sitting idle. I even thought it was for movie screenings." Fu Jingde said, "Movies are usually shown on the square in front of the auditorium. By the way, there will be a movie next week." Su Taotao smiled. "Then Xiaoheng and Dust will be very happy." Looking at the ships floating on the endless sea not far away, Su Taotao suddenly had an inspiring idea and asked, "Fu Jingde, if we sell our products abroad, would it be faster to ship by water?" Fu Jingde shook his head. "The fishing boats here are for deep-sea fishing and don't carry goods. The cargo ships at the town port are usually for ocean transportation. Unless your products are sold overseas, you won't need that." Su Taotao took a deep breath and looked at the ships floating on the vast sea. Suddenly, she felt a heroic desire to conquer the world. She pointed to the distant unknown and said, "Fu Jingde, one day my products will cross this sea and be sold on the other side of the earth. Do you believe it?" The midday sun generously shone on Su Taotao. She was already dazzlingly white, but now she shone even more brightly. Fu Jingde looked at her. Su Taotao smiled at him. At this moment, she had a breathtaking, stunning beauty. Fu Jingde slightly curved his lips and nodded. "I believe." She was meant to be dazzling. With the space to show her talents, she could conquer the entire ocean. Su Taotao roughly explained to Fu Jingde which areas needed to be built, their purposes, and that the base had professional construction teams. Even simple factory buildings required skilled workers. While Su Taotao was speaking, Fu Jingde was taking notes and occasionally offering suggestions to help improve her plans. Just after she finished, the drawings appeared on his side. Su Taotao took the drawings he handed her and looked at them, feeling quite embarrassed. Surprisingly, his drawings were better than those of a professional graduate in design like herself. "Fu Jingde, is drawing talent also a family trait of your Fu family?" Fu Jingde didn't answer. He looked at her sweaty nose and gently adjusted her hat brim with a smile. "It's too hot. Let's go back. If you need to make any changes, come back in the morning or evening." It was indeed hot. Su Taotao couldn't stand standing under the sun for long. Dichen, the little friend, wasn't new to the school but was visiting his uncle's classroom for the first time. The fourth-grade students, who usually took a nap during lunch, were now wide awake and gathered around Fu Hausen. Fortunately, most students had gone home for lunch, or the group would have been packed tightly. "Dichen, you're so cute, even fairer than your little uncle. Look at Dichen's eyelashes, so long, they move like little fans." Yes, Dichen looks like a doll I saw in a display window in the capital." After being surrounded for a while, Dichen started to feel sleepy. He rubbed his eyes, looked tired, and leaned into his little uncle's arms, pouting because he was disturbed. Fu Yuanheng shooed them away. "Dichen is sleepy. Everyone, go rest now. Don't disturb him." He carried Dichen to a corner to sit down. "Sleep for a while. In the afternoon, will you go to class with your little uncle or go back with your mom?" Dichen closed his eyes, drifting in and out, softly muttering. Mama Fu Yuanheng gently stroked his soft hair, but said nothing. Since Deechin was raised by his sister-in-law, he was very popular, but it also brought some trouble. He himself didn't like being the center of attention, especially since Deechin was a bit more shy than him. Although everyone meant well, Fu Yuanheng hoped they wouldn't be so enthusiastic for a while, or Deechin would be even less willing to come to class with him. When Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu arrived at the school, Deechin was already asleep. The lively elementary students had fallen silent, not daring to make a sound. Su Taotao was about to step forward to take dust, but Fu Jingtu moved first and softly said, "I'll do it." Su Taotao told Fu Yuanheng, "Xiaoheng, take a break. Don't go back at noon." Fu Yuanheng also planned to do that and said to Su Taotao, "After school, I will play ball with Mumu and the others before going home." Su Taotao nodded and said, "Be careful."
Fu Yuanheng replied, "Ino."
Fu Zhengtu hugged Dust, and Su Taotao held the umbrella as the family of three walked home under the hot sun. When they reached the door, Su Taotao softly said, "You stay with Dust for a while. I will notify Aunt Zhong and Skio to come for a meeting this afternoon." Su Taotao is quick and decisive, not liking to delay. Fu Zhengtu looked up at the sun and at her shining eyes, then only said, "Drink some water before going up." Su Taotao was indeed thirsty. She went inside, drank a glass of water, and then went to find someone. Aunt Zhong, who was older and no longer took naps, was knitting on the first floor when Su Taotao knocked. She opened the door and was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, little Su, why come here in this heat at this time? It's too hot. Come in quickly." This was Su Taotao's first time visiting Aunt Zhong's house. Aunt Zhong, like Zhou Linglan, was a diligent and tidy person. Even though she kept a few chickens in a corner, the yard was clean and odor-free. Aunt Zhong was about to pour water for Su Taotao when she was stopped. Su Taotao is straightforward and doesn't like to beat around the bush. She said, "Aunt Zhong, later I will hold a meeting at my place. I need to discuss something with you." Aunt Zhong looked confused. "A meeting? With you? Who else?" The word meeting was very unfamiliar to Aunt Zhong. She hadn't had a meeting in over 10 or 20 years. Su Taotao nodded and said, "Yes, a meeting. Skio and Dong Dong are probably still napping. I won't knock on their door. After their rest, you can call her to come with you." Aunt Zhong was even more puzzled. "So formal? Little Su, tell me honestly what's going on. You're making me a little nervous." Su Taotao smiled and teased her a little. "It's good news. If you want to go to work, it's good news." Aunt Zhong's eyes widened in shock. She almost jumped. "Go to work? What kind of work?" She covered her mouth. "Did you go to Lao Ma's workplace today? Did you hear there's a job opening?" Su Taotao nodded. "Yes." "I don't want to repeat myself. You and Skio come along. I'll explain everything in detail later." Aunt Zhong smiled happily, eager to go back with Su Taotao right now. She nodded repeatedly. "Got it. Once old Mo and Dong Dong wake up, I'll go call Xiaoxia to come down and find you." Aunt Zhong cheerfully saw Su Taotao at the door, then went to the bathroom to wash her face. She looked in the mirror to tidy her hair and clothes. After coming out, she found a porcelain cup hidden deep in the cabinet, an old award from her previous workplace, used only for meetings, with a lid and red double happiness symbols. She hummed a tune and went to wash and wipe it repeatedly. She didn't notice Mo Gong quietly standing behind her. "Are you so happy? Found some money?"
Montag gong suddenly spoke, Startling und Song.
She reached out and hit him. "How can you walk so quietly? You scared me to death." Mo Gong looked innocent. "It's because you were so absorbed in singing. I called you, but you didn't hear." Aunt Zhong smiled happily, admiring her clean porcelain cup, and asked Mo Gong, "How about it? Do you usually take this to meetings? Pour some tea, then it's really a meeting." Mo Gong looked confused. "My unit has porcelain cups. I don't need this." Aunt Zhong said, "I'll use it for my meeting later." Mo Gong almost tripped. "What meeting are you talking about?" Aunt Zhong continued to admire her porcelain cup. After a while, she spoke mysteriously. "You probably don't know this, right? Did Xiao Su go to your workplace today?" She said she has news about a job position and she wants me and Xiaoxia from next door to go find her for a meeting.
Montag Gong's Templis suddenly throbbed.
A flash of insight crossed his mind, recalling what Su Taotao said during lunch in the car. Are all these jobs, logistics, administration, finance, sales, clerical, done by just you?
Can you handle it?
The leadership team has already been formed. No more external hiring. Mo Gong looked at his wife in shock. Leadership team? No way. Aunt Zhong hit him again. Hey, Lao Mo, what do you mean? What's with that look? Can't I compete for a position? Mo Gong steadied his mind, took a deep breath. Do you know about Su Taotao planning to open a factory? Now Aunt Zhong was surprised, opening her mouth wide and shaking her head. No, I didn't know. When did this happen? Lao Mo said the plan was proposed yesterday, and it was approved today.
I guess she wants to talk to you about this.
Aunt Zhong's heart was pounding. So, she asked me to have a meeting with her. Worker Mo still found it hard to believe his wife's expression and nodded, saying, she probably wants you and little Xia to work together. I was also thinking of calling Gigi this afternoon to invite him back for the recruitment of production workers. If she has you on her team, Gigi might find it hard to join the recruitment. There are only a few positions on the island, and having one family member get in is already enough to make others jealous. Plus, his wife is likely the chosen candidate for the leadership role. It's really hard for the eldest son to join the recruitment now. Aunt Zhong's mind was still a mess. Even if she had 10 brains, she couldn't imagine that Su Taotao wanted to start her own factory and was looking to team up with her. So, what should we do? Can I tell little Su to ask Gigi to come back and take my place? Worker Mo shook his head. No, you must not say that. Little Su is a smart person. Since she asked for you and little Xia, she must have her own plans. If you can do it, do it. If not, don't force it. Never say someone should replace someone else. Although Worker Mo had only met Su Taotao a few times, he could tell she was capable and very determined. She wouldn't change her mind just because of others' opinions. Strictly speaking, she and Fu Jingtu were similar in this way. Aunt Zhong calmed down and nodded, saying, yes, little Su is so capable, she must have her reasons. Since she came to me, she must think I can help her. I definitely won't let her down. Aunt Zhong was eager to get a job. She had waited over 10 years for such an opportunity and was determined to seize it at all costs. Her wife was a good person, kind-hearted, good to others, and very clever at handling things. Although Worker Mo wasn't sure about her professional abilities, if she had a chance to contribute, he fully supported her. Calming down, Aunt Zhong still felt a bit nervous. Thank goodness you reminded me. Otherwise, I might have made a fool of myself in front of little Su. I'll ask her what she thinks about Gigi. If she agrees, we'll let Gigi come back for the recruitment. If not, then forget it. Worker Mo nodded. That's fine. If Gigi can pass the test on his own, we won't worry about what others say. Nothing is more important than family reunion. It's good to ask. With this, Aunt Zhong felt more confident. When she went to see Xia Zhiqiu, his reaction was similar to hers. He had no idea what Su Taotao wanted. The matter still wasn't completely settled, so she decided it was best for Su Taotao to tell him herself. With this idea in mind, Aunt Zhong didn't say a word to Xia Zhiqiu. When Xia Zhiqiu arrived at Su Taotao's house carrying Dongdong, she didn't yet know what was happening. A treasured porcelain cup belonging to Aunt Zhong was just washed and set aside, not actually brought along. The two children had hurriedly met in the morning and now, seeing each other again, they were both very happy. Chun touched her white little head and introduced her to her friends. This is Bai Bai, my good friend. Chun then introduced Bai Bai to Dongdong. Bai Bai, this is big brother Dongdong. Dongdong widened his eyes. Bai Bai, you're so cute. Dongdong didn't think there was anything wrong with a black dog named Bai Bai. He asked Chun, can I pet him? Chun seriously asked Bai Bai, big brother wants to pet you. Is that okay? Bai Bai rubbed against Chun's hand, and she nodded. Bai Bai says yes. Dongdong said, then I'll pet him now. I really will. The two children were so adorable that both mothers and Aunt Zhong couldn't help but laugh. Su Taotao served everyone a bowl of mung bean soup and asked the children to sit on small stools to enjoy it. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Last time they ate Su Taotao's cake, they hadn't returned the favor, and now they were eating her mung bean soup again. Su Taotao said, "Hurry up and cool down. After you finish, we'll talk about important matters." Hearing this, Aunt Zhong quickly picked up her bowl and drank it eagerly. Xia Zhiqiu also didn't hold back. After finishing her soup and washing her bowl, she returned it to the kitchen. Su Taotao then straightforwardly said, "You've all heard about my plan to open a factory, right?" Aunt Zhong nodded honestly. "After you left, old Imo mentioned it to me." Xia Zhiqiu shook her head in confusion. Zhang Chunqing thought it wasn't her business and didn't mention it at all. Su Taotao handed each of them a notebook and a pen, then took out an approval document from a leather bag and placed it on the table. Talking about the factory is a bit too ambitious now. Right now, it's just a small workshop making coconut candies, but in the future, it will be a factory. Maybe even a group or a listed company, Su Taotao thought. Of course, it was still too early to say. She pointed at the document and said, "Zhiqiu, come be my secretary. At first, you might need to help with procurement and finance too. Aunt Zhong, come help me manage logistics and HR. What do you think? Are you interested in working with me?" Aunt Zhong was already mentally prepared, but hearing Su Taotao say it herself made her heart race. She clenched her fists excitedly, feeling a bit incredulous. In the residential area, there are many young, capable family members like Xia Zhiqiu. She still can't believe that someone like her, an older colleague, can still go back to work and have a day of shining and contributing. Don't even mention managing logistics. Even if Su Taotao asked her to do cleaning or wash toilets, she would do it. Aunt Zhong, who has been full of passion for over 10 years, is now boiling with enthusiasm. "Yes. Little Su, no. Factory Director Su, from now on if you say east, I won't go west. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. I, Zhong Xiumei, may not have many skills, but managing personnel and doing odd jobs is something I can handle." Su Taotao nodded. "Good. Just hearing that from you is enough. From now on, the main support will be given to you. You must stick to the rules and help me keep everything in order. Although the workshop is small, it has all the essential parts. It's a bit tiny, but it's still a factory." Calling Su Taotao Director Su doesn't seem wrong. It's just a title, and she's not bothered by it. Zhong Xiumei clenched her fists and nodded firmly. "Definitely." Su Taotao looked at Xia Zhiqiu. "What about you, Zhiqiu? What are your thoughts?" Xia Zhiqiu was still stunned and hadn't recovered from the shock. A few days ago, she had just asked Zhang Chunqing about her work. Zhang Chunqing mentioned casually that there might be a red growth class opening, and if there were positions available, he would help her look out for them. She had also thought it would be nice to become colleagues with Su Taotao someday. Unexpectedly, Su Taotao had already taken many steps ahead and was about to open a factory. Aunt Zhong touched her elbow. "Little Xia?" Xia Zhiqiu looked at her blankly. Aunt Zhong thought she was unwilling and quickly said, "You're lucky. I waited over 10 years just to meet Director Su, and you just arrived and already have such good news. Don't you want to work?" Xia Zhiqiu hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm just a bit surprised. I've only been here a short time, and Taotao has already started the factory." Su Taotao got up and placed some coconut candies on the table. "Try some." Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu didn't doubt her, and each took a piece to eat. Su Taotao called Dust over, telling him to take Winter to wash his hands, then come over to get some candy. Dust finished washing his hands first, ran over with his short legs, and Su Taotao wiped his hands with a cloth. Dust grabbed a piece of candy with one hand, giving the slightly larger piece to Winter. He took a bite first. "My mom made this so good." Winter took a bite, his eyes brightening. "Yummy. How is it?" Su Taotao asked the two women opposite her. Aunt Zhong said, "I've lived for many years and have never tasted such delicious candy. It's crispy, fragrant, and has a strong coconut aroma." Xia's Qi is from the north. She had never seen a coconut before coming here. "The taste is really special and sweet. Are we going to make this product?" Xia's Qi is smart. When Su Taotao asked this, She understood her intention. Su Taotao nodded. For now, we'll make this product and start the small workshop. Once we save enough money, we can expand and make other products. The base doesn't have much funding at the beginning. Aunt Zhong sighed. Little Su makes everything delicious. Last time you made that cake, Mumu ate it every day and kept talking about it. And your family's meals are so good. Mumu walks past your house every evening after school, and I can't help but stop. You have skills and ideas. This is perfect for you. Aunt Zhong has full confidence in Su Taotao. Su Taotao was not modest and nodded. I just adapt to the local conditions. The saying is, rely on the mountain for mountain products, rely on water for water products. The most abundant things on our island are coconuts and various tropical fruits. Currently, I think the best way to use minimal resources and low cost is to make this. Su Taotao looked at Xiao's Qi and asked, Ski, what do you think? Xiao's Qi said, I think you are my lucky star. I must have done many good deeds in my past life to meet you in this one. Su Taotao, and she exchanged smiles silently. Not only they, but their families are also deeply connected. Fu Jingtu and Zhang Chuncheng, Dongdong and Qinchin, she and Xiaoski. Su Taotao took out 2 handwritten appointment letters from a leather bag. One she handed to Aunt Zhong, and the other to Xiaoski. These are the appointment letters I prepared for you. Please take them home and see if anything needs changing, and we can discuss further. Both women were surprised, looking at the handwritten appointment letters from Su Taotao. They felt excited and touched. They tacitly put the letters aside for now, not looking at them immediately. Su Taotao continued, although we call it a small workshop, we are establishing it as a processing factory. The location is behind the big dining hall on that empty lot. At noon, I and Fu Jingtu did a rough on-site inspection. This is the initial draft of the blueprint. She took out the blueprint drawn by Fu Jingtu from the leather bag and placed it on the table. The most important things in food processing are food safety and hygiene, so the factory can't be sloppy. The staff we hire must be healthy and follow proper procedures. Currently, we have 2 main tasks, building a factory and hiring staff. When it comes to hiring, Aunt Zhong's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. She hesitated before asking, Xiao Su, there's something I feel embarrassed to ask. Can my eldest son come back to participate in the recruitment? Yes, Su Taotao nodded. Anyone who meets the requirements can join the recruitment. We select the best candidates. Except for you 2, who I requested special approval for, everyone is treated equally. If your son doesn't meet the conditions, he won't be accepted just because of your relationship. In fact, it will be the same for everyone. Aunt Zhong's tense heart finally relaxed. Thank you, Xiao Su. Thank you. Xia Zhiqiu was right. Su Taotao is not only Xia Zhiqiu's good luck, but also the good luck of their whole family. She wondered how many good deeds she must have done in her past life to meet her. After looking at the factory plans, Xia Zhiqiu said to Su Taotao, I used to work at a food factory that had some outdated equipment. I'm not sure if it's suitable, and I don't know if it's convenient to transport. This time, it was Su Taotao's turn to be surprised. Your previous workplace was a food factory? Xia Zhiqiu nodded. Yes, I was an accountant there. I don't know much about production, but when machines are outdated or damaged, we need approval from our side. That batch of machines is fine. They were replaced because the production line was upgraded and no longer suitable. We initially thought about selling them cheaply to a sister factory, but for some reason, it didn't happen. They should still be there. Xia Zhiqiu was an unexpected delight for Su Taotao. Su Taotao only knew she was a good person, elegant and confident, and a high school graduate, more than capable of being a secretary. She never expected that she used to be an accountant at a food factory. Thinking for a moment, Su Taotao asked, what kind of food processing equipment was it? About what size? Xia Zhiqiu replied, our factory used to be a candied sweets and pastry processing plant. When we started, it was just a small operation with a few dozen people. Later, as production expanded and the production line was upgraded, it grew into a canned food factory with hundreds of employees. Candied sweets are hard candies, including coconut candies, which can also be made into mango or other fruit-flavored candies in the future. Handmade candies have their own market, different from machine-made candies, but machine-made candies also have their place. Sooner or later, they will be needed. It all depends on whether there is enough funding to upgrade to new equipment, or if they have to make do with the old ones. In fact, making hard candies doesn't require advanced technology. The production equipment isn't demanding. Su Taotao smiled and said, "Jiqiu, you are really my lucky star. The equipment might not be useful right now, but it will be helpful in the future. Once we are stable, we will need to expand production. When the time comes, we can send someone to learn the manufacturing process." Xia Jiqiu felt more confident, thinking she could help Su Taotao or the new factory. Aunt Zhong felt she had really gotten lucky. Compared to Xia Jiqiu, who has a good education and comes from a big city and large factory, she felt she had nothing impressive to show. She felt a bit guilty. Her mind quickly started planning, thinking about which hardworking and healthy people could be recruited to help the factory. She knew she had to be very careful, filtering out lazy or tricky workers to help Su Taotao. After about an hour, the first leadership meeting successfully ended. 2 capable managers happily left with their appointment letters. The meeting was a complete success. After Aunt Zhong and Xia Jiqiu left, Su Taotao began improving the drawings. Since more production lines will be added later, it's best to leave space during the initial construction. Yuhong class is a good example. Because no space was reserved at first, now they can only make room in the elementary school. Mom Bai Bai is naughty pulling and peeing. Su Taotao has been trying to train Bai Bai to go to the bathroom outside. Even the smartest dog needs time to get used to it. Sometimes Bai Bai fails. There's no other way but to keep training until Bai Bai stops peeing everywhere. Su Taotao picked up Bai Bai and let it smell her. "It smells bad, right? If you again outside, I'll lock you in the bathroom and not let you out." Chun Chin believed her and thought Mom really would lock Bai Bai up. She nervously patted Bai Bai's head. "Bai Bai, listen, don't outside anymore." Bai Bai looked sad and whined, not wanting to do it, but it couldn't help itself. Nowadays, there's no cat litter or dog litter, so Su Taotao had to wash Bai Bai's away with water. She continued working and occasionally checked Chen Chen's 3-character classic. She found that no matter which part she checked, the little girl answered correctly almost every time. Su Taotao was worried. She didn't know how to better teach such a smart child. Dustin's main concern was Bai Bai. He noticed signs that Bai Bai needed to go to the bathroom, so he took him to the bathroom early. Until Fu Jingta finished work and came home, Bai Bai never went outside the bathroom too or again. For dinner, Su Taotao made a simple preserved meat rice dish. She started with taro rice at the bottom, then added cooked rice, preserved pork, and preserved sausage. She put a few slices of on top to reduce the smell, and prepared some blanched vegetables on the side. Once the rice was fully cooked, she drizzled soy sauce over it. The simple and tasty preserved meat rice was ready. At this time, Fu Yuanhang and Mo Jialin, 2 sweaty young boys, arrived home. The crispy rice crust sizzled as it absorbed soy sauce and the oil from the preserved meat. The delicious smell wafted out, making the neighboring kids drool with envy. Mo Jialin, holding a basketball, kept sniffing. "What did your sister-in-law make? It smells so good." Fu Yuanhang recognized the smell immediately and smiled brightly. Taro preserved meat rice. It was his favorite dish from before. He especially loved the crispy rice crust, which his sister-in-law always saved for him. Mo Jialin swallowed hard. "I wish I had a sister-in-law like that. Too bad my older brother can't find a partner, but he cooks very well." Without a sister-in-law, it would be okay if his older brother just came home. Fu Yuanheng wasn't the type to gossip, so he didn't ask why his older brother couldn't find a partner. Mo Jialin, used to Fu Yuanheng's quiet nature, simply hugged his basketball and went home. Aunt Zhong was in a good mood today. She didn't make a stew but served a normal tofu fish stew and a well-seasoned egg and seaweed soup. Even Dahe's diet improved. She actually ate fish soup with mixed grains. Moo Moo was stunned. The last time he had such normal food was when he scored first in the final exams last semester. "Aunt Zhong, did something happy happen at home today?" Mo Gong looked at her expectantly. Aunt Zhong was so happy She didn't even bother to take out her family heirloom feather duster when Mumu called her Aunt Zhong. Is it settled? Mo Gong asked casually. Aunt Zhong smiled and took out a prepared appointment letter. Here's the appointment letter.
See it?
Sincerely appointing Ms. Zhong Xiaomei as the director of our factory's logistics department. From now on, remember to call me Director Zhong. Mumu was stunned, his mouth wide enough to fit an entire egg. What does it mean? Director Zhong? Aunt Zhong is going to work? Or is she a director now? Mo Jalan's focus was different. Comrade Su Taotao's handwriting is quite impressive. Aunt Zhong treasured the appointment letter very much. She had read it countless times all afternoon. Of course, what kind of person is our factory director Su? She is the best at everything she does. Oldemo, I tell you, Xiao Su even gave me a notebook and a pen. I started practicing calligraphy this afternoon. At the same time, the situation at Xia Zhiqiu's house was pretty much the same as at Mumu's. Zhang Chuncheng was just as surprised as Mumu. What did you say? Secretary? Xiao Su asked you to be her secretary? Xia Zhiqiu looked at him and asked, Is there a problem? Xia Zhiqiu briefly explained about starting the factory, then said, From what Xiao Su said, for now, only me and Aunt Zhong are in administrative roles. Aunt Zhong handles logistics and personnel, and I have to manage both secretary and finance work, so it's a good match. Zhang Chuncheng suddenly remembered the day he asked Fu Jingtu about family work and what Fu Jingtu told him. She's close to Xiao Su, and with her ability, she won't be overlooked. Rest assured. Zhang Chuncheng smiled, realizing that was what he meant. He never thought Xiao Su would take on such a big responsibility. He nodded and said, Yes, Xiao Su is very brave. It's always good to follow her. Keep up the good work. Actually, both the couple are very brave and capable. Xia Zhiqiu said, When have I ever been lazy or slack? Xiao Su has done us a great favor. I don't even know how to thank her. Zhang Chuncheng replied, They are practical people, no need for fancy words. Doing your job well is better than any thanks. Xia Zhiqiu nodded and said, You're right. I will work hard. When you have some work for me, I might not pay close attention to family matters, especially Daoda's. Zhang Chuncheng was still admiring the employment letter. He nodded and said, I know. After dinner, I'll teach Daoda the 3-character classic. He sighed and said, Fu Gong's Dichen finished memorizing the original 3-character classic just during the ride. Daoda often plays with Dichen, so he can't fall behind. Xia Zhiqiu was surprised. Dichen has already finished memorizing the 3-character classic? He still wasn't very quick at speaking. I heard him recite it this morning on the way. Zhang Chuncheng looked back at the employment letter, just like Mo Gong's reaction. No one can compare to Xiao Su's calligraphy. Fu Gong's handwriting is excellent too. This family really is impressive. Summer Zhiqiu nodded. Yes, my handwriting is pretty good at our old workplace, but still far behind Tao Tao. Dust is indeed smarter than most kids. Winter can't compare to him. Let's eat quickly, so we can teach Winter the 3-character classic. Dust doesn't realize he's competing with his little friends. After eating the fragrant cured meat rice and resting a bit, Dad took him to bathe. While helping him wash, Dad tested him on the 3-character classic. Dust, feeling helpless, clapped his small hands on the water. Daddy, Mommy tested me. Dust can engineer Fu. Now, Dad will start teaching you the multiplication table from 1 to 9. In the yard, Su Taotao was cooling off.
Su Taotao looked incredulous.
Isn't that something they only start learning in elementary school? Or maybe in the middle of kindergarten? She hasn't even taught Dust to count, let alone addition or subtraction. And Engineer Fu is crazy enough to start teaching the multiplication table to a little kid? Soon, a soft voice floated from the bathroom. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4.
Su Taotao.
This ordinary mother simply can't keep up with the rhythm of this genius father and son. Xiao Heng, how old were you when you learned the multiplication table? While hanging clothes, Fu Yuaning thought, and said, When I was in 2nd grade, the teacher taught me. Mom didn't teach me earlier. Su Taotao lazily lay on a bamboo chair and sighed. Do you think your brother is a bit crazy? Fu Yuanning shook his head. No, Dust is much smarter than me. He remembers everything I teach him. I asked him, and he said he finds it fun. If he doesn't like it, he will refuse. Dust isn't a submissive child. On the contrary, he's very opinionated and has his own ideas. If he doesn't like or doesn't want to do something, he would have already said so. Su Taotao thought about it too. Dust is just reciting along without understanding the meaning. He probably thinks he's playing a game with Dad and is happy. Xiao Heng, how about you? Are you adjusting well to the new school? Fu Yuanheng. Classmates are pretty good, and the teachers are very knowledgeable. He really likes his current learning environment. Since Su Taotao stood up for him last time, no classmates have come to pick fights. Occasionally, if a classmate makes a sarcastic remark, he doesn't mind. He has his own small group with Moo, and they study, play sports, and have fun together. Su Taotao. What about your homework? Are you keeping up? She and Fu Jingtua both agreed that the time before summer vacation was Fu Yuanhong's adjustment period. They wouldn't pressure him. If he couldn't adapt, he could repeat 4th grade in September. Fu Yuanning nodded and said, I can keep up. Moo studies very well, and a few friends who play with him also do well. They all lend me their notes. Fu Yuanheng is naturally smart. When they lived in the village, he always ranked first in exams. Although his knowledge is a bit shallower, his learning methods are the same, and the content is similar. Listen more, write more, practice more, and memorize more. To him, studying is not difficult. Su Taotao said, that's good. If you have questions, you can ask me or your brother. We don't underestimate your studies, it's just that you're disciplined and eager to learn. There's nothing for us to worry about. Fu Yuanning smiled and said, I know, sister-in-law. Is sister-in-law worried that he's jealous because his brother only teaches Chun and not him? If they watched him study every day, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Taotao added, prepare your drawing tools. This weekend I'll take you to Tang Lao. Tang Lao doesn't charge tuition, but you must show respect and good manners. I won't say much more. Study hard, don't waste this opportunity, and be grateful and proud when you think about it in the future. Fu Yuanheng puffed up his chest and said, sister-in-law, I will. Su Taotao rubbed his head and sighed. You and Chin are both so well-behaved. My hot temper has no place to show. Other children often make their mothers angry, jumping around and causing high blood pressure, especially boys. But in our family, these two are both well-behaved and easy to take care of. The other well-behaved little friend finished bathing, smelling fresh, and came over to his mother to let her smell. Mom Bai only took one bath and doesn't smell bad, Su Taotao said. He's too young to bathe often. When he grows up, he can bathe more. Chun hugged Bai and walked to the corner of the wall, letting him lean against it. See, Mom Bai has grown up. That was the place where Su Taotao recorded the children's heights. When they first moved in, she drew a scale for each of them to see how much they would grow in a year. On Chun's birthday, Su Taotao measured him again. It had only been a few days, and he hadn't grown taller. To make the children happy, she pretended to measure and said he had grown. Dust didn't know when White was also painted by. It had only been a few days and hadn't grown taller. Now it was hunched over, able to cover that line. The clever little friend said it had grown taller. Su Taotao picked up a charcoal pencil nearby, roughly measured, and said, when White reaches here, it can take more baths. Dust looked at White and the line, then let out a disappointed ah. But the little friend was not discouraged. He patted White's head and told it to eat more food so that it could take baths with him in the future.
Shu Taotao.
She couldn't accept the idea of the little friend bathing with White. Forget it. She thought she would find a way to persuade or explain later. Mom, have I grown up yet? Su Taotao looked at the scale she drew a few days ago and didn't know how to describe time to the little friend. She could only say, you'll grow up by the Mid-Autumn Festival. The little friend blinked. Then during the Mid-Autumn Festival, I knew I got it, Su Taotao. Dust's bedtime activity changed from listening to stories to memorizing books or multiplication tables. Under the complicated gaze of his uncle, The little friend recited the three-character classic and then a few lines of multiplication tables before falling into deep sleep. Fu Jingtu was not as crazy as it seemed. He just tested Dust's understanding by having him recite a few lines. He found that Dust's memory was better than he thought and could remember anything he was told. But the little friend hadn't learned such complex things as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He pointed with his chubby fingers and asked, 1 and 1 dad 1 1, and another 1 why is it still 1 it's 1? To Fu Jingtu. This is the multiplication table's rhyme. 1 plus 1 equals 2, but 1 times 1 still equals 1. The little friend frowned, not quite understanding. Fu Jingtu could only say, "You'll understand when you grow up." This was why Dust asked his mom if he had grown up yet. At that time, Su Taotao was talking about dreams and life with Fu Yuanhang and didn't hear him. Fu Jingtu reflected that maybe he should create a systematic enlightenment plan for Dust. Then he thought that Dust was still young and shouldn't be restricted by his wild imagination. It was better to teach through entertainment, allowing him to absorb knowledge unconsciously while still enjoying a happy childhood. After all, Chun always thought he was playing a game with his dad. In his eyes, memorizing things, playing chess, folding paper airplanes, and spinning tops are all the same kind of fun activities with his father. Fu Jingtu and Su Taotao share the same educational ideas, but Su Taotao is from the 21st century, while Fu Jingtu is truly from this era. It can only be said that Fu Gong's educational ideas are very advanced. All the children are asleep. Su Taotao is still working on her drawings, adding a factory for machinery. Fu Jingtu waits until all the children are asleep before going down to shower. At this moment, steam still rises from his body. Did it go smoothly?
Fu Jingtu asks casually.
His voice is deep and pleasant to hear. The scent of soap mixed with his unique smell drifts into Su Taotao's nose with the gentle sea breeze, making it hard for her to focus. Su Taotao puts down her drawings, rubs her nose, and suddenly stands up. Her nose just brushes past the man's white shirt, and she instinctively reaches out to stop him. Through the white shirt, his steady, strong heartbeat hits her palm. Su Taotao suddenly wraps her arms around his slim waist, her ear pressed against his chest. In the quiet night, his heartbeat, like a drum, thumps through her eardrums and into her heart. Very smooth. Su Taotao lifts her head, her water-glossy eyes shining with a charming spring glow.
Fu Jingtu lifts Su Taotao's chin.
She doesn't know when, but his usual restraint and discipline always crumble under the gaze of her watery eyes. He leans down and kisses her lips slowly and carefully, as if tasting the most delicious food in the world. His lips slide over her mouth, pressing against her jawline, then gently nibbling her earlobe. He softly says in a husky voice, "Let's go to bed." On a hot summer night, spring is everywhere. Last night's couple time was just right. Su Taotao wakes up early. When she opens her eyes, Fu Jingtu is still in her arms. Usually, Su Taotao wakes up late, so it's rare to see him sleeping. The man prefers sleeping. His skin is tight and smooth, with clear muscle lines. He doesn't have excess fat, his muscles are not exaggerated, but everything about him is just right, like himself. In such hot weather, he is willing to be her pillow, held in her arms. One of her legs even crosses over his waist. Their whole family has long eyelashes, and Fu Jingtu is no exception. He looks like a bigger, more mature version of Chen. His features are delicate, his skin fair, with thick, dark eyelashes. His thin, pressed lips are also pretty, a soft pink color. At this moment, being held in Su Taotao's arms, she feels softer and more harmless than when awake, like a delicate, beautiful toy made just for her. She feels happy and kisses his lips. Fu Jingtu is awakened by her kiss, closes his eyes, and wraps his arms around her soft, boneless waist, pressing her down onto himself, then gently pecks her lips. "Good morning." Su Taotao responds with 2 small kisses, her morning voice slightly hoarse from last night's passionate moments. Fu Jingtu smiles and holds her tighter. "What do you want for breakfast today?" Su Taotao closes her eyes. "It's still early. I'll make potato pancakes." You like coconut steamed eggs, so I'll make those too.
Fu Zhentue's smile widens.
Make whatever you want. I don't mind. Su Taotao teases him. I want to make what you want to eat. I don't care. Fu Jingta suddenly turns over and presses her down. Don't want to get up? Su Taotao laughs and pushes him away. Stop joking. The kids should get up now. Go check on them. Fu Jingta says, I want to take them to swim at the beach today. Su Taotao is surprised.
Swimming?
Is it safe? They don't seem to have swimwear. But kids can probably just wear shorts to swim. It's safe. The water near the beach isn't deep. We've set up a swimming area. Just don't swim outside the designated zone.
Su Taotao su deli grabs Fu Zhentue's neck, smiling mischievously.
I don't think I've ever seen you in swim trunks. Wear them and show me.
Fu Zhentu.
Su Taotao feels more shameless and loves teasing Fu Jingta more and more. Men are passionate when using birth control products, but otherwise, they are serious and restrained. She remembers how his ears turned red when she teased him this morning and finds it amusing. Actually, she also wants to swim, but because of her perfect figure and very fair skin, she needs to buy a wetsuit-like swimsuit before going into the water. These days, few women go swimming in public. Running a factory will put her under a lot of pressure, so it's better to stay low-key. Growing up in the countryside, children seem to be born knowing how to swim. Every summer, rivers, streams, reservoirs, and even fish ponds are favorite places for kids to play. But Fu Yuanheng lacks the wild nature typical of rural children. To be honest, he's so well-behaved, he doesn't seem like a kid at all. Su Taotao always uses the word gentleman to describe the men in the family. This word is not teasing, but a very accurate description. From Fu Jingtu to Fu Yuanheng, and then to Qin Chen, they all have a gentleman's nature deep inside. Zhou Linglan always told Fu Yuanheng since he was young not to go into the water, especially not too close to the water source. So, Fu Yuanheng and Qin Chen have never gone into the water since they were little. The most they did was to fetch well water during the hot summer and soak in a wooden tub. Before going to the island, they didn't even know what the ocean looked like. Today, when Fu Jingta said they would go swimming in the sea, the two children were very excited. Chun Chun held his little hat with both hands, smiling so brightly that even the daisies on the roadside looked dull in comparison. But when Fu Jingta carried the little boy to the swimming area and was about to put him down, the boy clung to his dad's neck and refused to go into the water. Dad, it's dangerous, Mom said Chin. Chin can't touch the water. Chin had a good memory. That night, he and his little uncle were near the fence, but their mom stopped them, saying it was too dangerous. Falling into the water, they might never see their parents again. So, the children didn't go near the fence when walking alone. They just looked at the sea from afar. Fu Jingta said, Mom and Dad can come with you, but you can't go alone. Fu Yuanheng had never felt such freedom before. The cool, refreshing seawater covered his calves, and the waves wet his pants. Walking barefoot on the sand felt gentle and comfortable. Yes, Chun, come down quickly. The water is very cool, and the sand is fun too. Fu Jingtu put the little boy down again. This time, the boy let go of his hand and gently touched the seawater with his small, chubby feet. Feeling that it was fun, he exclaimed, "Wow," and struggled to get down. It was the first time the children experienced the sea. Fu Jingtu didn't plan to teach them how to swim. He just let them splash and play near the shore. Aheng, watch Chin. Don't go into the deep water. Play near the shore.
Fu Yuanheng nodded seriously.
Wow, brother, what is this? Fu Yuanheng picked up a small shell and asked Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu looked kindly and said, "This is a shell. There are many on the beach. Small ones can be made into wind chimes, and big ones can make you hear the sound of the waves." Chan Chen took the shell from his little uncle and looked at it carefully in the sunlight. "Beautiful, I'll give it to Mom." Fu Yuanheng held the children and said, Yes. Let's pick shells together and give them to sister-in-law." The two children quickly left Fu Jingtu and started searching along the coast for shells. In the early morning, the beach was quiet, with few people around. Most visitors come in the evening. Only someone like Fu Jingtu, who is used to morning exercises, would come early. Even fewer are disciplined enough to do half an hour of morning exercise every day like him. Today, a few people who never show up at this time seem to be waiting there early. When they see Fu Jingtu arrive, they quickly come over. A few men come out of the water and walk toward Fu Jingtu, greeting him from afar. "Good morning, worker Fu." Fu Jingtu nods slightly. "Good morning." He has a good memory, but it seems he has no connection with these people in his memory. They look at Dust and Fu Yuanheng. "This is your child and younger brother, right? They look very good." Fu Jingtu replies, "Thank you." Then he prepares to go into the water. None of them are good at socializing or being tactful. One man, seeing Fu Jingtu about to go into the water, quickly asks, "Worker Fu, I heard your wife applied to build a factory and needs workers. Is that right?" The island is small, and news spreads quickly. Within an afternoon, everyone knows. Plus, this matter is supposed to be made public. Fu Jingtu nods. That's true. The men are all sent by their wives, who tug their ears to ask for information. They know Fu Jingtu's personality. Knowing they can't get much news, they still come bravely, because they can't go back empty-handed. Then, what are the conditions? Can family members of workers apply? Fu Jingtu's eyes never leave the two children, but now he looks at them carefully. Details will be announced on the notice board. Those who meet the criteria will be selected based on merit. Sorry, I have to go now. The men want to ask more, but Fu Jingtu strides over to the children. Su Taotao took on this job, so such matters won't be rare in the future. According to his usual personality, he wouldn't even answer questions, but now he shares the same fate as Su Taotao. Both suffer together. He has some concerns. Fu Yuanheng and Dust found many shells. Dust found a large conch shell and happily jumped up. Papa Big Shell Fu Jingtu takes the shell and holds it near the child's ear. Dust opens her mouth wide, looking at her dad in surprise. "Papa's so nice," Fu Jingtu says. "It's the sound of waves and wind." Dust smiles happily. "I like it." Dust calls her little uncle over to share. Uncle and niece listen to each other, playing happily. Today, swimming was not possible. Fu Jingtu accompanied the two children to splash in the water for a while, picking up a few small shells and looking thoughtful. "Let's go over there." "I'll cut a piece of banana leaf," Fu Jingtu said, not daring to let the children out of his sight for a second. Chun and Fu Yuanheng happily skipped along with Fu Jingtu up a small hill. Chun watched her agile dad jump and splash around, and in his hand, he held a banana leaf. Wow! Chun set the shells aside and clapped her small hands for her dad. "Dad, you're so awesome. What are you doing?" Fu Jingtu rolled up the banana leaf, making a big horn, then took a small shell and said to the little ones, "We'll pick more shells like this. Later, I'll make a pretty oven for Mom, and then we can make some wind chimes to hang at home." Su Taotao liked these delicate little things, making small romantic touches. For example, she was very happy when he brought back small daisies the next day. Or when she baked cakes, she would arrange dates or fruits into pretty patterns. Fu Jingtu kept all this in his heart. In his eyes, it was all about food. If it tasted good, that was enough. But since Su Taotao liked it, he would also indulge her little hobbies. When it came to giving things to Su Taotao, the two children naturally responded enthusiastically. In no time, the three of them had collected a full bag of shells and happily headed home. Some men who came to swim didn't expect Fu Jingtu to be such a friendly person. They thought he was just here to swim, but it turned out he was here to help the kids pick shells. "Fu Gong, there's no news to find here. But going for open recruitment is better than internal appointment." "There's always a chance," one man said. Another nodded. "Yes, I heard it's open recruitment too. Let's go back now, or we'll miss the bus." Su Taotao cooked 3 coconut steamed eggs and made several potato pancakes. When they were almost cool, the 3 gentlemen finally arrived home. Chun immediately ran to her mom and said, "Mom, I brought you a gift." Su Taotao looked at the big bag of shells and couldn't help but laugh. "Why did you pick so many shells?" Chun had a good memory and remembered what Dad said after just one time. "Oven wind chimes." Su Taotao looked at Fu Jingtu and asked, "I can understand the wind chimes, but the oven with this?" Fu Jingtu replied, "Just stick a layer outside. It looks nice." Su Taotao blinked and asked, Looks nice? Fu Gong, you've changed. Are you sure it won't burn? Fu Jingtu said it won't. Just make sure it's insulated. All right, since she doesn't understand, Engineer Fu said it's fine. Chun Chun kept tugging at her mom's pants and holding a large seashell in her other hand. Mama, the sound of the sea. Su Tao Tao crouched down, letting the little girl put the seashell to her ear, smiling. Yes, I hear it. It's the sound of the sea. Chun Chun happily ran over to let Bai Bai listen to the sound of the sea. This large seashell quickly became Chun Chun's favorite new toy, ranking alongside his little tank as his top toys. Fu Jingtu's clothes were still dry, showing he had taken the two kids out for fun but hadn't gone swimming himself. Fu Jingtu returned a bit later than usual, just in time to catch the bus. Su Tao Tao asked, should I bring breakfast for you to eat on the bus? Fu Jingtu shook his head. I'll eat at home. I'll ride to work later. Su Tao Tao thought, Fu Gong always finds a way to make sure he gets enough exercise each day. No wonder he's in such good shape. Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanning each had a steamed egg. Su Tao Tao and Chun Chun shared one. The family enjoyed a delicious breakfast with potato pancakes. When they were almost done, Fu Yuanhang left half a pancake untouched and asked Su Tao Tao, sister-in-law, can I give this half to Mumu to eat? Mo Jolin had been craving their meals for a while. They couldn't keep other things, but this pancake was okay. Su Tao Tao asked, are you full? Fu Yuanheng didn't want to lie, so he lowered his head and stayed silent. Su Tao Tao said, eat it quickly. I'll make another one tomorrow for Mumu. If you want to bring anything to Mumu, tell me in advance. Fu Yuanheng was a very considerate kid and rarely made requests. It was rare for him to have such a good friend like Mumu, but whenever he asked, Su Tao Tao would always fulfill it. Fu Yuanheng was overjoyed.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Su Tao Tao then told Fu Jingtu, I'll take Chun Chun and Xiaoheng to the cafeteria for lunch. You eat at the small cafeteria and don't rush back. Although reluctant, Fu Jingtu had to keep up with his project deadlines, so he nodded. Okay. Call me if anything comes up. Thinking about what happened at the beach earlier, he added, if anyone gives you trouble at the factory because of work, remember to call me. If it's something I can't handle, contact Xiao Lu first. This man still thinks she's easy to handle. Besides her skin, she's nothing like a pushover. The factory's progress needs to be sped up. The sooner it's built, the better, to avoid unnecessary worries later. Su Tao Tao originally wanted Fu Yuanhang to take Dust to class, but Dust seemed unhappy after visiting Fu Yuanhang's classroom yesterday. When Su Tao Tao asked for his opinion, he clearly wasn't very willing, but he still meekly agreed. Seeing his small mouth pressed into a pout and looking sad, Su Tao Tao's heart, like that of a caring mother, almost broke. She thought, forget it, since the little one is well-behaved and it's no trouble to take him along, so she took Dust out again. Before leaving, Su Tao Tao put 2 big white rabbit candies and a rice puff snack into his small backpack. The little boy happily said goodbye to Bai Bai, put on his small backpack, wore a tiny straw hat, and held his mom's hand happily as they went out. Dust, today I might be a little busy. If I can't pay attention to you, you can eat the candies and rice puffs yourself if you're hungry, and ask me for water if you're thirsty. Okay? Dust nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, Mom. Su Tao Tao took Dust to find Aunt Zhong and Xia's Qiu. For the first time, Dust went visiting with his mom on the island, and he was very happy. Aunt Zhong's door opened, and lively Dahe ran over first to greet the guests. Dust widened his eyes and stared at Dahe. Mom, why is it the same as Bai Bai? Su Tao Tao smiled and said, because it has the same mom as Bai Bai, then asked Aunt Zhong, is your dog a boy or a girl? Aunt Zhong said, a girl. Girls are more troublesome. If you ask me to hold her, I'd probably end up holding a boy. Su Tao Tao said, they don't understand these things. When they see something cute, they just bring it home. Bai Bai is a boy, though. She then told Dust it's Bai Bai's sister or younger sister. Dust stared intently at Dahe. Wow, sister is so cute, Su Tao Tao. When they arrived at Xia's Kira's house, Dust immediately looked for Dong Dong. Annie Dong, his dad, went to work, Xia's Kia hesitated to say. Dong Dong was being stubborn and didn't want to recite the three-character classic. Zhang Chunqing promised to take him to work if he memorized 8 lines. To go to work with his dad, Dong Dong memorized the lines, and Zhang Chunqing had to keep his promise, happily taking his son to work early in the morning. Dust was very disappointed not to see his little friends. Su Taotao patted his small head. You'll see Dong Dong at lunch. Dong Dong will come back at noon, right? Su Taotao asked Xiao's Qiu. Xiao's Qiu nodded. Yes, they're busy at work and can't stay the whole day. Peach Su. Let's go again for an on-site check, finalize the plans early, and apply for the construction team to start work, so we can open the factory as soon as possible. Chun held her mom's hand, taking small steps down the stairs. Peach Su took the opportunity to teach the child to count the stairs. Chun, can you help Mom count how many steps there are from here to downstairs? Chun looked at the stairs and then at her little hands. But Mommy, my hands aren't enough to count. Peach Su, that's okay. Mommy will teach you to count. Soon you'll be able to count without using your fingers. Chun nodded with big eyes. Okay, Peach Su, follow me and count with me. I take 1 step and count 1, 2, 3. When they reached the ground, there were 28 steps, and Chun learned to count up to 28. Aunt Zhong thought Chun was very smart and learned things quickly. Xia Zhiqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Dada was more than half a year older than Chun. Besides speaking a little more clearly, Dada didn't understand much more than Chun. Actually, Chun's intelligence was also greatly influenced by Peach Su and Fu Gong's teaching methods. Whenever they had a chance, Peach Su and Fu Gong would teach Chun new skills, allowing him to learn many things unknowingly and happily. She and Zhang Chunqing didn't do this, and they should learn from them. When the child reached the ground, he immediately ran to the bike shed to find his ride. Chun, with his sharp observation skills, quickly noticed something was wrong and pouted. Mommy, the car is broken. Peach Su walked over and saw the bold, strong characters Fu Zhengtu written on it. She chuckled. It's okay, Dad just wrote his name here. That way, others will see it's our car and won't take it by mistake. Chun leaned in to look at the writing, repeating. 1, 2, 3. Mommy, it's not Chun. He was good at counting, but how could Chun be 3 characters? He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Mommy, Fu Hao Chun, his full name was 3 characters. Bitsu. She unlocked the lock, picked up the child, and sat him down properly. It's Dad's name, Fu Jingtu. Dust swings her small, white legs and looks at Su Taotao with confusion. She asks, but this is Dust's car, why is Baba's name? Shu Taotao. She can't answer this question. She can only think maybe your dad believes his name is well known and intimidating, so it marks his presence and even thieves wouldn't dare come close? No. She can only say, let's wait until Dad comes home from work and ask him why he didn't write Dust's name, okay? A sea breeze blows by. The little girl holds her hat with both tiny hands and nods slowly. The little girl sits in her car, happily greeting the seagulls. Good morning, Seagull. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu like Dust more and more as they watch her. Xia Zhiqiu whispers, you guys have taught Dust so well. I need to learn from you. Su Taotao pushes the stroller, watching her adorable little bundle holding her hat with both tiny hands and swinging her short legs. Her heart softens completely, and she smiles without saying anything. Aunt Zhong says, your family's worker Fu's name really can keep thieves away. When we were at the small base before, there was a thief. That thief was very clever, and even the police couldn't find clues. Later, it was Jingtu who came up with a plan and set a trap to catch him. Everyone knows about this. Think about it. Who would dare steal from Fu's family? Su Taotao didn't know about all this. Dust is so focused on her play that she also listens in. She might not really understand, but suddenly she blurted out, Daddy, awesome. This makes the other mothers laugh loudly. When they walk to the factory, they pass through the cafeteria. Usually, the family members gather at the supply and marketing cooperative, but today, for some reason, they are all at the cafeteria entrance. When Su Taotao and her group arrive, everyone rushes over in a crowd. Aunt Zhong reacts quickly, immediately picks up Dust and pushes her aside. She can't let this little one get caught up in the crowd. Su Taotao also reacts, takes the stroller from Xiaojiqiu, and takes dust from Aunt Zhong. With a calm glance, she asks, "What are you all trying to do?" Su Taotao's voice is soft, her expression calm, but her presence is strong enough to command attention. When she looks at everyone with her sharp gaze, they all stop in their tracks. A family member steps forward hesitantly and stammers, "Su, Comrade Su, we just want to ask about the factory's recruitment." Yes, Comrade Su, I heard you're going to lead the factory. We want to ask how we can get a job there." Su Taotao guessed what it was about and smiled, saying, "Everyone, don't worry. There will be a notice in a few days, just check the bulletin board. When the time comes, you'll see." There is a notice board in front of the large dining hall, similar to the loudspeaker hanging at the village's banyan tree. Usually, all notices are posted there and everyone checks it daily for updates. This is one reason why the dining hall became a kind of information hub. Among the family members present are the spouses of Cheng Zhengwo, Su Weidong, and Li Dongqing, those three mischievous children who had a conflict with Fu Yuanhang at school last time. That day, the parent arguing with Su Taotao was Su Weidong's family member, and she was now full of regret. She had no idea how powerful Su Taotao was. She had only been on the island for a few days and already managed to set up a factory. Now, she felt she couldn't afford to offend Su Taotao, even if she wanted to build a good relationship. Seeing Su Taotao's gaze turn toward her, she felt guilty but also noticed that Su Taotao seemed to ignore her, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She still acted as if she was above everyone else. But it was frustrating that such a person became the factory director. Thinking about it, she felt even more uneasy. Another family member asked Comrade Su, "What kinds of jobs are available?" "Yes, can people like us participate in the recruitment?" Su Taotao replied, "The specific requirements will be posted later. Family members who meet the criteria can apply." Aunt Zhong said, "Yes, everyone, stop crowding here. Go do what you need to do." When she said this, everyone turned their attention to her. She had the best relationship with Su Taotao and probably knew many inside details. Aunt Zhong was well-liked, and seeing everyone gather around her, she smiled and said, "I have some things to take care of today.
I'll talk to you another time."
Everyone disperse. Some still wanted to ask questions, but when they saw Su Taotao's gaze sweep over, they held back. There were also those who felt regretful. Aunt Zhong and the new female family member who just arrived on the island were lucky to be assigned to the same building as Su Taotao. As the saying goes, the closer to the water, the better the chance to get the moon. Since they built a good relationship with Su Taotao, they had a better chance at the positions. Why didn't they start building that relationship earlier? But now it was too late. Su Taotao was not someone easy to approach. Besides the two people around her, she rarely interacted with others. They could only wait for the official recruitment notice to see how it would be conducted. People tend to gather with those similar to them, so Su Taotao and her friends walked away, leaving the parents of the three mischievous children together. Wu Lihuer looked at their backs and said, "Do you think she might be deliberately causing trouble to stop us from getting the job?" Yang Luiyue, Li Dongqing's family member, sneered and said, "What do you expect from such a petty person? It was just a small fight among kids, but she made a big fuss and went to the leaders. Not only did it embarrass us in front of the leaders, but we also had to go door to door to apologize. My husband still hasn't forgiven me, and she expects us to get hired? Impossible. Let's go." Wu Lihua was unwilling to give up. Why not? The factory is public, not just hers. If she dares to cause trouble, I will complain to the leaders. Does she not hate Su Taotao? Of course she does, because that incident caused her husband and her to drift apart. But what can she do? As long as there is a job, there is a salary. Who would complain about having more money? Zhou Xiaoyan, Su Weidong's wife, was the only one who saw Su Taotao's strength that day. She kept her lips pressed and said nothing. She knew her place. Su Taotao didn't need to cause trouble. With those few job positions, all the families in the base were watching. They couldn't compete in relationships, education, or diligence. They had no advantages at all. How could they compete? Su Taotao could eliminate them without doing anything. If she had a good relationship with someone like Zhang Chunqing's family, she might have a chance to get a backdoor entry, but they had no connections at all. She was aware of this. Wu Lihua nudged Zhou Xiaoyan's elbow and asked, Xiaoyan, what are you thinking? You seem very afraid of her, even avoiding eye contact. Why are you afraid? Zhou Xiaoyan looked away from the graceful figure and shook her head. It's nothing. Don't worry. You haven't seen her proud attitude. She probably doesn't even remember who we are. Maybe she even forgot about that incident. Su Weidong said that if she didn't take good care of her son and kept causing trouble everywhere, he would send her back to her hometown. She was well-fed and housed here and could be the head of the family. She didn't want to go back to serve her evil mother-in-law. She still wanted to keep her reputation. Everyone wants a job, but she wouldn't cause trouble with them. If she dared to make trouble, Su Weidong would really send her back home. Wu Lihua bit her lip. What ability does she have? She looks like a fox spirit, and isn't she just relying on Fu Jingtu? If I could marry Fu Jingtu, would the factory director be her turn? Zhou Xiaoyan looked around in surprise. Luckily, most people had already left, so no one was likely listening. She quickly pulled Wu Lihua aside. Ancestor. I called you ancestor, so what are you talking about? Can you say such things out loud? Wu Lihua scoffed. There's nothing wrong with telling others the truth. If it's true, why shouldn't others say it? Zhou Xiaoyan was afraid of her. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to buy groceries quickly and go home to cook. After Zhou Xiaoyan left, Yang Liyue came over, looking thoughtful. She glanced at Wu Lihua and asked, did she get the factory director position because of Fu Jingtu? Wu Lihua replied, she's been on the island for less than a month. The leaders haven't even seen her. If not Fu Jingtu, then who? I suspect the plan to open the factory was all Fu Jingtu's idea. In the end, it still seemed that her own husband was useless. Yang Liyue looked at the figures disappearing around the corner and said, this island isn't only for one factory. Since she can start a factory with Fu Jingtu's help, why can't we? We should write a plan and apply to open one too. Wu Lihua looked at her in surprise. Open a factory? Us? What kind of factory? She was just saying it casually. Yang Liyue said, what kind of factory doesn't matter. What matters is having a job and earning a salary. Come on, are you afraid? Wu Lihua puffed out her chest. I'm not afraid. Why wouldn't I dare? Let's think it over and plan. Su Taotao didn't know about the scheming of these family members. She placed the child in a shady spot and let him play by himself. Dichen's small backpack was filled with fun things. Of course, she took out his favorite conch shell. The child chewed on a white rabbit candy, holding the conch shell to his ear. Sometimes he switched from the left to the right ear, listening to the sound of the sea. He was very clever. He noticed that by changing the direction of the wind, he could hear different sounds, and he played happily alone. Su Taotao and Aunt Zhong held the blueprints, standing under the hot sun, pointing and discussing, making changes. All three were amateurs feeling their way through. But 3 heads are better than one, and with Xia Zhiqiu's experience working in the food factory, they came up with many ideas. Aunt Zhong was also a wise woman with life experience, and her advice was very practical. Su Taotao kept revising according to their suggestions until they finally reached a decision. Dust was feeling thirsty, so she ran over holding her water bottle. Su Taotao opened the bottle and poured some into the cap for him to drink. On such a hot day, Dust's back was a bit sweaty. Su Taotao took a cloth and placed it on his back. Su Taotao asked, is Dust hot? Dust shook his head and said, not hot, while waving the conch shell in his hand. It's fun. Su Taotao pushed up the little boy's bangs, wiped his sweat, and helped him sit back in the stroller. Then she turned to Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu and said, it's almost time. Let's go to the cafeteria first. At the cafeteria, someone still hesitated and seemed about to come over to ask questions. Su Taotao decided to ask Xiao Lu for red paper and a brush and said, I will finalize everything this afternoon. Tomorrow, the construction team will come to start work. Today, we need to decide on the recruitment requirements and put up notices quickly, so no one keeps guessing and asking questions. Xia Zhiqiu took the red paper and brush and smiled, saying, This is the secretary's job, right? Let me do it. My handwriting isn't as good as yours, but I practiced calligraphy with my grandpa when I was a kid, so I can write some good luck phrases. Su Taotao replied, I was lazy when I was young. I can manage with fountain pen writing, but calligraphy with a brush is not my thing. Aunt Zhong sighed and said, You too, stop being modest. I'm the least useful here. Su Taotao lowered her voice and said, No. The recruitment is up to you to review. Also, we need to hire 2 teachers for the red education class. I haven't told you about that yet, have I? Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu looked at each other and shook their heads. Su Taotao said, This isn't the place to talk. You 2 go back first. Meet me here at 2 p.m. I'm not cooking lunch today. After eating with the kids, I'll head back. Xia Zhiqiu checked her watch and said, I won't cook lunch either. I'll pick up Dong Dong and we'll eat together. Aunt Zhong said, I won't cook either. Lao Imo isn't coming for lunch today. I'll pick up Mumu from school and come over later. Su Taotao asked, Please bring Xiao Heng along too. Aunt Zhong waved her hand and said, No problem. It's a small matter. Su Taotao has a natural aura that keeps people at a distance. Even when she speaks softly and kindly to the children, no one dares to get close. Xia Zhiqiu, who had just arrived a few days ago, didn't know anyone besides Su Taotao and Aunt Zhong. Others admired her good fortune, but didn't approach her. In contrast, Aunt Zhong was much more approachable. Just after leaving the cafeteria, she was surrounded by people asking questions. Aunt Zhong, tell me about the factory. How exactly are you recruiting people? Do we still have a chance? Yes, Aunt Zhong. I didn't sleep all night yesterday, thinking about this. I came early this morning to find out the news. If you hadn't told me, I would have definitely stayed awake again tonight. We're not asking for much, just want to know what positions are available, how many people are needed, and what the requirements are. Please kindly tell us. Yes, Aunt Zhong. Aunt Zhong was surrounded by them. She thought they would find out sooner or later. After some thought, she said, We will announce the details about who we are hiring and how many after our meeting this afternoon. I really don't know the specifics right now. But since we are a food factory, we need to be close to the kitchen and in contact with food. Good health, hard work, and endurance are basic requirements. We can't hire people who can't lift or carry things or who can't do the work, right? Someone sensed the hint and asked in surprise, Aunt Zhong, you're having a meeting? Are you also part of the inner circle of leaders? In this world, there's no wall that keeps secrets. If 2 leadership groups are secretly decided, the news will naturally spread. Aunt Zhong waved her hand modestly and said, I'm not really part of the leadership team. Director Su is the real leader. I just follow old Mo around, stay at the base most of the time, and know more people. That's why the leader asked me to help with logistics and personnel. No one objects to her being a leader at the factory, since she's an elder of the base. According to seniority, it's her turn to take the position. Plus, she's quite popular. Aunt Zhong cleverly mentioned leader, but whether she's a leader of the base or Director Su, let them figure that out themselves. But she knew that all the credit belonged to Su Taotao. The base leaders are busy with many things, and they probably don't even know who she is. Lucky Aunt Zhong. You caught a good time, someone said.
Exactly.
After waiting so long for a job, it's finally Aunt Zhong's turn. Still calling her Aunt Zhong? From now on, you should call her Director Zhong. Oh, don't make me nervous. Just call me Aunt Zhong, please. Aunt Zhong understood the saying that a big tree attracts the wind. She dared to show off at home with her husband and kids, but outside, she stayed humble and low-key. As for Xia Zhiqiu, sure enough, someone asked, who was the person you just had the meeting with? Also part of the inner circle? Yes. She looked unfamiliar. Could she be a relative of Director Su? Aunt Zhong waved her hand and said, You mean Xia? Of course not. Xia used to be the chief accountant at a big city's food factory. Isn't it a coincidence? She is a proper high school graduate, eloquent and good at writing. The leader specifically arranged for her to be secretary to Director Su. Oh, I see. I thought Director Su had chosen her through connections. I thought so too. I remember Director Su was very close to her. That's why they say Su Taotao has good judgment. Miss Zhong not joining the Women's Federation is a loss for the organization. Miss Zhong is very good at resolving conflicts. From the large cafeteria to the elementary school, just a few minutes walk. Everyone on the island learned from Miss Zhong that the leaders would not neglect the elderly workers. They immediately arranged a job for her. Xia Jiqiu, who was initially considered an internal candidate, was later assigned as secretary to Su Taotao because she was an accountant from a big city food factory with a high school diploma and good handwriting. At first, others were jealous, but after considering their own conditions, they realized they couldn't be jealous. Being both an accountant from a food factory with a high school diploma and good handwriting, only Xia Jiqiu fits all these criteria on the whole island. In short, after Miss Zhong's mentorship, the fact that she and Xia Jiqiu were pre-selected has nothing to do with Su Taotao anymore. Everyone is convinced and respectful. When Miss Zhong returned with Fu Yuanhang and Mumu, Su Taotao and Xia Jiqiu were already lining up for food. Miss Zhong took the 2 children over, and the scene of 3 adults and 4 children queuing was quite lively. Dust and his mount drew a lot of attention. Almost everyone stopped to look at them. Dust covered his face to hide from view, but everyone found him adorable and enjoyed looking at him even more. When Dust saw his little uncle, he reached out to ask to be carried. If he weren't worried about his mother getting tired, he would have already asked his mother to hold him. Fu Yuanheng thought the little guy missed him and happily carried him, smiling widely. Earlier, Miss Zhong had answered everyone's questions all at once. Now everyone knew they were part of the new factory's core team, so no one bothered to ask more questions. They ate peacefully. The happiest person at this meal was Mumu. He hadn't eaten in the cafeteria for a long time. Today, he didn't have to suffer from Miss Zhong's cooking, and he could eat with Fu Yuanhang and Dust. He was very happy. Miss Zhong, can I eat in the cafeteria every day from now on? Miss Zhong tapped his head with her chopsticks and said, No way, that's not proper. Cooking at home is cheaper.
Sigh.
Mumu sighed and said, Cherish every moment. Chun and Dong were very happy. It was their first time having a group meal together. Chun ate a piece of my fish cake, and I took a bite of her seaweed salad. The food tasted better than usual. But Chun bit into her fish cake and said, Mommy, I'm so bad at cooking. Dong said, I think the cafeteria food is delicious. Xia Jiqiu remained silent. After the meal, Fu Yuanhang and Mumu went straight back to the classroom for a nap. Chun didn't want to go back to the classroom with her little uncle, so she went with her mother to the supply store. They bought ingredients for dinner before heading home. They spent another afternoon discussing and revising plans, and the factory's blueprints were officially finalized. The leader was very impressed with Su Taotao's abilities and entrusted her with full responsibility for the factory, including scheduling construction. The foundation team submitted an application, and Su Taotao was told to coordinate directly with them, without needing to ask for further approval. Su Taotao planned to finish this task by tomorrow. Aunt Zhong and Xia Jiqiu's task was to estimate the number of old coconuts on the island, then decide how many workers to send each day for harvesting, based on productivity. They also needed to contact the sugar factory to prepare raw materials before production started. Su Taotao had already provided Fu Jingtu with the sizes of the tools needed, such as large pots, spatulas, aluminum basins, knives, and pressure bars, and asked him to help arrange the supplies. Finally, they discussed recruitment. They would initially hire 30 people, including assembly line workers, flexible staff, teachers for the red growth class, and security guards. This scale was much larger than Su Taotao's original plan. When Fu Jingtu returned with various materials for the oven, Su Taotao had already prepared dinner. At the same time, Fu Jingtu brought good news. The leadership was very confident in her coconut candies and had convinced headquarters to include them in the upcoming mid-year report meeting at the end of the month. Each person would receive a box of the candies as a gift. In the past, leaders would bring back specialties from other affiliated factories after meetings. This time, it was their turn to have their own specialty. The leader was very happy and specifically told Fu Jingtu to ensure that Su Taotao made the first batch of coconut candies before the end of the month, so they could take them to the capital and impress everyone. During the planned economy era, goods were always in high demand, and Su Taotao never worried about selling her products. It was as if the first batch was already reserved before the factory even opened. Su Taotao thought her leader trusted her enough, and a good start was always a happy event. Su Taotao smiled and said, "All right, a good start. Tomorrow, tell your leaders that I will give them an 88% discount. Spread good wishes."
Fuzhen Turarelli smiled.
When a man who doesn't often smile does, the effect is doubled. Maybe the world didn't turn dark, but at that moment, the glow behind him indeed dimmed quite a bit. But seeing his smile, Su Taotao's heart skipped a beat, and she warned, "Your leaders probably aren't thinking of not paying or buying on credit, right? That won't do. Personal relationships are one thing, business is another. I must get paid in full for my work. No credit or delayed payments. The money for goods and the investment in the base are separate. Mixing them up causes chaos." Fu Jingtu had forgotten how long it had been since he last smiled like that. He rubbed Su Taotao's head and asked, "What are you thinking? The bases and the headquarters always keep clear accounts. Snacks and gifts aren't free. Just sell at market price. The base is just helping you find business, acting as an intermediary, not making a profit from the difference." Su Taotao patted her chest and said, "That's better." She waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I'll quietly raise the prices a little. Just tell the leaders I gave the headquarters an 88% discount because of their face. It makes them look good, and I get to sell at a higher price. Both sides win." Fu Jingtu's smile never left his face. He teased, "How come I never noticed you had a talent for being sneaky?" Su Taotao raised an eyebrow and looked at him. She gently tapped his cheek and said, "And I never noticed you had a little dimple here." After saying that, she tiptoed and, at the spot she just touched, took a firm bite, then released and said, imitating Qin Chen's tone, "I was mistaken. It's not a dimple, it's a smile line." Fu Jingtu held her waist with one hand, pulling her close and trapping her in his arms. His dark eyes swirled with hidden waves. Su Taotao struggled and whispered, "Qin Chen is watching." Fu Jingtu tightened his hold, leaned down, and kissed her lips heavily, speaking softly so only the two of them could hear. "You still dare to cause trouble? Don't want to sleep tonight?" Su Taotao surrendered, nudging her nose against his. Saw the. No more trouble. Let's get ready for dinner. Xiao Hang is coming back." Fu Jingtu looked at her deeply, then released her. His pant leg was caught on something. Fu Jingtu lowered his head, and the little one who hadn't yet reached his thigh looked at him, and then at me. "Dad, what are you playing?" Dust also wants to play Fu Jingtu. Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh. She bent down and picked up the little one, touching his nose with her own, just like she did with Fu Jingtu earlier. "We're playing a nose-touching game." Dust suddenly understood, shook his head, and said, "Not fun." Su Taotao kissed him gently. The door outside opened, and someone said, "Go see if Uncle has returned, and get ready to wash hands and eat." For dinner, Su Taotao made pickled vegetable mixed fish and a loofah soup. Fu Jingtu carefully picked out the meat from the fish belly for Dust to eat, while he ate the fish head, tail, and the bones. In the past, Su Taotao thought that even when she came to the base with Fu Jingtu, it was a lonely marriage. She worked alone and took care of the children. But in fact, as long as Fu Jingtu was at home, Dust hardly needed her to do anything. Eating, dressing, bathing, and education were all handled by Fu Jingtu. To outsiders, he might seem like a strict, serious father, but he was very patient with the children. Dust was very close to him, willing to play with his dad and share everything. Of course, Fu Yuanheng also took good care of Dust. The little boy and his uncle were like close friends, talking about everything. Dust was becoming more cheerful and happy, always smiling, looking healthy and plump, clearly raised with love. Most of the household chores were done by Fu Jingtu, including laundry, washing bedsheets, and other visible tasks he did effortlessly. Other small chores like sweeping, cleaning, feeding Bai, washing dishes, and wiping tables were handled by Fu Yuanheng. Basically, apart from grocery shopping and cooking, Su Taotao didn't have to do anything else. Even cooking was up to her mood. If she felt like it, she cooked. If not, they ate at the cafeteria. They had no complaints about the cafeteria food. But whenever she cooked at home, the three gentlemen in the family always supported her, finishing even a large plate of pickled fish without leaving a drop of soup. Watching them eat made Su Taotao feel proud and accomplished. Recently, Fu Jingtu had been busy like an ant moving things into the house every day. He finally collected enough materials for the oven, and the man, who couldn't sit still, went to start working after dinner. Su Taotao wanted to help but was gently pushed aside by him, told to sit far away. Dirty, sit farther.
Shu Taotao.
However, Fu Yuanheng washed the dishes and went to help, while Dust and Bai Bai went over to cause trouble, and he paid no attention. Only Su Taotao lazily lounged like a supervisor on a chair, occasionally waving a large fan to chase away mosquitoes. All right, she really didn't want to get herself dirty. Fu Jingtu placed some large stones underneath, then mixed water with cement, adding some sand to make concrete, and built the base of the oven on top of the stones. He left space for the smoke outlet and the door, installed a chimney, and used bricks and cement to build 2 layers with a metal mesh in between. If fire is lit below, the food can be cooked directly, or, by heating the entire box with charcoal and closing the door, the food can be baked. Dust, participating in this large-scale craft for the first time, happily played with his small shovel given by his dad, helping his little uncle mix cement and lay bricks. After finishing the oven's main structure, Fu Jingtu added a layer of insulation material around it, then smoothed the surface with cement, and finally decorated with shells. Children loved this part. They picked their favorite shells and wanted to stick them on the oven. Since he was too short, he cleverly brought a small stool to stand on. Su Taotao walked over. Dust, aren't you going to ask Dad why he wrote his name on your little car? Fu Jingtu looked at Su Taotao, unsure why she brought this up. Dust was having so much fun that he forgot about it. When his mom reminded him, he widened his eyes and asked Dad, Daddy, why that's Dust's car, Fu Jingtu? Because outsiders only recognize Dad's name, not Dust's.
Shu Taotao.
Fu Gong, can you think about how your son feels? Don't be so straightforward. Dust pouted, looking unhappy. I see why don't they know Dust there were so many people watching him every day. Su Taotao smiled, squatted down, holding the child's chubby hand. Dust, let's pick some shells of similar size and stick your name on the oven, okay? The child's big eyes lit up with excitement, and his little head nodded like a chick pecking grains. Su Taotao. Come on, Dust, help Mom count. Let's see how many shells we need to spell Dust's name, and then arrange them in rows of 10, okay? Dust reached out with her small hands and looked at them, then smiled and pushed forward. 10. Su Taotao replied, Yes, Dust, 2 palms make 10. Today, you also helped Mom count 28 steps, right? Dust nodded heavily. Su Taotao said, the name Fu Haochen has 30 strokes in total. Let's first count 30 shells, okay? Dust nodded again. Su Taotao continued, if we divide the shells into groups like Dust's palms, with 10 shells in each row, how many rows do we need for 30 shells?
Hey, Dust blurted out.
Su Taotao smiled. Great, now go help Mom find 30 shells that are about the same size and arrange them into 3 rows. Dust happily ran off to find shells. Okay. Mom Fu Jingtu brought back a bag of over 100 shells of various sizes, originally meant to be used as decorative tiles on the oven surface. Su Taotao thought of a clever way to arrange them, which was more creative and also a good chance to teach Dust to count. Dust neatly lined up the shells into 3 rows. After counting each one, she clapped her small hands 3 times and told Su Taotao, Mom, 30 shells. Su Taotao patted her little head and said, Dust is so smart. Yes, there are 30 here. What about 40? Dust thought for a moment, then made another row. After arranging, she held up her 2 small palms 4 times. See, 4. Sure, Su Taotao smiled and said, very clever. Did you notice the pattern? Next, 50 will be 5 rows, 60 will be 6 rows, and so on. She pointed to the first shell in the first row and said, "This is 1, right? The first shell in the second row is 11, the first in the third row is 21, and the first in the fourth row is 31. The same goes for 2. The shells are 12, 22, and 32. All numbers within 100 follow this pattern." Su Taotao paused to observe her little one's reaction, then added, "Mommy knows this might be a bit too complicated for Dust right now. It's okay if you don't remember everything. Next time, when you help me count, you can think about it again." Although she had never raised children herself, Su Taotao knew that teaching such advanced concepts to a 2-year-old was quite difficult. But Dust was not an ordinary child. He stared very seriously at the shells, then said, "Mom, I remember then he counted from 1 to 40, going through the 4 rows of shells."
Su Taotao.
If, in the morning, Su Taotao taught him to count stairs from 1 to 28 by memorization, now Dust truly understands the pattern and remembers it. Su Taotao looks at Fu Jintao. Is her son a little too smart? Fu Jintao gives her a reassuring look. Then he takes Dust and Fu Yuanhang to stick shells one by one. They use nearly 60 shells of various sizes to spell out the 3 large characters Fu Haochen. Fu Jintao wears a tank top, showing off his strong arms and back muscles. His whole body, including his handsome face, is a bit covered in cement. Unlike his usual gentlemanly look, he has a rough and vibe like a soldier on a battlefield. But he speaks softly to Dust. "Remember your name? Fu Haochen." Wow, Dust claps happily. So pretty Fu Jintao then says, "A family's name is the same for everyone. No pouting or being unhappy." Dust understands that Dad is talking about the car. She squints her eyes and nods. "Got it, Daddy." Fu Jintao looks at Su Taotao. Su Taotao smiles back at him. Finally, Fu Yuanhang also sticks some colorful patterns on the other side, then circles the oven with large shells, filling the middle with small stars and hearts and other designs. The DIY project creates a very unique and special oven. Su Taotao was exhausted late into the night after being pressed by someone. She kept begging for mercy. The island was too quiet at night, and she didn't dare shout too loudly. After various negotiations and unlocking new features, the other person finally gave up. That morning, a light fog covered the small island. The distant mountains appeared faintly, like a fairyland. But Su Taotao, who had worked too hard overnight, didn't get a chance to enjoy this beautiful scene. She was still sleeping soundly. Fu Jintao held his wife close, her soft neck resting against him. His hand was on her smooth, white skin, which he loved dearly. With such a wife, he was beginning to understand those kings who refused to wake early. Fu Jintao kissed the top of his wife's hair, gently withdrew his slightly numb hand, and tucked Su Taotao's blanket. Then he quietly went to the next room to check on the children. Fu Yuanhang had already gotten up, standing by the window with his eyes closed, reciting his lessons. Dust had helped her dad build the oven last night, working very hard. She was exhausted and still sleeping deeply. Fu Jintao didn't disturb her. He tiptoed downstairs and started his busy day. He finished washing up and went out. This time, he didn't go to the big cafeteria but ran to a small stall opposite the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Zheng told him there was an old man selling breakfast here. His son died unexpectedly while on duty. To take care of him, the base provided him with housing, a monthly allowance, and allowed him to run this small breakfast stall to pass the time. The old man's specialty was making pancakes and fried dough sticks. He set up his stall at 6 every morning, selling only 30 portions. Once sold out, he closed shop and went home. Usually, he finished by 7. No wonder Su Taotao had never seen him before. Aunt Zhong never bought breakfast outside, so she wouldn't know or help out. When Fu Jingtu ran over, there were already several people waiting at the old man's stall, mostly elderly men and women who didn't sleep much. Fu Jingtu's presence was quite unusual here, so everyone couldn't help but glance at him a few times. He was focused, taking out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, writing and drawing, seemingly calculating something. His aura created a natural barrier around him, so no one dared to bother him. "Comrade, how many do you want?" the old man asked Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu put away his notebook and pen. "3," he said after a moment, then added, "Please, reduce the sauce a little on one of them." Su Taotao preferred light flavors, especially for breakfast, eating very simply. If there was too much sauce, she might only take a few bites. Thinking of Su Taotao's appetite, Fu Jingtu couldn't help but frown. The old man looked at Fu Jingtu a few more times and agreed, "Got it." Nowadays, pancakes and fried dough sticks aren't made with many fancy ingredients. They're just thin, multi-grain pancakes, mainly made of mung bean flour brushed with bean paste, with a crispy thin piece inside. Eggs are too expensive, so they're rarely added. Even so, in a time when a bowl of Tuliang vegetarian noodles costs only 8 cents and sesame seed cakes and fried dough sticks sell for just 4 cents each, the old man's pancakes selling at the same price as the noodles isn't exactly cheap. Mung beans are costly and the crispy bits need to be fried, so a large pancake is worth that price. The old man and his wife usually buy 1 or 2 to share with their family. Fu Jingtu buying 3 at once was considered a big spender. If eggs, costing 7 or 8 cents each, were added, the pancakes would cost nearly 2 mao each, and people would be even less willing to buy. After buying the pancakes and fried dough sticks, Fu Jingtu also bought a few coconuts, replenished his limited supply of seasonings at home, and bought a pig's trotter before heading back home. On the way back, everyone was stunned to see Fu Jingtu carrying a pig's trotter. In the past, Fu Gong never came to the supply and marketing cooperative, never bought breakfast himself, and certainly never carried pig's trotters. Buying breakfast early in the morning was not a new thing for Fu Gong, so how lazy is Su Taotao really? Sigh. After Fu Gong got married and had children, he started to slack off. He was no longer the lofty figure who sat high on a throne, to be admired from afar and not to be trifled with. Soon, news spread across the island that Su Taotao was perhaps a lazy wife. Su Taotao was overjoyed when she saw the pancake roll Fu Jingtu brought back. Fu Jingtu handed her a small jar of sauce. Su Taotao took a big bite, eating happily and nodding constantly. "Delicious, delicious. The cafeteria actually has this today? It's so tasty." It was rare to see her so eager for breakfast, so Fu Jingtu's smile deepened. He didn't mind what he ate for breakfast, but Su Taotao did. She was good at cooking and picky about taste. If something didn't suit her, she might just eat a few bites and then be satisfied without feeling hungry. The old man's cooking skills were truly excellent. The ratio of mung beans and grains was just right, the pancake was fragrant and chewy, and the homemade salty soy sauce and crispy thin batter melted in her mouth. Su Taotao had never tasted such delicious pancake rolls in her life. Fu Jingtu said, "It's not from the cafeteria. It's from an old man who runs a small stall by himself. On the island, only people like Huang Pe, who are specially cared for by the base, could run their own stalls." She took another big bite and asked, "Why doesn't the old man work in the cafeteria? Such delicious pancake rolls should be in high demand there." Fu Jingtu shook his head. "I don't know. The old man is quite old. He probably can't handle the workload at the cafeteria." Su Taotao, delighted by the tasty food, was in a good mood and temporarily forgot about last night's argument with Fu Jingtu. She carefully tasted the soy sauce and smiled. The old man's soy sauce must be a family secret. Once my food factory gets bigger and stronger, I'll buy the recipe from him and set up a special production line to sell his family's soy sauce. It's so delicious. Fu Jingtu couldn't argue with her. She was now fully focused on her factory. She wanted talented people, good products, and promising projects all at once. Su Taotao then ordered Fu Jingtu, "Go soak some soybeans tonight for braised pig's trotters. Next time you buy pancake rolls, see if you can buy some of that soy sauce from the old man. It would add a special flavor to the braised pig's trotters." Fu Jingtu sighed. Fine. She's still quite focused on food. Even though it's delicious, Su Taotao can only eat half, and even Chun Chun can finish half. Little friend Fu Haichen is still very adaptable. He packs his favorite toys, the milk candies his mom gave him, and fried rice cakes into his small backpack. Su Taotao hands the key to the stroller to Fu Yuanhang and asks him to carry the lunchbox. Xiaohang, push the stroller so Chen can sit inside and play during class. Fu Yuanhang nods, okay, sister-in-law. Su Taotao tidies up the child's clothes, kisses his face, and says, after school, wait for mom with uncle at the cafeteria. We will eat together. Chen nods happily, okay? Mommy, then he puts on his small backpack, wears his little straw hat, and waves goodbye to the whole family, including bye-bye, happily holding hands with his uncle on the way to school. Xia Zhiqiu comes early in the morning with a recruitment notice. Taotao, check if there's anything else to add, so I can include it. Su Taotao takes the red paper, opens it, and laughs. Your calligraphy could sell couplets at a stall. Xia Zhiqiu shakes his head. Far from my grandpa's level, no style. Su Taotao says, only calligraphers care about style. We're not in a competition. This poster will be quite eye-catching. After reading, Su Taotao hands it back to Xia Zhiqiu. That's good. Remember to make a backup, or if a strong wind blows it away, you won't remember what you wrote. It's best if you and Aunt Zhong sign it, so in the future, for notices, meeting records, or important matters, you can both witness and archive it. Nowadays, no one takes photos with phones, so records must be handwritten with witnesses. Xia Zhiqiu nods, got it. You're always thoughtful. Su Taotao says, once we finish communicating with the construction team today, we'll find time to finalize the rules, get the official seal and license as soon as possible. We are affiliated with the base but operate independently, like a separate unit. Even small organizations need proper setup. Aunt Zhong says, I'll handle the procedures and departments involved. Our base's paperwork is straightforward, but other departments might be tricky. The island's shuttle only leaves on weekends, and everyone is off work then. Su Taotao said, I've already informed the leaders. We can apply for special vehicle use, and Xiao Lu can take us out. She thought for a moment and added, since we have some free time now, let's find a day to go get our driver's licenses. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Driver's license? In this era, the three most important professions are doctors, drivers, and butchers. Most people in these jobs are men. Female colleagues rarely even consider it. Su Taotao surprisingly suggested going to get a driver's license. In her past life, Su Taotao was an experienced driver. She got her license when she was an adult. If it weren't inconvenient to live on the island now, she wouldn't have suggested such a bold idea. But in the future, she would need to drive often. We can't keep asking Xiao Lu to be our driver every time we leave the island. Learning to drive ourselves is better. Nowadays, getting a driver's license usually requires a recommendation from the workplace. Learning for about 10 days or half a month is enough to pass the test. It's not as complicated as in later times. Su Taotao, being an experienced driver, just plans to go for a few days, take the test as a formality, and get the license to prove she can drive. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Fu Jingtu that she knows how to drive. For Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu, who rarely ride in cars, learning to drive might be difficult without talent. So she changed her mind and said, all right, I'll go get the license first. You can decide later. I think Jingtu can drive easily enough. It shouldn't be hard. For her, driving was indeed very easy. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu finally relaxed. They were genuinely a bit afraid of that big thing. Dong Dong wasn't as focused as Chen. After playing with Bai Bai for a while, he couldn't sit still and started to throw a tantrum. Xia Zhiqiu had to go comfort him. Aunt Zhong said, how about tomorrow? Dong Dong goes to school with Mumu. It's good for him to have a companion. What do you think, Dong Dong? When Dong Dong heard he could play with Chen, he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I want to go.
Xia Zhiqiu was happy about that.
These days, many students go to school with their siblings, but she felt a bit embarrassed about bothering Mumu. It's too much trouble for Mumu. Dong Dong is too lively. Will it affect Mumu's studies? Aunt Zhong waved her hand and said, no, no. That mischievous boy has always wanted a younger brother. He doesn't have much to boast about, but he always ranks first in his studies. Although these days good or bad grades don't matter much since students can't go to university, parents still feel proud when their children do well. Summer Jichio was very grateful and said, "Then I'll thank Mumu first." Aunt Zhong waved her hand and said, "It's a small matter. Helping each other is what friends do. No need to be polite." Su Taodao said, "Once the factory starts production, it will be easier. We can have them go to the Yuhong class." This was also Su Taotao's original idea for running the Yuhong class. Even though well-behaved children like Chun Chung are like angels, it's still not convenient to bring work along. Next, they divided the work. Su Taotao contacted the construction team. Aunt Zhong and Summer Jichio posted job notices, stayed on site in the morning to answer questions, then went to check on Leoi in the afternoon. The leaders had told Xiao Lu to fully support Su Taotao's work. Aunt Zhong and Summer Jichio worked at the notice board, while Su Taotao made calls to the construction team from the cafeteria office. The leaders had already given instructions, probably to cooperate fully with Su Taotao, and the contracts were ready. Since it was the weekend, construction would start on Monday. Su Taotao had no issues on her side. The construction team wanted to see the construction plans early and hoped Su Taotao could fax a copy. The cafeteria office didn't have a fax machine, so Su Taotao went to the elementary school. When she arrived, the notice board was already crowded with people. Aunt Zhong borrowed a bench and table from the cafeteria, and she, Summer Jichio, and Dong Dong sat inside. The scene was like a college job fair, with people packed inside and outside. Su Taotao quickly looked around and saw there were some men, but the ratio of men to women was probably less than 1 to 10. Nowadays, most men work outside, and very few men stay at home to take care of children and do housework. There are some female workers at the base, but they are either dual-income families or work outside and haven't moved here. Su Taotao hoped that about 1/3 of the 30 job openings would be for men, because some heavy work is very hard for women. Besides security guards, they would need at least 10 or 8 male workers, but she could only count a few men at the scene. Still, not all family members were present, so she thought they could still recruit enough. When she arrived at the elementary school, the old man guarding the gate asked her to register and also asked, "Director Su, I want to ask if your factory is hiring security guards." Su Taotao was surprised and looked at him, nodding. "Yes, we are hiring." The old man looked at her, but didn't stare too long and hesitated. Su Taotao asked, "Are you referring someone?" "But this position prefers retired soldiers." The old man didn't expect that Su Taotao, who seemed quite impressive and capable, would be so easy to talk to. He said, "He is a retired soldier, also my nephew. His wife works in the logistics department at the base. He even received a first-class merit award and well." The old man scratched his head, hesitating and speaking awkwardly. Su Taotao patiently waited for him to finish. After a while, the old man's eyes reddened as he said, "Back then, during the war, he lost an arm on the battlefield and earned a first-class merit." Su Taotao was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect such a national hero and immediately felt a deep respect. She said, "Let him come for an interview. If he's willing, we will give him priority." The old man outside was overjoyed, then suddenly looked sad again. He sighed and said, "Actually, when he was discharged, the organization had already arranged a job for him. But he said the allowance from the organization was enough for his life. He couldn't do much work and didn't want to take up a position that could be better used by someone who could contribute more to the unit." As he spoke, the old man's sadness deepened. He even proposed several times to divorce his wife, so he wouldn't be a burden to her. But my nephew's wife refused every time. They've been married for over 10 years and don't even want children. If it weren't for the new factory being built here, they'd probably still be living apart. He wiped his tears and continued, "Recently, he's been thinking about going back. His wife asked me to persuade him. I just hope that if he finds a job or a purpose, he might be willing to stay. His parents passed away early, and he and his siblings had all been raised on their own. He's honest and kind-hearted. I told him about the new factory hiring, but he said the new factory only needs able-bodied people to help with other tasks, and he doesn't want to hold back others." In truth, the old gatekeeper had only seen Su Taotao a few times and didn't know why he was sharing so much personal feelings with her. Perhaps he thought Fu Gong was trustworthy, and his wife wouldn't be bad either. Last time, Su Taotao stood up for Fu Gong's brother, and she's a good teacher for children. She quickly became a factory director, so she must be capable and reliable. Su Taotao admired the heroes who defend the country the most, and she felt sorry for this wounded veteran. If he had stayed in the army, he might now be a regimental commander. Su Taotao felt it was a great loss and could understand the old man and the hero. Actually, since she arrived in this era, she had mostly met honest and simple good people. Good people should be rewarded, and they should live in peace all their lives. Sir, please invite him out.
I want to talk to him myself.
The old man looked at Su Taotao with surprise. He was momentarily dazzled by her bright smile and quickly nodded, saying, all right, thank you, Director Su. Su Taotao replied, no need to thank me. Just call me Xiao Su. I need to go inside to handle some matters first, then I'll check on the children. The old man added, ever since you dealt with those troublesome kids last time, cough, cough, the school has been much calmer. Your child is doing well. After Su Taotao left, the old man looked at her back and sighed, thinking how everyone in this family is kind. Even Fu Yuanhang has given him candies a few times. Today, when he helped lift the stroller for the little one at the gate, the tiny baby, just like an angel, smiled and said thank you. Yes, good people will be rewarded and will live peacefully. Since the last incident, Director Chen now feels nervous whenever he sees Su Taotao's overly beautiful face. Su, Comrade Su, what brings you back here? In his nervousness, he even used you, despite Su Taotao being much younger than him. Seeing Director Chen look like he's facing a great threat, Su Taotao found it amusing and politely said, Director Chen, could you please lend me the fax machine to send a fax? Hearing this, Director Chen relaxed and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Sure, go ahead, take your time. Su Taotao was a bit speechless. Was she really that intimidating? During a break, while passing the drawings to the construction team, Su Taotao wrote a handwritten application to get her driver's license. After confirming the fax was received with the construction team, she called Fu Zhengtu. He was probably busy, as the person answering the phone wasn't him, but someone rushing over. She could hear his slightly heavy breathing and a low hello through the line. The scene of last night's land surrender and compensation flashed in her mind. Su Taotao bit her lip, her ears slightly red. Fu Zhengtu, I want to get a driver's license. There was a pause on the other end, then he replied, okay, I'll apply for you. Su Taotao was speechless. All her carefully prepared excuses seemed useless now. Fu Zhengtu, this man, never seems to oppose any of her requests. Even in this era, when it's so unusual for women to want to get a driver's license, he never asked any questions. I have already written the application letter. I will send it to you by fax later. Please give it to the leader to help me get a recommendation letter. If it's convenient, bring it back tonight. When I leave the island tomorrow, I will also practice a bit. Fu Zhengtu still replied, okay. Su Taotao bit her lip again, unconsciously tugging at the phone cord and gently swaying. You didn't even ask why I need it before agreeing? The man on the other end of the line clearly chuckled, his voice deep and rich like fine wine. Do you want me to doubt or oppose? Neither, Su Taotao said softly, almost coquettishly. All right, give me the fax number, and I'll send it to you. Fu Zhengtu told her the fax number, a slight smile never leaving his face. Zhou Zheng happened to pass by, looking at him teasingly. Something's up. You're smiling like that while answering the phone. Whose call is it? Your wife, Director Su's call? Everyone in the base knew about Fu Zhengtu's wife, Su Taotao, wanting to start a food factory. The fax machine rang. Fu Zhengtu pushed Zhou Zheng aside to answer. You talk too much. Zhou Zheng replied, you can't even make a good silence with 10 hits, so where's my talkative part? Fu Zhengtu ignored him, took the fax, glanced at it and then kept smiling. Zhou Zheng leaned over, quickly reading it. His face showed shock and horror. Little Su, your wife is going to get a driver's license? Fu Zhengtu said, aren't you literate? Zhou Zheng gave a thumbs up. Fu Zhengtu, Fu Gong, I have to say, your choice of wife is impressive. She's truly a woman who can hold her own. starting a factory and learning to drive. Many men can't compare. Fu Jingtu put away the application letter and left a comment. Thanks for the compliment. Then he called Su Taotao back to confirm he received it. Zhou Zhen watched him leave and sighed. Is marriage really that good? He's 2 years older than Fu Jingtu. Should he also find a wife? Su Taotao finished her confirmation and left the school office. Director Chen, who had been listening silently to her and Fu Jingtu's conversation, thought to himself, this comrade Su is not an ordinary woman. She's very capable. In the future, he must not offend her again. Su Taotao then went to the 4th grade class 1 to see what Fu Haichen was doing, whether he was well behaved or not. When she secretly approached the classroom window and saw the delicate, beautiful little kid next to Fu Yuanhang, she was instantly stunned. After a moment of distraction, Su Taotao smiled. Little friend Fu Haochen was sitting on his small car seat on Fu Yuanhang's right side, occupying the aisle. When Su Taotao arrived, the Chinese teacher, with graying hair, was leading the students in reciting poetry. Chen Chen was nodding along seriously, with a very focused expression, making him the most attentive student in the class. During a pause, Su Taotao heard him call out to the classmate on his right, Rong Fu Yuanhang, and the other young students were all focused on their lessons. When Chen Chen shouted so sweetly, they couldn't help but laugh. The Chinese teacher found it hard not to be drawn to this pretty little kid. Throughout the lesson, he kept glancing at him. Chen Chen didn't have a textbook, and even if he did, he wouldn't recognize the characters, but he read as if he understood everything. His interruption made the teacher smile and stop, then ask Chen Chen, what's your name?
How old are you?
Chen Chen was still a little shy. He quickly looked at his little uncle for reassurance. Fu Yuanhang gently squeezed his chubby hand to comfort him and said to the teacher, report to the teacher. He's my little nephew. His name is Chen Chen, and he's just turned 2. The Chinese teacher smiled and pointed to the classmate on Chen Chen's right, asking, Chen Chen, right? You said he was wrong earlier. Where did he go wrong? Chen Chen, in a soft voice, answered, it's Guanxue Lu, not Huang Ke Lu. The teacher didn't expect him to answer so confidently and looked at the classmate. That classmate blushed and said, sorry, I read it wrong. The teacher was even more surprised and asked Chen Chen, you know this poem? Did an adult at home teach you? Chen Chen looked like he was not yet 2 years old, and he was still speaking hesitantly. He shook his head and said, you teach me. The teacher was stunned, but then laughed loudly. He asked the little boy, do you remember the poem? Chen Chen nodded and started reciting with a bobbing head. White sun sets behind the mountains, yellow river flows into the sea. He finished the entire poem ascending the Stork Tower. The Chinese teacher clapped excitedly, saying, good, good. A strong youth makes a strong country. Classmates, you should all learn from Chen Chen. He's serious in class and focused, so he can remember what he reads. Don't let a 2-year-old outdo you all. All the students who weren't paying attention lowered their heads in shame. Some other students also brought younger siblings to class, some even older than Chen Chen. Although they didn't cause trouble, none of them were listening carefully. Su Taotao thought to herself that only Chen Chen seemed to believe she was here for class. In the past, when they lived in the village, Chen Chen would also go to class with Fu Yuanhang. But back then, Chen Chen didn't like to speak and wasn't as cheerful as now. Most of the time, she was lost in her own world. Now, Chen Chen is like a dusty pearl. Once the dust is wiped away, she shines brightly and is very captivating. Su Taotao watched the little baby smile kindly and didn't want to disturb her classmates, so she planned to quietly leave. But, Mom, the little kid spotted Su Taotao immediately, excitedly calling out in a sweet voice. Su Taotao's plan failed. She raised her hand to her forehead in frustration. The little kid was jumping and dancing around. If Fu Yuanhang hadn't caught her in time, the stroller might have rolled forward. Su Taotao thought it would be nice if Fu Yuanhang could add a brake to the stroller. She had to apologize to the teacher, saying, sorry, teacher, I'll take the child and leave now. The Chinese language teacher was also surprised to see Su Taotao. After looking at the little kid and Fu Yuanhang, she thought of Fu Gong. This family really is growing fast. Having taught for many years, she had never seen such a beautiful and smart little child. Fu Yuaneng was also a good student, attentive in class, never distracted, with neat and excellent homework, good handwriting, and apparently good at drawing too. The teacher smiled kindly and said, "No need to disturb. Class is almost over." Su Taotao didn't want to walk into the classroom, so Fu Yuaneng stood up and helped Qinshan out. Su Taotao gently patted the child's head, and the little one smiled happily. "There's one more class, right?"
Su Taotao asked Fu Yuaneng.
He nodded. "Yes, there's one more math class." Su Taotao said, "Then study well. After class, come straight to the cafeteria to find us. Remember to drink more water." Fu Yuaneng nodded. "Okay, I got it, sister-in-law." Su Taotao smiled and nodded at the Chinese teacher, then pushed Qinshan to leave. Fu Yuanheng returned to his seat. His classmate behind him whispered, "Fu Yuanheng, your sister-in-law is really pretty, just like Qinshan." This classmate was quite familiar with Fu Yuanheng. It was Kong Zi, who had once given him bye-bye. That was the first time he saw Su Taotao. His deskmate also nodded and agreed, yeah. Fu Yuanheng replied expressionlessly, "Focus on your classes. If you keep daydreaming, my 2-year-old nephew will surpass you."
Kang Zi.
As if studying hard would prevent him from being surpassed. After leaving the classroom, Su Taotao took a small straw hat out from under the cart and put it on the child's head, then poured some water for him to drink. Qinshan was so impressive today. He even learned to recite poetry. Yes, the child nodded slowly, not at all modest.
Su Taotao didn't know what to say.
Does Qinshan like coming to class with uncle? Qinshan used to dislike it, but after today he started to like it. A little bit. Su Taotao couldn't help but pinch his chubby little arm. "You even know a little bit? What does that mean?" The child thought his mom was busy and came specifically to pick him up, so he was very happy, holding up one finger, just a tiny bit. Su Taotao chuckled. This little kid was really so adorable. Passing by the security room, the old man came over to help lift the cart again, and Qinshan said thank you. The old man said, "Director Su, my nephew just came to bring me lunch. I told him you wanted to meet him, and he agreed. When are you free?" Su Taotao replied, "If not this afternoon, then it has to be Monday. I won't be on the island tomorrow." The old man looked a bit disappointed and said, "I should have let him wait here for you." Su Taotao said, "No rush. The factory still has some time before starting production. The factory's address is behind the cafeteria. I'll check on the construction on Monday. If your nephew is free, tell him to come find me anytime there. If it's mealtime, I'll probably be in the cafeteria." The old man nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll pass the message." "Thank you, Director Su, thank you." Su Taotao told him he didn't need to call her Director Su, but the old man couldn't change his habit. Forget it. She thought, he's also a factory director. Maybe one day he'll be the head of a big company. Today, Su Taotao had mostly finished her tasks. Since there was still some time, she took Qinshan to the market to buy dinner ingredients. The child still wanted to eat shrimp today. Usually, in this weather, buying shrimp in the afternoon without a refrigerator would cause them to spoil, so Su Taotao usually cooks seafood at noon and doesn't cook it at night. Su Taotao discussed with the child, "Shall we go to the cafeteria to eat shrimp later? It will spoil if kept until the evening." Dust suddenly exclaimed, while excitedly pointing with his short legs at something nearby. Mama Big Shrimp. Su Taotao looked in the direction he was pointing, blinking her eyes. Today, she saw a large lobster for the first time since arriving on the island. She pushed the child forward and asked, "Hello, how much is this lobster?" The stall owner said, "Small ones are 2 yuan each, big ones 3 yuan. The price." Su Taotao wished she could buy all the lobsters. Nowadays, a chicken costs 2 or 3 yuan, and a lobster weighing at least a jin, about half a kilogram, is only 2 or 3 yuan. In the end, Su Taotao didn't dare to be too obvious and told Dust, "Dust, this is called a lobster. We can leave it for the afternoon.
Pick one you like."
Dust looked at this one and that one, then raised his head to look at his mom. "I like all of them." Su Taotao was speechless. It's clear they are related. He likes everything. Unfortunately, she couldn't buy so many. Since it's rare to see such a thing and not often eaten, Su Taotao thought for a moment and said, "Then let's choose two." A kind-hearted aunt nearby couldn't help but remind her, buying these isn't cost-effective. They look big because of the shell, but there isn't much meat. It's better to eat a chicken. Small shrimps are more economical, only about 40 to 50 cents per gene, with thin shells and more meat. Su Taotao thought to herself, if she knew the price of large lobsters in the 21st century, she probably wouldn't say that. But now, she could only reply, the kids like it. It's okay to buy once in a while. The aunt waved her hand. Young people like you don't know how to manage a household. You spoil the kids too much. In fact, during the planned economy era, material shortages meant most people had money, but no tickets to buy goods. A few years later, with reform and opening up, the economy boomed and prices soared. The money in hand would quickly lose value. So, taking advantage of the money's worth and treating yourself and your family within your means seemed harmless to Su Taotao. But her view on consumption wasn't accepted by most people in this simple, frugal time. She wouldn't be overly showy or try to live extravagantly, but she would find ways to enjoy her small life. She wouldn't force others to agree or change their minds. The aunt, hearing the noise, didn't really see who they were and just turned her head to glance at Dust, gasping in surprise. Wow, your kid is really handsome. Seeing Dust's unique ride, the aunt finally realized, are you the child of the Fu family? Dust blinked innocently and helplessly looked at her. The aunt suddenly looked up at Su Taotao and gasped, oh my goodness, Director Su.
Su Taotao.
It's not my fault, everyone. She politely smiled and said hello. The aunt swallowed hard and said, I was just saying, lobsters are good, really good. You should buy some. Su Taotao smiled at her again and said to Chen Chen, you pick the lobsters. Chen Chen grinned happily and chose the two biggest lobsters. He pinched their antennae with his small hands. When the lobsters moved, he quickly pulled his hands back in fear. Feeling upset, he looked at Su Taotao and said, Mom. Su Taotao picked up one lobster's head and showed Chen Chen, saying it's okay. The little feelers Chen Chen touched are just the lobster's antennae. Holding its head or lifting its brain won't make it bite. She gently touched the lobster's big claw and told Chen Chen, this claw is fine when like now, but when you loosen it, don't touch it. It can pinch and hurt. Chen Chen listened carefully and nodded repeatedly, okay. Mom. The seafood seller had been listening to their conversation and thought to himself how surprising it was. He had never seen a child so well-behaved and so patient with a child's parent. But he also rarely saw such obedient children. People say that Fu Gong's child is smart, able to memorize a book of 3-character classics after a single ride in the car. But in the seller's view, it's really because of good parenting. Even so, Su Taotao was too indulgent with her child. To make him happy, she bought 2 big lobsters in one go, and the news spread quickly in the residential area. At the cafeteria, Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu had finished their questions. Dongdong was very happy to see Chen Chen and eagerly shared the good news that they would go to school together tomorrow. But Chen Chen said, no school tomorrow. Dongdong was stunned and asked why. Chen Chen replied, because it's Sunday. Don't ask how such a clever little kid knows this. He just does. Dongdong felt disappointed and asked, then what should we do? I want to go to class with you. Chen Chen took out his new toy, a big seashell, and shared it with his friends, saying softly, Monday. Then we can. Dongdong asked again, Monday, when is that? Chen Chen said, right after Sunday. It's Monday. He put the seashell over Dongdong's ear and said, listen, the sound of the sea. Dongdong looked surprised and said, wow, really? Hearing the 2 children talking, Xia Zhiqiu was amazed and asked Su Taotao, how do you teach Chen Chen? How does he know so much? Su Taotao smiled and said, Xiao Heng has told him, and he remembers it himself. Before bed, these 2 uncles and nephews either recited lessons or chatted, talking for a long time every night until they fell asleep. Fu Yuanheng told him everything. Xia Zhiqiu said, by the way, I haven't been to the beach yet. One day, I'll take Dongdong to collect seashells. Su Taotao said, Dongdong found the seashells when Fu Jingta took him swimming in the morning. He treasures them a lot. Xia Zhiqiu sighed, People can be so frustrating. Our Lao Zhang gets up on time every day, but several times he almost missed the bus. Forget about going to the beach. Aunt Zhong said, our Lao Mo is the same. They work very hard. Only Jingtu exercises every day. The old base wasn't by the sea, but he went running every day. You can tell how disciplined he is by how well he keeps his body. Su Tao Tao thought to herself, Fu Gong's figure is really exceptional. I shouldn't be thinking about this during the day. By the way, I have a candidate for the security guard position. If we confirm him, we won't need to hire anyone else. Aunt Zhong said there are also a few people interested in that position this morning. One is a retired soldier. Su Tao Tao said my candidate is a retired soldier too. He's missing an arm but has received a first-class merit. I want to prioritize him. If he doesn't want to come, then that's fine. As soon as Su Tao Tao spoke, Aunt Zhong, who knows everything about the base, immediately knew who she meant. Are you talking about Dong Xingping? He hasn't been on the island for long. He's very strong, tall and broad, with a crew cut. He looks neat and energetic, but he's not very talkative. His character is impeccable. I once saw him helping Grandpa Chen push his cart uphill to sell pancakes. It's a pity he's missing an arm, such a good person. Su Tao Tao thought for a moment and asked Aunt Zhong, do you know where he lives? Aunt Zhong looked at her in surprise. You haven't seen him? He lives in the same alley as you. The last house on your street is his. Oh, and the security guard at elementary school is his uncle. They live together. Su Tao Tao was speechless. Aunt Zhong, you really are the go-to person for everything on the island. Do you know everything? Su Tao Tao truly had never met Dong Xingping before. However, there are stairs at both ends of the alley leading down. His house is at the end of the alley, so it's normal she wouldn't pass by. Things should be done sooner rather than later. After dinner, Su Tao Tao quickly went home, placed the lobster in the coolest spot, and waited until Dust finished her nap. Then she took him to Dong Xingping's house. Dust now pays special attention to ceremony when going out. She always brings a small straw hat and a tiny backpack. This time, she also wants to bring White. Su Tao Tao sees that they are not far away, so she lets him carry White. But after just a few steps, White is already in Su Tao Tao's arms. When will children grow up a little and become stronger? They walk to the last building in the alley. Su Tao Tao is already sweating heavily. She raises her hand to knock on the door. Soon, someone comes to open it. The sight of the one-armed man, as Aunt Zhong said, is tall, neat, and full of integrity. His eyes are honest and clear, with no trace of gloom. Are you Comrade Dong Xingping? Dong Xingping opens the door and sees a beautiful woman holding a child with one hand and a small dog with the other. He is initially surprised, then quickly realizes who she is. He almost guesses immediately. I am Dong Xingping. Hello, Factory Director Shu. Come in and talk. He never expected Su Tao Tao to come personally. Su Tao Tao is not surprised he can guess her identity. On the island, people say it's small, but it's not really big. Their family is quite noticeable, and most people know. The yard is tidy and clean. On one side, there is a shed. It's unclear whether they are growing loofah or beans. Green vines climb all over the roof. Under the shed, there are various pieces of wood, sawdust, and woodworking tools scattered on the ground. This lush green loofah shed looks very cool and refreshing. Do you know carpentry? Su Tao Tao asks. Dong Xingping doesn't close the yard door, but opens it wider. He props a brick against it to keep the wind from closing it and moves two small stools over, inviting them to sit under the shed. He says, just passing the time. Dong Xingping looks at Dust and asks Su Tao Tao, is the cart easy to use? Su Tao Tao is surprised and looks at him. So, it was you who helped make it? It works very well. Thank you. Su Tao Tao hands White over to Dust and tells him to go play nearby. Dong Xingping shakes his head. No, I just helped with some adjustments and details. He only has one hand and can't do such complex woodworking. After some small talk, Su Tao Tao gets straight to the point. You probably know why I'm here. Our factory needs a security guard. Do you think you can do this job? Dong Xingping begins to seriously observe Su Taotao. It's from this sentence that he starts to see her differently. It's not charity, not sympathy. She doesn't look at his missing arm with pity, nor does she treat him as disabled. It's as if she's here personally to recruit an ordinary worker for the factory. If you think you can do it, give it a try. If not, I'll find someone else. He thought she would at least make some kind of preamble, or stir emotion, or show sympathy. But she doesn't. Fairness and equality are what he has always wanted. This is also the first time since losing his arm that he has been treated equally. Yes, he doesn't need sympathy or charity. His flesh and blood can stay on the battlefield, contributing to a victory in war. That is his highest honor, his belief, his pride. He has never thought of using his military achievements to gain easier work. When he is whole, he doesn't need help. When he is missing an arm or a leg, he needs even less. So, he politely declined all work offers that seemed to favor him.
But now,
Are there any requirements for the security guard job at your factory? Su Taotao looked at him carefully, respecting the job, loving the work, and having a strong sense of responsibility are the basics. The work is quite busy, like protecting the factory's property and staff, preventing unauthorized people from entering and managing attendance. You need to be fair and strict. Employees can't be late or leave early without a leave slip. We are an organized and disciplined unit. I will include specific job requirements in the employee handbook. Each position has different assessment standards, which are closely related to salary. Dong Xingping listened and looked surprised. Recently, he had heard some rumors about her, like she was lazy, unreasonable, only got the factory manager position because of Fu Jingtu, or that she started this factory just as a cover for wanting a job. Dong Xingping smiled slightly, thinking the rumors were not trustworthy.
I can do the job. When do I start?
Su Taotao stood up. Probably at the end of the month. You can check the notice at the cafeteria. Before starting, you'll sign a labor contract and attend a group training session. Dong Xingping nodded. Okay, I understand. Su Taotao said, I need to go now. I have to cook. Dust, we're going home. Okay, Mommy Dust hugged bye-bye and ran over with short little legs. Dong Xingping looked at the adorable little girl. He walked to the back of the shed, picked out the best small basket, and handed it to Dust. This is for you. Your puppy can carry it. Dust blinked, looked at the small basket, then at Su Taotao. Su Taotao took a look and said, Did you weave this yourself? The craftsmanship is very good. She wasn't sure if it was made of aloe vera or bamboo strips, but it was smooth, lightweight, and delicate. It fit Bai perfectly inside. Dong Xingping still said the same thing, just passing the time. Su Taotao handed the small basket to the child. Dust, put Bai inside. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Dust finally reached out and gently said, Thank you, Uncle Dong. Then she carried Bai inside. Bai was a little bigger now, so when Bai grows a bit more, she can carry him easily. Bai obediently lay in the basket, resting his small head on the edge. He looked so adorable that Dust liked him very much. On the way home, she carried him, making things easier for Su Taotao. It was so hot outside to carry a fluffy little dog. Dong Xingping watched them leave, feeling hopeful about life. Maybe he should become a father too. Once home, Dust kept Bai in the basket. Sometimes she picked him up and placed him on a small stool, other times on the stairs. The little kid was still unsteady when walking, and the small basket wobbled as she carried it. Su Taotao often worried he might fall, but each time he was safe, so she stopped worrying. The uniquely shaped outdoor oven, after a day and night of drying, was almost completely dry. Using fire would make it dry even faster. Luckily, she bought some lobsters. For the first meal, Su Taotao planned to bake the lobsters. The oven was quite impressive from the start. Today, Su Taotao treated herself and cooked plain white rice. She also wanted to roast some sweet potatoes and regular potatoes at the same time. The lobster looked big, but didn't have much meat. Su Taotao only planned to roast the body part of the lobster. The head and claws had no meat, so she would make lobster soup with them, adding winter melon and kelp for a tasty broth with vegetables. She started right away. She chopped a lot of garlic, fried it in oil until half-dried, then added salt and soy sauce after turning off the heat to make a simple garlic sauce. Honestly, this garlic sauce would make even shoes taste good when roasted. She should buy more oysters. They're cheap and delicious, and she wouldn't feel guilty eating them. She realized she made a mistake. When passing by Su Taotao's door during dinner, most people would be tempted to stop and stare. Today was even more so. The smell of garlic roasted lobster was irresistible. People walking by couldn't help but pause to smell it. Even Mo Gong, who was coming home from work with Fu Gong, couldn't resist. He sniffed and swallowed hard. What did little Su make again? The smell is so amazing. Fu Jingtu saw the chimney of the oven smoking and guessed she probably baked something new today. He replied casually, I don't know, but whatever she makes smells great. Ma Gong, related to Aunt Zhong's cooking group, was speechless. Today, there was no way to chat. Following behind them are Fu Yuanhang and Mu Mu, who just finished playing basketball. Mu Mu is already numb from the delicious smell of Fu Yuanhang's family dinner, and today, he can't help but drool. He grabs Fu Yuanhang's shoulder and sighs, bro. Do you know how jealous I am of you?
Fu Yuanhang honestly nods. Ino.
Mu Mu closes his eyes, sniffs, and waves his finger. No, you don't really know. And Mo Gong's big hand pats his son's head. You little rascal, don't talk nonsense when you get home, or your mom will get mad, and I'll suffer too. Mu Mu sighs. Old Mo, is my brother coming back tomorrow? And Mo Gong nods. Yes, he should arrive tomorrow morning. I have to work overtime, and you and your mom haven't been to town in a while. Spend some good time with your brother. Mu Mu pouts and says, more overtime, then gestures to Mo Gong. Give me some money. Ms. Zhong is too stingy. A hang gets $1 pocket money every month, and I have none. I rarely go out, and buying some snacks isn't too much, right? And Mo Gong hugs his son and sighs, Mu Mu, it's not that I don't want to give you money, but all my money is with your mom. Don't say you, I don't even have pocket money myself. The unlucky father and son, sharing the same misfortune, sighed deeply before finally entering the house. As Fu Zhengtu enters, Su Taotao smiles at him and asks, Did you bring back my recommendation letter? Fu Zhengtu nods. Yes, I did. What did you do today? Why does it smell so good? Today, even Chen Chen was attracted by the smell and didn't play with Bai Bai, but kept circling around Mom. Chen Chen hugs his dad's leg and lifts his little head. Daddy, it's big shrimp after thinking, he adds. Lobster Chen Chen chooses his little hand gestures again. Such big claws. Fu Jingtu curves his lips and bends down to pick up the child, asking, What did you learn today with Uncle at school?
Shu Tao Tao.
Fu Gong, do you forget that your son is only 2 years old? Chen Chen, recite the book before Fu Jingtu can ask. The little boy already shakes his head and starts reciting, Bright day ends behind the mountain. He really dares to ask, and he dares to answer. One thinks he really went to school, another thinks he really did. Fu Jingto's well-defined hand ruffles the little boy's head. Very good. When you learn something at school, remember to tell Dad. Dad also wants to know. Chen Chen smiles with squinted eyes. Okay, Daddy Su Taotao. Forget it. In the world of top students, ordinary people just don't understand. Fu Yuanhang carefully put down his backpack to help Su Taotao serve the meal. Smells so good, sister-in-law. Mu Mu almost cried from hunger just now. Su Taotao smiled and said, Next time, let's buy more oysters and share a few with Mu Mu.
Fu Yuanhang nodded. Okay.
The earth oven can't rotate, so the heat isn't as even as an electric oven, but the flavor from cooking with charcoal is much richer. In this era, without advanced technology or special ingredients, opening the oven reveals a strong aroma of seafood and garlic that is much more intense than before. Not only does it make the neighboring kids drool, but even their own children are almost crying from hunger. Fu Yuanhang swallows his saliva as he goes to carry the food, but Su Taotao stops him. Xiao Heng, don't touch it, it's very hot. Fu Jingtu has already set down the children and picked up a cloth to help. Let me do it. Besides roasting lobster, Su Taotao also used the leftover garlic sauce to bake a dish of loofah. The garlic sauce and loofah are a perfect match, and the smell is incredibly delicious. She also roasted some small sweet potatoes and potatoes. The leftover lobster shell broth with winter melon and kelp, paired with white rice, makes for a very luxurious meal. Come on, let's celebrate our first successful use of the oven. It can cook everything. Now that we have it, cooking is so much easier. Fu Jing cut the lobster meat with the least garlic sauce into small pieces and put them in Chen Chen's bowl. It was clearly specially prepared by Su Taotao for Chen Chen, with a lighter flavor than what they usually eat. Two of the half lobsters even had some millet spicy sauce on top. Both Fu Jingtu and Su Taotao can handle a bit of spice, but Fu Yuanhong's half was just normal. This meal not only satisfied the three men at home, but also made Su Taotao herself feel full for the first time in a long while. Seafood is the best, but unfortunately most of it can't be eaten at night. Otherwise, we could enjoy it more often. Fu Jingtu's palate has been completely spoiled by Su Taotao's cooking. The simple snacks they used to think were tasty now seem bland and uninteresting, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Seeing the white new nest, Fu Jingtu asked Su Taotao, "Did you see Dong Xingping today?" Surprised, Su Taotao asked, "How do you know?" Fu Jingtu nodded toward the white nest, Dong Xingping's bamboo basket, only given, not sold. Su Taotao looked at him sharply. "Fu Gong, the police were right last time. Your keen eye is a loss to the police. Dong Xingping will be our factory's security guard from now on." Fu Jingtu asked, "Did he agree?" Su Taotao replied with a question, "Do you think he wouldn't agree?" Fu Jingtu smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, he has good judgment. With him guarding your base, you can go anywhere without worry." Su Taotao was even more surprised. "He's so talented?" Fu Jingtu's eyes darkened slightly. He graduated at the top of his military school class, became the best soldier in his unit, and received the highest honor of first-class merit. He has excellent military skills. If he still stayed in the army, he would probably be a senior colonel now, even if not a deputy division commander. This was the first time Su Taotao heard Fu Jingtu speak so highly of someone. Even though she already knew some of his achievements, after hearing Fu Jingtu, she felt even more regretful. "He's willing to come work at my small workshop as a security guard. It's a bit of a waste for such talent. What should I do?" Fu Jingtu shook his head. "He is determined and willing to come because he seeks a good life. There will definitely be a better position suited for him in the future." Su Taotao understood what Fu Jingtu meant. Once her factory grows bigger and stronger, Dong Xingping won't just be a security guard. Actually, she no longer sees him only as a guard. She even entrusted him with attendance work. Talented people like him are often approached by many organizations. He must have thought carefully before coming, so she didn't need to worry. In fact, she hadn't thought much about it at first. She just wanted to give such a hero a job. No matter how she looked at it, she was gaining something. A delicious grilled lobster feast, including Chen Chen, made the whole family full. Fu Jingtu cut the meat into perfect sizes for the kids. Chen Chen ate one piece after another and soon ate until she was full. "Let's go for a walk," Su Taotao suggested. Chen Chen was the first to agree. Yes. Bai Bai can come too now that Bai Bai had a mount. Chen Chen wanted to take him everywhere. Fu Jingtu still had some work to do, but since the family hadn't gone for an evening walk after arriving on the island, he agreed. The family of 4 and a dog went out for a walk. Bai Bai could already walk and run, but after walking a while, Chen Chen got tired and had to carry him back in a basket, asking her uncle to carry him for a bit, then letting her dad hold him. One person, one dog, very orderly. The island's night was actually not very interesting. There was no nightlife at all. Without street lights on the coastal road, it was almost like the village. In the village, people gathered under the banyan trees to chat and eat sunflower seeds. Here, besides their family and the dog, they hardly saw anyone. The waves crashed against the shore, and the sea breeze was gentle. Su Taotao loved it very much. "Tomorrow, I have to work overtime. I'll ask Xiao Lu to take you to Tanglao." In the past, Fu Jingtu would have been working late in the lab to meet deadlines. Only after Su Taotao and the others arrived did he realize he was quite attached to home. Every day, he tried to find time to be with them. If it were possible, he wouldn't even want to go to work tomorrow. But he couldn't, because for them, national affairs always came before family. It was his duty and his belief. Su Taotao didn't mind and said, "It's okay. I can handle it alone. I'll take Xiao Hang and Chen Chen to see Grandpa Tang first, then go register for driving lessons." Fu Jingtu shook his head. "No, I don't feel comfortable with you going alone." Su Taotao stopped, and the others followed her. She looked directly at Fu Jingtu. "Fu Jingtu, I'll tell you if I can't handle something. Have I ever told you I practice martial arts? A few men like you usually can't get close to me."
Fu Zhentu hesitated.
Did she forget that I also practice martial arts? Su Taotao blinked at him. "And did you forget I come from G City? The traffic there is much more complicated than here, and the safety is worse. But since middle school, I've gone to classes and hung out with friends alone. Are you worried I might get lost, or worried I might be kidnapped or sold?" Fu Jingtu looked at Su Taotao, her bright, clear eyes, and momentarily lost focus. She was not a fragile flower, nor inexperienced. Unlike most women, she had the courage to run a factory and learn to drive. She was knowledgeable and resourceful. Whatever she did, she always had a way to make you believe she could do it well. Fu Jingtu looked at her silently. "You can ask Xiao Hang if I'm good at fighting," Su Taotao added. Fu Yuanheng stopped rubbing his hands and said, "Brother, sister-in-law is very strong." Fu Jingtu asked, "Have you ever fought?"
Su Taotao smiled slightly.
"Fu Jingtu, that's not the point. The point is you focus on your research. When you're at home, you're already doing a great job." She pinched Chen Chen's small hand. "You take good care of Chen Chen when you're home, right, Chen Chen?" Chen Chen, the little kid, nodded knowingly, hugging his dad's neck and rubbing his face. "I like Dad." Fu Jingtu's heart softened. He gently rubbed the little kid's head. Su Taotao. "So, Fu Jingtu, we're not here to hold you back. You focus on your research, Chen Chen is busy growing up, Xiaohang is studying hard, and I am busy running a factory. We all do our own jobs, conquer our own stars and seas. During the day, everyone is busy, but at night we can gather together for dinner. After eating, we walk along the beach, look at the stars, see the sea. Is there a better life than this?" Fu Jingtu couldn't describe how he felt right now. When he married her, he never imagined they would be like this. She usually takes good care of herself and the children, but she doesn't try to do everything alone. When she needs help, she calls him first. Su Taotao is more than just a wife. She feels like his soulmate. Everywhere, they fit perfectly. Yes, there is nothing better than conquering stars and seas when busy, and spending leisure time together watching the stars and sea. Fu Jingtu gently squeezed Su Taotao's hand, saying nothing more. The streetlights cast long shadows of Su Taotao's family. In front of them is the vast sea, and they can see the stars overhead. Early the next morning, the family of four dressed in white shirts and black pants, neatly prepared to go out. Fu Yuanheng's white shirt was perfectly smooth and wrinkle-free. Before leaving, Fu Jingtu handed Fu Yuanheng some high-quality pork he bought early in the morning from the supply store. A hang, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Learning skills starts with learning to be a good person. Old Tang doesn't charge tuition or the 6 Ri, but basic etiquette like bowing and offering tea is still necessary. Go and learn well. Fu Yuanheng, with red eyes, took it and said, "Brother, I understand. I will learn well." Fu Jingtu patted his shoulder and said nothing more. Su Taotao said, "Don't worry, I also brought a bag of coconut candies. When we get to town, I'll buy some white rabbit milk candies. If the gift is too heavy, Old Tang might not accept it. There will be plenty of time to show respect."
Fu Zhentu nodded.
Respecting teachers and elders is not something done in a day. It's a lifelong matter. There will be many chances to show filial piety. Fu Jingtu was busy in the afternoon and couldn't go home. Su Taotao first took White to Xia Jiqiu's house, asking her to take care of him for a day. Coincidentally, Aunt Zhong was also there, bringing the hay to stay with Xia Jiqiu. Originally, White was excited to go to town with Chen Chen. Aunt Zhong smiled and said, "Luckily, it's a male and female dog. Otherwise, they might not recognize each other clearly." After carefully examining White White, she exclaimed, "Oh, no, your dog looks good. How do you raise him?" White White is actually a bit fatter than Dahae, and his fur is shinier. Peach Sue said, "Chun Chun is raised like a little brother. I often share my food with him." Peach Sue didn't dare mention that she sometimes fed him milk or malted milk powder, as raising a dog so carefully nowadays might attract criticism. Aunt Zhong relaxed and said, "No wonder.
I thought so.
My family eats more rice soup because of that." Peach Sue didn't continue on that topic and instead told Aunt Zhong about Dong Xingping's willingness to come to the factory as a guard. Aunt Zhong didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She thought she would have to visit 3 times like a famous strategist. Aunt Zhong nodded and said, "He's a good person. It's a blessing for our factory to have him." Mumu took the opportunity to ask Aunt Zhong for some pocket money. "Ms. Zhong, my sister-in-law gives Ahang a yuan a month. I'm your own son, so I should get at least 50 cents, right?" Peach Sue couldn't help but chuckle. Mumu is really funny. She wondered who he inherited his humor from. Aunt Zhong, the Iron Rooster, clenched her teeth and raised her hand, but she didn't really hit him. "I think you deserve 5 slaps. Want them?" Mumu shouted loudly and quickly ran to hug his good friend Fu Yuanheng. "Heng, can we switch? I'll be your nephew for my sister-in-law, and you can be Aunt Zhong's son."
Fu Yuanang chuckled. "No sweets."
Aunt Zhong raised her hand again, this time actually slapping him. "You little brat, try talking nonsense again." Aunt Zhong, truly a well-informed person on the island, showed her wide connections. Almost everyone greeted her, and she could smile and chat happily with anyone. When a few children sat together for the first time on a bus, they chattered excitedly. Mumu eagerly wanted to hold Chin Chin, but Peach Sue only let him hold him briefly before taking him back. Nowadays, there are no child safety seats. In case of sudden braking, Mumu wouldn't sit steadily. She didn't want to risk it. She fixed Chun Chun in a small carrier on her lap, supporting the front seat with both hands, acting like a human table or chair. Loosening the straps slightly wouldn't affect his movement. Peach Sue thought it was time for Fu Gong to make a child safety seat for Chun Chun. After getting her driver's license, she planned to drive herself and take Chun Chun out. When she did, Chun Chun had to sit in the back alone, so a safety seat was necessary. Amid the chatter and laughter of Aunt Zhong and everyone else, they soon arrived at the central square. Aunt Zhong and Mumu had to rush to the train station to pick someone up. Mumu staged a tearful farewell with Fu Yuanheng. This little drama queen was quite amusing. Peach Sue decided to give him a few more oysters next time she roasted some. Fu Yuanheng's cheerful and lively personality is largely thanks to him. The supply and marketing cooperative was still crowded with people. Su Tao Tao was holding Dusting in one arm and holding Fu Yuanheng's hand with the other. It was very hot, so when they got off the car, Su Tao Tao didn't use the shoulder strap. Plus, Dusting's small straw hat rubbed against her, making her uncomfortable. After a while, she started to feel a bit tired. Fu Yuanheng said, "Sister-in-law, let me carry Dusting for a while." Su Tao Tao didn't refuse and put Dusting on his back. She exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao Heng, have you grown a bit taller?" Fu Yuanheng smiled and said, "Maybe because I play basketball every day." Mumu says the same. Su Tao Tao felt very proud and said, "Keep it up and try to grow as tall as your brother." Fu Yuanheng nodded happily and said, "Okay, I will try my best." He thought to himself, "Then I can help you do more things." Su Tao Tao pinched Dusting's little chubby cheeks and said, "You too, grow tall and strong." The little kid nodded seriously, and finally, they reached the inside. Su Tao Tao should have bought more, but since Fu Jingtu, the worker, wasn't there, she only bought 2 jean of White Rabbit milk candies. Seeing apples available, she bought a few more and then paid at the counter. Outside, Dusting patted Fu Yuanheng's shoulder and kicked his short legs, saying, "Little uncle, let's go." Su Tao Tao helped the little kid down and let Fu Yuanheng hold his hand. Passing by a vegetable stall, Su Tao Tao bought some celery, green onions, and garlic sprouts, asking the vendor to tie them together with watergrass. The 2 jean of White Rabbit milk candies were packed separately. 1 jean was for the children's food for the next month, and the other gene was for a gift. In ancient times, the 6 of gift offerings included 10 strips of dried meat, along with celery, red beans, red dates, and other items, each symbolizing different good wishes. For example, celery represented diligence, red beans symbolized good luck, and red dates meant early success in exams. Su Taotao's simplified version from the 1970s also included 6 items. The gift package mainly consisted of salted pork, using fresh pork belly, similar in meaning. The key was the good intentions behind it. Diligent celery, clever green onions, capable garlic, sweet milk candies, and safe apples, all symbols of good wishes. Just as Su Taotao finished packing the 6, Old Tang's cheerful voice came from behind them, saying, "I just took a walk around and didn't see you. I thought you weren't coming today." Su Taotao naturally didn't say she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to queue for things. She just said, "Something came up earlier, so I was delayed." Fu Yuanheng saluted Old Tang and said, "Hello, Grandpa Tang." Dust also learned from Uncle to greet Old Tang. "Grandpa, hello." The more Old Tang looked at the 2 children, the more he liked them. He stroked his goat-like mustache and laughed loudly. He stepped forward, holding each child's hand. Good children. Let's go to my place and talk more." Anyway, Old Tang was sure they came to find him. Su Taotao calculated the time. From the downtown square bus stop to Old Tang's house, it only took about 7 or 8 minutes at their slow pace. In the future, she planned for Fu Yuanheng to take this bus to leave the island. If Old Tang came to pick him up, it wouldn't be too tiring. Su Taotao decided not to mention the matter of him coming to the island for now. She would wait until he wanted to go himself. When they entered the house, Grandpa, who was mute, looked very happy to see them. He poured tea and gave snacks to the 2 children. He especially liked Dust and kept staring at him. Dust was not afraid of him. He gave Dust a candy, and Dust took it happily. Smiling, he took a candy from his small backpack and offered it to Grandpa. Grandpa happily accepted Dust's candy, wiped his most clean spot on his clothes repeatedly to make sure there was no dust, then gently patted Dust's little head. Dust, holding the candy, showed his tiny teeth and smiled at him happily. Grandpa's smile stretched wide, almost unable to close his mouth. After watching the interaction between the old man and the child, Su Taotao smiled and took out the 6 rites of offering she prepared to present to Old Tang. "Old Tang, this is Xiao Heng's apprentice gift. Thank you for your guidance and mentorship. Please take care of him in the future." Old Tang was not fond of overly formal or flowery words. He didn't like such elaborate language, so Su Taotao didn't say much. Proper etiquette is important, but sincerity matters more. Fu Yuanheng took a nearby teacup, bent down, and respectfully offered it. "Teacher, please have some tea." This caught Old Tang completely off guard. He was usually carefree and didn't care for these formalities. To him, these were just empty rituals. Learning with sincerity was what mattered most. But at that moment, when he heard Fu Yuanheng say, "Teacher, please have some tea," he suddenly felt a sense of responsibility he had never experienced before. Traditionally, a teacher passes on knowledge, teaches, and clears doubts. Having accepted this good student, his skills could be passed on, and there would be someone to carry on his legacy. Old Tang trembled as he took the tea, took a sip, and set it aside. "Good. From now on, you are my student, Tang Boyang. A master guides the door, but cultivation depends on oneself. Steel is forged through repeated tempering, and water can wear away stone. The sea of learning is endless. Diligent effort is the path. There are no shortcuts in studying. Persistence is key. Don't give up halfway. I hope you can persevere and eventually surpass even me." Fu Yuanheng bowed at 90 degrees and saluted again. "I will remember my teacher's advice. I will study hard and not disappoint your expectations." Old Tang, with his palm facing up, raised Fu Yuanheng's hand. "All right, just this once. You don't need to do this again. I dislike formal rituals. When I hear such fancy words, I feel uncomfortable. It's more important for you to learn well with me."
Fu Yuaning nodded. I understand, teacher. Old Tang pointed at the scallions, garlic, and celery he had set aside, clearly meaning something special. He stroked his goatee and smiled broadly. Little Sue, you are thoughtful with your gift of the sixri, and it's quite interesting. I like it. Even on the train, it was clear that this family was well-mannered and respectful. Otherwise, they wouldn't raise such good children. For lunch, Old Wu was asked to stew pork belly for the kids. The white rabbit candies could be kept for the children to enjoy later. He was happy to accept this teacher's gift. Su Taotao was going to sign up for driving lessons but couldn't bring Dust to the training ground, so she asked him to stay and keep Fu Yuanhang company while he learned to draw. Old Tang, Dust won't cause trouble. You just focus on teaching Xiaohang. He will play by himself. Dust nodded seriously. Yes, I am very good. After saying that, he pulled out some toys from his small backpack, conch shells, spinning tops, chess, and origami. Smart children never get bored. Su Taotao patted his little head. Play here nicely. Mom will come back soon to pick you up. Dust nodded. Okay, Mom. After Su Taotao left, Dust suddenly looked downcast, like a deflated balloon, hanging his head and blinking at his mom's back, reluctant to look away. Old Tang found it interesting and asked him, Dust, do you miss your mom very much? Dust nodded. Yes, Old Tang was even more surprised, as Dust had just shown he didn't want to go with his mom. Then why didn't you tell her earlier? Dust tilted her little head, blinked her eyes, and suddenly reached out to pinch her short little legs. Dust says Mama will take, but there are no cars. Mama hugs, so tired. Fu Yuaning translated for Dust. Dust told his sister-in-law he wants to go with her, or shows he doesn't want to stay. She will take him. But they can't go far because carrying him is tiring. My older brother made a little cart for Dust. Usually on the island, they push him in a cart. Old Tang was surprised for a moment before realizing. Seeing the warm look in the two children's eyes, he patted Dust's little head. Good kid. He signaled to Lao Wu. After a while, Lao Wu brought out a set of drawing supplies from the room. Old Tang took them and handed them to Dust. Grandpa gives you this. If you want to draw, just follow along. If not, go play or see what Grandpa Wu is cooking in the kitchen. Old Tang made a watch the child gesture to Lao Wu. Lao Wu nodded, looking at Dust with a loving expression. Dust exclaimed wow, and took the supplies with his little hand, touched them, then put them back, shaking his head and saying, Mama said it's okay. Only then Fu Yuaning added, Teacher, sister-in-law said that when adults are not around, you can't accept things given by others casually. Dust has a good memory and usually remembers everything Su Taotao says. Old Tang stroked his small white goat beard, looking very satisfied. He couldn't explain to a 2-year-old that elders' gifts cannot be refused, and Dust only listens to Su Taotao, not him, so he changed his words. Grandpa lends this to you. Can you return it to Grandpa later? Dust happily agreed. Okay, and took his favorite conch shell, handing it to Old Tang. The sound of the sea. I lend it to you to play for a little while, and then you give it back to me. Old Tang reached out and took it, then burst into hearty laughter. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. He listened carefully to the conch shell by putting it to his ear, then bent down and told Dust. Grandpa hears it, the sound of the sea. He then said to Fu Yuanhang, Your sister-in-law teaches you very well, very good. Fu Yuanhang nodded, patting Dust's little head. My sister-in-law is very good. Old Tang returned the conch shell to Dust and officially began the lesson. Let's start. Today is the first day of class. I will teach you. Meanwhile, Su Taotao took the recommendation letter, carried the address given by Fu Jingtu, took 2 buses, and after waiting for buses, it took her a full hour to reach the training ground. Fortunately, she didn't bring Chinchin along, or it would have been too exhausting. The security guard confidently approached Su Taotao. Comrade, who are you looking for? This is a driving practice area. Don't get too close to the fence. It's dangerous for beginners. Last time, a student accidentally pressed the gas instead of the brake and nearly hit the fence and people.
Shu Taotao.
The reckless driver really doesn't care about age. They are everywhere. Su Taotao showed him her referral letter. Comrade, please help me.
I'm here to take the driving test. Where do I register?
Huh.
The security guard thought he heard wrong. What do you want to do? Take the driving test, Su Taotao repeated. The guard suspiciously took the letter and looked at it. Wow, from across the sea. This is the first time your unit recommended a woman to take the test. The guard didn't make things difficult for Su Taotao. He told her where to go and explained the registration process. Next, every place she went, she was questioned again, and she had to explain herself repeatedly. After successfully registering, her throat was almost sore from all the talking. The weekend at the training ground is busy. Today, several people came to register, but Su Taotao was the only woman. Nowadays, few women come to get their driver's licenses. Luckily, she covered her face with a scarf beforehand, which helped reduce some of the attention. Otherwise, she might have been stared at like a monkey. She thought that as an experienced driver from the 21st century, it would be easy to get a license in the 70s. But it turned out not to be as simple as she imagined. Before practical driving, the instructor first explained the theory, introduced the car parts, and had her practice on a simulated steering wheel, even practicing pressing the brake pedal first. The hardest part was the test car. When Su Taotao saw the imposing military green old Jiefeng truck, she was surprised. Although its operation might not be much different from a manual car in the 21st century, and it even had a simpler, more elegant design, such a large old vehicle would scare most women on the street, let alone learn to drive it. Fortunately, Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu didn't come along. If they had, they probably would have been frightened away. People with urgent matters had already left. Su Taotao's trip was not easy, and she didn't want to waste time. She spent over an hour learning theory and practicing steering and braking with the instructor. By noon, it was time for lunch, which they ate at the instructor's canteen. She was the only woman there. She only asked for a steamed bun, hid in a corner, covered her face with a scarf, and ate a few bites of pickles to get by. Afterward, she drank water frantically to prevent heat stroke. On such a hot day, there's no way to take a nap. Everyone is under the blazing sun, heading to the training ground. The coach was the first to jump into the front passenger seat and ask the students below, who wants to try? Feel how it is. The men present looked at each other, hesitant for a moment. Since this was their first time trying, some had never even seen a car up close. They didn't dare to try, worried about damaging the vehicle and being unable to afford the repair costs. I'll try, Su Taotao said. Immediately, all eyes, coaches and students alike, focused on her. Su Taotao didn't want to draw attention, but she really didn't want to come to this place so many times. Under the gaze of the men, Su Taotao opened the door and got into the driver's seat. She adjusted the seat and rear-view mirror, fastened the seatbelt, something the coach hadn't taught, and carefully checked all the parts. She held the steering wheel with her left hand, touched the key with her right, pressed the clutch with her left foot, and the brake with her right. When ready, she released the handbrake, pressed the clutch to the bottom, turned on the ignition, slowly released the clutch, then the brake, steered, gently pressed the accelerator, and started moving. The water buffalo moved smoothly onto the road. Su Taotao, standing at 1.68 meters, wasn't short, but inside the small cabin, she looked tiny. The large steering wheel felt smooth in her fair hands, as if it was an extension of her arms. Her fluid, seamless operation stunned everyone, coaches and students alike.
Wow.
Who's this woman? How is she so good? She clearly has experience with cars at home, probably here just to get her license. That makes me feel better. Otherwise, it would seem like our male students are so clumsy. Even a woman is better. Women can hold up half the sky. If not, so what? It won't take anything away. One student turned down the volume and said quietly the coach has practiced a lot, but she drives even more smoothly. The group of students fell silent. Everyone was quite entertained by the lively scene. The coach, feeling proud, thought to himself, she drives better than me. Is she here to challenge me? Maybe I should just give her my spot and let her teach the students. Su Taotao had already prepared her excuse. My family taught me how to drive, but I don't have a license. It's inconvenient to drive the company's car, so the company recommended I come here first to get my license.
to be a law-abiding citizen. When Su Taotao said this, the coach's tone softened a bit. Judging by her skills, she couldn't have been driving for many years. The difference between a beginner and an experienced driver is not just skill but also attitude. However, families that can afford a car probably have a good background. It's not surprising that she learned early. The coach didn't want to offend her by being too blunt. He said, "Since you already know how to drive, there's no need to learn more. Come over when you're ready for the test, but remember to respect the road and life. No matter how good you are, follow the rules. Don't speed or show off. Safety first."
Su Taotao nari.
I understand. Thank you, coach. I want to get familiar with the test content and route first. I'm busy this month, but I'll come back one weekend to practice. Can I take the test next month? She passed her driving test after just one try. Not to mention others on the island. Even Fu Jingtu wouldn't be able to hide it. She planned to visit the town several more times. Whether she learned to drive or not was another matter, but she had to act like she was learning so she could keep her plans secret. Even if Fu Jingtu found out, she could still pretend that she learned from a family friend in G City. She had plenty of excuses to hide it, especially since he wouldn't check anyway. Su Taotao didn't take up too much of the other students' precious time. She came out of the coach's lot sweaty and exhausted at just after 3 in the afternoon. The terrible weather made learning to drive almost life-threatening. Luckily, she didn't have to come every day, or she'd be stuck there. As for Chun, Old Tang noticed that no matter what he taught Fu Yuanhang, Chun could imitate exactly. Although his chubby little hands still couldn't hold a pen steadily, his drawings were all crooked, but the strokes were correct. His good memory helped. Sometimes, when Tang Lao forgot what he was saying, the little kid would remind him. The saying goes, 3 years old sees 80, and this little kid isn't even 3 yet. When he grows up, he'll be incredible. Fu Yuanhang has a natural talent and a special gift for painting. The key is that he can stay calm and focused. Chun sometimes makes a lot of noise, but it doesn't bother him. He can immerse himself completely. Their family probably has a strong artistic background. The uncle and nephew are both very talented children. Tang Lao then thought of Fu Jingtu. His calm and reserved demeanor alone sets him apart from ordinary people. As for family education, these days, what child doesn't gobble up their food eagerly? These 2 children are not particularly slow, but they are very polite and gentle. Dust still can't hold a spoon steadily, and old Wu insists on feeding him himself, scooping food 1 spoonful at a time. He eats very neatly, without dropping a single grain of rice. When Uncle helps him with braised pork, he just takes a piece. If not offered, he eats his rice and vegetables, without staring at the meat. Fu Yuanhang eats very little meat. If old Wu didn't occasionally add a piece, he wouldn't have eaten much at all. Overall, these 2 children are very careful and well-behaved. Their table manners show good upbringing. I really don't know how Su Taotao managed to teach them so well. Old Wu doesn't realize that Su Taotao's cooking has made these 2 children very picky about their food. His own cooking is good, but it still falls short compared to Su Taotao's delicious, flavorful, and fragrant dishes. It's not as tasty as to make them eager to fight over food, but at home, they never compete for their meals. In their hearts, Su Taotao's cooking is the best in the world, and no one can compare. When Su Taotao returned, she took 2 more buses. On the way, she saw an older lady exchanging her homegrown watermelons. She said she only planted 2 plants but had a big harvest, with more than 10 ripe watermelons. She was exchanging a few for other things. Nowadays, it's not common to sell things directly. People prefer to trade. If it's not grains or meat, they usually barter their homegrown fruits and vegetables or exchange for some money or vouchers. Usually, no one cares much. Su Taotao bought 2 big watermelons. Actually, she exchanged for 2. The lady skillfully used watergrass to make a net around the watermelons, so Su Taotao could carry them easily. Otherwise, it would be hard to bring them back.
Mom.
The little kid, quick-eyed, was the first to see his mom walking in with something. He hurried over, stomping his short legs like a little cannonball. Dust, slow down. Mom's watermelons are heavy,
And you might bump into me. Su Taotao was worried he would run straight into her legs. The little guy suddenly braked, almost stopping completely, then ran over to hug her leg. Mom Dust missed his mom so much. He lifted his small head, pouting his pink, chubby lips, looking at her. Su Taotao softened her heart, put the watermelons on the ground, and picked up the cute little boy, brushing his bangs aside and kissing his chubby face. What's wrong? Mom is sweaty. Go inside first. I'll cut the watermelon later, so you can eat it. Dust happily hugged his mom, then obediently went inside to look at the big watermelons. Wow, such a big watermelon. The watermelons in the south ripen early, and they have already been sold on the island. However, by the time Su Taotao arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, they were all gone. She kept forgetting to ask Fu Jingtu to buy one, so she only got to eat watermelon today. Old Wu quickly stepped forward to take the big watermelon. Grandpa Wu, please soak the watermelon in water. We'll cut and eat it later. Old Wu looked at Tang Lao. Tang Lao gestured, and Old Wu then carried one of the big watermelons inside to cool in water. You can take this home to eat later. Fu, and I can't eat so much cold food, Tang Lao said. Su Taotao thought so too. Her husband Fu Gong hadn't eaten any watermelon yet, so she nodded and agreed, okay. Tang Lao liked Su Taotao's straightforward personality. She was honest and open, never shy or reserved. He didn't like socializing with fake people, it tired him out. Time was tight. Su Taotao quickly talked with Tang Lao about Fu Yuanhang's studies. Tang Lao was very pleased with Fu Yuanhang and set the schedule for his future learning. Every day, Tang Lao went for morning exercises, whether Su Taotao came or not. On weekends, he always went to the central square at the same time to wait for the first bus from the island. The watermelon Su Taotao bought was very heavy. The two elders and Dusty couldn't eat much. The main eaters were Su Taotao and Fu Yuanhang, but they couldn't eat it all. In the end, they only finished about half. Su Taotao told the elders to eat the rest today. If they couldn't finish, they should give some to the neighbors. She warned them not to leave it until tomorrow. After eating the watermelon, Su Taotao's family had to go home, or they would miss the last boat back to the island. The watermelon was too heavy, so Old Wu insisted on driving them to the station and wanted to stay a little longer with the children. Once they left, the yard became quiet. Tang Lao always liked peace and quiet, which was why he had lived alone all this time. But now, watching their backs, he suddenly felt a lonely feeling and was eager for next Sunday to come quickly. Or maybe, if he told Su Taotao he was willing to go to the island to help teach the children in the Yuhong class? He wanted to think about it carefully. At that moment, Dusty, who was on her little uncle's back, suddenly turned around. Seeing Tang Lao still standing at the door, she grinned, showing her tiny teeth, and waved her little hand at him. Tang Lao raised his thin, dry hand, mimicking Dusty's gesture, then turned and went back inside. Back in the living room, there were 2 ration tickets clearly placed on the dining table. Old Tang picked up the food ration ticket, looked at it, and sighed. Only parents like that can raise such good children. Back on the island, Chen Chen immediately thought of his brother Bai Bai, who was still at Dong Dong's house. He hadn't even entered the house, and was already going to pick Bai Bai up. Su Taotao said, "Go inside, and put things down first. Mom will cut some watermelon to take with you." The 2 children went upstairs to put down their things. Su Taotao went into the kitchen, cut the watermelon into 2 halves, one small half for herself, and the larger half was divided into 2 parts. One part was sent to Xia Zhiqiu, and the other to Aunt Zhong. The watermelon was very big. Fu Yuanhang carried it with one hand, which was a bit difficult, but luckily, it was just a few steps away. Chun Chun carried Bai Bai's special small basket in one hand and held his little uncle's hand to go pick up Bai Bai. Su Taotao first cut away the rind from the remaining half of the watermelon. She cut the flesh into chunks and put them in a bowl, saving the rind for later. She then started preparing dinner. Since they didn't buy vegetables today, Su Taotao soaked some dried wood ear mushrooms and dried daylilies from the village in hot water and soaked some dried bean curd sticks in cold water. She planned to make a cold mixed vegetable dish. She also boiled some vermicelli, cooled it, and mixed everything together. Eating such refreshing food in summer makes people feel much better. The main focus was actually the watermelon. The old watermelon had a sweet, sandy taste, but the rind was a bit thick. Su Taotao liked the rind and planned to make a cold dish with it. She scraped off the green part of the rind, leaving the white part, and sliced it into strips. She added a little salt to draw out some water, then washed it clean for the cold dish. This way, it wouldn't release more water when mixed and the watermelon rind would stay crunchy and crisp. At this point, the importance of planting green onions and garlic outside the door became clear. If they were planted there, they could be easily picked when needed. Without these ingredients, the flavor of the cold dish would be lacking. She could only prepare a non-spicy version for Chin-chun and Fuyuanhang and a spicy version with dried peppercorns and dried chili for herself and Fu Jingtu. When Fu Jingtu arrived home, the two children hadn't come back yet. He carried a box into the kitchen. Su Taotao was just pouring hot oil over the Sichuan peppercorns, chili, and minced garlic, completing the final step. The aroma from these spices, after being heated, hit Fu Jingtu's sense of smell intensely. Even with strong willpower, he couldn't help but swallow. "What's this?"
Su Taotao asked. "Oyster."
"Didn't you want to grill it?"
Fu Zhentu replied.
Su Taotao planned to eat vegetarian tonight, but she didn't expect Fu Jingtu to bring back a box of oysters. She looked through them. Some were very large, each probably over half a jin, about 250 grams. Su Taotao couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, holding Fu Jingtu's face, and started to act cute unconsciously. "Fu Jingtu, you're amazing. I only took a bite of bread at noon, and now I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. I was only going to eat vegetables tonight, but you brought my favorite oysters. Why are you so nice?" Fu Jingtu frowned and put down the oysters, asking, "Why did you only eat one bite of bread?" Su Taotao said, "The training ground was too hot. I couldn't eat anything." Fu Jingtu didn't say things like "it's too hard, don't go training," because he believed that no matter how tough or tiring the task was, he would do it. There was no need to say empty words.
"Go rest."
"You direct, I'll do it," Fu Jingtu said. His cooking skills were just good enough to cook food that could be eaten. Without Su Taotao's instructions, it might not taste good, and she would probably only eat a few bites. Su Taotao took a piece of watermelon and fed him, saying, "It's very sweet, try it." Fu Jingtu bit into it from her hand. "Is it sweet?"
Su Taotao asked.
Fu Jingtu nodded. "Yes, very sweet." Su Taotao took a bite from where he had just bitten, nodded, and said, "Yes, it's very sweet, even sweeter than the one back in Tang's hometown." Su Taotao's skin was glowing white. After spending a day at the training ground in the sun, her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look even more like a peach blossom. Fu Jingtu's deep, narrow eyes looked at Su Taotao intently. Very sweet." Su Taotao suddenly realized and glared at Fu Jingtu, thinking about how to get back at him. When the doorbell rang, "Mom, your dust, and little uncle are back, Su Taotao." She pointed at Fu Jingtu and said in a cold tone, "You wait for me." Fu Jingtu slightly smiled and replied, I'll wait." During the next while, Su Taotao directed Fu Jingtu around like a commander. Sometimes she asked him to light the fire, sometimes to peel garlic, sometimes to open oysters, and sometimes to stir-fry garlic. She sat back with a big fan, acting as the boss. If it weren't for Fu Yuanhang helping out, they wouldn't know how long this dinner would take. The smell of roasted garlic oysters was even more powerful than roasted lobsters. The strong aroma made people in nearby yards dizzy with hunger. Even the neighbors were drooling. Last time they roasted lobsters, Su Taotao promised Fu Yuanhang that next time she would roast oysters, she would send some to Mumu. So, when the first tray of roasted oysters was ready, Su Taotao asked Fu Yuanhang to deliver one to Mumu and the Dowda family. The oysters look like a big box, but they are actually quite large and not many in number. After giving away 7, half of them are gone. On average, Su Taotao and the others each get only 2 oysters. Next time, buy smaller ones. The big ones take too long to cook and aren't as tasty or easy to eat. We finished them quickly.
Fuzento nods, okay, I understand.
Actually, this box of oysters was given to him by Zhou Zhengyun. More accurately, he robbed them from Zhou Zheng. Such large oysters are rare. Earlier, when he delivered watermelons, Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhou already felt a bit embarrassed. They had already given Su Taotao many things. Aunt Zhong's eldest son, Mo Jiaja, had just come from the north with many nuts. He also wanted to give some to Su Taotao's family, so he let the two kids take some home. They packed over a pound of hazelnuts for Fu Yuanhang to take away. At first, Fu Yuanhang refused to take them. Aunt Zhong kindly persuaded him, saying, "If you don't take them, I'll have to send them again." Mumu threatened him and said he wouldn't eat Fu Yuanhang's things next time. Only then did Fu Yuanhang take the nuts back. Su Taotao knew that Aunt Zhong's eldest son was coming today. When he saw the hazelnuts, he was very happy and happily accepted them. He even asked if Aunt Zhong had thanked her. Fu Yuanhang finally let out a sigh of relief. Xia Zhou also took advantage of her holiday to make sugar biscuits and wanted to give some to them, which Fu Yuanhang also took back. Su Taotao also liked the sugar biscuits and ate them happily. Now, Su Taotao asked him to deliver the oysters, and Fu Yuanhang realized that he didn't need to be too polite with Mumu and Dongdong's families. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhou both said almost the same thing when they received the oysters. I knew it, Su Taotao must have made something delicious again. The smell made everyone in the neighborhood drool. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhou understand Su Taotao's personality. She's not someone who fusses over small things. When she gives you something, it's sincerely to share. If she doesn't want to give, she simply won't. She doesn't give for face or for gifts in return. If they have something new at home, they're happy to give it to Su Taotao. But if they force gifts on her for a return, she might get upset and prefer not to give at all. So, when Fu Yuanhang delivered the oysters, Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhou just said thank you and accepted them. Is there anything tastier than sizzling, oily grilled oysters? Yes, there is. Just grill them again. If only cooking oil weren't so precious these days, Su Taotao wouldn't have hesitated to use more, making them even tastier. Mom, these oysters are so delicious. Fu Jintua cut the oysters into smaller pieces for the kids. They ate happily, each one praising their mom's cooking. Su Taotao took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt from the little guy's mouth. Mommy's cooking always tastes good to you. Chun nodded. Yes, Mommy's cooking #1 delicious. Su Taotao chuckled. Still knows it's #1, you're impressive. Chun nodded slowly. I know. Su Taotao asked the other two men, which is tastier, oysters or lobsters? Both men answered together. Both are delicious. Su Taotao said, garlic roasted dishes are all good, but unfortunately, we don't have much oil left at home. Fu Jingta said, I'll exchange some oil coupons with them tomorrow. Many single men at the base don't cook, so they have plenty of oil coupons. Zhou Zheng has some. Su Taotao said, try to exchange more. Roasting things uses a lot of oil.
Fuzento replied, okay.
Su Taotao remembered the child safety tables and chairs and briefly told Fu Jingtu about it. Fu Jingtu is very smart. As soon as Su Taotao explained the principle, he understood immediately and nodded, saying, good, I'll start making one. After dinner, the brothers cleaned up the kitchen. Fu Jingtu asked about Fu Yuanhang's painting lessons, and Fu Yuanhang explained everything in detail, from the apprenticeship ceremony to the classes. Fu Jingtu listened with a slight smile, surprised she could think of things like scallions, garlic, celery, apples. Monday marked the start of another busy week. Today, the construction team came to begin work, so Su Taotao had to leave early for the site, waking up even earlier than Fu Jingtu. She lazily opened her eyes and found herself clinging to Fu Jingtu like a koala. When she moved, Fu Jingtu woke up too, holding her with one hand and pulling her into his embrace. Why not sleep a little longer? Su Taotao snuggled against his chest, her voice soft and sleepy. The construction team is starting work today. There's a lot to do. Fu Jingtu pressed a kiss on her forehead. That little extra time isn't important. What do you want to eat today? I'll buy breakfast. Sleep a bit more, and I'll wake you when I come back. Su Taotao shook her head. No appetite. Just want some mung bean soup.
Fu Jingta said, I'll make it. Su Taotao lay on him, mumbling softly, no time, just buy some. I'll have an egg and some soy milk. Not eating, Jiandingguizi?
Fu Zhentu asked.
No, once a week is enough, Su Taotao replied, her lips moving gently on his chest muscles, very affectionate. Fu Jingta usually checked on the children first, then went downstairs to wash up and leave, running to buy breakfast. Su Taotao didn't stay in bed longer. Shortly after Fu Jingta left, she got up to tidy herself. It's not suitable to wear a white shirt or a skirt to the construction site. She found a pair of slightly used black pants and tucked her blue shirt inside. She also styled her hair into a fluffy bun. Wearing a hat, her hairstyle didn't matter much, as it wouldn't interfere with her work. This instantly created the image of a beautiful, capable young businesswoman from the 1970s. Fu Jingtu ran all the way to the supply and marketing cooperative. He asked the clerk, hello, do you know where I can buy mung bean soup? The female clerk was surprised. Fu Gong had bought many things here before, but he had never spoken to her. Well, there's a stall that sells pancakes. The old man there sells green bean pancakes, and he also sells mung bean soup. Fu Jingtu paused for a moment. He had noticed that when he bought pancakes before. He nodded to the clerk, saying, thanks, and then bought a watermelon before leaving. The clerk watched his back, lost in thought. Who would have thought that someone like Fu Gong, after getting married, would be so caring and loving towards his wife? He used to never come here to buy things. Everyone knew he only came to buy breakfast so his lazy wife could sleep in a bit longer. His wife was truly lucky. The lucky Su Taotao was testing her little one on the 3-character classic. She deliberately waited a few days before asking again. To her surprise, the little one still remembered everything. No matter which line she asked him to recite, he knew it perfectly. If she had this photographic memory, she wondered why she hadn't gotten into Tsinghua or Beida in her past life. The little one was also very good with numbers. After learning to count, he would count anything with a slightly larger amount. Last night, after some oysters were sent out, only 8 remained. Su Taotao asked him how many a person could eat, pretending she didn't know. The little one blurted out 8. He first counted 4 people, then 8 oysters, and confidently said, 2 times 4 equals 8, even surprising Fu Jingtu, who had only taught him 3 threes are 9. The little one then said, little uncle taught me. Fu Yuaneng mentioned that sometimes he would lull him to sleep by reciting multiplication tables. Even if he didn't finish, the little one would be asleep. He never expected that the child could remember so well. Su Taotao thought she was immune to her child's high intelligence, but each time he surprised her again, making her realize that children could be even smarter. This kid, once he's a bit older, only Fu Gong can teach him. Su Taotao didn't expect that her casual morning remark about wanting mung bean soup would actually be fulfilled by Fu Gong. If it weren't inappropriate for children, she would have given Engineer Fu a deep French kiss on the spot. Engineer Fu truly suits her in every way. Today, both she and Fu Jingtu are busy, and the little one can only attend class with Uncle Xiao. Chun carried Bai into the basket. Mom, there's a basket bringing Bai. Su Taotao bent down and shook her head. No, dogs can't go to class. Today, you can go with Dong. Hearing that she could go to class with Dong, the little one was still very happy. It seems the 3 families agreed in advance. Su Taotao opened the door, and Aunt Zhong's family and Xia Zhichou's family just happened to arrive at her doorstep. A tall, strong young man was watering the fruits and vegetables in front of Su Taotao's door. He held a water bucket in one hand, and his muscles were bulging and firm, looking harder than stone. This is a sign of strength, clearly developed from years of physical work. Aunt Zhong smiled and introduced. This is my eldest son, Mo Jiaja.
Just call him Gigi.
Mom, don't call me my nickname anymore. Mo Jiaja shyly smiled at Su Taotao. His wheat-colored skin made his bright, neat white teeth stand out even more.
Good morning, sister-in-law. I'm Montag Yaza.
He has a balanced gaze and clear eyes. Su Taotao's first impression of Mo Jiaja was very good. She thought he was a practical and hardworking young man, perfect to be recruited into the factory. Good morning, Jiaja. Su Taotao found Aunt Zhong's family and Xia Zhichou's family quite interesting. Both children in Aunt Zhong's family have names ending with repeated characters, which are their nicknames when separated. The names of Xia Zhichou's family incorporate the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and are very special. Mu Mu, holding winter, proudly waved to Fu Yuanheng. Brother, I also have a younger brother going to school today. Fu Yuanheng gave a faint smile. Oh, I'm going to school with my little nephew.
Mumu.
Mu was confused. Did he win or lose? Is Winter his peer? Or Dust? Should Winter call him uncle? So confusing. Mu. Winter, maybe you should call me Uncle Mu, or Dust will have to call you uncle. Aunt Zhong laughed and scolded, naughty kid, talking nonsense early in the morning. Don't be so careless. Take good care of Winter, okay? However, Fu Yuanheng and Dust are of different generations, so it seems they should be called that way. Dust should probably call her Grandma Zhong. Actually, since they are not real relatives, it doesn't matter what they call each other. Aunt Zhong is also seen as a parent figure in Xia Zhichou's eyes. She smiled and patted Dongdong's head. Then call me Uncle Mumu. When you get to school, don't cause trouble. Be good in class and listen to Uncle Mumu and the teachers, understand? Su Taotao couldn't help but smile. No wonder these children all thought they were going to school when they were actually there to play. With such instructions from adults, they believed they were going to class. After settling the two children, the adults also began to get busy. After seeing the children off, the three of them headed straight to the construction site. On the way, Aunt Zhong didn't speak much about Mo Jiaja, not even mentioning him. Su Taotao asked a few questions honestly, but kept it brief. Actually, Mo Jiaja's qualifications are definitely up to standard, and his character is good. With Aunt Zhong's family backing him, they knew he would be willing to leave his current job if he was hired. The hiring process still needed to be followed. Anyway, whether comparing hardware or software, someone like Mo Jiaja wouldn't be rejected. The construction team arrived very punctually, even earlier than Su Taotao and the others. The team leader is Old Gao, a dark-skinned, strong man around 50 years old. He looks very energetic and seems very motivated. Aunt Zhong was not surprised to see Old Gao and greeted him with a smile. Old Gao, it's you again? Old Gao smiled kindly and quickly greeted Aunt Zhong. Comrade Zhong, long time no see. Yes, it's me.
Su Taotao was already used to this.
Even if Aunt Zhong knew the chairman, she wouldn't be surprised. Aunt Zhong smiled warmly. That's great. Come, let me introduce you. This is our factory director Su, and this is Secretary Xia. I mainly handle logistics. You can't be careless with this project. You need to watch over it closely. I might come over to supervise at any time. Old Gao grinned openly. Of course. Old Gao always does his work. Don't you trust me?
Factory Director Shu. Hello, Captain Gao.
Secretary Xia. Hello. Old Gao was a practical man and got straight to the point. I've studied your drawings with the engineers. Did a professional draw them? They are very detailed, with clear notes. There are no big issues, just some details that need to be discussed after seeing the site. Can you bring the person who drew these plans over? Su Taotao gestured politely. I drew them. Please come over. Old Gao. Old Gao carefully observed this strikingly tall and beautiful young female factory director. Not only this base but all the bases in the entire system were built under the leadership of Lao Gao. During that time, he also met many factory managers from various subsidiary factories. Su Taotao is the most impressive person he has met so far. She is extremely beautiful and very young. He doesn't like to judge others with malice, but he finds it hard not to doubt her abilities. Now she claims that the blueprint praised by the chief engineer was drawn by her, which Lao Gao finds hard to believe. Surprising that factory director, Su, has this skill. Our chief engineer did praise your drawings. It's just amateur work, I only know a little about drawing. The initial draft was made by our worker Fu, I just added a few strokes. Su Taotao modestly credits Fu, not wanting to take credit herself. She doesn't want to stand out in this area. What if she has to do design work in the future? She prefers business and making money, not designing, having been burned out by it in her past life. Hearing this, Lao Gao understood. So, you are Fu's partner. No wonder. He didn't say no wonder aloud, but he thought, is it because she is Fu's partner that she got the factory director position? Or is it because the drawings are from Fu, which explains why they are so good? But it doesn't matter. Su Taotao has no intention of asking or caring what others think of her. She believes she deserves the factory director position. Fu Jingta knows, the leaders know, Xia Zhiqiu and Aunt Zhong know. That's enough. In the following time, they mainly discuss the placement of stoves, the direction of chimneys with respect to the wind, sewage treatment, and other details. Lao Gao raised a question. You mainly process candies. Why do you need such a large drying room? Su Taotao replied, once the candy production is running smoothly, I plan to develop a dried fruit line. We'll need a drying room to avoid having to come back later. Hearing this, Lao Gao understood. Are these idle factories also kept for developing other production lines?
Yes, Su Taotao nodded.
And the idle time won't be long. If the factory develops well, it will only take a year or two. So, water and electricity setups must be planned in advance, especially the power supply. It must be enough, preferably avoiding power strips and using the largest gauge wires to prevent overload when adding machines. Su Taotao is trying to eliminate potential electrical safety hazards early. The island and coastal towns produce many tropical fruits. It would be a shame not to use them locally for dried fruit export. There are also fruit juices, mainly related to tropical fruits. In the future, I might explore more products in this area. If the infrastructure is good, and we have electrical workers on site during the installation of the production line, there's no need for a large team. Gao Laosher looked at her in surprise. You even understand water and electricity? Su Taotao modestly replied, just a little. Having worked in design in her past life, these are basic skills for her. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders see the details. If Gao Laosher still doesn't realize Su Taotao is being humble, then all his years as a contractor would be meaningless. Besides being beautiful and young, Gao Laosher now also thinks of Su Taotao as modest and capable. This time, he genuinely sees her in a new light, realizing that this young female factory director is not just for show, nor because she is Fu Jingta's lover. The conversation went more smoothly after that. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu also offered some suggestions, and those that were suitable were accepted. Gao Laosher said the project was simple. Their construction team has enough workers, and it could be finished in 5 days at the fastest or a week at the slowest. The project could be completed quickly. Su Taotao thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month, but it turned out to be so fast. However, seeing that the workers on site were quick and efficient, each focused on their tasks without needing much direction, everything was running smoothly, more like a well-trained team. Xia Zhiqiu, the secretary, was very responsible. She recorded all the key points of the conversation, which Su Taotao hadn't expected. After confirming all the details, Su Taotao took her notebook and looked at it repeatedly. She asked, "Did you learn shorthand?" Xia Zhiqiu shook her head and smiled. "No, it's just that our former department leader spoke very fast and liked me to take meeting notes. I followed her for a few years, and over time I got better at it." Su Taotao felt she had a good eye for talent. She casually mentioned that the secretary was also an accountant and could do shorthand. Nowadays, without voice recorders or cameras, everything relies on manual note-taking. Having a shorthand expert nearby is very important. Secretary Xia, you're really a treasure. Keep up the good work. Once the factory makes a profit, I'll apply for a bonus for you. Su Taotao truly felt she had found a treasure. With Aunt Zhong, who is versatile and a mediator, and Xia Zhiqiu, the accountant and shorthand expert, she saved herself a lot of trouble. Xia Zhiqiu felt a bit embarrassed by Su Taotao's praise. Compared to Aunt Zhong's capability, her own skills seemed insignificant. It was just faster handwriting. If it were Su Taotao, she could do the same. In Xia Zhiqiu's heart, Su Taotao is the most capable person. She is beautiful, cooks delicious food,
teaches children well, and has her own methods. The longer she interacts with her, the more she realizes how impressive she is. She knows a lot, has bold and forward-thinking ideas, and is very action-oriented and efficient. She is even more talented than the previous factory director. Sometimes Xia Zhiqiu doesn't know whether to envy Su Taodao for marrying Fu Zhentua or to envy Fu Zhentua for marrying Su Taodao. In any case, their family is beyond the reach of others. Though she admires them, she doesn't feel jealous. She genuinely respects Su Taodao from the bottom of her heart. Unconsciously, it was time for lunch. They first passed by the elementary school on their way to the large cafeteria to pick up the children. At this moment, Aunt Zhong was explaining to Su Taotao about Lao Gao. She only then realized how impressive Lao Gao was. Building a base is different from city construction. It involves land clearing and harsher conditions. The construction team needs to be highly skilled. For example, the bridge connecting the town, which is like a strategic pass, was built by workers who are true heroes, as it involved mountain cutting and sea filling. No wonder Lao Gao said the factory project was simple. Su Taotao immediately felt great respect for this construction team and thought about sending some coconut candies to thank them once the factory made a profit. Gatekeeper Uncle Dong had already learned that Su Taotao had spoken with Dong Xingping. When he saw her thanking him repeatedly, he was surprised. He hadn't expected Su Taotao to come personally to talk to Dong Xingping. Honestly, he was worried that Dong Xingping might refuse the job. But unexpectedly, he agreed on the spot and said that Su Taotao was a remarkable woman who would surely achieve great things in the future. Of course, she is not the only remarkable one. Their whole family is extraordinary. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanhang, who was also part of their family, was holding a small crying baby, his lips pressed tight and his face tense. The little one, who rarely cried, was sobbing loudly in his arms. Dust, who usually didn't cry, was also crying sadly. Mumu looked cold, holding the crying Dong behind him. Kongzi was pushing Dust's ride and looked unhappy as well. Su Taotao's heart trembled almost to breaking. Dust rarely cried, and Uncle Dong was also surprised. He quickly made way for Su Taotao. Tearful Dust saw her mom's mouth tighten even more. Her little hands wiped her eyes and she pouted sadly, reaching out to her mom and crying wah-wah as big tears fell. This kind of crying was much more heartbreaking than loud sobs, showing how upset the little girl was. Su Taotao's heart almost ached like it was twisting. Dust rarely cried. She gently took the child from Fu Yuanhang, patting her back softly, checking that she was okay before feeling a little relieved. She spoke in a very gentle voice. Look at our Dust feeling so wronged. It's okay. Mom is here. Do you miss Mom? Dust hugged her mom tightly. Mama wah if she cried anymore, Su Taotao felt her heart might give out. She gently patted the child's back and softly comforted her. It's all right. Mom is here. Don't be afraid. Su Taotao didn't tell the child not to cry. Since Dust rarely cried, she thought it was better to let her vent her feelings rather than hold them inside. She quietly asked Fu Yuanhang, Xiao Heng, what exactly happened? Fu Yuanhang's eyes were red, and he looked at Su Taotao but didn't know how to explain. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqiu also hugged Dong, who was already gasping for breath from crying. He had no injuries, and since Dong rarely cried either, Xia Zhiqiu was soothing him gently, feeling very worried. Mumu, full of righteous anger, said, It's all because of Su Zhiyong, Cheng Hongyi, and Li Juanxiong. They were fighting in the classroom and bumped into Dust's car, breaking her precious conch shell. They almost hit Dong's foot too. Dust and Dong were both scared. Su Taotao listened and wondered why these children's surnames sounded so familiar. Mumu seemed to notice her confusion and added, It's those kids we had a problem with last time, the ones who fought with Yuanhang. Aunt Zhong suddenly remembered and said, Su Zhiyong is the son of Su Weidong and Zhou Xiaoyan. Cheng Hongyi is the son of Cheng Zhengwo and Wu Lihua. Li Juanxiong is the son of Li Dongqing and Yang Liyue. Last time, in Director Chen's office, you argued with Zhou Xiaoyan. Su Weidong,
Chung Jangwo and Li Dongqing brought these troublemakers to apologize at our house. That was not long ago, and now they are causing trouble again? Hearing this, Su Taotao finally remembered and asked, did they do it on purpose? This wooden toy is hard to judge. The classmates seem to have changed. At least they don't easily resort to violence like before. However, they still tease with words and play small pranks, so it's hard to tell if they intentionally hit Dust's car or if it was accidental. Fu Yuanhang says, I think they did it on purpose, but they apologized, so I don't want to fight. Fu Yuanhang is very perceptive. He can easily tell if someone means well or is being mean. After they hit the car and apologized with a smile, there was no real regret in their eyes. Fu Yuanhang was angry, but since they didn't hit back, he didn't get a chance to respond. Su Taotao isn't angry yet, but Aunt Zhong is already upset. She says, these troublemakers. Last time they got scolded, but it wasn't enough. We should talk to their parents. Let's go eat first. Don't stand here. She takes out a tissue to wipe the child's tears. The child loves his big seashell so much. He pouts, crying and hiccuping, saying, Mommy, see a seashell? It's broken. Boohoo. Su Taotao kisses his face and says, it's okay. When the sun starts to set, I will take you to find a bigger, prettier seashell, okay? Dust shakes his head, tears streaming down. No, I don't want that one, even though Dust is well-behaved and smart. He's only 2 years old. Losing his favorite thing for the first time makes him upset, which is normal. Su Taotao can only say, when Dust goes to the beach with Dad, did he see lots of seashells? Yes, Dust nods. Su Taotao continues, how about this? Instead of looking for a bigger, prettier one, we can check among all the seashells later to see if there's one exactly like the one Dust had before, okay? Dust stops crying, sniffling. Really, do they have one? Su Taotao softly says, Mom doesn't know either, so we need to look. Maybe there is one, right? Dust finally nods. Okay, Daodu. Su Taotao gently wipes Dust's tears and says to Daodu, don't cry anymore. Later, we will go find seashells together, okay? Daodu isn't really upset.
Kids are like that.
When one friend cries, the other usually cries too, maybe even more. Daodu nods, okay. Originally, Xiaji and Qiu planned to take him there on the weekend, but that morning they woke up late, and the weather was very hot. Dong has a bad memory and later forgot about it, so they didn't go. Today, in the cafeteria, 2 children who really like eating shrimp and tofu were calmer by mealtime. Their eyes were red and swollen, looking pitiful and making people feel sad. Fu Yuanhang whispered, sister-in-law. Just now Qing Hongyi and Li Junxiong said that their mom also wants to be the factory director and showed some plan documents. At that time, Qing Hongyi and Li Junxiong looked very proud, deliberately talking in front of him. Their exact words were, don't think your sister-in-law being the factory director is a big deal. My mom also submitted a plan. She'll be the director soon. My real mom, your sister-in-law is nothing. After the last lesson, they rarely acted up in front of him. Fu Yuanhang was too tired to bother with them. This time, he didn't know what mood they were in. At the end of the last class, they started to play and fight. He was already very alert, always protecting Chen, but they still bumped into Chen's stroller, right when Chen was just picking up the conch shell to listen to the sound of the waves. Chen accidentally dropped the conch shell by Dong's feet. Both kids liked that shell very much. They just watched it break in front of their eyes. Chen knew she almost hit Dong. How could she not cry? But they quickly smiled and said, oops, sorry. We didn't mean to. At that moment, Fu Yuanhang really wanted to hit them, but he knew he couldn't. His sister-in-law had told him that if he started a fight first, even if he was right, he would lose the argument. Plus, Chen and Dong were there, so he definitely couldn't hit them first. He could only hold back. Su Taotao had only seen Zhou Xiaoyan before. She didn't seem like someone who could lead a big team. She hadn't seen the other 2 before, so she couldn't judge. But based on how she raised her children, Su Taotao didn't have a good impression of her. Su Taotao said, there's no rule that only one factory can be opened on this island. If capable people lead, opening another factory to create more jobs and bring income to the base is a good thing. Aunt Joan was happy to hear that. Just a few of them want to open a factory? Honestly, even if they apply for jobs, they'd be rejected in the first round. They really aren't afraid of making a fool of themselves. Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu said at the same time. Why? Aunt Zhong said, last time at school, I didn't recognize Zhou Xiaoyan. She's gained a lot of weight and darkened a lot since she first arrived on the island. I don't pay much attention to these kids, so I didn't know that those two troublemakers are the sons of Wu Lihua and Yang Liyue. These three are famous for being lazy and fond of eating. When they first arrived in the residential area, they would gather every day to play cards. They wouldn't go home to cook until it was dark. Later, the leaders scolded them, saying they were setting a bad example, and they changed their ways a lot. I heard that their children often cause trouble at school, but they never intervene. If it weren't for Xiao Heng's incident, and if you hadn't forced their father to apologize in person, it probably would have been forgotten. Finally, Aunt Zhong deliberately raised her voice and said, why would we hire such people? Our factory doesn't keep idle workers. Anyone who joins must be capable. Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu looked at each other, then at the people around who were listening secretly. They couldn't help but laugh.
Su Taotao nari.
You're right. The job ad clearly states that applicants must be hardworking. If someone isn't willing to work hard, there's no point wasting time filling out the form. Xia Zhiqiu agreed. Exactly. Aunt Zhong lowered her voice again and patted Mumu's head. You know, they are in your class and you've never told me before. Recently, Mumu had been very happy. He ate at the cafeteria at noon and dinner at his brother's place. He no longer had to suffer from Aunt Zhong's cooking. Other things didn't matter. He cheerfully said, I don't play with them. If it weren't for Ah Hang, I wouldn't even know their names. Aunt Zhong sighed. Eat quickly. Tomorrow noon, come home to eat. No more cafeteria food. Eating at the cafeteria every day made her feel pained. Mumu sighed. The cafeteria food was good, but now that his brother was back, he could eat at home. As long as Aunt Zhong didn't cook, it was fine. Mumu was not easy to bully. Those naughty kids never really bullied him, or Aunt Zhong would have known long ago. Mumu was brave. Besides studying, he liked to play around. He didn't usually care about others' affairs. The only time he intervened was when Fu Yuanhang was bullied. He rarely paid attention to class matters and rarely told Aunt Zhong. Other things are not suitable to mention here. As for Yang Liyue and her plans to open a factory, Su Taotao didn't pay much attention. If opening a factory were so easy, Fu Jingtu's leaders wouldn't be so worried about funding for scientific research, and she wouldn't have to bring it up herself. Su Taotao didn't cook dinner tonight. After Fu Yuanhang finished playing basketball, he either went to the beach to find them or waited at the cafeteria for dinner. They all ate at the cafeteria. Fu Yuanhang said he wouldn't play basketball today and would go straight to the beach to find them after class. Fu Yuanhang patted Chen Chen's head, also wanting to find a seashell exactly like the one he had. Mumu wanted to go too, and Aunt Zhong agreed. Chen Chen wasn't in a good mood, so after lunch, Su Taotao took him home. She also arranged for Aunt Zhong and others to come to their house at 2:30 for a meeting. When they arrived home, Su Taotao didn't want to forget, so she left a message for Fu Jingtu, telling him that in the evening, she would take Shin Chen to the beach to find seashells. She asked him to see the message and meet them at the cafeteria. Chen Chen, who usually didn't need help falling asleep, slept after Su Taotao told him a long fairy tale. She gently touched his forehead, pushed his bangs up, and lightly pressed her lips to his forehead. Today, this little treasure was very sad. Growing up can sometimes be very harsh. Unexpected things and loss can happen at any time. Even for a 2-year-old like Chen Chen, he must accept this fact. Other children forget things easily. After a nap, they might forget everything. But Chen Chen is different. He's very smart and has a good memory. Every small thing on his path to growing up, even tiny details, he might remember forever and carry with him for life. Fortunately, he isn't very sensitive and is becoming more cheerful, mostly because of the family around him. During his growth, 99% of the time he is happy. The 1% that isn't is almost negligible. Su Taotao's only goal is to give him a happy and beautiful childhood.
The matter of the red growth class must be addressed soon. Starting tomorrow, Su Taotao doesn't plan to let Chen Chen mix with the older children unless he wants to. For now, she won't let him attend classes with Fu Yuanheng. Those mischievous kids are unpredictable. Older children who remember being scolded and punished have apologized after misbehaving and now have learned to be smarter. They don't hit anymore and even apologize when they make mistakes. Seashells are everywhere, and one apology isn't the same as before. If the previous lessons weren't enough, they will have another chance to teach him properly. At 2:30, Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu arrived on time. As soon as they entered, they couldn't help but notice the cool oven in the corner of the wall. Xia Zhiqiu asked, "What is this used for?" "They used shells to write Dust's name. It looks very nice. Your whole family's ideas are so creative. How did you come up with this?" Auntie Zhong also found it interesting. She is experienced and knowledgeable. Seeing the chimney on the shell, she knew it was used for cooking. "Did we use it to make the oysters we ate last night?" Su Taotao still didn't take credit. "Yes, it's a simple oven made by Fu Jingtu. It's very convenient for baking." Dust woke up from his nap and had mostly recovered. Hearing everyone talk about the oven with his name, the little boy squinted his eyes and proudly introduced, "Fu Haochen bakes oysters so good." Seeing Dust feeling better, Su Taotao also felt happier. She patted the little boy's head and said, "Yes, Dust and Dad and Uncle found the shells together to make the oven. Car wrote Dad's name, so the oven has Dust's name, right?" Dust nodded slowly. Dong understood and said to Xia Zhiqiu, "Mom, Dust's homegrown oysters are delicious. Let's make one too." Last night, he ate a whole big oyster and still wanted more. Dust nodded and said, "Sure, let's pick shells together." Dong looked anxiously at Xia Zhiqiu, "Mom." Xia Zhiqiu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask Dad to ask Uncle Fu how he made it. He can make one for you too, with our Dong's name on it." Dong smiled happily. "Great. I'll tell Dad tonight." Children have strong recovery abilities. Dong also got better, and the two kids happily held hands and went to play with Bye. While the children played, the adults began to focus on the main task. They only had a week to prepare, and production was scheduled to start in 10 days at the latest. Over at the construction site, Lao Gao was watching over everything. There were no problems for now. The recruitment forms had already been sent out. Starting tomorrow, they would collect the forms, do the first round of screening, then announce the interview list, sign labor contracts, and conduct pre-job training for new employees. They needed to hire people before Lao Gao finished the project, so time was very tight. The coconut recycling and sugar factory had also been contacted, and all preparations would be ready before the factory started production. Making coconut sugar from burning coal or charcoal is not cheap. To save costs, Aunt Zhong suggested burning coconut shells. Many families at the base collect coconut shells to burn. The outer shell dries quickly when exposed to sunlight, and after drinking the water inside the green coconuts, the remaining shells can be dried and used for burning. The factory has enough space to set up a large drying area. After school, children can help by collecting coconut shells and bringing them over, earning a few cents or a dime, which they are happy to do. Aunt Zhong is very wise about daily life, something Su Taotao hadn't thought of. They keep some coal and charcoal as backups, so once coconut shells become the main fuel, they won't need to buy more. They spend over an hour discussing the details, with Summer Zhiqiu writing many pages of notes. During a break, they drink mung bean soup. Su Taotao shows them how to use the oven with some dried seaweed. It's quite simple. Just light a fire underneath. Put the seaweed inside to roast. It becomes crisp and crunchy, and a little salt makes it taste even better. Seaweed on the island is cheap, just a few cents for a big bag. Both adults and children can eat it. It's healthy and helps strengthen bones. Su Taotao roasts each piece of seaweed on both sides, only a few seconds per side until crispy. Then she sprinkles a little salt, and the roasted seaweed is ready, tasty and natural. At home, they usually use seaweed for egg drop soup. Su Taotao suddenly remembered today that she could roast it instead. It's healthier than any snack and perfect for children.
Dust loves drinking seaweed egg drop soup, and the roasted seaweed hits his taste buds perfectly. He bites into a piece, smiles, and says, "Mommy, this food is so good." Dadu also nods happily, saying, "Aunt Sue, the seaweed is so delicious." Su Taotao pats both kids' heads. "Then I'll roast a bit more, and let Dowdu take some home to eat." Dowdu, not knowing about politeness, smiles and says, "Okay. Thank you, Aunt Sue." Su Taotao pats his head again. "You're welcome." Luckily, Dust didn't step on Dowdu's foot today, or she'd feel really guilty. Winter Dowdu feels a bit embarrassed. "Every time we eat what you make,
I feel a little shy.
Aunt Zhong also says, "This is the first time I've eaten roasted seaweed like this. I didn't expect just roasting it with a little salt to taste so good." "Xiao Su, your skills are amazing. We're so lucky." Su Taotao jokes, "From now on, I might have to work you all hard, or else it's a waste." Aunt Zhong brings some home for Mumu to try. "He'll definitely love it." Aunt Zhong waved her hand and said, "Stop talking. Since you arrived, he has become more annoyed with my cooking and keeps saying he wants to be your nephew."
Su Taotao replied, "That's fine.
"I don't mind having another nephew." After finishing this green bean soup and roasted seaweed afternoon tea, the sun was almost setting. Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu prepared to take Dust and Dong to the beach to collect shells. Aunt Zhong was worried about the sun and said she wouldn't go, so she took some roasted seaweed and went straight home. Su Taotao still pushed the stroller. If they collected enough shells, she could put them directly in the stroller and carry them back. Dust didn't sit in the car. He held hands with Dong, walking toward the beach as the sunset cast a warm glow. Dust rarely went out at this time, but today the evening clouds were very beautiful. The bright red sun was slowly sinking into the sea through layers of fiery clouds. Dust suddenly pointed at the sunset and said to Su Taotao, "Mama Big Yolk, so pretty." Su Taotao smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's very beautiful." Dust look for a while longer and later tell Uncle Xiao so he can draw it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "What do you want me to draw?" Two little boys ran over chasing the sunset. Dust pointed at the setting sun and shouted loudly, "Little Uncle, draw a yolk." Fu Yuanning saw that Dust was fine and finally relaxed after a whole afternoon of worry. He quickly ran over and picked up Dust. "Okay, tonight I'll draw you a big yolk."
Mumuranto hug dunk.
"A hang, let's have a race. Each of us hugs one, and whoever reaches the beach first wins." Fu Yuanheng glanced at him and shook his head. "No race. What if Dust falls?"
Mumu scoffed.
"Boring. Dong, we won't play with Uncle. Let's go pick all the conch shells on the beach first." Dong shook his head and struggled to get down. "I want to pick shells with Dust. Mumu sighed, feeling like he was the only one left in a world of hurt. The beach at dusk was still quiet, with only their family members interested in shells. Others had long since become used to it. Two little boys played with two friends, and Su Taotao and Xia Zhiqiu felt much more relaxed. They took off their shoes and stepped into the water at the edge of the sand. "This place is really beautiful," Xia Zhiqiu said. Having grown up in the north, it was his first time so close to the sea. "Yes, very beautiful," Su Taotao said, opening her arms, closing her eyes, and taking a deep breath to enjoy nature's gift. This place felt like a utopia, carrying her love and dreams. She loved this place very much and was willing to do her part to help build it. Found at dusk suddenly held up a large conch shell, looked at it in the sunset, then put it to his ear to listen. Excitedly, he said, "It's my conch." Su Taotao walked over. The rosy sunset reflected on the children's happy faces. Fu Yuanhang and others also gathered around, touching, examining, and listening to the conch Dust found, all happy for him. Fu Yuanhang said, "Yes, it's Dust's conch." Dust was very happy. Although he knew each conch was slightly different, he liked this one very much. Mumu took out another conch. "I found a big one too. I'll give this to Dong, so now you all have conchs."
Su Taotao approached.
Dust eagerly handed her the conch to show her. In fact, no two conchs in the world are exactly the same. This one is very similar to Dust's previous conch, about the same size, and even a bit prettier. It's very beautiful. Su Tao Tao returned the conch to him. Mom will weave a net for the conch when we go home. In the future, Dust can hang it around his neck to listen to the sound of the sea, so he won't drop it. Su Tao Tao's idea came from the watermelon seller lady. She wove a net for the watermelons, making it easier for Su Tao Tao to carry without dropping them. She could also make a simple one for Dust to hang around his neck. Before the sunset completely disappeared, the children had all found their favorite shells. It was almost time for the cafeteria to close, so they had to leave. As Su Tao Tao and the others came up from the beach, they ran into Fu Jingtu and Zhang Chunqing. Su Tao Tao was surprised and asked Fu Jingtu, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us at the big cafeteria? Why didn't you go get food first? What if the cafeteria closes and there's no food?" Zhang Chunqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, we've arranged for the cafeteria to save some food. You can eat when you go over. We came to see you because you've been gone so long." Dong Dong saw his dad, immediately abandoned Uncle Moo Moo, ran over, and hugged his dad's leg. "Dad, I need an oven," asked Uncle Fu quickly. Zhang Chunqing's smile froze on his face. "Oven? What's that?" Dong Dong looked at him with a "Dad, you're so silly" expression. "An oven isn't a thing. An oven is an oven." Zhang Chunqing. Su Tao Tao and Fu Jingtu exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't stand his silly look and hit him lightly. "Stop being silly. If you wait and see at Tao Tao's house, you'll find out." Fu Jingtu bent down and picked up Dust. He missed this little guy so much after not seeing him for a day. Dust showed his new treasure to Dad. "Papa, it's new just like the old one," Fu Jingtu asked. "What about the other one? Don't you like it anymore?" Dust pursed his lips and shook his head. Fell on the ground broken. Su Tao Tao saw Dust getting upset again, so she said, "Today at school, I accidentally broke it. It's okay. Dust found it again, right? Let's go eat. Mom's stomach is almost empty." They didn't continue the topic. The group headed to the cafeteria amid the children's happy chatter. Moo Moo refused to go with them to eat, saying his older brother's cooking is better than the cafeteria's, so he wanted to go home. When Su Tao Tao and the others arrived at the cafeteria, there were few people. Xiao Lu and the staff were already eating their staff meal. In the end, they served Su Tao Tao and the others a large portion. Xiao Lu carried over a bowl of rice. "Engineer Fu, Sister Su, I heard our base is planning to open another factory. Is that true?" Today, Fu Jingtu was so busy he didn't even have time to go to the bathroom, let alone talk to Zhou Zheng. How would he know about this gossip? Usually, he heard such news from Zhou Zheng. He shook his head. "I don't know. But Su Tao Tao said, I heard they submitted a plan. Whether it gets approved or not, I don't know. Are you thinking of changing jobs?" Xiao Lu quickly shook his head. No. I'm very happy with my current job. It's my mom. I don't know where she got the idea, but she's worried your factory might not accept her because of her education. She just wants options." Su Tao Tao asked, "How old is your mom? How is her health?" Xiao Lu said, "She's 42 this year. Her health is good. She meets all the requirements, but she doesn't have much education. I helped her fill out the forms. When she saw your factory's form has an education column, she was worried she wouldn't qualify." Su Tao Tao smiled and said, "Factory workers don't need much education because they work directly with food. Hardworking and healthy are more important." Xiao Lu said, "That's good. Thank you, Sister Su." Su Tao Tao thought he might ask her to praise his mom, but he didn't say anything. He just carried his bowl and left. Instead, Fu Jingtu said, "Ma'am is very kind. She used to have tough conditions, but still cooked for us." Su Tao Tao was surprised. When Engineer Fu personally spoke well of someone, it really meant she was a good person. "What's her name?" she asked. Fu Jingtu scooped a piece of fish with thorns onto her plate. Su Tao Tao. A person who speaks very little. "All right, 42-year-old Aunt Su, I remember you, Su Tao Tao." The next day was the day to collect the forms. It was still Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu handling it, with Dong Dong going along too. Su Tao pushed Dust ahead to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 huge watermelons. The watermelons were so big that she placed one underneath and one on top, and Dust had to walk on his own. Captain Gao, how is the construction going? Are there any problems? Old Gao shook his head. Don't worry, Factory Director Su. Everything is going smoothly. Looking at this well-organized construction team, Su Tao thought, in the 21st century, how could there be shoddy work? She handed a large watermelon to Old Gao. Later, we'll share these to help everyone cool off. I can only carry 2 at a time, so I'll come back to get 2 more later. Oh, let me do it, Old Gao quickly said, taking one. No, Factory Director Su, you're too kind. These 2 are enough, no need to buy more. Su Tao roughly counted the people. Each should get a piece. She nodded and said, all right, tomorrow I'll ask the big cafeteria to make a pot of mung bean soup. It's so hot, everyone should drink plenty of water. Don't let anyone get heat stroke. Old Gao had been in this industry for over 10 or 20 years, handling many small and big projects. He had never seen anyone as attentive to the construction workers as Su Tao. He smiled and said, you're always drinking chrysanthemum tea, eating big watermelons, and having mung bean soup. It's hard to get heat stroke with all that. Su Tao replied, the cafeteria's chrysanthemum tea is unlimited, and tomorrow's mung bean soup will be enough too. It's not ironclad. If you're tired, go rest for a bit. Our factory doesn't lack a day or half a day. Old Gao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Everyone knew she was in charge of the project schedule. Some people, trying to flatter him, would say polite words, but their actions were few. Surprisingly, the person who seemed the hardest to get along with at first, Su Tao, was the best to the workers. Hearing their conversation, a worker nearby wiped his sweat, stopped to drink some water, looked at Su Tao, then at the big watermelons, swallowed hard, and suddenly felt more motivated. Su Tao saw him silently look away and turned her head to send Dust over to play with Dong Dong. She pushed her cart to buy 2 more big watermelons and sent them over. Old Gao didn't know what to say. This scene was seen by the worker who had just swallowed his saliva earlier. He spread the news everywhere, and everyone soon knew that Factory Director Su was a good person. She bought 4 big watermelons for them to eat and also told the cafeteria to make mung bean soup for them tomorrow. Su Tao sincerely hoped that they wouldn't work too hard, but instead, it had the opposite effect. The others became even more eager. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu were busy, and in less than a morning, they had collected 70 or 80 registration forms. However, they were almost done collecting. The gender ratio was, as Su Tao expected, unbalanced. There were only about 10 forms from men, including Dong Xingping's. After giving out watermelons and returning from the construction site, Su Tao surprisingly found 2 women also handing out registration forms everywhere. This is our factory, and it will open soon. Take a look, compare, and choose. That way, you'll know which is best for you. Su Tao blinked, confused. What's going on? Are they competing for workers? How come Yang Liuyue's factory was approved so quickly? Yes, the people handing out forms were Yang Liuyue and Wu Lihua. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't come. Her business plan had just been submitted, and the leaders probably hadn't even looked at it yet. Yet, they had already started distributing recruitment forms. They probably thought that once the plan was submitted, the factory could open immediately. Aunt Zhong was about to speak up and argue, but Su Tao held her hand and shook her head gently. Since there weren't enough positions, it was good to take away those from their own team to save time on screening. Many people rushed over. Comrade Wu, Comrade Liu, is what you're saying true? Are you also opening a factory? Yeah. What kind of factory? What positions are there? Is it tiring? Hard work? If not, I'll go. When Su Tao heard the phrase tiring or not tiring, she exchanged a glance with Aunt Zhong. Aunt Zhong was clever. She immediately remembered that person and planned to remove her registration form later. Wu Lihua and Yang Liuyue were a bit stunned when they saw Su Tao in person. They quickly linked her to that glowing family member of Engineer Fu. With her fox-like beauty, no wonder she could charm Engineer Fu. Wu Lihua remembered saying, if Engineer Fu married her, she could be the factory director too, and suddenly felt guilty. She looked good, but compared to Su Taotao, forget it, there's no comparison. Thinking she would soon be deputy factory director and not much worse than her, Wu Lihua straightened her back and said, of course it's real. The plan has been submitted, so how could it be fake? Did Yang Luiyue and Wu Lihua really think that submitting the plan meant they could open the factory? No one asked whether the approval had been given. Su Taotao wanted to ask on everyone's behalf, has the approval come through? Nowadays, most people are honest and simple. With Su Taotao's past experience as a warning, everyone assumes that if someone is willing to fill out a form to apply for a job, it must be certain. Many also think that the factories run by these two lazy people can't be very tiring. Since they can become factory managers, working at their factories should be quite easy. Aunt Zhong repeatedly emphasized that the work would be hard and that those who can endure hardship should give up on the idea of working in the factory early. Since they are all recruiting workers, some jobs are very tough, while others are quite easy. Even fools would know how to choose. However, some people didn't even ask what kind of factory it was and went straight to take the application forms. Su Taotao took the application form from Xia Zhiqiu and waved it. Our factory doesn't accept people with doubts. Otherwise, if both sides get accepted and you don't come, we'll have to rehire. Everyone can see that our factory is already under construction and will be finished this weekend. It will start operating by next week at the latest. There isn't much time left to rehire, and we don't want to waste time and effort. So, if you want to work at their factory, first take the application form back to us. We don't accept people applying to both places. Those who had firmly decided didn't mind, but the indecisive ones wavered. One side was a visible factory that could start working immediately after acceptance, but the work would be very tough. The other side was a factory that they hadn't even seen a shadow of, and the work might be quite easy. Then someone asked again, what kind of factory are you running? You haven't explained clearly. Yeah, where is it? When will it be built? When can we start working? You haven't explained anything, so how can we apply? Exactly. What if I sign up here and the factory doesn't open? What should I do then? There are always clear-headed people. Wu Lihua suddenly got angry, challenging the authority of the future deputy factory manager. Are you trying to cause trouble? She looked serious and said, if you want to come or not, I'm not begging you to work here. Yang Luiyue silently watched without saying much. She usually did the behind-the-scenes work or push things forward. The one leading the charge and taking credit was always Wu Lihua. The good deeds were credited to her as the hidden hero, while the bad ones, she always took the blame for because she was straightforward and quick to speak. Everyone still thinks Wu Lihua is the factory director, but in fact, Yang Luiyue is the real leader and the true factory director. Wu Lihua is just the deputy director. Of course, this depends on the factory's approval. Without it, nothing is certain. Once this was clear, most of the hesitant people on the fence realized the truth. It was obvious who the leadership favored, and even fools knew who had a better future by following. However, some people who wanted an easy job quietly took back their application forms. There weren't many, only about 10. Su Taotao didn't mind and told Aunt Zhong to return the forms, saving them a tenth of their work. Most of these people weren't favored by Aunt Zhong anyway. She was glad to see them leave. Interestingly, the 2 or 3 cleverest men took the forms. Su Taotao had planned to hire 10 men, excluding Dong Xingping and Mo Jiajia, so there were exactly 8 men left to choose from. Aunt Zhong almost went over to thank Wu Lihua for this. Those clever men were lazy and shameless, like persistent pests. Aunt Zhong was worried they might cause trouble if they were rejected, leading to a lot of arguing. This shows how people tend to stick with their groups. Now, all the troublemakers and troublemakers' friends had been attracted to Wu Lihua's side, which was a relief. Several women who took forms were known for being lazy. Aunt Zhong watched them take the forms and almost couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Su Taotao guessed that Wu Lihua's factory might not get approval, and there could be some trouble if it didn't. She didn't really know whether their factory would be approved or not, so she didn't say much. In the end, Su Taotao received over 80 application forms.
There were exactly 10 men, and all of them were expected to be called for interviews. For women, they needed to hire 21 production workers and 2 teachers for the Red Education class, totaling 33 people. They initially sent out over 100 forms, and during lunch, they received several more. Roughly, about 1 in 3 or 4 applicants would be accepted. This acceptance rate was much better than Su Taotao expected, but Aunt Zhong said many families were taking care of children at home and didn't participate in this hiring. It's okay. When we expand the production line in the future, we will need to hire many people, and we might even build a branch factory outside the island. At that time, the staff in the family area won't be enough, so we will have to recruit from the town. By then, the Yuhong class will also be established, and they can put their children in the Yuhong class and start working. Aunt Zhong took a deep breath, not because she doubted Su Taotao's ability, but because she couldn't even imagine opening a branch factory. She decided to honestly follow Su Taotao and work as an administrative assistant. Su Taotao took the children home and took some time to make a net for his conch shell. She said it was a net, but really it was just wrapping the string around a few more times and tying it tight so it could hang around Dust's neck. Su Taotao said it was a safety string to protect the conch shell from breaking. Dust loved it. He hung the conch shell around his neck, deliberately ran a few laps with his small hands, and was happy to see the shell wouldn't fall. He smiled happily and chased bye-bye. Xia Zhiqiu copied and made a safety string for Dong's conch shell too. After the 2 children played with bye-bye until they were tired, they sat on a small mat on the ground and rested, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Today, Su Taotao and the others couldn't take a noon break. Tomorrow morning, they need to finalize the interview list. The interviews will be held the day after tomorrow and the following day. On Friday, they will announce the admission list. On Sunday, new employees will arrive for a simple pre-job training, followed by formal onboarding training on Monday. After that, production will officially start. Su Taotao needs to find time to visit the printing factory to finalize the packaging bag designs and print the contract samples. She also needs to go to the labor protection factory to order aprons, sleeves, gloves, masks, hats, and other protective gear. Aunt Zhong needs to find time in the next few days to handle the official seal and business license. Xia Zhiqiu has to prepare training materials for the employees. In short, the leadership team is very busy. Su Taotao reviewed everyone's information. It mainly involved checking if the handwriting was neat or messy. When collecting forms, they only accepted those that met the requirements. Now, there's not much to see. She focused on the male staff. Besides Dong Xingping, there are 2 retired soldiers, both of whom came this year with their wives. Apart from Mo Jiaja, among the remaining 6, 2 just graduated from high school this year. Su Taotao guessed one of them might be the son of the old scientist who asked her questions on the bus that day. Among the other 4, 3 are over 50 years old. They used to be farmers and came with their families as the conditions of the base improved. Usually, only one person could work. There is also a single father under 50 years old who came with his child. On the surface, everything seems fine. If the interview goes well, Su Taotao plans to accept all candidates. Regarding female colleagues, Su Taotao focused on the information about Aunt Su. There are several women with the surname Su, and she had to ask Aunt Zhong to find out who Aunt Su was. Aunt Zhong spoke highly of her. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be on the acceptance list. With Aunt Zhong's help, the first step of selecting people was much easier. This one is not suitable. She was fired from her previous factory for stealing. They didn't report her to the police because of her husband, but she still caused a lot of trouble and is always trying to get small benefits. Hiring someone like her is like letting a rat into the rice jar. Absolutely not allowed. This one also doesn't work. She had a serious lung illness, which was supposedly cured, but she still coughs often. Working in a food factory isn't suitable for her, so she can't be hired. This one is so lazy, she doesn't even wash her hair when it's greasy. I wouldn't trust her products, so she's not suitable. This one is even worse. Her nails are black and uneven, and she loves spitting everywhere. She can't be hired. In short, under Aunt Zhong's decisive decisions,
Nearly one-third of the candidates were cut. Male candidates didn't need screening. All moved directly to the interview stage. Out of the female candidates, 56 made it to the interview. A total of 66 people entered the interview stage, and from these, 33 were accepted, exactly a 50-50 chance. Su Taotao handed the form to Xia Zhiqiu. Go ahead, post a big notice, clearly stating the interview time and location, at the main cafeteria. Tomorrow morning, go and put it up. Xia Zhiqiu said. Should I write it now? Once finished, I can go post it. Su Taotao shook her head. No need. Just do it tomorrow morning. It's getting late. Tomorrow, we'll work separately. The employment contract will be based on the one from the base, with some minor modifications. The packaging bag samples are also ready. Take a look. If there are no issues, we'll use this style. Initially, Su Taotao wanted to use the leather bag style she had sketched out last time when she was inspired. But last night, after seeing Fu Yuanheng draw a salted egg yolk for Chin Chen and adding Chin Chen's silhouette, Su Taotao suddenly changed her mind. Originally, the coconut trees, blue sea, clear sky, sandy beach, and waves were all standard features. But this time, she asked Fu Yuanheng to change the scene to dust, and winter sitting on the beach under the shade of palm trees, facing the sunset. One child held a conch shell to their ear, gazing at the horizon, listening to the sound of the waves. Their clothes had their names written on them, serving as a kind of endorsement through their silhouettes. The food workshop at base was also directly renamed as a food processing factory. The official seal and license were applied for under the factory's name. The difference between a workshop and a factory is mainly size. Fundamentally, there's no real difference. Many small factories jokingly call themselves small workshops. Su Taotao wanted to expand and strengthen the business to avoid changing it again later, so she decided to open a small factory with about 30 or 40 employees. It's small, but reasonable. Xia Zhiqiu and Aunt Zhong were both impressed by Su Taotao's creative packaging idea. Xia Zhiqiu asked, Did you draw dust, and winter on it? Su Taotao replied, Yes, just their silhouettes. Last night, I suddenly had this idea and didn't ask for your opinion. If you mind, I'll only use dust silhouette. Xiao Heng can change it tonight, it's fine. Xia Zhiqiu shook her head. Of course, I don't mind. I'm just a bit surprised. How did you come up with this idea? Su Taotao explained, if the packaging is attractive enough, it becomes a memorable point. Think of double happiness candies or red double happiness cigarettes. They're recognizable at any celebration. Their status in the world of festive treats is unshakable. Using dust and winter silhouettes is just to add a memorable element. When they grow up, maybe when they start elementary school, middle school, or high school, we can update the packaging at certain milestones, changing the scenes and their silhouettes as they grow. It records the factory's history and also their childhood. They grew up with the factory. When the factory becomes a long-standing business of 10, 20, or 30 years, children who grew up eating our coconut candies might see the updated packaging with dust and winter's grown-up silhouettes and think, wow, I've been eating this brand's coconut candies for so many years. The two kids sitting in the sunset listening to the waves just like me have also grown up. What are they doing now? Have they started families? Are they doing well? Finally, Su Taotao said, we must carefully control every step and ensure the quality of our products. We want our factory to become a source of pride for one generation or even several generations. Aunt Zhong and Xia Zhiqiu listened quietly. As they listened, their eyes gradually became moist. Xia Zhiqiu, with red eyes, said, Taotao, I've never seen a better or more meaningful packaging bag. You have ideals, ability, and ambition. I believe you can lead the factory to success. Xia Zhiqiu has been working for many years. This was the first time she met such a capable leader like Su Taotao. She is very versatile, with almost no weaknesses. She considers every part of the factory. If someone like her cannot succeed, Xia Zhiqiu truly doesn't know what kind of person could. Aunt Zhong wiped her eyes and said, Little Su, I'm not good at planning and strategizing.
Anyway, from now on, whatever you think I can do, just tell me to do it. I'll listen to you. Xiaojiqiu nodded and said, Tao Dao, your perspective and big picture view are things we lack. If we make any mistakes, just tell us. We will listen to you. Su Tao Dao, feeling both amused and helpless, said, What are you two doing? Everyone has their strengths. Aunt Zhong's mediation skills, your shorthand skills, none of us can match you. The most important thing is that we work together to solve problems. Aunt Zhong and Xiaojiqiu nodded at the same time. Yes, we'll listen to you. The meeting ended smoothly this time. Su Taotao cut the big watermelon that Fu Jingde bought yesterday, and everyone shared it. Aunt Zhong and Xiaojiqiu each took a large piece, and they finished the whole watermelon in one day. When Aunt Zhong returned home, Mo Jiaja saw her taking things again from Su Taotao's place and couldn't help but ask, Mom, why do you bring things back from Director Su's house every day? Is that okay? Aunt Zhong hesitated. She reflected on herself and thought, maybe it was like that. She took things without realizing it, and she didn't know why. Su Taotao seemed to have a kind of magic. Whatever she said sounded reasonable, and people would listen to her without realizing it. Aunt Zhong, not backing down, stared at her son. She's my leader. Whatever she asks me to do, I do. Do you have any opinions? You're not allowed to eat later. Mo Jiaja smiled and said, All right, I won't eat. You all eat more. By the way, you didn't get me kicked out, did you? Aunt Zhong looked at him angrily. You're a strong young man, even stronger than a bull. Our factory just needs hardworking laborers like you. No one can replace you. After you leave, who will do the tough work? Oh, Gigi, once you join our factory, you can't slack off or be lazy. If you do, I'll break your legs. Everyone works hard for the factory. If her son dares to slack, Aunt Zhong absolutely won't allow it. She knows he won't, but she still warns him up front. Mo Jiaja, am I your real son, or is the factory your real family? Do mothers really act like this? Aunt Zhong said, You should first send a resignation letter to the steel factory, or you won't have time to start next week. Mo Jiaja, actually, I already sold my job to someone else before coming here. I've been wandering outside for many years. Now the base is developing better, and I think it's time to come back. Even if there's no food factory, I plan to find a temporary job in town. I just don't want to be too far from you. There was one more thing Mo Jiaja didn't tell her. Later, a kind-hearted lady from the factory union introduced him to a woman working in the office. She didn't like him because he was always by the stove, looking dark and dirty, and she didn't want to be with him. Mo Jiaja didn't think it was shameful to do this kind of work. No matter how hard or tiring, someone has to do it. Everyone dreams of working in an office, but then who will do these dirty, tough jobs? He believed that looking down on the working class was her problem, not his. He just felt that he couldn't settle down and build a family outside, so he decided to come back and spend more time with his parents to show respect. He left without asking for permission first. Aunt Zhong hit him. You've grown wings now. You make big decisions without talking to us first. I think you're asking for trouble. Mo Jiaja smiled and dodged. Mom, haven't you always wanted me to come back and stay with you? Now I'm back, and you're not happy? Aunt Zhong said, I'm now a director, your boss. Don't try to fool me. She spread her hands. Where's the money? Mo Jiaja pretended to be innocent. What money? Aunt Zhong said, the money from selling your workstation. Mo Jiaja sighed. Mom, that's my wife's dowry. I want to keep it to marry her. Is that okay? Aunt Zhong, who had a dragon-like attribute, shook her head firmly. No, I'll keep it for you. When you get married, I'll give it back. Mo Jiaja stepped back a little and laughed. Just joking. I already put it in the cabinet beside your bed. You didn't even notice after all these days. Aunt Zhong wanted to scold him again, jokingly saying, You unlucky kid. Gigi was tall and dark, but wasn't that from being near the coal stove? With some care, he could become fairer. He had a good personality and was very patient with Mo Gong. Everyone thought he was especially nice. Aunt Zhong looked at her son and felt more and more proud. Why was it that such a good child wasn't attractive to girls? Before Aunt Zhong could sigh, she suddenly had an idea.
There were several suitable girls applying for jobs this time. She looked at her son again. Maybe she could help him find a match? But as soon as the idea came up, she stopped herself. No, she needed to ask Xiao Su what she thought first. What if someone said she was using her power for personal gain? No, that wouldn't do. Today, Su Taotao bought half a chicken and planned to make coconut chicken for dinner. It was hot outside, so she normally wouldn't cook this dish, but she realized she hadn't eaten chicken since arriving on the island. Today, she found some chicken for sale, so she bought half a chicken. She boiled 2 young coconuts to make the broth, adding a bowl of water because it was too sweet otherwise. She scooped out the coconut meat and added it to the broth, along with red dates and goji berries and 2 slices of. This made the soup both light and nourishing. While waiting, Su Taotao prepared a dipping sauce. She crushed fresh and chopped red onions, added some salt, and poured hot oil over it. The onion dip was ready. She didn't need to wash the oil pan. She added minced garlic and stir-fried some small green vegetables, making another delicious dinner. After the broth boiled, Su Taotao also added a papaya. The soup that resulted was so good, even a fairy wouldn't want to trade it. The island was rich in papayas, and Su Taotao loved them. They could be eaten as fruit or used in cooking, great for fish or chicken soup, nutritious and full of flavor. Fu and Heng didn't play basketball today and came back right after class. Su Taotao was a bit surprised. Xiao Heng, you're back so early today? Fu and Heng put his bag aside. No basketball today. Do you need any help? Su Taotao shook her head. No, dinner is already ready. It's simple. Dichin ran over holding Bai, looking up at Fu and Heng. Little uncle, you're here. Fu and Heng patted Bai's head. Yes, Dichin. What do you want to play today? Little uncle will play with you. Dichin squinted happily. Let's memorize the multiplication table, Fu and Heng. Not only was Fu and Heng speechless, but Su Taotao was also at a loss for words. Dust, you are such a smart kid, yet you can't tell the difference between studying and playing? But for Dust, studying is just like playing, so that's okay. Fu Jingtu just arrived home and immediately smelled the aroma of coconut chicken soup. This dish was made by Su Taotao for the first time, and as soon as Fu Jingtu smelled it, he knew Su Taotao had created a new recipe. He pushed open the door and heard the happy, childish, slightly imperfect voice of the little kids. 1 get 1. 2 get 2. All the fatigue from his busy day seemed to vanish the moment he stepped into the yard. He put down his briefcase, washed his hands and face, and didn't disturb the kids studying. Instead, he walked into the kitchen and asked, just like Fu Yuanheng, "Do you need me to do anything?" While washing his face, he got some water on his forehead. Probably because he exercises regularly, he looks much younger than his peers, with clear, smooth skin and no visible pores. At this moment, water droplets still clung to his eyelashes. With a gentle blink, a drop of water slid down his cheek, passing his jawline and finally stopping at his Adam's apple. Wearing a white shirt, he looked attractive without realizing it. When he asked, he habitually looked into Su Taotao's eyes, deep and focused. Su Taotao still held a spatula in her hand. Suddenly, she turned sideways, looked past Fu Jingtu outside, where the kids were playing very seriously and not paying attention to her. She stepped forward, tiptoed, and gave him a big kiss on the lips, then quickly stepped back, smiling happily. No need, you just take the coconut chicken out and get ready to serve dinner. Fu Jingtu pursed his lips, looking at where she kissed him with narrow eyes. Is it fun? Su Taotao shook her head. Not fun. Just take it out quickly. I'm so hungry. Fu Jingtu curved his lips and carried the coconut chicken out, showing no signs of being teased again. Eating a bowl of hot coconut chicken soup in the blazing summer made everyone sweat profusely, each pore feeling completely relaxed. The small hen was cooked just right, tender and smooth. Paired with the natural sweetness of coconut water and papaya and dipped in a bit of scallion sauce, it was pure and flavorful. The whole family loved this special dish from the southern city, especially the 2 kids, who loved drinking the soup so much that Dust drank 2 bowls before stopping. The proud little one showed Su Taotao his empty bowl, Mom's so good, Su Taotao patted the child's head. As long as it's tasty, Mom will make it again next time. Dust nodded and said, yes, yes. Mom, when can White eat? Su Taotao said, White can drink a little of this soup and eat a small piece of papaya, but not too much. Dust scooped some soup from her bowl and also took a piece of papaya, asking Su Taotao, is this okay? Is this enough? Su Taotao nodded and said, yes, go feed him. The little child happily hugged his bowl and called out to his White brother, White, come quickly. There's a treat. The puppy wagged its tail happily and bounced along behind Dust. Fu Jingtu's gaze moved away from Dust and asked Su Taotao, is the factory work going smoothly? Su Taotao nodded and said, yes, it's going well. By the way, what kind of factory are Wu Lihua and Yang Liwa opening? Have they gotten approval? Fu Jingtu replied, who? I don't know them. Su Taotao said that the people who fought with Xiao Heng last time and came to apologize at our house. Fu Jingtu thought for a moment and said, it seems so, but Zhou Zheng said the leader scolded them and told them off. Su Taotao was silent. Fu Jingtu didn't know exactly what kind of factory they applied for, but Zhou Zheng was always running between offices and small cafeterias, overhearing all kinds of gossip. He was like a low-budget version of Aunt Zhong. Fu Jingtu had heard about this from Zhou Zheng, who mimicked the leader's tone and expression perfectly when saying dog nonsense, making it hard to ignore. Su Taotao suddenly felt unsure whether to pity those who were trying to set up factories or those who retrieved the registration forms and switched to their factory. She roughly recounted what happened at the cafeteria entrance today. Finally, she said, those few people will probably cause a big fuss once they find out. I wonder how it will end. Will your leader notify everyone if he rejects their plans? Fu Jingtu replied, of course, he will ask. Su Taotao asked, and if he doesn't? What if everyone just assumes he agrees? Fu Jingtu looked at her with a face that said, there are really people this clueless in the world. Su Taotao understood and nodded, there really are people like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't send out job application forms before even getting a reply. Fu Jingtu said, that's not your problem. If anyone causes trouble, you can ask the security team to maintain order. Su Taotao paused and asked, does the base have such a department? Fu Jingtu nodded and said, of course. I'll give you a phone number, or you can go directly to Xiaolu. Su Taotao, what exactly is Xiaolu doing? Why does he seem to be everywhere, like a jack of all trades? Fu Jingtu, he's the driver when we need to go somewhere, and he's also part of the team during normal times. Su Taotao, then why is he working in the cafeteria? And you seem to ask him for the most favors? Fu Jingtu, glancing at Su Taotao, because he's needed in the cafeteria most often. He was originally my driver.
Shu Taotao.
By the way, are you familiar with the printing factory? They need to print a lot of style contracts and packaging bags, Su Taotao asked Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu, we have business dealings. Just send a fax. Su Taotao shook her head. I'll go there myself tomorrow. Some details need to be discussed face-to-face. I also want to practice driving. Aunt Zhong needs to go out too, so I'll bother Xiaolu again. She must quickly get her driver's license, so she can come and go easily without trouble for Xiaolu. Fu Jingtu, is it hard to get a driver's license?
Su Taotao shook her head.
She had already prepared her excuse. Not hard. My high school classmate's family has a car. I learned from her before, so I remember some. To Fu Jingtu, Su Taotao was very smart and quick to understand things. He wasn't surprised by anything she said. What about Chen? Is she going to class with Yuan Hang, or am I taking her? Su Taotao waved at Chen. Chen, are you going to work with Dad tomorrow, or are you going to class with Uncle? Chen thought for a moment and answered, with Dad. Just as she finished tidying up the dishes, Fu Yuanhang came out. Chen, if you hesitated even for a second, Uncle wouldn't be so sad, you know? Before bed, Su Taotao went to the kids' room. The two children were reciting the 1,000-character classic. Su Taotao sat on the bed and handed an envelope to Fu Yuanhang. Fu Yuanhang took it. What is this, sister-in-law? Chen hugged her mom's waist and snuggled. Su Taotao, Open and see. She nudged the kids' heads with her own, making Chun giggle. Fu Yuanheng surprisingly pulled out a large banknote from the envelope, almost dropping it in shock. Sister-in-law, what is this? Chun. While Money Su Tao patted the little head. Your design fee. It's a bit less, but our factory is just starting out. Consider this a family discount, keep it. Fu Yuanheng blinked, his mouth hanging open. Design fee? For me? The biggest denomination Fu Yuanheng had ever received was the 1 yuan pocket money his sister-in-law gave him each month. That was already a lot for him. Now, sister-in-law was giving him a large banknote. Su Tao gently patted Fu Yuanheng's head and said, You didn't just design a package for coconut candy, right? Originally, we planned for others outside to design it, and that would cost more. Are you saying it's too little? Of course. Su Tao knew he wasn't complaining about the money. Fu Yuanheng kept shaking his head and pushed the envelope and money back to Su Tao. He looked like he was holding a hot potato. I don't want it. Chun pushed the envelope and money into her little uncle's arms and said, Take it. Buy candy for Chun. Both Su Tao and Fu Yuanheng smiled. Su Tao asked, Why don't you want it? If you work hard, you should get paid. No salary for working, no wages for labor. Who would still work? Fu Yuanheng still shook his head. It's different. I just drew it casually for Chun. Su Tao explained, From your point of view, it's just a quick sketch. From my perspective, if you hadn't casually drawn something that matched my idea, I might have had to keep hiring professional designers. The communication costs, plus the time, effort, and money spent. Using such a low payment to get what I want means I benefit from it. This money isn't coming from me directly. It's from the factory's account. Public money is public. Private money is private. You should keep clear boundaries. If you're drawing for family, then it's different. But if you're working for the factory, you deserve the pay. She paused to give Fu Yuanheng some time to think. And this isn't a one-time deal. When we change the packaging cover in the future, you'll need to draw again. Just think of it as part-time work. Fu Yuanheng understood a bit more. He pinched the envelope and looked at Su Tao. But sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too much? I just drew for a little while. Su Tao shook her head. If I hired someone outside, it would cost even more. Artistic creation can't be priced based on hours worked. Some finish in half an hour. Others take half a month and still can't finish. I only look at the finished product, and that product is worth this price. Fu Yuanheng tightly held the envelope. Okay, I understand. But he still handed the envelope back to Su Tao. Sister-in-law, you better keep it for me. I don't need that much money. Su Tao pushed it back. Save your money. Sometimes you might want to buy nice brushes or drawing books. Don't ask me. Decide for yourself. Finally, Fu Yuanheng was convinced by Su Tao. Sister-in-law, I never knew my drawings could be so valuable. Fu Tao gently stroked his hair again. Xiao Heng, your paintings are worth more than you think. Although their value isn't measured in money, sometimes that is exactly how we show their worth. It's a paradox. This sense of unity seemed to open a new door for Fu Yuanheng. He suddenly felt direction, or at least knew which way to focus his efforts. He realized that painting could earn money, and more than he had expected. With money, his wife wouldn't need to worry when buying clothes for herself and Chen. She could buy the beautiful but expensive Qingdao dresses she liked. He decided he wanted to earn a lot of money in the future. If Su Tao knew what Fu Yuanheng was thinking, she would definitely tease him. The dresses Chen looked at more than once weren't because she liked them. It was because she didn't like them but didn't understand why they were so popular among people of this time. The next day, Engineer Fu carried a small child dressed in a white shirt, shorts, sandals, a little straw hat, a small backpack, and a big conch shell, heading off to work. As he opened the door, Mo Gong, coming from above, almost lost his glasses because of Chen's dazzling outfit. Wow, Chen, why are you still so pale? Fu Jingtu and Chen. Mo Gong looked at Fu Jingtu again, cleared his throat, and thought, well, Fu Gong has been here for a long time, and his skin is still so fair. Chen has only been here a short while, and she just doesn't get tanned. Seeing his expression, Mo Gong quickly added, "No, I mean good morning." Chun Chen blinked and greeted him. "Good morning." Mo Gong was surprised. Is she already so popular with the kids now? Chin Chin, good, good, good. Fu Gong nodded at him, ready to carry the child down. Chun Chen struggled to get down. Fu Jingta said, "Daddy will carry you." Chun Chen shook her head. No, Papa. Fu Jingtu had no choice but to put her down and hold her small hand. Chun Chen took tiny steps, counting cutely with a milk voice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Papa level 28 less than 30. Chin Chen thought for a moment, held up 2 short fingers and said, 2 less than 30. Following behind them, Mo Gong almost slipped and took a moment to steady himself. Was this little kid who talked so awkwardly and wobbled when walking really so impressive? Mo Gong also remembered Chun Chen reciting the entire 3-character classic on her back during a trip, and he fell silent. He thought about Moo Moo, who had been praised for being smart since childhood. Maybe she wasn't always this impressive, right? Fu Jingtu picked up the little girl. Yes, she's level 28. Dad will reward you with an extra egg at lunch. Chun Chun shook her head. I don't want that. I want Mom to make it. Fu Jingtu said. Today, we'll eat at the small cafeteria with Dad. When Mom has time, she'll make it for you. Chun Chun hugged her dad's neck and nodded helplessly. Okay. Mo Gong watched the father and daughter walk away. His Moo Moo was also very good and he didn't envy them. Before leaving, Su Taodao went to check the construction site. Old Gao said everything was fine, so she went to the back kitchen of the cafeteria to remind them to prepare more mung bean soup and to let it cool early so workers could drink it during their break at noon. Xia Zhixio posted the list of shortlisted candidates early in the morning. When Xiao Lu saw his mother on the list, he felt very happy. People not on the list naturally made harsh comments. This list isn't fair at all. Those who are close to Aunt Joan got in for interviews. Those who aren't close didn't make it. I don't agree with this list. Yeah. Aunt Joan took the director position herself. Her son also made it to the interview. Of course, he can be selected. Why can her whole family occupy 2 spots, and we get none? Someone asked, who is her son? Don't you read? The list only has someone with the surname Mo. Mo Gong's son is an Mo. Could it be your surname?
Montak Gigi?
The character is pronounced Ja, not Gigi. With your level of education, you still want to be a worker? As they spoke, they even started arguing. You can read and have education, so why did you also get rejected? If I knew it would be like this, I would have gone to Wu's factory. Now, that place isn't accepting those who didn't make it here either. We're stuck in the middle. What should we do now? No, we need to ask Aunt Joan. How can she do this? We may not get along with her, but we're just workers in the factory, not dating her. Why should we care about our relationship with her? Exactly, let's go. Stop arguing. Su Taotao and Aunt Joan just came out of the kitchen and ran into these aggressive people. Aunt Joan, why did we get rejected? The ones you picked are either your son or close to you. Do you think the factory is your family's? You decide everything? Yeah. Why are 2 of your family members selected, but none of ours? Exactly, you're unfair. We don't accept this. Tal looked at the schedule and saw that time was tight. Aunt Zhong hadn't spoken yet. She glanced with her beautiful eyes and said, the factory isn't run by Aunt Zhong's family. I started it, and I chose the people. Do you have any other opinions? Tal, tall and serious, had a calm but commanding look in her eyes. Her simple black pants and white shirt couldn't hide her strong presence as a leader. Everyone suddenly remembered. Oh, right, Tal is the factory director. What does Aunt Zhong have to do with this? Someone timidly said, even if you started the factory, it's a public business. It's not your personal property. Why should you get to choose whoever you want? Another person echoed, exactly. Tal replied calmly, why don't you apply to start your own factory and see how it works? She looked at her and said, the basic requirements for production workers are cleanliness, good health, and hard work. Which of these do you meet? Your clothes haven't been changed for days, and your hair probably hasn't been washed in days. Sorry, according to our hygiene standards, you can't even enter our factory gate, let alone the workshop. The person pinched the corner of their clothes and said defensively,
I work with my hands, not with clothes or hair. Why do you care about my clothes or hair? Tao Tao added. Maybe you should check your nails first? The person quickly hid their hands and argued, I don't care. You're unfair. I will go complain to the boss. After saying that, they ran off. Tao Tao looked around and said, if this weren't a food factory, we wouldn't have such strict requirements. We produce food, and we are responsible for what people eat. Whether it's tasty or not is another matter, but keeping it clean and hygienic is the most basic standard. Is it wrong for me to ask for that? She pointed to the interview list and added, the list is posted here. If anyone on the list feels they meet our standards better than someone else and has been unfairly rejected, you're welcome to complain to the management. Tao Tao's sharp eyes swept across the crowd. The interviews will be open to the public in the next 2 days, right here in the cafeteria. You're welcome to come and supervise or give advice. If you disagree, you can speak up on the spot. We welcome competition for the positions. She looked at her watch and said, can we leave now? Most of the people present had been rejected mainly because of hygiene or health issues. Hearing Tatal's words, they all hesitated and quietly moved aside, feeling embarrassed to speak up, and made way for others. Su Taotao walked straight without looking aside, leading Aunt Zhong and Xiao Lu through the middle. Xiao Lu was amazed by Su Taotao's strong presence. Aunt Zhong sighed. The factory director is really impressive. No matter where she goes, she can hold her ground. I think your factory still needs a driver. What do you think of me? I think your factory still needs a driver. What do you think of me? After getting into Xiao Lu's car, Aunt Zhong said, these people might cause trouble. I knew Gigi would be criticized for entering the factory. Maybe we should. Before she finished, Su Taotao interrupted. Why not invite them back and replace Gigi? Su Taotao looked directly at Aunt Zhong and said, if we do that, it would be the biggest unfairness. We will hire anyone who meets the requirements, regardless of whose son they are. If someone doesn't meet the standards, even if they're the leader's relative, I won't hire them. Aunt Zhong, we run a factory to make money for the base, not to do charity or recycle trash. The principle I follow is that capable people should be in charge. Su Taotao smiled at Aunt Zhong and said, you probably think you got this logistics director position just because you're close to me, right? Aunt Zhong was momentarily stunned, then laughed. I honestly didn't think I had much ability. I was unsure at first, but now I feel different. Now, I almost know what I should do. She sighed and said, actually, I should thank you. I never thought I'd be in this position someday. Su Taotao said, I still believe in the principle of capable people in charge. If you don't have the ability, you wouldn't be in this position. This is my first time being a factory director too. We're all learning as we go, just do your best. Aunt Zhong replied, yes, I haven't worked in years. If I hadn't been working with you, I'd have no confidence at all. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Lu thought to himself, Su Jie is so impressive. If his mother could get the job, he would definitely want her to work well with Su Jie. Xiao Lu first took Aunt Zhong to handle her errands, as all the departments were on the same street, so he didn't have to run around. The printing factory was a bit far, but conveniently near the training ground. Xiao Lu, if you have nothing to do, go back first. In the evening, just come to the central square to pick us up. Xiao Lu shook his head. I have no other plans today. I'll follow you. Su Taotao looked at him in disbelief. After I finish at the printing factory, I still need to go to the training ground to learn driving. I might be there for several hours. What are you going to do following me? Su Taotao wouldn't stay at the training ground for hours. She'd just go to familiarize herself with the route and get a feel for driving, then leave. Little Lu, this young man, can be a bit stubborn sometimes. For some reason, he firmly believes that following Su Taotao will help him learn something, and he stubbornly shakes his head. I still want to follow you.
Su Taotao.
She thought about it and decided it was fine, since she would soon get her driver's license, and there wouldn't be many situations where she needed Little Lu. But then, after a while, Little Lu said again, Sister Su, I think your factory still needs a driver. What do you think of me?
Su Taotao.
She hadn't even started to speak when the young man started volunteering again. Sister, look, your factory now has only a few dozen people. Renting a vehicle and driver from the base can handle product transportation. But soon, you'll be growing bigger and stronger, right? At that time, you'll definitely buy your own cars and have your own transport team. When that happens, you'll need a team leader to manage transportation. I think I'm almost ready to be that person. Really, if you don't start training me now, it'll be too late. Su Taotao glanced at him through the rearview mirror, then looked away, rubbing her forehead. She lost again. Her proud factory director role was no match for little Lu's big ambitions. This kid was really daring to dream big. He already had plans for a transport team, even though the official seal was still on the way. Little Lu was very good at making big promises. Su Taotao felt that if she didn't work harder, she wouldn't be worthy of his lofty ambitions. She said, seriously, little Lu, we should be practical. My factory hasn't even started yet. How can I think about a transport team? Just wait a bit. Once I grow stronger and bigger, I'll definitely set up a transport team and invite you to be the team leader. Deal, Sister Su. You can't go back on your word. Little Lu said happily, almost stepping on the gas pedal, which scared Su Taotao quite a bit. Su Taotao, little Lu, I think the team leader should be someone steady. What do you think? Little Lu immediately sat up straight, his back straight and serious. Sister Su, I think you're right. I am usually quite steady.
Shu Taotao.
It was strange. How could there be such a lively person around Fujingtu? Before coming, Su Taotao had already informed the printing factory affiliated with the base. The person in charge couldn't help but comment when they saw Su Taotao's packaging design sketches. It's clear you put a lot of thought and responsibility into this. It's obvious that Director Su has put a lot of effort into the food factory. Su Taotao thought to herself, actually it's nothing. My little Hang drew it casually. Humility said, I'm not as capable as Director Chen, who personally manages everything. He even personally handles small matters like my tasks. Director Chen cheerfully waved his hand. Oh, not at all. The base leaders value Director Su very much. They told us early this morning to pay close attention to her affairs. After meeting her today, I can see that Director Su is young and talented. If you have any tasks in the future, just tell us. We will do our best to serve you. Su Taotao was overwhelmed with gratitude and kept saying she didn't deserve such kindness. Director Chen said the printing factory would prioritize her order and try to send it along with the next batch of printed materials arriving on the island, so as not to delay her work. She couldn't believe her small factory was receiving such VIP treatment. Su Taotao truly didn't expect this. Xiao Lu was even more surprised. He didn't know how many times he had helped the base with printing tasks, but this was the first time he saw Director Chen in person. This made Xiao Lu even more determined to become Su Taotao's right-hand man. After leaving the printing factory, Xiao Lu was already eager to open the car door for Su Taotao. Su Taotao thought this young man was really talented. At the training ground, they didn't expect Su Taotao to come back so soon. She was still wearing her face mask, leaving only her eyes visible. When the coach saw her, he said, "Wait a moment." After a while, the coach started a new training car and gestured to Su Taotao. This is a one-to-one simulation field. Practice here. When you're done, park the car and return the keys to me. Xiao Lu blinked in confusion. Su Taotao replied, okay, thank you, coach. The coach waved his hand and ignored her. He thought about those big, grown men who had been taught dozens of times but still couldn't learn. It would be great to have more students like Su Taotao. He wondered if he could still meet his quota this month. Sister Su, do you know how to drive?
Su Taotao said somewhat.
While Xiao Lu watched her skillfully drive around the simulation field for a few laps, she yawned and rested her chin on the glass window, feeling sleepy. He now had a new opinion about the word somewhat. What kind of monster is Sister Su? Her driving skills are better than his. Can he still keep his position as the head of the transport team? Stay away from us. Stay away from us. Su Taotao didn't know what Xiao Lu was thinking. Xiao Lu wasn't a big mouth and wouldn't go around bragging after seeing her drive. Besides, he was eyeing her position as the transport team leader. Even if he told everyone, she wasn't worried. After all, this wasn't her first time learning to drive. If she learns once and can drive, what's the big deal? Su Taotao practiced a few rounds and, knowing her skill level, stopped. In the end, her impressive move was a smooth reverse parking, so quick that little Lu barely saw how she turned the steering wheel before she was already parked and steady. Little Lu's admiration for Su Taotao is beyond words. Su Taotao returned the car keys to the instructor and thanked him. Little Lu happily followed behind Su Taotao like a little tail. Big sister, you're amazing. Don't worry, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. I will always follow your lead. Su Taotao teased, and what about Engineer Fu? Do you listen to him too? Little Lu. When Little Lu drove Su Taotao back to the central square, Aunt Joan was already waiting there. Aunt Joan got in the car and handed them a bag of cooled sweet potatoes. I just saw someone exchanging sweet potatoes, 3 bags for just a few cents. Such a good deal. You can eat them as vegetables or fruit, and they're sweet and juicy. Both Su Taotao and Little Lu didn't refuse and happily accepted. Is everything settled?
Su Taotao asked.
Aunt Zhong nodded. Yes, it's done. She took out the base subsidiary food processing plant business license from her bag, which she had just received from the commercial management group, and handed it to Su Taotao. The official seal is also registered. Luckily, your prepared documents were thorough. When we showed the process flowchart, the factory layout, sanitation facilities, and staff health requirements, the officials nodded in approval. The health permit was also issued, so our factory can now operate legally. Su Taotao looked at the bright red seal on the document, feeling a sense of relief. She nodded. Good. Little Lu, drive to the photo studio. We'll get these framed and hang them in the factory's conference room. Little Lu took himself seriously, as if he were a reserve transport captain. Got it, he said, stepping on the gas and heading toward the photo studio. Today, Little Chun was again the mascot in his dad's office all day. In the morning, he played chess with himself. When tired, he ate fried rice crackers while patrolling his dad's territory. At noon, he ate with his dad in the cafeteria, charming the lunch lady, who gave him a big spoonful of braised pork without spilling, and then played with Uncle Zhou for a while. Later, he took a half-hour nap with Fu Jingtu. After waking up, he fiddled with various things and met many strange uncles and aunts. Everyone who met Little Chun couldn't help but comment, "Your son is really easy to take care of. How could there be such a well-behaved child in the world?" Fu Gong had nothing to say in reply. Besides going to the bathroom, Chun Chun hardly used his help. He enjoyed playing alone and was very happy. As the workday was ending, Chun Chun waited in the public meeting room for his dad. He saw the clumsy auntie who had given him white rabbit candies before. Sho, sho, sho. The familiar start again. Chun Chun turned around and, rarely, smiled at Zhou Weining. Usually, when his mom was not around, Chun Chun was very aloof and didn't smile easily at others. Zhou Weining covered her mouth and laughed, completely captivated by Chun Chun. Come here, little fairy. Auntie has candy for you. Chun Chun tilted his head and looked at her. The more he looked, the more she reminded him of the sneaky wolf grandma from his mom's stories. His mom said that sometimes child kidnappers could be acquaintances. Maybe this clumsy auntie was an acquaintance too? Chun Chun shook his head, frowning and no longer smiling at Zhou Weining. Zhou Weining's heart sank. Why did the little fairy suddenly ignore her? Was it because she thought her smile was ugly? Zhou Weining put away her smile and said seriously, "Little fairy, Fu Zhengtu walked over, watching the sneaky girl fiddling with the door handle. He asked quietly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Zhou Weining really couldn't smile anymore. She straightened her back and looked serious as she said, "I'm looking for my brother." She quickly ran inside, placing a handful of candies on Chun Chun's desk, then hurriedly left.
Fu Zhengtu.
Is my son your brother? Chun Chun. Papa, she looks like a wolf grandma, Fu Zhengtu explained. She is Uncle Zhou Zheng's sister, not a bad person. Although her behavior was strange, if he hadn't seen her hanging around Zhou Zheng recently, he wouldn't have recognized her. Chun Chun thought for a moment and said, "She's a little." Fu Zhengtu waited for more, but Chun Chun hesitated and didn't continue. He asked, "A little what?"
Chun Chin shook his head. Mommy said I can't say Fu Jingtu. After a while, Chun Chin couldn't help but lean close to his dad's ear, covering his mouth with his little hand and whispering, Papa, I secretly tell you you can't tell Mommy. Fu Jingtu listened carefully. Chun Chin continued, I think she's a little bit silly. Fu Jingtu. Su Taotao finished her errands and returned at 6 in the evening. She had arranged to eat at the cafeteria before leaving in the morning. When she arrived, Fu Jingtu, Fu Yuanhang, and Chen Chen had already finished their meals and were waiting. Su Taotao hurried back, dusty from the day. Fu Jingtu stood up to take the things she was carrying, which felt quite heavy. What's this? Su Taotao. Cold sweet potato. Annie Zhong gave it to me. Mom, Dustin hasn't seen her mom all day. Now, she squints her eyes and reaches out her little hand for a hug. Su Taotao picks up her son and kisses him. Dustin, are you happy today? Dustin shakes his head honestly. Not happy because I didn't see Mom. Just as Su Taotao is about to say something, a crowd rushes in from the door. Director Su is back. Quick, quick, quick. Hey, walk carefully, don't push. Who's pushing you? You're blocking the door yourself. Exactly, we also want to see Director Su since you do. The group noisily approaches Su Taotao and hands her things. Director Su, we were blinded before and know we were wrong. Can we resubmit our application forms? Yes, we know we were wrong. Wu Lihua and Yang Liyue caused us a lot of trouble. Their factory didn't get approved at all. That's right. They dared to send out application forms without approval. It's dangerous. Director Su, now we understand. You are the real factory director. We were wrong. Can we follow you and work? When the crowd approaches, Fu Jingtu immediately shields Su Taotao and Dustin behind him. Xiao Lu also steps in front of Su Taotao. Even Fu Yuanning runs ahead, frowning and glaring at them. Su Taotao hasn't spoken yet, but Fu Jingtu's handsome face turns cold as frost. Back off. Stay away from us. Everyone seems to be under some kind of pressure and involuntarily steps back. Who is Engineer Fu? Someone who makes the laboratory tremble just by frowning, and now these family members are facing him? Even if they dare to raise their voices at Su Taotao, once they're near Engineer Fu, they're like frightened quails, too scared to breathe. Su Taotao smiles warmly and steps forward. When you took back the forms, I already said it's a choice between two options. Once the interview list is out, it won't change. Pleading won't help. Come back next time. But, Director Su, we really need this job. Can you give us another chance? Yes, Director Su, we were really blinded this time, fooled by others. Please give us another chance. Su Taotao straightforwardly said, there are only so many job positions. We need to select 33 people from a list of 66 interview candidates. That means half of those currently listed for interviews will be filtered out. Since you chose to withdraw voluntarily, you won't have another chance this time. Please come early next time. But, Director Su. Su Taotao pressed her hand down. The opportunity was given to you early on. The job requirements were clearly written. I repeatedly emphasized that food factory workers must maintain personal hygiene. Yet some of you still came in a messy state. If I accepted your applications, it was pointless. Who's to blame? Opportunities always go to those who are prepared. There's no reason for me to accept excuses just because you want to come back later. If you missed your chance, you have to find the person responsible for your mistake. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they had no real chance left. They all looked disappointed. Su Taotao clapped her hands and said, I told you. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Now that you know the job requirements, improve your hygiene habits before the next factory expansion, get in good shape, and be willing to work hard and love your job. If you have one or two skills that others don't, your chances will come. For example, I know Xiao Lu can drive. When the factory needs a driver next time, they'll think of Xiao Lu first. Xiao Lu straightened his chest and patted himself proudly, looking at everyone. See, the future transportation team leader is here. Su Taotao's words immediately caused the crowd to become excited. Director Su, what do you mean? There are still job opportunities? When will they be? Yeah, what does that mean? Su Taotao raised her hand to quiet the crowd.
Can't you just hope a little for the factory? When it's up and running, with more orders, the current workers will be overwhelmed. Won't that mean more hiring? Maybe not just in our residential area, but even in the town.
Wow.
The crowd was again surprised. So, we all still have a chance? But when exactly? We really want to work. Yeah, can't we be hired early? Su Taotao said, I don't know the exact time. Of course, we can't hire early. Our factory doesn't keep idle workers. Only the best can join us. But I believe it will happen soon. Keep an eye on the notice board. When the time comes, the process will be the same. First, post the job announcement. Go back now. Don't crowd here. Since Su Taodao has already spoken so clearly, everyone else shouldn't ask further. However, there is still hope, and we can wait for the expansion of recruitment, right? Su Taotao is not like Wu Lihua. The large empty space behind the cafeteria changes every day. It is about to be built, so she naturally wouldn't lie. The more people thought about it, the more they regretted. Su Taotao's factory is right here. Why did they listen to Wu Lihua and Yang Liyue's nonsense? No, they still can't let those two go. They need to confront them and talk. After everyone left, Xiao Lu weakly asked, Sister Su, about my transportation team leader. Su Taotao smiled brightly and waved her hand. Don't worry, as long as that position exists, it will definitely be yours. If not, there's nothing she could do. It's just a pipe dream. Who doesn't know how to do that? Xiao Lu heard this, thanked her, and happily ran off. Fu Jingtu asked, what transportation team leader? Su Taotao put down the child, told him to eat first, and winked at Fu Jingtu. It's a position Xiao Lu gave himself in the factory. I just mentioned it casually, didn't promise anything, and I'm not sure if the position exists. But honestly, I never saw Xiao Lu as a troublemaker before. If it were someone else, Su Taotao wouldn't be so easy to fool. Xiao Lu has a job, so it's harmless. Fu Jingtu looked down at her and said, he's not lively in front of me.
Su Taotao.
Well, besides Chen Chun, no one can be lively in front of Fu Gong. The cafeteria isn't a place for chatting, so they hurriedly finished their meal and left. Usually, there aren't many people on the road at this time, but today, quite a few people were heading in one direction on Huanhai Road. The couple isn't nosy, but when they passed the parking shed, Chen Chun went to look at his ride. Every time they pass by, he checks if his ride is still there and touches it to feel reassured. Aunt Zhong was coming down the stone stairs and saw Su Taotao. Her curiosity sparked like a blazing fire, and she immediately said, I heard Wu Lihua caused a fuss. I want to go see what's going on. Oh, I mean, go understand the situation. Old Mo said that she is now Director Zhong. Her words and actions represent the food factory. She was personally recruited by Su Taotao, so her behavior also reflects Su Taotao's judgment. Therefore, she must learn to speak carefully. Yes, she now needs to be cautious with her words. Seeing her eyes light up and her eager expression, Su Taotao found it somewhat amusing. Go ahead. It seems their factory didn't approve something. The people who wanted to transfer there are now causing trouble. Be careful. Wu Lihua and others might blame you, and try to shift the blame onto you. Aunt Zhong waved her hand. Hey, I'm not made of paper. If she dares to mess with me, just watch how I deal with her. Mother, you should be more careful. Su Taotao then saw the tall, handsome Mo Jiaja behind her. Are you here to watch the show with Gigi?
Gigi, Mojatse.lo, Factory Director Su, Engineer Fu.
Internally, he thought, why does everyone call me Gigi? My name is Mo Jiaja, not Mo Gigi. Aunt Zhong smiled happily. I told him not to follow, but this little rascal worries about me and insists on coming.
Su Taotao, EC.
He's being very obedient. That happiness is overflowing. Seeing more people coming from behind, and Zhong quickly grabbed Mo Jiaja's wrist. Oh, I have to go now. If I arrive late, I won't get a good spot. Su Taotao made a gesture to let her go. All right, I won't disturb your gossip.